Nieli awoke in a military camp. After 3 full days, he finally managed to understand his situation. He had transmigrated. Moreover, he had already crossed over 18 years ago and was only now regaining clarity. The world he now inhabited was called the Tyren world, and it was currently the summer of Tyren year 15800. It was a world reminiscent of the Western Middle Ages, yet one that possessed battle chi and magic, as well as wondrous dragons and spirit insects. His current name was Luo in Shilon Hua, second son of a baron. He possessed commendable talent in cultivating battle chi, had a handsome appearance, and led a colorful, spirited life. Because he lacked the right to inherit the title Baron, Shilon Hua had leveraged connections to send him to Marquis Kalon's Marigold Knight Order so that he could receive superior knight training and strive for a future path. Most members of the Knight Order were gifted but disinherited scions of nobility along with commoner knights, personally raised from youth by the Marquis. Luo, in 18 years old, had already trained there for 4 years and was now a low-rank knight retainer. A low-rank retainer could easily handle 7 or 8 fully armed soldiers. Among low-rank retainers, Luo N was outstanding, merely a single step away from advancing to a mid-rank knight retainer. Then came the border clash between the Black Iron Duchy and the Brass Duchy, where he served. The Marigold Knight Order, to which Luo N belonged, was dispatched to the front lines. In the early stages, he earned considerable military merits through his exceptional combat power. Yet toward the end of the conflict, the Knight Order fell into an ambush and suffered devastating losses. At the critical moment, Luo N broke through to the mid-rank knight retainer on the battlefield, and by sheer dumb luck rescued the Marquis's eldest son, leading him in a breakout. Luo N himself, however, was gravely wounded and on the verge of death. It was at this juncture that Nieli's memories from his previous life awakened. Of that life, he remembered only that he had just finished a heartfelt conversation about life with a woman in yoga pants, and was on his way back. A massive freight truck charged after him, bearing down like an executioner. Beyond that, everything was a blur. Nieli wondered if he was suffering retribution for the many morally dubious things he had done. He had clawed his way up with difficulty, achieving late prosperity despite obstacles from those who were rich first. He had only just begun to enjoy a debauched, shameless life of intimacy with beautiful women. How had he suddenly been hurled into another world? Still opening his eyes as a noble was a far better starting point than in his previous life. Had he transmigrated as a serf or a slave instead, Nieli would probably have gone to find a crooked-neck tree and ended everything just to start over. At that moment, a blood-red jade gourd floated within his mind. With a flicker of intent, he drew it out and began to toy with it in his hands. This gourd was something he had acquired in his past life while dealing in antiques and setting up scams. It felt pleasant in the hand, so he had always kept it near him as an ornament, occasionally taking it out to play with. This was likely the reason he could remain alive after transmigrating. Without this gourd, he was certain he would have perished. Since he had managed to reclaim a life, he might as well accept what had come. From now on, he would live as Luo in Shilonhua. The gourd's functions, however, he had yet to study in detail. Now stationed in a frontline military camp, this was hardly the time for experimentation, so he had to set the matter aside for the moment. Because it was originally his own body, the languages and memories of Luo, and had integrated seamlessly, and he revealed no flaws. Luo lay in his quarters, circulating his breathing technique to cultivate battle chi and heal his wounds. A knock sounded at the door. "My lord, may I come in?" "It is lunchtime," came the voice of a servant. "Enter," he replied. The servant pushed the door open and set a tray upon the table. On it was a large bowl of meat broth, 2 steaks, a big piece of white bread with honey, and an apple pie. After arranging the dishes, the servant stood to one side and said, "My lord Viscount Iwan will visit you this afternoon." Iwan's full name was Iwan Jean Jean Hua, the marigold heir of the Marquis, whom Luo had risked his life to save. His current rank was that of a court viscount. "I understand," Luo said, and began to leisurely enjoy his lunch. His appetite was unusually large, now likely due to his cultivation of battle chi. His once grievously injured body rapidly recovered under the nourishment of battle chi. In a few days, he should be able to get out of bed. As he ate, Luo pondered Iwan's purpose in coming, convinced that it must herald good news. When afternoon came and Viscount Iwan arrived, his laughter sounded even before he entered. "Brother Luo." Iwan pushed the door open, revealing a man around 30, plump, with a round face and a full beard. His smile was warm and affable as he strode quickly to Luo's side. "I wanted to visit you 2 days ago, but I had to oversee the Knight Order's reorganization, and you were gravely injured then, so it was inconvenient to disturb you. As soon as I heard that you were recovering well, I came at once." Viscount Iwan said, his tone laden with sincere closeness. Luo hurriedly sat up, feigning greater respect. "This swift recovery is thanks to the healing potion you sent, my lord. Without it, I would not have healed so quickly." Iwan waved his hand. "If not for you, I would have died on the battlefield long ago." After a while of pleasantries and idle chatter, the two finally turned to serious matters. "Brother Luo, this conflict is about to end. Our Brass Duchy has managed to gain some advantage. The Grand Duke intends to infect a group of pioneer nobles. My father Marquis Kalong holds several quotas, and I intend to give you one, Iwan said slowly. Upon hearing this, Luo's heart surged with joy. He thought to himself transmigration truly was a technical art. He had not fought the war conscious, had not endured the hardship awake, and now lying in bed, everything was being handed to him. Luo replied, my lord, this favor is far too great. Luo will forever stand beneath the Jin Zhanhua banner and charge forward for you. Ha ha ha, this is what you deserve. The Jin Zhanhua family always repays grace, Viscount Iwan said. Reach out to your family as soon as you can and have them make some arrangements so you can choose a good fief, he continued. Luo said, thank you for the reminder, my lord. I will write home at once. After Viscount Iwan left, Luo took a long time to calm his emotions. He truly had not expected Iwan to grant him such a tremendous surprise. Most pioneer nobles were barons, with only a few attaining viscount rank. Someone like Luo certainly did not qualify for a viscountcy. He would most likely be made a baron. Though such rank could not compare with barons of the Inner Kingdom, it was still superior to purely court-bestowed titles. This was a landed nobility. Even if the territory was carved from beyond the state's border, and one had to seize it by force, the crucial thing was the title itself. Becoming a pioneer noble was difficult, and carried a terrifyingly high mortality rate, yet countless high-rank knight retainers dreamed of this chance to gamble with their lives. In ordinary times they could only work for nobles hoping to earn great merit, and thus win such an opportunity. Luo understood just how much fortune he had seized to gain this chance. First, he was a noble scion with a family backing him. Second, he had saved the life of the Marquis family's heir. Third, he had reached the mid-rank knight retainer level at 18, granting him a real possibility of touching the threshold of a full-fledged knight. The Jin Zhanhua family was investing in him ahead of time. None of these three factors could be lacking. In this world, dragons and spirits were the most crucial transcendent means of production. All metal ores and magic-infused metals were produced by dragons, while plants and magical medicines depended wholly on spirits. Cultivating battle chi and magic required the support of magical medicines, and the metals needed for various alchemical armaments could be produced only by dragons. Dragons and spirits were entirely under noble control. Low and mid-tier nobles controlled spirits, while high-tier nobles, such as Grand Dukes, royal houses, and imperial authorities, held dominion over dragons, forming an airtight aristocratic hierarchy. Knights and mages who sought advancement could only attach themselves to noble lords, and the lords in turn needed to cultivate combat power to maintain their rule, forming a closed cycle. A full-fledged knight already counted as mid to high-tier combat strength in any duchy or kingdom. By declaring allegiance, such a knight could be granted noble rank. The very lowest such grant would be a barony with land. Most noble houses, baronial and viscountshal alike, were served mainly by knight retainers, while counts and marquises were those who typically had full-fledged knights in their service. At the level of dukes and a few marquises, there would even be great knights. Any polity aspiring to become a kingdom had to possess dragons. On that very day, Luo wrote a letter back to his family. The family treated the matter with extraordinary seriousness, for the Zhanhua clan was merely a baronial house that had been passed down for just over 100 years. The first baron had originally been a squad leader in the army who gained the opportunity to cultivate battle chi and gradually rose to the rank of a mid-level officer. In a great war, he earned military merits and was ennobled as a baron. As reward, he was granted a small broccoli spirit and 3 spirit insects, with which he founded the Zhanhua family. Henry Zhanhua, gazing at the letter from his exceptional second son, sighed with emotion. After 150 years of Zhanhua heritage, we are finally about to see a second baron arise. Within the headquarters of the Marigold Knights, thanks to the healing medicine sent by Viscount Iwan and the aid of his battle chi, Roan's body had nearly recovered by the time the recent conflict came to an end. After returning to the Marquis domain with the knightly order, Roan no longer needed to resume daily training with the knights. Instead, he stayed peacefully in his residence within the city, waiting for the baronial enfeoffment decree to arrive. In his residence, having been transmigrated into this world for nearly half a month, Roan finally had the opportunity to study his golden finger. With a mere stir of his will, a blood-red jade gourd appeared in his hand. Roan tried to perform a blood recognition ritual on it, yet nothing happened, and when he removed the stopper, the interior was utterly empty. He then attempted to channel battle chi into the gourd, and at last it responded faintly. After studying it for quite a while, he finally discerned several functions. The gourd could expand and shrink at will, and its texture was unnaturally hard. When he infused it with battle chi, the gourd produced a powerful suction, yet no matter what items he attempted to place inside, there was no visible change. Only when he began placing food into it did something finally change, so he fetched more varieties of provisions to continue testing. In the end, he reached a conclusion: this thing was a true Demon Refining Gourd. The flesh and blood he placed inside were refined into a scarlet essence far thicker and more viscous than ordinary blood. Moreover, dozens of gene of meat would yield only a single drop. Roan did not dare to consume it himself at once, so he went out to the storage sheds and caught a rat. With great caution, Roan fed that single drop of essence to the rat. Within mere minutes, the creature's body swelled like an inflated balloon, its size doubling before his eyes. The rat's muscles seemed to be under a sorcerous influence, strands bulging and growing one after another until its convulsions resembled a twisted macabre dance. As Roan watched these changes, pondering carefully, the rat suddenly exploded with a loud bang, its body torn apart, utterly dead. Though the rat perished, the essence's effects had been fully displayed. Over the next 2 days, Roan continued discreetly purchasing large quantities of food and capturing more animals for further experimentation. At last he reached a firm conclusion: the blood jade gourd, the Demon Refining Gourd, could refine flesh and blood, producing the scarlet essence that could strengthen the body and restore injuries. Other materials such as grain could also be refined, but their effects were disappointingly mediocre. The Demon Refining Gourd required battle chi only to devour flesh and blood. The act of refinement itself needed no chi, though it did consume time. In one major experiment, Roan fed several hundred gene of flesh into it, and even the longest refinement took no more than half an hour, proving that the Demon Refining Gourd's potential was far from fully explored. After diluting and using all the essence produced over those 2 days, Roan's body reached an unprecedented peak, and his strength as a mid-tier knight retainer was firmly consolidated. Feeling the surging battle chi within, a vague, restless ambition stirred in Roan's heart. In his previous life, he had never been a disciplined man, let alone a virtuous one. Now, having arrived in this extraordinary world, he was utterly captivated by the strange allure of transcendent power. With a golden finger at his command and the imminent baronial title and territory awaiting him, Roan felt that this new life promised far greater freedom and indulgent comfort than his previous one. Roan, now a self-styled lord, decided he would no longer live a restrained life. Just as he was immersed in exploring the myriad wondrous uses of the Demon Refining Gourd, on a silent, deep night, a faint and secretive knock suddenly sounded at his door, shattering the stillness. Outside stood a petite maid wrapped in a robe, her expression tense and uneasy. Roan quietly slid the dagger hilt he had been holding back out of sight, then gently opened the door. "Sir Roan, a madam asks that you meet her at the usual place tomorrow at 6 in the evening." The maid murmured, head lowered, her voice as faint as a mosquito's buzz. As soon as she finished speaking, she turned and fled like a startled bird, not giving Roan any chance to respond or question her. Only after the maid left did Roan fully come back to his senses. What had just transpired felt strangely familiar. In his inherited memories, there were several similar scenes. It turned out that from the age of 16, Roan had already begun living wildly, frequenting every nightingale house of pleasure within the Marquisate. Not only that, relying on his striking appearance, this fellow had stirred up romantic trouble with numerous noble young ladies. A year ago, he had even succeeded in seducing Viscount Iwan's wife, Lady Ileana Narcissus. Roan's heart was now a tangled mess. When he had first transmigrated, he had already glimpsed this debauched life through his memories. Yet because there were simply too many such affairs, he had not treated them as matters of true consequence. He had never expected that his former self's courage for recklessness was so enormous. Now it was bringing him nothing but trouble. How could he possibly remain sworn brother to Viscount Iwan after this? Then again, if that bond dissolved, the benefits had already been taken. Roan had his own crooked code of conduct. The first rule of going clean, loyalty. The second rule of going clean, forget one's past. Judging from his memories, his former self had enjoyed life exceedingly well. With no better option for the moment, he could only grit his teeth and attend the rendezvous, hastily recalling every detail of his dealings with Lady Ileana. The next evening at dusk, Roan arrived punctually at the usual place, a secluded courtyard. Stepping into the room under hazy lamplight, he saw a woman in a sumptuous nightdress reclining behind a veil of fine gauze. She was Viscountess Ileana Narcissus, wife of Viscount Iwan, 27 or 28 years of age, with alabaster skin and exquisitely beautiful features, her gaze suffused with sultry charm and mature allure. A faint blush still colored her cheeks. She was likely feeling unwell, feverish. "My dear, you finally come." Ileana parted her rosy lips, her voice soft and tender, laced with a hint of temptation. Roan forced himself to appear calm, squeezing out a smile. "My little sweetheart, I've missed you so much I could die." "Humph, you claim you miss me, yet you've been back for 2 days without coming to see me, forcing me to send someone to summon you. So have you become a baron and no longer value me at all?" Ileana pouted coquettishly. Roan hurried closer, kissing her cheek, while soothing her in a gentle tone. "How could that be? My little sweetheart, my heart is wholly yours and steadfastly faithful." As he spoke, his hands grew increasingly restless. "You rogue, always so eager to put your hands everywhere," Ileana said with shy reproach. Roan could easily hear the emotion behind her words. Before her sentence had even fully ended, he lunged toward Ileana like a starving wolf, pulling her into his arms with fierce urgency. With her, the simpler and more direct his approach, the more effective it proved. After a storm of passion, Roan lay there, one hand still savoring the lingering sensation. The fair-skinned lady truly was remarkable, resilient in every sense. The Viscountess herself possessed battle chi cultivation, having graduated from the Principality's Knight Academy. After Roan's repeated investigations into her background, he had finally confirmed that Ileana had earnestly studied knightly arts. Her practical combat experience was likewise abundant. It took Roan nearly half an hour of gentle coaxing to fully placate her. Now Ileana lay atop his chest like a languid kitten, breathing softly, her affection almost overflowing. "You scoundrel, considering you did put in some effort, it wasn't in vain for me to speak a few good words on your behalf," she said. Roan looked at Ileana, confusion flickering in his eyes. "Did you truly think becoming a frontier baron was so simple? Even if you meet every formal requirement, someone still has to speak up for you," she added. "But this time it's thanks to you as well." Roan understood her meaning. If Viscount Iwan had died, she might not have been able to remain a viscountess, much less hope to become the future marchioness. By the time he slipped out of the manor, furtive and cautious, it was already deep into the night. Roan felt as though the essence he had consumed these past 2 days had been squandered. In the following days, he continued secretly purchasing flesh from various sources to refine more essence. From time to time, he would meet privately with the Viscountess again, and as Roan's body grew ever stronger, the lady herself would be left so exhausted that even her steps turned unsteady. At last, Viscount Iwan sent someone to inform Roan that he was to appear before the Marquis. The rewards for this recent campaign were finally being distributed. After Roan's audience with the Marquis, Viscount Iwan cheerfully introduced him to the gathered nobles. "This is Sir Roan," Iwan declared. "He is only 18, yet he is already a mid-tier knight retainer, and on the battlefield, he was exceptionally brave and valiant. Very soon we shall be calling him Baron Roan instead." Being praised by Viscount Iwan left Roan somewhat embarrassed, and inwardly he mused, "I am indeed a knight, and last night I was quite valiant as well." After exchanging pleasantries with the surrounding nobles, Roan was to travel with 2 other knights to Adrian, capital of the Brass Principality, to receive his formal investiture as a frontier baron. On the wide King's Avenue, Roan has completed his ennoblement. He is now a formal baron. Walking back to his family, Roan is no longer alone, but accompanied by an entire convoy. This convoy consists of dozens of carts, each piled high with various iron implements. Spears, iron swords, bows, and arrows, as well as 10 sets of armor, along with various practical farming tools. These are precious materials that Roan specially procured from the royal capital. The metal prices in the royal capital are the lowest in the country, and if he waits until reaching the frontier to purchase metal materials, it will likely cost several times more than now. For the noble pioneers, there are many loans available in the royal capital provided by the nobles and large merchant groups, forming a complete industrial chain. The cost of repayment is the various shop locations selling rights, merchant caravans, and taxes after successful territory development. Besides those adventurers and mercenaries eager to get rich, there are others who choose to join this endeavor. Lower-ranking nobles' second sons, illegitimate children, or fallen knights make up a part of this group. For them, following a successful pioneering lord may be their only chance to change their social status. Once the lord succeeds in developing the territory, he will confer titles to several landowning knights, allowing these newly minted knights to cultivate farmland and build estates on the knights' lands, establishing their own families and pledging loyalty to the lord for generations to come. This is considered a fairly good way out. If Roan does not return to his family, he might end up following a similar path after leaving the Knight Order. This ennoblement has granted each noble an elven reward from the Grand Duke. Roan received a wheat sprite bug and a dandelion sprite bug. The dandelion sprite bug is a potion sprite, ensuring that the nobles have the means to support knights in their training. Roan also applied for a loan in the royal capital of 2,000 gold coins, which is the maximum amount he could obtain. The currency in this world consists of copper coins, silver coins, and gold coins with an exchange rate of 1100. Most people also refer to gold coins as golden dragons. Typically, a black bread is sold for 2 copper coins and a serf is worth 1 golden dragon. Roan spent 1,500 golden dragons in the royal capital's sprite bug trading market to buy 2 sprite bugs. Fortunately, thanks to the sponsorship of 500 golden dragons from the Viscountess, Roan dared to buy 2 sprite bugs. Potion sprite bugs are very expensive, generally starting at 3 times the price of agricultural sprite bugs. Especially rare ones can exceed 10 times the price. The key point is that potion sprite bugs seldom appear on the market. When they do, they are quickly snatched up by various nobles. One of the sprite bugs Roan purchased is a sweet potato sprite bug, and the other is a rye sprite bug. These are the favorite sprite bugs of pioneering lords, as food is crucial in the early stages of development. After contracting the sprite bugs, Ron found himself increasingly fond of them. Sprite bugs are truly the darlings of this world, making it hard for anyone to harm them. The lifespan of a sprite bug is typically 15 to 20 years. A small sprite lives for 50 years, while a large sprite can live for 150 years. Elemental sprites have a lifespan of 500 years, and natural sprites can live for 1,000 years. An agricultural sprite bug covers an area of 100 acres, while a potion sprite bug only covers 5 acres. Spending the loan money completely, Ron embarked on his journey home, ready to demand both people and money. Hart, Little Lentil, is a mid-tier knight retainer nearly 30 years old, a fallen noble knight whom Ron recruited in the royal capital. Dick Curtin is the son of a wealthy merchant. His father donated 200 golden dragons to Ron, which is why Ron accepted him as a retainer, though his cultivation in Chi is merely at the beginner level. The convoy also includes various craftsmen, blacksmiths, carpenters, masons, and stonemasons. All of them were bought by Ron, having been captured as slaves during the kingdom's wars. Upon arriving at the Broccoli Castle, Ron finally met his father in this life, Henry Broccoli, as well as his brother Oliver. Broccoli is a 20-year-old low-tier knight retainer. His mother Guinea Gabbage is a low-tier apprentice mage. His sister Ella. Broccoli is currently only 10 years old and has been tested for mage talent. He is still undergoing basic education along with his sister-in-law Sophia Watercress. The entire family has gathered. Baron Henry boomed. Come, let us welcome our Baron Ron home. After greeting everyone in the family, Ron finally sighed in relief and turned to walk towards his room. Once inside the room, Ron eagerly walked to the washstand, turned on the tap, and let the cool water wash over his face. After washing his face and feeling refreshed, Ron changed into a clean and tidy suit. This suit was specially prepared for tonight's banquet. The guests are not just members of the Broccoli family. Knights loyal to the Broccoli family and friendly nobles have also come, bringing along a large number of noble youths. Ron is ready to recruit these people well. After all, knowing them well will make it easier to trust them. As he stepped into the Maple Leaf Castle banquet hall, he saw the hall dazzling with lights, the chandeliers casting a soft glow, illuminating everything in a dreamlike manner. The long table is laden with exquisite delicacies, and the rich aroma of wine fills the air. Nobles dressed in splendid garments discuss the mistresses of various nobles, while maids bustle about. Soon someone approached. Ron recognized him as a loyal knight of the family from a family that has served the Broccoli family for nearly a century. The knight, accompanied by his second son, bowed respectfully and said, "Congratulations, Baron Ron, on your glorious return. This is my son, but it would be an honor to follow you." Ron smiled in response and exchanged a few pleasantries. Next, the heir of his mother's family, the Cabbage family, also came over to greet him. Throughout the banquet, Ron enjoyed the treatment of the main character, with people constantly surrounding him. After the banquet, Ron was summoned by Baron Henry to the study. "My excellent son, you have brought honor to the family this time. Do not worry, the family will fully support you. I have prepared for you 5,000 golden dragons, with 2,000 for you, and 3,000 as a loan." Ron is somewhat aware of the family's territorial income. 5,000 golden dragons is more than the family's annual income. It seems the family is truly in. As for sprite bugs, the family is prepared to give you a potion sprite bug, or you can choose 3 agricultural sprite bugs. Ron pondered for a moment and replied, "Father, I choose the potion sprite bug. I have already bought 2 agricultural sprite bugs in the royal capital before coming here." Your choice is correct. Having potion bugs can support more knights. First ensure survival in the frontier before considering the matter of expanding territory. The Broccoli family currently has 3 small sprites and over 20 sprite bugs. The lifespan of sprite bugs is too short to accumulate. 3 small sprites are considered relatively upper class among baron families. Additionally, if there are any nobles or knight youth you are interested in, I allow you to recruit them. Do you have any other requests? Speak them all at once." Baron Henry said generously. "Father, that sounds wonderful. Could you arrange some guards for me? I also need some talented people for territory management, and it would be best to have some craftsmen as well." At this moment, Ron is being quite ambitious. This opportunity may not come again. He aims to secure as many resources and support as possible. The more prepared he is now, the more stable and comfortable his future will be in the frontier. "I can't help much with craftsmen. Most of them are free citizens, so I can only send you 10. I can give you 30 guards, all experienced and skilled. As for territory management personnel, I will assign you the administrator of Birchtown. He has managed the territory for many years, is experienced, and can help you quite a bit." Baron Henry said. Ron was overjoyed and quickly expressed his gratitude. "Please rest assured, Father, I will not let the family down." The monotonous, muffled clatter of wheels grinding over gravel filled the air. Ron lifted a corner of the carriage curtain. A scorching summer wind thick with stinging sand rushed in and lashed his cheeks. The caravan had traveled northward for over half a month since departing the heartlands of the Brass Duchy. With every league gained, the climate grew markedly cooler. Lush, densely cultivated farmland vanished, entirely replaced by waist-high wild grasses and exposed ash-brown boulders. My lord, ahead lies the Broken Blade Pass. Once we cross this narrow defile, we shall have left the Tianluo Mountains behind and truly entered the frontier lands. The Tianluo Mountains formed a colossal continental spine, cleaving the land into northern and southern realms, the south a mosaic of kingdoms and duchies, the north the untamed frontier lands. Lorne Onion reined in his horse beside Ron's carriage to speak. A knight recruited from Ron's own domain, Lorne hailed from the noble Onion family of the Broccoli's territory. He had once served as a mercenary in the frontier lands, a seasoned mid-tier knightly squire in his 30s, before returning to serve as drillmaster for the Baron's cavalry. Also accompanying the party were 5 low-tier knightly squires and a novice alchemist dispatched by Ron's father. Ron deeply valued Lorne's extensive field experience, establishing a frontier, holding demanded steady season counsel. In recent days, Ron had repeatedly refined the flesh and blood of beasts hunted along the way within his demon refining cauldron. Though the resulting essence had not yet elevated him to the rank of high-tier knightly squire, his battle chi now coursed through his veins with unprecedented density, and his physical resilience rivaled that of even high-tier squires. Upon entering the frontier lands, Ron descended from the carriage and mounted his horse, surveying the terrain keenly. Faded arrowheads and dried rust-dark bloodstains clung to the canyon walls. The air itself bore a faint cloying tang. Iron rust mingled with decay. "Are bandits frequent here?" Ron asked the White Birch Town administrator riding beside him. The elderly official Pelin, wheel his hair streaked with silver, held a rolled sheepskin map and marked the route with charcoal. "Bandits? Hardly the half of it." Pelin adjusted his copper-rimmed spectacles, his voice trembled almost imperceptibly. "Law unravels in the frontier lands. Many statutes of the duchy hold no sway here. Fugitives from every realm flood this land. Some brigand bands number 7 or 800 strong, capable of besieging and sacking castles. Nearly every year a frontier lord falls to assassination. Nor are they all human. Savage monster clans stalk the wilds, of formidable beasts roam freely, and sudden raids by Orcish warbands are not uncommon. Danger permeates every league." Ron frowned. 7 or 800 bandits. At that size, they're no longer mere outlaws. They're either usurping lords in disguise or black-gloved proxies of great nobles. A quiet thought settled within him. It seems prudence must guide the early days. 30 guardsmen from his ancestral house now gripped their pikes tightly, shielding the caravan's advance. Fortune held. As the caravan emerged from the past, the world opened before them. A vast, boundless steppe stretching to the horizon's edge. On the distant horizon gleamed a sinuous silver ribbon, the Greenwater River, the largest river in the Brass Duchy's northern frontier lands. Beyond the Greenwater River, 3 days' march north brings us to Oakwood City. Pelin exhaled deeply, pointing to a mark on the map. Lord Mammon holds Oakwood City, the duchy's northern stronghold in the frontier lands. Every newly infeft frontier lord must first register there and receive formal documentation demarcating their granted territory. The caravan continued northward along a tributary of the Greenwater River. Gradually signs of habitation appeared. Noble estates dotted the landscape. There, Dick suddenly pointed toward a cluster of low earthen mounds, his voice taut with tension. All turned. Upon the mounds stood a dozen sharpened wooden stakes, each crowned with a severed head. Some were human, others bore twisted beast ears and jagged fangs, Orcish skulls. "Lord Mammon's doing," Lorne said grimly. "Oakwood City enforces a decree: any who assault noble caravans or merchant trains within the frontier lands shall have their heads impaled along the most traveled roads. A warning writ in blood." Ron fell silent. This was the northern frontier lands, the ragged edge of civilization, a lawless void where only iron and blood could uphold the thinnest veneer of order. 3 days later, the silhouette of Oakwood City finally rose upon the horizon. It was a fortress built of colossal oak logs and gray-brown stone, its ramparts soaring over 10 meters high. Above the gates hung 2 banners, one bearing the brass dragon sigil of the Brass Duchy, the other the black wolf crest of House Mammon. "Halt, for inspection." Gate sentries barred the caravan's path. Their captain, a burly man with a thick beard, scanned each carriage with piercing eyes, his demeanor softening slightly upon spotting Ron's baronial insignia. A newly infeft frontier lord. "House Broccoli's, Ron Broccoli's." Ron dismounted gracefully and presented his letters of enfeoffment. The captain scrutinized the documents closely, then gestured for the caravan to proceed. "My lord." Ron slipped several silver coins into the captain's palm. Instantly, the bearded man broke into a broad grin and added, "There's a camp outside the city walls where you may pitch your tents. Best to lodge your wagons there. Goods brought inside the city incur tax." He promptly dispatched a sentry to escort them. Ron entered Oakwood City with a few squires, the clamor of the city crashing over them like a wave. Timber-framed buildings lined the streets. Taverns, smithies, and general stores stood shoulder to shoulder. The air hung heavy with the scent of malt, ale, sweat, and livestock dung. Outside a tavern, several drunken mercenaries boasted of their exploits. In a shadowed corner, men wagered fiercely on dice, their shouts erupting into raucous laughter or sudden quarrels. The Lord Mayor's residence loomed as a massive stone edifice. Its administrative officer, a stiff middle-aged man wearing a powdered wig, verified Ron's credentials, then unrolled a vast map pointing to a western sector north of the Greenwater River. Baron Ron, your holding lies here, in the riverbend march of the Greenwood Wastelands. Approximately 30 kilometers square. To the east rises the Blackstone Mountains. 2 holdings westward lies the coast. Ron studied the map's notation of the Greenwood Wastelands. Only vague topographical markers dotted the region. How many neighboring lords hold lands nearby? Some 7 or 8, replied the administrator, handing Ron several sealed dossiers. He paused, then added gravely, remember, no noble may assail a newly infeft frontier lord within the first year. This is Lord Mammon's decree. A registrar will accompany you to your holding and remain in residence. After 1 year, your ability to hold the land rests solely upon your own strength. In 3 years, ducal inspectors will assess your holding's extent, so if your settlement prospers, expand northward without delay. Once registration concluded, Ron received his territorial charter and a bronze authority token. With this token, he could claim the duchy's frontier development grant in Oakwood City, 1,000 indentured serfs at half price. Stepping onto the street after leaving the Lord Mayor's residence, Ron's lips curved into a quiet, knowing smile. This life began with a barony, and the Demon Refining Cauldron in hand. A single cry surged unspoken but fierce within his chest. Who else dares challenge me? On the second day, Ron hurriedly traveled after purchasing a large amount of food and supplies in Oak City, as well as buying back the serfs. 3 days later, Ron finally led the convoy to the territory. The late summer wind carried the scent of grass and trees as it brushed against Ron's cheek. He reined in his horse, gazing at the vast expanse of wilderness stretching to the horizon, where the tributary of the Greenwater River meandered like a silver ribbon in the lowland, and the dense reeds by the bank could hide a deer. My lord, let us choose that elevated land for the camp. The voice of Lon Onion was weary, having just completed a survey of the surroundings with 2 guards pointing to a raised dirt mound in the northeast. The top of the slope is flat with a view extending 2 kilometers. There is hard ground at the bottom for stable staking, and it is close to the water source. Ron nodded and urged his horse towards the dirt mound. The hooves of the horse trampled through the waist-high wild grass, startling a swarm of grasshoppers. The dirt mound was indeed a good place, backed by a natural shallow cliff covered with drought-resistant thorns perfectly blocking the view from behind. Before the slope was an open meadow where no movement could go unnoticed by the sentries. Helen, Ron dismounted and handed the reins to his attendant. Have the serfs clear an area at least 200 meters wide and long, then lead a team to chop down trees to make a temporary fence. Tell them that if they do not make any progress before dark, tonight's rye bread will be halved. Helen quickly complied, taking out parchment to assign tasks to the serfs. Fortunately, Ron had brought a good number of people from his family, otherwise it would have been difficult to gather enough hands for the matters at hand. 30 guards were divided into 2 teams, one guarding the bottom of the slope, while the other oversaw the serfs. They certainly did not dare to let the serfs dawdle. The dangers of the wilderness were unpredictable. Ron did not remain idle. He, along with Lon Onion and Heart Lentil, followed the tributary of the Greenwater River upstream. The water was not deep, barely reaching the horse's legs, with the pebbles at the bottom clearly visible, occasionally disturbed by the darting of silver fish. After walking about 2 miles, Lon suddenly reined in his horse. My lord, look over there. In the thicket across the river, several pieces of rotting wood were exposed, resembling the remnants of an abandoned cabin. Ron squinted, leaving Heart in place while he and Lon waded through the water. The area around the wreckage was overgrown with half-man-high wild grass, evidently long abandoned, with some broken pottery scattered in the corners. Was this left by an old pioneer? Ron kicked at a piece of rotting wood, and wood shavings fell away. Lon picked up a rusted sickle. Judging by the degree of decay, it has been empty for at least 3 to 4 years. It could have been disturbed by wild beasts, or perhaps it did not survive the winter. Ron remained silent, his gaze sweeping around. The soil along the riverbank was richer than elsewhere, and the grass still bore the occasional wild wheat. If cultivated, establishing a rye farm here should yield a decent harvest. He mentally noted the location and turned back. By the time he returned to the camp, the fence had already been mostly. Several hundred logs the size of a calf were deeply driven into the ground, with sharpened branches crossed between them for reinforcement. Though crude, it exuded a sturdy strength. The serfs were busy chopping off excess branches with axes while the forge's fire had been lit, the sound of clanking ringing out across the wilderness as they hurried to make door bolts and lock catches for the fence. Hart, take 5 men and head to the western woods to see if you can find suitable bark for roofing. Also bring back some straight tree trunks with the serfs. We need to set up the guards' watchtower tonight. Yes, my lord. Hart responded, selecting 5 guards and heading toward the woods with axes in hand. The sun was gradually tilting towards the west. Ron walked around the fence, checking the stability of the oak posts. Upon reaching the northwest corner, he noticed several serfs huddled around something, whispering in panic. What happened? Ron approached. One serf trembled and pointed at the ground where a pile of scattered bones lay, smeared with dark red remnants, beside which a tattered leather shield was discarded bearing a claw mark the size of a palm. This is a troll's claw mark, an older serf stammered. I saw this kind of beast in barren Thomas territory. They can rip a cow apart. Ron frowned and kicked at the pile of bones. The bones were fresh, seemingly no more than 3 days old. Helen, have everyone speed up and install the gate on the fence first, Ron said solemnly. Also send 2 more people to the oak grove to check, and tell Hart to return before dark and not to linger in the woods. Helen did not dare to delay and immediately ran off to arrange this. The serfs moved with increased agility, as though they had been whipped. Before long, Hart returned with his men, the wagon loaded with a full cargo of bark and tree trunks, also dragging 2 slain deer. My lord, there was nothing unusual in the woods. We only saw some footprints of goblins and didn't dare to venture deeper. Lon wiped the sweat from his face. These 2 deer were taken at the edge of the forest. It should be enough for us to eat for 2 meals. Ron nodded, pointing at the bones on the ground. Did you see any traces of the troll on your way back? Lon bent down to inspect the claw mark, his expression turning grave. This claw mark is very fresh. The troll should still be nearby. My lord, we must strengthen our vigilance tonight, and the watchtower must be erected. Then let's work through the night. Ron gazed at the darkening sky. By the time night fell, the fence was finally complete. The heavy wooden doors were securely locked, propped against stout wooden beams. The soldiers' watchtowers stood at the 4 corners of the fence, torches flickering atop, illuminating the surroundings. The serfs huddled in the hastily erected straw shed, no one daring to speak, with only the occasional howls of unknown beasts echoing in the distant silence of the night. At night, Ron gathered several subordinates in the newly constructed wooden house, studying the map on the table as they discussed the next arrangements. My lord, I believe establishing a base, namely the manor, is the most urgent task. The current outpost can only serve as a temporary transition point. Yes, your consideration is sound. The work of the serfs in the coming days should focus on establishing the manor first, Ron acknowledged. Helen, you and Dick will handle this matter. I will leave you with enough guards, Ron said. All right, my lord, rest assured. Tomorrow we need to survey the entire territory. Ron circled an area on the map, his fingertip tracing the curve representing the tributary of the Green Water River. I will lead the knights to explore the surrounding territory. If possible, we will drive away the beasts near the camp. My lord, perhaps it would be better for the subordinates to lead the team while you remain at the base. After all, it is uncertain whether that troll has left the area, Lon said with a grave expression. Indeed, the safety of my lord is paramount, others echoed in agreement. No need, I will leave you behind, and still need to spare some men. Let's move together, Ron replied. Ron responded. In the morning, as the sun just rose, the sound of metal clashing echoed from the wooden fence of the camp. Ron donned his soft armor and pushed open the door, seeing Dick on tiptoe directing the serfs to move stones, his voice sharp and piercing. Hurry up. Stack those larger ones against the stone wall. Stop dawdling, or you'll see how I punish you, when the Lord said. A black-skinned serf slipped, and the stone in his arms fell to the ground. Dick immediately rushed over, his whip slicing through the air in a flurry, delivering a rapid series of strikes. Useless. If you can't handle this little task, should I keep you around to feed the trolls? The people in this world are divided into white-skinned and black-skinned. The black-skinned mainly inhabit the western region of the continent's southern end. When merchant caravans first arrived in this area, they found these black-skinned individuals to be tall and strong, obedient, and rarely falling ill. They became a hot commodity at the time and were sold in large numbers around the world to be used as serfs. Many large merchant caravans thus established a vast and prosperous commercial federation, the Tide Commercial Alliance. Ron watched quietly, his expression unchanged. He mounted his saddle and said to the waiting Lon. Dick, hearing the commotion, immediately abandoned the serfs and jogged over, a warm smile plastered on his face. My lord, are you setting off now? Do you need me to prepare some provisions? Or have those nimble serfs accompany you? No need, just keep an eye on the camp, Ron replied indifferently, raising his whip lightly. Hey, rest assured, my lord. Dick bowed in response, and only when the sound of hooves faded did he straighten up and spit at the serfs. What are you still looking at? Get to work. If you delay the Lord's business, I'll give you a few more lashes. The group moved north along the tributary of the Green Water River. This tributary Ron named it the Clearwater River. Dew on the grass dampened his riding boots, and the distant black stone mountain revealed its bluish-gray ridges in the morning mist. Ron reined in his horse and looked around. To the east were rolling gentle slopes covered in half-man-high needlegrass. To the west lay the edge of the forest, its shadows mottled, hinting at a depth. "My lord, there's movement over there." Lon suddenly raised his hand, the bowstring trembling lightly. He spotted several gray-green figures darting out from the woods, goblins. These creatures had heads as large as pumpkins, clutching rusty short blades. Upon seeing the mounted group, they chattered and surrounded them. "Fire!" Ron commanded calmly. The arrows flew through the air, 3 goblins fell to the ground, while the rest fled in terror, disappearing into the underbrush. Lon rode forward and used his sword to poke at one of the corpses. "These pests have sharp senses, they might follow us." "Ignore them." Ron turned his horse around. "Let's scout the terrain first." They traveled 3 miles north where the river forked into a marsh. Dark green algae floated on the water's surface, and a few water birds startled into flight. Lon pointed to the reeds at the edge of the marsh. "My lord, look over there, a flock of wild ducks. We could make it a hunting ground." Ron's gaze fell on the flat land next to the marsh, the soil dark brown and sticky when squeezed in hand. "This land is suitable for wheat cultivation." He instructed the guards to plant a wooden sign. "Make a note of it, and later have Perlin send someone to measure it." They bypassed a rocky area, and the western forest gradually thinned out, revealing a valley. On their way back, the sun had passed noon. As they passed a thicket of dwarf pines, a sudden howl pierced the air. A few wargs were tearing at the carcass of a wild bull, and upon spotting the group, approached with red eyes. Lon left flank. Ron drew his sword, the fighting spirit radiating a faint red glow along the blade. "Guards, protect the flanks." Sword light flashed, and one warg fell with blood spraying from its neck. Lon's long sword danced like a swift serpent, swiftly taking down 3 more. The remaining ones fled with their tails between their legs into the pine forest. Ron wiped the blood from his sword. "There are quite a few wargs in this forest. We'll need to clear them out later. Otherwise they'll interfere with the farming operations." The wild monsters killed along the way were not collected by Ron, as the camp's warehouse was not yet built, and his demon refining pot was not yet usable, reducing the risk of exposure. On the way back, they discovered 2 more high mounds suitable for building watchtowers and a stretch of clay slopes that could be used for brickmaking. As the sunset cast long shadows from the fence, the group returned to the camp. Ron immediately noticed the changes. A half-man-high stone wall had been built outside the wooden fence, made from stones scattered throughout the wilderness. "The Lord has returned." Dick dashed over like an agile rabbit, a grin on his face. "Look at this stone wall. It was built by me watching the serfs all morning. And the roof is made from the thickest tree bark. I thought when the Lord returns there should be a clean place to rest, so I had the serfs sweep your wooden house 3 times and burn mugwort to drive away mosquitoes." Just then Perlin hurried over. "My lord, the barn framework is set up, but the serfs are exhausted." Ron, feeling merciful, replied, "Let the serfs rest for half an hour and add an extra dark bread for dinner." Dick's eyes sparkled, instantly replying, "The Lord is merciful. You think of everything. I'll go and inform them right away." Saying that, he dashed towards the serfs' straw hut, his voice lively again. "Did you all hear that? The Lord rewards you with dark bread. Hurry up and express your gratitude." The serfs knelt down, sporadically bowing their heads. Ron watched all this, contemplating how to enhance the serfs' motivation next. In the following days, the morning mist of the river bend echoed with the sounds of metal clanging and the calls of the serfs. Ron took the guards to clear out the nearby wild monsters every day and returned to the camp in the afternoon to oversee the progress. 5 days later, Ron stood in front of the newly completed manor, finally showing a satisfied expression. The entire manor measured 500 meters in length and width. Thick logs as wide as a thigh were deeply embedded in the ground, and a half-meter deep ditch was dug around the manor, with sharpened branches protruding from the walls. The main gate of the fortress was made of 2 giant oak logs with a thick horizontal beam propped behind it, and a wooden plaque bearing the coat of arms of the Broccoli family hung over the door. The manor was neatly divided. The eastern side was for the lord and knight's residential area, with Ron's main house built on a stone foundation. The western side was the residence for the serfs, with straw huts replaced by rudimentary wooden houses. In the central area, the barn and blacksmith shop stood side by side. "My lord, look at this scale. It can finally be called a manor." Perlin held a freshly drawn map and wore a smile. A drainage ditch was also dug on the inner side of the wall, so there's no fear of water accumulation, even in heavy rain. Ron nodded, his gaze sweeping over the busy camp, finally settling on the open space on the western side of the camp, where there was enough room to cultivate thousands of acres of farmland. "Perlin," Ron pointed to the valley and riverbank marked on the map. "Starting tomorrow, organize the serfs into teams of 50 and inform them. In the future, the top 3 serfs with the most work each day will receive a standard bearer reward and be publicly praised. After accumulating 10 times, they can become free people and have farmland in designated areas. Additionally, the last one will have their dinner have that night. The same goes for the slaves. Ron did not care if the serfs became free people, as even if they did, they would not be able to leave the territory, they would still be his property. The late summer breeze swirled with sparks, tracing an orange-eared arc across the barren land on the west side of the manor. The serfs raised their sharpened poles, driving the spreading flames toward the designated area. The wild grass and shrubs curled and exploded in the fire, the rising black smoke mingling with the scent of ash falling onto the skin with a slightly warm touch. Burn along the boundary. Don't let the fire cross over. Lon's roar blended with the crackling of the flames as he rode his horse along the edge of the fire. To the east is the Clearwater River. A stop when you reach the riverbank. Ron stood on a high slope watching the flames devour the wasteland before him like an agitated giant serpent. This fire was intended to burn thoroughly for an entire day, to completely incinerate the deep-rooted weeds, with ashes seeping into the soil. Only then could the serfs turn the land to provide the most suitable bed for the spirit bug's grass. Without needing to watch over the process, Ron left the matter of clearing the land to his subordinates. He turned and returned to the manor. He took out 5 jade boxes from the Lord's wooden house. Within each jade box lay a pair of partners, a sleeping spirit bug and a half-foot-long grass. The rose spirit bug shimmered with a pink-purple luster, subtly glowing. Harem, once the farmland is cleared according to the designated areas. Ron opened the first jade box, his fingertips pinching the pink-purple grass. Remember, plant all the grass close to the manor and assign someone to guard each grass day and night. Ordinary crops can be planted on the periphery. Harem nodded solemnly. However, by the afternoon, Lon hurriedly arrived, looking flustered. My lord, there has been a discovery. Ron felt a bit doubtful what could possibly happen from burning a wasteland. Then he heard Lon panting report. My lord, a spirit bug emerged from the great fire. What? Ron was initially thrilled, but soon sensed something was amiss. What did it mean that it emerged from the great fire? Observing Lon's panicked expression, Ron realized the gravity of the situation and quickly urged him to take him there. Upon arrival, he found that the fire had been extinguished where the spirit bug was discovered, and a crowd had gathered. The crowd parted to make way for Ron, allowing him to see the spirit bug. It was an agricultural spirit bug. Its condition was dire. Its body was charred black from the smoke, half of its wings burned away, and the grass was reduced to only a torso. It was fluttering clumsily around the grass, dropping light green luminescence to heal it. When it saw Ron approach, it buzzed over, likely muttering unkind words. According to those nearby, the grass had initially disguised itself as a normal plant, so no one noticed it. It was only when the fire ignited that the spirit bug flew out. Fortunately, there was a guard nearby, who otherwise the serfs would not have recognized this little fellow. Understanding the events that transpired, Ron took the spirit bug into his hand. The little fellow was somewhat shriveled from the heat, and Ron felt pity as he completed the contract. He then collected the grass and returned to the manor. As soon as he returned, Ron eagerly took out a vial of raw liquid to feed the spirit bug, but for some reason, seeing it in such a weak state, Ron had no choice but to pour the raw liquid onto the grass. What happened next made Ron rejoice. The grass quickly absorbed the liquid. Then the damaged parts rapidly healed, sprouting new green shoots. Seeing this, Ron poured the entire vial of raw liquid onto the grass. Green light swirled around the grass, which quickly sprouted leaves, and before long it fully returned to normal. Indeed, it was useful. Although the raw liquid did not accelerate the spirit bug's growth as Ron had hoped, it was still excellent for healing the grass injuries. The agricultural spirit bug also regained some vitality and fell into a deep sleep. It would likely need some time to recuperate. Ron sat beside it, gazing at the plump spirit bug, lost in thought. In the wilderness, he knew there were wild spirit bugs. This one was discovered amidst the great fire. Could there be others that had not been found, perishing in the flames? Thinking of this made Ron's mouth twitch. When burning the wasteland next, he would need to be more cautious. He must not let the spirit bugs be burned to death. If several were actually killed, it would bring him misfortune for months. The land clearing continued. He trained all the serfs on how to handle encounters with spirit bugs. A day later, the flames were extinguished, leaving behind a patch of charred earth. The serfs stepped onto the warm ridges with their hoes, and as the iron blades fell, the charred earth cracked, revealing the deep brown, fertile soil underneath. Dick paced along the ridge, reprimanding, "Be thorough. Break the clods. Clean up the roots. If you delay the sowing, you'll be in trouble." Ron ignored his harshness. In land development, indulgence towards the serfs often meant inefficiency. Although Dick's harshness was irritating, it did expedite the work. He couldn't expect the noble lord to do it himself. Perrin, holding a sheepskin map, reported beside Ron. "My lord, we have cleared an additional 500 acres of sweet potato area, 500 acres of rye area, and 500 acres of wheat area. You can arrange these ordinary crops as you see fit," Ron replied. The coverage area of the spirit bug grass was only 100 acres, yet the yield from this 100 acres equaled 4 times that of the farmland tilled by serfs. Ron carefully placed the rose grass into the pit, burying jade stones and powdered gold beside it. The spirit bugs loved to eat these things. Each time the grass was transplanted, it would affect the spirit bug somewhat. If transplanted too often, it could also affect the spirit bug's evolution, so supplements were needed. As the grass was newly planted, the spirit bug in the jade box slowly began to awaken. Wriggling its body, it eagerly crawled towards Ron's hand, nibbling at the gold bit by bit. All these spirit bugs had signed contracts with Ron, and he could vaguely sense their joyful mood at this moment. Once the spirit bug was full, it leisurely crawled back onto the grass. It shook at the top of the grass, suddenly spread its wings and flew around the grass twice. The next moment, a faint pink-purple halo suddenly appeared around the grass, enveloping the surrounding land like a thin veil, infusing the air with a sweet fragrance. Is this the coverage area? Ron's heart stirred. He then planted another 5 grass, wheat, rye, fava bean, sweet potato, and dandelion spirit bugs. In the following 2 days, the work in the territory was to plant crops in the spirit bug areas, then cultivate other. This revealed a problem. Although the labor incentive rules had been established, the serfs were still short-handed. After all, one side needed to clear land while the other needed to build the manor. So Ron instructed Hart and several knights to accompany a team of guards to Oak City to purchase serfs. Generally, the price for a serf was 1 gold coin, while craftsmen ranged from 5 to 10 gold dragons. Ron had brought 5,000 gold dragons from his family, but after purchasing in Oak City, only a little over 3,000 remained. This time he spent another 1,000 gold dragons, truly spending money like water. My lord, it's time to put the spirit bugs into the spirit room. Perrin reminded, holding several empty jade boxes. Ron nodded. After collecting all the spirit bugs, he handed the jade boxes to Perrin. Put them in the spirit room on the east side, feed them with jade powder daily, and let the maids take good care of them. The spirit room was a specially built wooden house containing 3 layers of shelves designed to store the spirit bug jade boxes. Various plants favored by the spirit bugs were also planted inside for their amusement. Perrin cautiously placed the jade boxes on the first layer, retreating as if offering treasures. At this moment, the land covered in the halo began to show signs of change. Seeds that had just been sown for 2 days had already begun to sprout, and Ron couldn't help but marvel at the spirit bug's magic. Subsequently, Ron finally found some time to lead the knight retinue to hunt the beasts and monsters around the camp. In the wilderness, the most common races were goblins, werewolves, and gremlins. Their reproductive capacity was even stronger than that of humans, with several in a litter maturing in just 2 to 3 years. The key was that they could not be tamed, which had made them the bane of the wild. For other lords, this was a troublesome matter. If left unchecked, the bane could destroy farmland and steal food. Larger groups could even raid farms. However, for Ron, these were all gifts from heaven. Ron had the serfs dig a large pit in the manor, instructing the knight retinue to throw the hunted bane into the pit, then layer it with firewood. Dick questioned doubtfully, "My lord, these bane cannot be eaten. Why not just throw them in the wild? Why go through this trouble?" Ron did not reply, but directly whipped him a few times. After receiving a few lashes, Dick dared not speak further. What a joke! Did the lord need to explain himself for what he did in his own territory? Wasn't that just a waste of a lord? Ron dismissed the surrounding serfs, leaving only himself by the pit. After observing the surroundings, he jumped into the pit, collecting all the corpses into the demon refining pot, then ignited the firewood in the pit. In the following days, the knight retinue was able to bring back dozens of corpses daily, and the demon refining pot accumulated nearly half a cup of raw liquid. Ron's physical quality had already reached the level of a high-ranking knight retinue, but the total amount of fighting energy had yet to catch up. The physique was the foundation for producing fighting energy. The stronger the body, the more fighting energy it could contain. By practicing the breathing technique to cultivate fighting energy, and using fighting energy to nourish the physique, a cycle was formed. To accelerate the cultivation of fighting energy, support from potions was essential. Without potions, one would need to wait a day or 2 for the body to generate sufficient fighting energy after each cultivation. Ron had purchased a large quantity of potions in the royal capital and Oak City, treating potions as if they were water these days. Finally, at this moment, he advanced to a high-ranking knight retinue. Ron did not disclose the matter of breaking through to the high-tier knight retainer. After all, without a few trump cards in hand, he could not sleep soundly. As the first rays of sunlight pierced through the treetops of the River Bay wilderness, the sounds of horns began to resonate outside the manor. Over 1,000 new serfs lined up in 20 teams, wielding axes and hoes to clear the overgrown shrubs and wild grass. These people were bought by Hart from Oak City. Move faster. This land needs to be thoroughly burned today. Dick paced back and forth on the freshly cleared isolation strip, occasionally cracking his whip at the lazy serfs. Everyone pay attention. If any elf worms are found, extinguish the fire immediately. Ron stood on the steps of the Lord's wooden house looking at the land, disturbed by the new serfs. The eastern side had cleared a large area of land, and the serfs were stacking dead branches and leaves into piles, preparing to ignite the underbrush. Near the Clearwater River on the southern side, some serfs had begun to dig the outlines of a water channel. Perlin, Ron pointed at the unfolded sheepskin map, where 5 blocks were circled in red charcoal. Divide into these 5 areas. He pointed at the eastern block. This area is closest to the water source. After burning the underbrush, we will plant sweet potatoes here, naming it Sweet Potato Camp, assigning 350 people, with more women to remain. Next is the western side, Rye Camp, 300 people. The open land to the north is designated as Wheat Camp, 300 people. Then allocate 200 more to establish Vegetable Camp, to supply vegetables for the territory. The southwestern corner, near the shallow valley, is marked as Cattle and Horse Camp, 200 people responsible for taking care of the 30 yellow cattle and 60 camels bought. There are approximately 5,000 acres of wasteland this time, evenly divided among the 5 camps, with each camp initially clearing 1,000 acres. Ron closed the map. The camp that completes the reclamation first will earn merit for all its members. Perlin quickly noted the instructions on sheepskin parchment and added, "My lord, the fire for burning the underbrush is ready. Should we ignite it now?" "Light it." Ron nodded. Soon nearly 100 piles of firewood blazed into flames on the flat ground. Thick smoke billowed into the sky, turning half of the wilderness sky into a gray-black hue. The serfs wielded fans, controlling the flames to spread along the designated boundaries, leaving behind only twisted grass roots and ashes on the charred land. Fortunately, no elf worms were burned out again. This indicated that the previous incident was merely an accident, and that there were not too many elf worms in the wilderness. After handling the manor affairs, Ron turned to head towards the guard barracks on the eastern side of the manor. 30 guards were training on the open ground, the sounds of clashing armor and shouts in perfect unison. These men were elite troops brought from the Cauliflower family, following him all the way from the family to this reclamation site, their loyalty unquestionable. Everyone stopped for a moment. Ron walked to the front of the line, scanning the dark faces. The leader, Lon Onion, immediately saluted, and the other guards followed suit, their movements sharp and silent. "Rise," Ron raised his hand. "You have all worked hard these days, patrolling, hunting wild monsters, and supervising the serfs." He paused, raising his voice slightly. "Starting this month, your monthly salary will increase to 20 silver coins." The guards' faces instantly showed expressions of surprise. 20 silver coins were enough to buy a sheep or a calf, doubling what they earned while serving as guards in the family. And that's not all. Ron took out a scroll of sheepskin inscribed with a knight's breathing technique collected by... "From today, Lon will lead you in practicing this. Remember, this technique can only be practiced within the barracks. It must not be leaked outside or taught to the serfs. I appoint Lon Onion as the captain of the guards." The guards erupted in chatter, and Lon took the sheepskin scroll, his forehead touching the ground. "We pledge our loyalty to you, my lord." The other guards also knelt down, their voices shaking the thatch roof of the barrack. Ron nodded in satisfaction. These guards were his most reliable force at the moment. Enhancing their strength was more important than becoming stronger alone. He looked around at everyone. "Additionally, I plan to recruit 50 more guards from the serfs. Keep an eye out for those who have earned merit, are nimble, and are in good health." "Yes," Lon answered promptly, already beginning to consider which serfs would be suitable. After arranging the guards' matters, the steward Perlin approached with a worried expression. "My lord, our territory does not have many golden dragons left. We only have a little over 2,000 now. With a long time until the grain harvest, we will have to rely on purchasing for our food during this period." He continued, "Moreover, our metal supply for this batch of serfs will also be limited after making the farming tools." Ron furrowed his brows upon hearing this. "What output can our territory have?" "Our territory has a large amount of forest that can be logged, but this requires a lot of manpower. Our current serfs are all focused on reclamation and cannot spare the hands. Other than that, there are some wild beast pelts, and there are also a large number of magical beasts in the wilderness that can be hunted. We can sell their magic cores and meat, which is a lucrative business in the wilderness." Ron thought about it and found it unreliable. Who would we sell trees to while clearing the land? It wouldn't even cover the transportation costs. Furthermore, magical beasts are difficult to kill. If things go wrong, we might lose a few people. Right now, personnel are more important than money. Ron pondered. "During my previous inspection of the territory, I came across a rocky wasteland and encountered some goblins. Send Hart over there to take a look." Hart left in response. Ron turned and rode to inspect the newly built farms. 3 days later, while Ron was playing with the elf worms in the elf room, Hart hurriedly arrived. "My lord, we discovered a salt mine at the rocky wasteland." Ron was delighted to hear this and immediately rushed over with the guards. At the rocky wasteland, a few miles away, Hart directed the serfs to dig away the sand layer, revealing a thick white rock layer underneath. "My lord, look." Hart held up a piece of salt rock and scraped off powder with his sword edge. This salt is of high purity and can be eaten without refining. Ron pinched a handful of salt grains, feeling relieved. With this salt mine, the territory can not only achieve self-sufficiency in salt, but also sell it to merchant groups to alleviate financial pressure. Hart, how large is this salt mine? Ron asked eagerly. My lord, this is a micro salt mine, but it will be enough for the territory for a long time. Ron immediately ordered, Lon, take 20 people to guard here. Hart, go gather 50 serfs to set up a temporary camp, and then build a road to the cattle and horse camp. Remember, only say it's stone mining, and don't mention the salt mine. On the way back, the setting sun was dyeing the clear water river in a golden red hue. Just as they reached the riverbank, Lon suddenly halted his horse. My lord, there is a group across the river. Ron lifted his eyes to see a line of people slowly moving across the wilderness on the opposite side of the river. At the forefront was a burly middle-aged man dressed in silver-trimmed leather armor riding a black steed with a potato embroidered on the flag. Behind him followed more than 30 guards exuding an imposing aura. Seemingly aware of their gaze, the middle-aged man reined in his horse and raised his right hand across the wide river, a gesture of greeting among lords. Ron also nodded slightly in response. The distance was too great to see the other party's face clearly, yet he could feel the pressure emanating from both sides. The knight behind the middle-aged man whispered something, to which he shook his head. He cupped his hands in Ron's direction and then urged his horse to continue forward, the group quickly disappearing at the edge of the wilderness. That was Lord Boris from the Water's Edge territory to the west. Lon gazed at the direction the other party had departed, speaking in a low voice. I heard he attacked the Green Lake territory to the south last year and seized quite a bit of territory. His ambitions are considerable. The recruitment order for the new guards has been issued for 3 days, and the serfs are in an uproar, having filled the quota of 50 within this short span. The newly selected guards, just chosen from the serfs, are currently practicing basic thrusting movements under Leon's guidance, most of them bare-chested, wielding their wooden spears with vigor. Put more strength into your arms. Do not close your eyes when you thrust. Leon's voice was as grating as sandpaper. He walked among the ranks, occasionally striking the misaligned forms of the recruits with his sword sheath. Don't think that just because you're wearing leather armor you are a guard. Against a word, your strength is barely enough to fill the gaps. Leon stood beneath the watchtower, observing the enthusiasm of the new recruits during training, yet realizing that it would take considerable time to develop true combat effectiveness. He turned to his side to look at Perlin, the old administrator, who was frowning deeply over his ledger. Tell me how much gold is left. Leon's voice was calm, but carried an undeniable urgency. Perlin grimaced as he opened the ledger. My lord, after accounting for the expenses of buying serfs' livestock and potions, only 2,237 coins remain. This money needs to last until this harvest is gathered. The construction of the salt mine and brick kiln as you ordered is severely understaffed and will have to wait until the farmhands are available to continue the work. Leon fell silent for a moment. The pace of expansion was clearly slowing. Over 1,000 serfs have been tied up in the construction of 5 farms. The irrigation canal at Sweet Potato Farm is only halfway dug, the granary at Rye Farm is missing a roof, and the land plowing at Wheat Farm is still behind by 40%. With manpower constrained, even the crew sent to chop wood in the oak forest could not be assembled. Have the farm serfs pause all non-essential tasks and prioritize clearing the 5 farms first. He cast his gaze toward the clay pit to the west, where the mounds of earth had piled up like a small mountain, yet no workers were available to attend to it. We will discuss further once the farm framework is stable. For now, food and shelter are the priorities. Perlin, have the monthly wages for the new guards been set? Leon asked the old administrator beside him. Perlin opened the ledger, the pen scratching across the paper. According to the rules, it's set at 8 silver coins with a normal pay of 10 coins after 2 months. Upon passing their training, they will not only gain the status of freedmen, but also receive a salary. They're all eager to stay on. Leon felt anxious. Ever since encountering that enigmatic lord by the river, he has sensed that the pace of territorial construction remains too slow. As the shouts of the training field began to fade, the recruits collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath. Leon approached, saluted Leon, and said, "These kids can endure, but their foundation is too weak. They won't shape up in less than 6 months. 6 months is too long." Leon pointed to the map. Since Boris men appeared by the river, they will surely not just take a glance. Send some people to scout the information about the surrounding lords, especially the details regarding the Water's Edge and Green Lake territories. I need to know more clearly. Just as Leon was speaking with a few people, a serf stumbled over from the direction of Sweet Potato Farm, blood smeared across his face, incoherently murmuring, "A master. Beast tiger. Attacked." Leon's expression darkened as he drew his sword. Leon, send a few guards to call for help from other farms. Come with me. Leon's knights had dispersed across several farms for protection. Fortunately, the farms were close enough for quick Upon arriving at Sweet Potato Farm, 3 serfs lay dead outside the fence, their neck wounds cleanly slashed, evidently torn open by sharp claws. As Leon questioned the guards at Sweet Potato Farm, a guard pointed toward the oak forest to the east. "It's the tiger, a white one, fast as the wind." The knights from Sweet Potato Farm arrived slowly. "My lord, the beast Wind Shadow Tiger sprang out from the oak forest, attacking our woodcutting serfs. Most of the serfs have taken refuge in the enclosure, while a small portion ran around in a panic. We need to round them up later." The Wind Shadow Tiger is a mid-tier magical beast from the River Bend Wilderness, corresponding to mid-tier knights' retainers. Its fur is white, and it can spit wind blades from its mouth. Any ordinary mid-tier knight's retainer would suffer losses against it. Leon noticed the bloodstains at the forest's edge, his brows furrowed. Leon wait for the other knights to arrive and lead the guards to search the forest in 2 teams, maintaining a safe distance. The family guards and new guards immediately split into 2 teams, raising their shields as they advanced into. Following behind, Leon quietly circulated his fighting spirit within. He did not intend to reveal the strength of a high-tier knight's retainer, but he couldn't let the guards die in vain. After delving 100 meters into the forest, Leon suddenly raised his hand to signal a stop. In the thicket ahead, a pair of eerie green eyes were fixated on them, its white fur camouflaged in the shade of the trees. "This is the white tiger. How is it different from what I saw on the browser?" "Ow!" The Wind Shadow Tiger lunged at the foremost new guard, moving so quickly it left only a white shadow behind. The new guard couldn't react in time and was decapitated by the Wind Shadow Tiger's sharp claws, unable to even raise his shield, followed by another wind blade that bisected a guard's body. Just as the white tiger prepared to pounce again, Hart, the usually taciturn knight's retainer, sprang into action, charging at the white tiger with his shield, causing the beast to stumble. Leon took the opportunity to attack the white tiger, and the guards quickly encircled it. Seeing the situation turn against it, the white tiger crouched on the ground, roaring in frustration, clearly losing its will to fight. Leon would not allow it to escape. He flashed forward, his long sword slicing through the air with a faint red fighting spirit, accurately striking the tiger's paw. The white tiger howled in pain, turning to flee, but Leon's sword pierced its hind leg. "Take it down," Leon commanded in a low voice. The guards surged forward, several spears piercing the Wind Shadow Tiger's body, and it howled as it died. Leon's gaze fell upon the corpse of the white tiger. The beast's fur and crystal core could fetch a good price, and its flesh would be beneficial for cultivating fighting spirit, thus somewhat compensating for the losses. Upon returning to the manor, Leon ordered that half of the white tiger's flesh be made into food and distributed to the knight's retainers with fighting spirit cultivation. The other half was put into the refining pot. He wanted to see how this magical beast's refined essence differed from that of ordinary wild monsters. After using it, he found that the refined essence from the magical beast not only enhanced the body, but also contained some magical power, allowing the enhanced physique to adapt to fighting spirit more swiftly. This could reduce the use of several bottles of potions. After this incident, Leon still felt that the defensive strength of the territory was somewhat lacking. Half a month later, Ron stood on the high ground of the manor, his gaze shifting towards the clay mine to the west, where 3 brick kilns had been erected, billowing black smoke into the sky. The construction of the 5 farms had reached a temporary halt, and most of the serfs in the territory were laboring in the brick kilns and salt mines. The serfs were using wheelbarrows to transport the freshly baked red bricks to the manor. These bricks would replace the wooden fences starting from the Lord's Manor's walls, and gradually replacing the defenses of each farmstead. "How is the progress of the brick kilns?" Ron asked. "The first kiln has produced 5,000 large bricks, enough to build a 10-jong-long wall," Perlin replied with a smile on his face. "The old craftsman says that the clay quality is excellent. With a few kilns fired each day, it can supply the manor's renovations." He added, "According to your instructions, the brick kiln is now operating in shifts, and we have also formulated a schedule for them. The serfs no longer faced daily whippings. Now only those who ranked last were punished, and their enthusiasm for work had significantly increased. My subordinates praise you as a great benefactor, my lord." Ron was quite astonished by this, thinking that they would also experience the rewards. The Lord's grace could never be fully repaid. Last night, 8,000 large bricks were produced again. The mason said that today they could begin dismantling the wooden fences of the Lord's Manor, starting with the east gate, to build a brick wall, which was expected to be completed in 5 days. "What about the walls of the 5 farms?" Ron's gaze swept over the distant wheat farm, where the wooden fence appeared hazy in the morning mist. "They will proceed in order as well." He added, "The saltworks have also been set up with a team of serfs cooking salt. The snow-white salt looks good and can produce over 100 gene of edible salt daily." At this moment, Lon returned from outside, saying, "My lord, those sent out to gather information have all returned." Ron turned and walked towards the lord's villa, saying, "Let's hear it." The lord of the Blackstone territory to the east is called Hosen, an old knight with a limp. His territory is known for mining obsidian, and he has always been at odds with Lord Boris of the Linshui territory. Lon followed closely behind, speaking rapidly. The Green Lake territory to the southwest was defeated by Linshui last year, and its Lord Baron Austin was captured. He had to pay a ransom of 3 elven larvae to be returned. Now he can be said to be half-crippled, merely guarding his territory, unable to expand. It is said he is looking for allies to counter Baron Boris of the Linshui territory. Ron remarked, "Haha, Baron Boris does not seem to be well liked." "Please tell me more about this Baron Boris," Ron said with a serious expression. Baron Boris is the second son of a knightly family. In his youth he roamed various kingdoms and later achieved military merit during the Kingdom's War. It is said he was favored by the Earl of the Purple Blossom and married his daughter. Ron listened in silence, thinking this sounds a bit like the protagonist. He urged, "Continue." 5 years ago, Baron Boris arrived in the frontier, successfully developing and establishing a castle. Over the past 2 years, his strength has grown increasingly robust, and his ambitions to expand are quite strong, making him one of the more powerful forces in this wilderness. However, this year, among the newly appointed nobles by the duchy, our Hewan territory and the Malin Ridge to the north have effectively blocked his expansion plans. Ron felt somewhat troubled at this. No wonder he came to take a look at his territory. It was likely he had also checked out the Malin Ridge. This was clearly a preemptive strike. With an administrative officer dispatched by the duchy here, Boris would surely not dare to attack openly, especially since this was still within the 1-year protection period for new territories. Thus he would have to resort to some underhanded tactics, sabotaging the expansion, and perhaps in a year he might strike directly. However, the likelihood of that was low. If the lord failed to expand within a year, the duchy might send a new lord for the expansion. Perlin, prepare a gift. Ron pointed at the location of the Green Lake territory. Send someone to the Green Lake territory tomorrow and say, "I wish to engage in a grain trade with them." Perlin was momentarily taken aback, then quickly reacted, "Are you trying to win over the Green Lake territory?" In the training ground, 30 veteran soldiers of the family were sitting cross-legged practicing their fighting chi. With their eyes slightly closed and heavy breaths rolling in their throats, they followed Ron's breathing technique, gradually consolidating the warmth in their chests and abdomens towards their lower bellies, which was the key to condensing the fighting chi seed. "Steady. Don't let the chi disperse." Lon Onion's voice echoed through the ranks, holding a wooden sword, his gaze sweeping over each veteran's lower abdomen. Half a month ago, these individuals were taught the breathing technique, and now, under the nourishment of the essence, each of their physiques had grown stronger. About half of them could now gather a warm lump the size of a grain of rice in their lower bellies. That was the most rudimentary fighting chi seed. As long as they could condense a fighting chi seed, they would qualify as entry-level knight retainers. Next, they would need to rely on daily breathing practice to gather chi, allowing this seed to gradually expand. When it reaches the size of a peanut, they would become low-tier knight retainers. Yet this step, without a year's time or sufficient magical potions, would be utterly impossible. "Hank, your chi is too restless." Lon lightly tapped the side of the bearded veteran's waist with the sword sheath. Fortunately, the essence had strengthened his physique considerably, so he no longer needed to waste precious fighting chi to nourish his body. Meanwhile, the new recruits in another area hadn't even touched the qualifications for practicing fighting chi. Fortunately, the essence had strengthened his physique considerably, so he no longer needed to waste precious fighting chi to nourish his body. Meanwhile, the new recruits in another area hadn't even touched the qualifications for practicing fighting chi seeds. They estimated that after another half-month of consuming the meat soup, their physical quality would meet the requirements for condensing fighting chi. Ron glanced over at the 5 knight retainers recruited from the family, who were sparring in a clearing, their wooden swords clashing and emitting faint white light. Among them, Grey Chives had a fighting chi seed nearly the size of a pigeon egg. "The next mid-tier knight retainer of the territory is likely to be him," Ron said to Hart Lintel, who came to report while standing beneath the porch. Hart felt that since he arrived in the frontier, his cultivation speed had more than doubled, and his long-stagnant cultivation was slowly improving. This allowed him to once again experience the feeling of his youth as the fighting spirit surged endlessly within him, enabling him to practice 2 or 3 times a day. This made him feel that high-ranking knight attendants were no longer so unattainable. He had come to report on matters concerning the Green Lake territory. "My lord, the messenger to the Green Lake territory has returned, bringing Baron Austin's reply." Ron took the parchment from Hart's hand. Baron Austin has agreed to the trade. He also included a list of knights from the Linshui territory. It states that there are 2 high-ranking knight attendants with the seed of fighting spirit the size of an egg, and 4 mid-ranking ones in the Linshui territory. 2 high-ranking ones. Ron raised an eyebrow. This level of strength is already quite good among the barons of the principality, and is considered a standard in this frontier. Among the 2 high-ranking knight attendants, one is Baron Boris himself. The other is his captain of guards named Hart supplemented. The Baron of the Green Lake territory suffered losses in this regard. Last year, when a conflict occurred between the two baronies, they were caught off guard by the sudden appearance of this high-ranking knight attendant. This person is a new breakthrough, otherwise Baron Austin wouldn't have taken the initiative to leave the castle to fight Baron Boris. The letter also contained some basic information about the Linshui territory which Baron Austin had gathered over the past year. Currently, the Linshui territory has over 800 people, 1 castle, 2 small towns, and several farms. Ron felt a bit heavy-hearted. With the current state of the Hewan territory, they would definitely not be a match for the Linshui territory. After all, Ron had been in the frontier for less than 2 months. However, there was some good news. At least the relationship between the Green Lake territory and the Linshui territory was indeed very poor, and Baron Austin was clearly the more anxious party. According to the information Ron had learned, Baron Austin of the Green Lake territory had been expanding for over 10 years, especially since the territory had the only port in the nearby wasteland, relying on convenient trade to become incredibly wealthy. In the early years, taking advantage of the port's convenience, he often blocked the trade routes of the Linshui territory, bullying Baron Boris, who had not yet established himself. No wonder Boris would take action against him. Ron rolled up the parchment, tapping his fingers lightly on the table. Being incredibly wealthy, yet weaker than others, can only make one a target in the eyes of others. Hart nodded in agreement. According to the information from the messenger, Baron Austin is now afraid to let his trade caravans go too far, fearing that Boris might launch a surprise attack again. This time, being proactive and cooperating with us is likely to seek a good relationship. It would be best if it could allow us to help him share some pressure. Ron interjected, a cold smile playing at the corners of his mouth. The old fox is quite shrewd. He turned to look at the training ground. As the wooden swords clashed, the fighting spirit surged brighter, and Gray's strength was just a step away from becoming a mid-ranking knight attendant. Ron felt a stir in his heart and nodded at Hart. Tell Gray to go find Perlin tonight for 10 bottles of potions so he can break through soon. 5 days later, the stone walls of the Lord's Manor were completed first, and the wooden fences of several villages began to be slowly replaced with stone walls. In the Lord's Manor, my lord, in a few days the bricks produced by the brick kiln will be enough to replace the entire territory's walls, Perlin said, holding a ledger and following behind Ron, a smile on his face. The salt mine is also going smoothly, producing 120 pounds of refined salt daily, and the warehouse has already stored over 1,000 pounds of refined salt. However, there is a situation that needs your decision, my lord. Should we wait for the trade caravan to come and purchase the salt, or should we form a caravan to sell it in Oakwood City? Ron pondered for a moment and chose to wait for the trade caravan to come for the purchase, as the current situation was uncertain. It would be better to keep enough knight attendants in the territory. Just waiting for the trade caravan to arrive would bring in some gold coins. In the training ground, days passed, and several soldiers had also cultivated fighting spirit. Gray didn't disappoint Ron. With the support of potions, he broke through to become a mid-ranking knight attendant last evening, and the seed of fighting spirit had steadily grown to the size of a pigeon egg, currently solidifying his fighting spirit realm in the open space. Before Perlin could finish reporting, he saw 2 soldiers escorting a man dressed in gray cloth coming from the direction of the salt mine. The soldier said, "My lord, we caught this scout at the salt field." The man carried an empty basket with salt grains stuck to the bottom. Seeing Ron, he immediately struggled. "I'm just a firewood collector. I was just passing by." The soldier presented the refined salt and the map seized from the scout. On the map, the locations of the salt mine and the brick kiln were marked with prominent crosses. Ron thought that the news about the salt mine could not be hidden for long. After all, the Hewan territory was newly developed, and the territory was like an unguarded area, making it too easy to have its movements spied upon. Ron glanced at it, his face revealing no joy or anger. "Take him down and hand him over to Dick for interrogation. Extract more information and find out who sent him and how many came." "Yes." Perlin signaled the soldiers to drag the limp scout away. "Double the guards at the salt mine, set up hidden sentries, and keep all scouts within the territory," Ron ordered coldly. Ron walked back to the Lord's villa and spread out the parchment. Defense was merely passive. He needed to make his opponent feel pain too. His gaze turned icy. "You want to draw a cross on me? Then let's see who ultimately becomes the fertilizer for whom." The interrogation lasted through the night. The next morning, Dick appeared at the Lord's villa with 2 dark circles under his eyes. "Sir, we have pried it open." Dick's voice was hoarse, yet carried an urgency to take credit. "That kid is indeed from Linshui territory and specializes in this kind of dirty work. Boris has a steward named Colin who is in charge of external affairs. He started gathering information about us in Oakwood City half a month ago and later sent someone to watch the road at the rocky beach." Ron sat behind the desk, lightly tapping his fingers on the surface. Dick hurriedly continued, "That kid confessed that there were 3 groups of them. One group is watching the salt mine, another is monitoring the brick kiln, and the last is observing the troop movements near the manor. The marked map was prepared to understand the situation before taking the opportunity to set fire to it. Set fire to it, Ron repeated coldly. Yai's Dick felt a chill run down his back. They said that as long as the brick kiln and salt field are burned down, our construction will halt. And then, what about the other two groups? They have a fixed meeting point 3 miles east of the rocky beach at an abandoned hunter's hut. They leave marks there every 2 days to report the situation. Ron nodded. Go to the account and collect 50 silver coins, then take a rest. Dick was overjoyed and repeatedly thanked him as he stepped back out. After he left, Ron tapped the desk, and Loren entered from outside. Did you hear everything? I did, Loren replied solemnly. Choose a few clever ones and keep a close watch around that hut. When they next leave marks, follow the clues and capture the contact person. Understood. Loren took his leave. For the next 2 days, everything in the territory operated as usual. The sowing in the 5 farms had been completed. The main tasks for the serfs on the farms now were weeding, watering, and taking care of the newly sprouted crops. The walls of the 5 encampments had all been replaced with brick and stone, and the ditches were filled with sharpened wooden stakes, providing a sense of security. The busiest places in the territory right now were 3 locations. The brick kiln was working day and night as Ron planned to renovate the interior of the Lord's Manor and build a few sturdy warehouses. The salt field was especially busy. Dozens of large pots were boiled in turns, and the pure white salt was shoveled into sacks. Helen had to make 2 rounds at the salt field every day and then record the numbers in the ledger. Yesterday, we produced 120 pounds of salt. Today, another 130. There was also work at the dock. A few days ago, Ron had marked out a piece of land by the Clearwater River for the serfs to dig silt and drive wooden piles to build a simple dock. In the future, transporting salt and grain via water could save 30% of the shipping costs. On the 3rd morning, a caravan of more than 20 large carts appeared in the territory. Leading the caravan was a middle-aged merchant in his 40s, lean in stature with small yet shrewd eyes. He introduced himself as Marco from the Gray Bear Chamber of Commerce in Oakwood City, specializing in trade routes for developing lands. This Chamber of Commerce is owned by Marquis Cologne, and pioneering lords like Ron would bind their interests with recommended nobility. The serfs and materials for development would be prioritized from the Marquis, and the resources harvested in the territory would be sold similarly. Of course, this is under the condition that prices are roughly the same. Baron Ron, I've long admired your name. Marco's greeting was impeccable, yet his eyes discreetly scanned the newly built brick walls, ditches, and the soldiers training in the distance. You're too kind, mister. Marco, Ron said at the entrance of the manor. Your Chamber of Commerce seems well informed. Marco chuckled. What you may not know, sir, is that for caravans in developing lands, speed of information is key. Even if you wish to conceal the discovery of the salt mine in He Bay, most of Oakwood City has likely already heard about it. Ron's expression remained unchanged. The news of the salt mine was indeed hard to keep quiet. So your Chamber of Commerce is here for the salt. You're straightforward, sir. Marco did not beat around the bush. The Gray Bear Chamber of Commerce is willing to offer a price to purchase the refined salt from He Bay. Additionally, any grain farming tools or cloth you need, as long as it's available in Oakwood City, the Gray Bear Chamber of Commerce can supply it at a favorable price. Ron nodded and instructed Pelin to host. The negotiations lasted for nearly half a day. Regarding prices, Marco's offer was fair, and refined salt was a hot commodity in Oakwood City. The serfs and commoners consumed coarse salt harvested from the tidal flats by the sea, costing about 20 copper coins per pound. However, He Bay produced rock salt, which boiled down into fine white salt that only nobles and wealthy merchants could afford, creating a natural price difference. Ultimately, they settled on a price of 2 silver coins per pound of fine salt. Ron had 1,500 pounds of refined salt stored in the warehouse, which was the output for the past 10 days. Pelin suggested selling it all to earn 30 gold dragons. Ron naturally agreed, calculating that the salt mine could continue to expand, potentially allowing for a daily output of 300 pounds. Just from this one salt mine, the annual income could reach 2,000 gold dragons. This time, Ron was truly lucky to discover a salt mine in the territory. Otherwise, the speed of development would be hard to increase. It was like the most favored money-making paths for transmigrators, such as papermaking, brewing, and glassmaking. Ron didn't use these methods as he genuinely was not skilled at them. Moreover, because of the existence of wizards in this world, these things had long been created by them during their leisure experiments, so the products available in this world were indeed not low-end. During this past half-month, Ron had truly felt the difficulties of lacking gold dragons. Without investing a large amount of gold dragons, the territory would struggle to develop. No wonder the major kingdoms would choose to develop through noble pioneers. If they were to undertake the development directly, it would undoubtedly be a losing business. The initial investment for developing territory is massive and the risks are high. Unlike now, where they bestow lands to pioneering knights, transferring the risk while still making substantial profits. The greatest danger is that new great nobles may emerge during the development, ultimately forming new kingdoms and duchies. The kingdoms and duchies on the southern side of the Tianlu Mountains were formed this way. The caravan brought a good amount of goods this time, and Ron was no longer stingy, especially since he had money now. He replenished various living supplies. He also bought a considerable amount of metals and potions, spending several hundred gold dragons. Marco smiled as he collected the money and casually mentioned, "By the way, sir, have you heard of Linshui territory? I've heard of it, the neighbor to the west. That Baron Boris has been quite prominent these past 2 years." Marco lowered his voice. "Last year he thoroughly defeated the Green Lake territory, and this year I've heard he's recruiting troops again. There are rumors in the Chamber of Commerce that he wants to build a port within his territory, which would mean that goods from there would no longer go through the port of Green Lake territory." Ron listened, his expression unchanged. "Build a port. I think he wants to take over my port in Green Lake territory. You're well informed, Mr. Marco. To make a living one must listen and observe more. By the way, there's a small matter. Baron Boris recently sent someone to Oakwood City to inquire about news from Hebei territory. Keep your eyes open, sir." Ron nodded. "Thank you, Mr. Marco." After sending off the caravan, Ron instructed Pelin to expand the production of the salt field. "My lord, with a stable business from the salt mine, we can continue to spin the gold dragons in our hands. We can go back to Oakwood City and buy a batch of serfs, and before winter we can open up another 500 acres." After selling the salt, the territory was quiet for several days. Pelin continued his routine of visiting the 5 settlements each day. Upon returning, he reported to Ron, who realized there was indeed nothing concerning him. The seeds had been sown, the walls repaired, and everything that needed to be built was in progress, while things that needed to grow were growing. The serfs worked diligently, the guards trained methodically, and Pelin kept the accounts clear and precise. After receiving a beating, that kid Dick had become much more obedient. At this rate, the lord found himself merely existing in the manor. "My lord, why not go out for a stroll?" Leon sensed his thoughts. "We have only roughly traversed the territory, once many places remain unexplored." Ron nodded. It was indeed time to venture out. Moreover, it was time to establish the patrol team. The guards couldn't always be cooped up in the barracks practicing, they needed to familiarize themselves with the territory. He had Leon select 15 clever guards, adding Gray to make a total of 18, ensuring they were well stocked with food and water. The next morning the group rode out of the manor. Once outside the confines of the farm, the terrain gradually undulated. Ron and his group trudged through the wilderness where paths were non-existent, relying only on a general direction. The horses trod over knee-high wild grasses, occasionally startled by a hare darting from the nearby underbrush, causing the horses to snort. After traveling north for 2 hours, a patch of mixed woodland appeared with oaks and pines intermingled. The forest was dark and dense, so they refrained from entering rashly. The group proceeded along the edge of the forest in a northwestern direction, feeling the ground slope beneath their feet. In the thicket at the forest's edge, something rustled, and a few gray-green shadows darted past. It was goblins, too timid to reveal themselves. Leon glanced over and remarked, "These little creatures are everywhere. They don't pose a threat, but can be quite bothersome." After about an hour of walking, the elevation increased, and their view expanded. Leon reined in his horse, pointing to a faint ridge in the distance. "My lord, that over there marks the boundary of Malin Ridge. The lord, there is also a new settler arriving 3 months before us, and we have yet to meet." Ron gazed for a moment, seeing only sparse trees atop the ridge, no smoke or signs of people. "What lies further north?" "Unclaimed land." Leon pointed to an even more distant area. "There are reports of orc tribes active in the northern wilderness. All territories expanding north face the same issue. To grow, one must advance northward." On the return journey, they passed a depression where reeds grew taller than a person. Ron's territory was indeed substantial, yet unfortunately the greatest shortage was manpower. They could only wait until the manor was firmly established and the serfs were plentiful before further developing these areas. At that time, they would send serfs to establish farms here, securing the territory. When returning to the manor in the evening, they had bagged 10 wild ducks along the way, providing a feast for that night. Another day passed, and they traveled westward. Following the Clearwater River upstream, the river varied in width. Walking through the wilderness was no comparison to the main roads. In some places the grass reached waist height, while in others piles of stones appeared, causing the horses to stumble. After 2 hours they reached a riverbank. Leon suddenly pulled up his horse, dismounted, and crouched by the shore to observe for a while. "My lord, this is a shallow crossing. The current is slow and the riverbed is made of pebbles, we can wade across." Ron dismounted and approached the riverbank, looking in the direction Leon pointed. On the opposite bank, a small path had been worn through the grass, leading directly to the river. There are signs of frequent crossings on the other side. A territory near the water. Ron stared at the path for a long moment. What were Boris men doing here? Note the location. Once the patrol team is established, we must frequently inspect this area. Leon replied affirmatively, pulling out a charcoal pencil from his pocket to mark the location on the map. On the day they headed southwest, the sky was overcast with occasional drops of rain. After traveling southwest for several miles, the terrain opened up. In the wilderness, they had to rely on the sun for direction, but today there was no sun, making it even more challenging. Leon occasionally stopped to look at the surrounding landmarks, confirming they were not off course. In the distance, a misty expanse was visible. That was the edge of the swamp. My lord, beyond that swamp lies the territory of Green Lake. Baron Austin's port is located over there. Leon pointed at the distance. Ron looked at the swamp. The reeds were so dense that the water's surface was invisible, and occasionally a bird would take flight from within. Following the edge of the swamp eastward, they passed through a mixed woodland. The terrain here was slightly elevated, and the forest was tangled with numerous wild grapevines, some bearing shriveled grapes, clearly unattended. Ron ordered the group to take a break. He dismounted and wandered casually along the edge of the forest. The grapevines sprawled everywhere, some coiling around dead trees while others spread across the ground. He casually brushed aside a cluster of drooping vines, hoping to see if there was a path behind. Something moved beneath the leaves. Looking closely, he found a plump bug crouched under a large grape leaf. It was entirely purplish red with dark patterns on its back that resembled a string of grapes upon closer inspection. It was about the thickness of an adult's thumb, curling up beneath the leaf, seemingly startled by the sudden light. Ron's heart skipped a beat, but his movements remained steady. He gently reached out and pinched the bug from beneath the leaf. The little creature struggled in his palm for a moment, emitting a faint humming-like sound. After a brief struggle, realizing it could not escape, it gradually halted, lifting its head to stare at him, with two tiny black eyes, its mouth moving slightly. Leon had approached unnoticed, and upon seeing the creature, his pupils dilated sharply as he whispered, "My lord." A spirit bug. Photo of the grape spirit bug. Ron nodded, examining the bug in his hand. The little creature's mouth continued to move as if it were sniffing something. He took out a small piece of jade from his pocket and held it up to the spirit bug's mouth. The spirit bug caught the scent and immediately perked up, wrapping around the jade and nibbled at it. The sound of crunching was delicate and crisp, and it appeared completely absorbed in its meal. During this moment, Ron bit the tip of his finger and let a drop of blood fall onto the bug. The droplet landed on its back and instantly seeped in. The spirit bug paused for a moment, looking up at Ron, then lowered its head to continue nibbling on the jade. However, Ron could now faintly sense its presence, as if he had gained a small companion that couldn't speak, but could convey its hunger and happiness. After the contract was signed, Ron learned that this grape spirit bug was an agricultural spirit bug, but he felt no disappointment. He waited until it finished nibbling on the small jade before freeing his hands to look for the spirit bug's companion plant. Not far from there, a vine as thick as a thumb crept along the ground, deeper in color than the other grapevines, with a tender shoot about the length of a finger. This was the companion plant for the bug. The spirit bug's symbiotic plant must be taken together when transplanted. Ron drew out his dagger and carefully dug along the vine, uprooting the companion plant along with its root soil, wrapping it in a prepared damp cloth and handing it to Leon. "Hold it steady and don't jostle it." Leon received it with both hands, treating it as if he were holding something. Once the spirit bug finished the jade, it grew fond of Ron, climbing along his fingers to his hand, finally curling up on his palm and becoming still. Ron gently placed it in a jade box, keeping it close. "Let's go back to the manor." Upon returning, Ron settled the spirit bug and instructed Pelin to clear the previously reserved farmland for planting the companion plant. Another day heading south. After walking for over 10 miles, a gentle slope appeared before them. Lon pointed into the distance and said, "My lord, just ahead is the territory of Hansong Ridge." As soon as she finished speaking, she turned and fled like a startled bird, not giving Ron any chance to. However, there was an incident in his territory 3 years ago. It was breached by the orcs coming from the north, and the castle was nearly lost. Although they eventually drove the orcs away, their vitality was severely damaged, and they have yet to recover to this day. Ron raised his eyebrows and asked, "Orcs? They come from even further north, raiding in the south before winter each year. They are far more troublesome than those. Every year, Marquis Mammon from Oakwood City recruits lords to resist the main force of the orcs, but there are still some scattered orcs that attack from other directions." Lon said, "Hansong Ridge is unfortunate as it happens to be on the route of the orcs' southward advance. In recent years, they have managed to recover somewhat, but it is still just that." Ron nodded. "Will we be recruited by Marquis Mammon to resist the orcs?" Generally, the lords on the front lines are not recruited. It is usually those from the rear that are called. However, there are exceptions. If the orc forces are particularly strong that year, then they may be recruited. Ron was grateful for having this knight recruited from his family. His years of experience in expanding territories had saved Ron a lot of trouble. After walking along the border for most of the day, they passed through a wild fruit forest. Some shriveled fruits hung from a few wild apple trees. Unfortunately, they did not spot any elf insects. "Let's go," Ron said. That day luck did not come their way, nor did they encounter any major troubles. They only spotted a few wolfmen wandering in the distance on their way back, but since they did not approach, Ron did not bother to chase. On the last day they headed east. As they walked eastward and crossed a gentle slope, the scenery gradually became desolate. The rubble increased, the grass became scarcer, and further ahead lay the foothills extending from the Blackstone Mountains. To the east is Blackstone territory. Lon pointed to the vaguely visible mine in the distance and said, "The Lord is Baron Hosen, who has been developing this area for about 10 years. The territory is rich in obsidian, which does not conflict with us." Ron looked at the terrain. Blackstone territory and Riverbend territory were separated by a dry riverbed with rugged slopes on both sides. "Is the boundary this dry riverbed?" "Yes. The land east of the riverbed is his territory, and the west is ours." Ron nodded and continued walking northeast. After several days of travel, Ron finally had a grasp of this wilderness. To the north lay unclaimed land inhabited by orcs with no lord. This is the direction for future expansion. To the northwest is the Densewood Ridge, separated by a mountain ridge. To the west is Riverbend territory, divided by the Clearwater River with 3 shallows that must be vigilantly guarded. To the southwest is Green Lake territory, separated by marshes, which is an ally. To the south is Hansong Ridge, separated by the Forest Ridge. That neighbor, which was once breached by orcs, is currently not a major concern. To the east is Blackstone territory, divided by the dry riverbed. To the northeast is an unknown new lord, separated by low hills. 6 neighbors with clear distinctions of strength. The strongest Boris is right under their noses, while Green Lake territory appears to be their ally on the surface. Hansong Ridge is barely surviving. Blackstone territory is indifferent to the world, and the remaining 2 new lords have yet to establish themselves. They have also figured out the usable resources in the territory. They are all simple natural resources. Having a salt mine is already good fortune. The elf insects were an unexpected surprise. There are definitely more undiscovered elf insects in the territory, but catching them is a matter of luck. Regarding the patrols, those 15 veteran soldiers have memorized the paths after this trip. Ron called Lon over. "After we return, divide the guards into 2 teams. One team will go out on patrol, and the task of clearing wild monsters should not stop, while the other team will guard the camp. The 2 teams will alternate." Upon returning to the manor, Perlin was already waiting at the door. "My lord, you have finally returned," the old administrator said with a smile. "The first batch from the potion field is ready for harvest." Ron followed him to the potion field. In the 5 acres of dandelion field, golden yellow flowers bloomed profusely. A few serfs were carefully picking the freshly bloomed flowers, not harvesting them all at once, but selectively picking the mature ones. After they finish, new flowers will bloom again in a few days. Potions are different from grains. They do not ripen in batches. The plants remain alive with flowers, leaves, roots, and fruits maturing continuously, allowing for harvest throughout the year. The adjacent 5 acres of rose field presented a different scene. The short rose bushes had just grown to knee height, with a few deep red flowers sparsely blooming on the branches. The petals were thicker than ordinary roses, and upon closer inspection, one could smell a rich, bitter fragrance. 2 serfs squatted on the ground, gently plucking the fully bloomed petals and placing them in a basket lined with soft cloth. Perlin picked up a basket and handed it over, containing about 10 dandelion flowers and a small handful of deep red rose petals. "This is the first batch picked this morning," he said. "The apprentice potion maker has checked them and said the quality is good. They can start crafting potions now." Ron pinched a rose petal and rubbed it between his fingers, releasing a drop of dark red juice that was thick and carried a medicinal scent. "How is that apprentice's skill?" "His methods are a bit rough, but he can brew basic potions," Perlin replied. He said this 5 acres of dandelions can yield about 30 bottles of potions in a month. A bottle of potion on the market starts at a minimum of 1 gold coin. That is for a potion that only restores fighting spirit. Some high-quality or attribute potions can even sell for 5 to 10 gold coins. Ron's 2 potion elf insects can be considered good. The dandelion elf insects have a small yield, but high quality, being relatively rare wind attribute potions. While the rose potion has a slightly higher yield, its quality is more ordinary. With these 2 potions, Ron's immediate urgent needs have been addressed. Finally, he would not have to spend a fortune purchasing potions. He could continue his cultivation with his own supply. The knights in the territory receive a certain amount of potions as part of their monthly pay in addition to gold coins, and they also get discounts when purchasing potions from Ron. However, the guards in the territory do not receive such treatment unless they have exceptional cultivation talent and are taken in by Ron as night attendants. "Let him do a good job," Ron encouraged his subordinate. "If he lacks any materials, just buy them. As he hones his skills, he will surely earn rewards in the future." As the sun rose, Ron sheathed his sword in the training ground. The morning dew soaked the stones of the porch, and a few fallen blades of grass clung to the edge of the sword. He flexed his wrist, the fighting spirit circulating within him. His high-level realm was already stabilized, yet, without daily practice, he felt something was missing. In his mind, the demon refining pot floated quietly. Last night, he had refined a batch of monster corpses, and today, he should have gained a few drops of essence. Having used this for so long, his body had become accustomed to it. Missing a day felt uncomfortable. He put away his sword and walked towards the dining hall. Just as he sat down, Lauren burst in with long strides. "My lord, something has happened in the west." Ron set down the bread in his hand. "Speak." "The patrol found this morning that someone crossed the river at the shallow crossing." Lauren's face was grim. 20 to 30 people armed, claiming to be a merchant convoy. But they crossed at the most concealed shallow spot. They didn't seem like regular merchants. Now they had camped on the other side of the river and hadn't left. Ron held his cup, not in a hurry to speak. 20 to 30 people armed, crossing the river at the most hidden shallow spot and camping without leaving. Horse people. He recalled the information about the Baron from the Riverside territory, a rising pioneer lord. Such a person could not be a fool. Today he sent people across the river not to seek death, but to test his attitude. If he was firm, they would be more cautious. If he didn't dare to resist, he would be seen as a soft persimmon, easier to handle. Having realized this, Ron set down his cup. "Gather everyone capable of action. Except for those left behind, the rest follow me." "How many should we take against 20 to 30 on the other side?" Lauren asked, stunned. "Take 40, Ron replied. "Half seasoned soldiers and half new recruits, and also bring Gray and Hart, taking those 4 low-ranking ones as well. Leave 40 to guard the home to prevent drawing the tiger from its den." Lauren nodded and turned to make arrangements. Half an hour later, Ron and his men reached the river bend. As they stepped over the wasteland, the sound of hooves rumbled like thunder. Behind him were 40 soldiers, a mix of seasoned and new recruits equipped with bows and blades on horseback. Lauren, Gray, and Hart, the 3 mid-levels, rode at the front with 4 low-ranking attendants flanking them. In the distance, they saw several tents set up in an open area with a few horses tied to nearby trees and smoke rising from cooking fires. Standing at the edge of the camp were several armed men who, upon seeing Ron's troop approach, clearly panicked. Some ran towards the tents while others backed away with their hands on their sword hilts. Ron reined in his horse, stopping 50 paces from the camp. No one spoke, only the occasional snort of the horses was heard. A middle-aged man with a thin mustache emerged from the tent, shorter in stature with a sword at his waist. Upon seeing the troop behind Ron, the smile on his face momentarily stiffened, but then it quickly returned as he hurried forward. "My lord, are you Baron Ron of the River Bend?" "I am Colin, the steward of the merchant convoy from the Riverside territory. Yesterday we pursued our quarry and accidentally crossed the river. We didn't dare to return in the dark. I had intended to pay my respects to you today, but unexpectedly you came personally. Pursuing quarry." Ron couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. You might as well say a soldier went missing. 20 to 30 people armed, crossing the river at the most concealed shallow spot, camping overnight in another's territory, pursuing quarry. But he kept a neutral expression, simply stating, "Steward Colin, your convoy seems quite numerous." Colin maintained his smile. "In the wilderness of the frontier, there are many ferocious beasts. Without enough people, we dare not enter the forest. Yesterday, we were chasing an iron-bristled wild boar, but unfortunately it got away. Such a thick skin." Ron's peripheral vision swept over the camp. The men appeared casual, yet their positions subtly guarded several directions. A few were clearly trained with sharp gazes and weapons that were no ordinary fare. Though they hadn't moved, the aura of those accustomed to close combat was unmistakable. He estimated that among them at least 3 or 4 were low-ranking knight attendants, and the leader, Colin, was at least mid-level. Boris would not be foolish enough to send high-ranking individuals to scout. Colin, who had come today, was just a steward leading around 20 mercenaries. Even if they all died here, Boris would not feel sorry. This was a test. Ron had to respond, otherwise he would be seen as a soft persimmon. However, making a response also meant he couldn't expose the full situation on his side, which was somewhat challenging for Ron. He withdrew his gaze and looked at Colin. "Pursuing quarry into my territory, camping overnight, and not leaving today. Steward Colin, your convoy's actions are quite interesting." Colin immediately laughed. "My lord is joking. If you do not welcome us, we will pack up and leave right away." Ron spoke up. "Wait." Colin turned back. "Does my lord have any other instructions?" "Did you not bow to me just now?" Ron said with amusement. Colin's expression changed instantly. The duchy's law required commoners to show respect and bow to nobles. However, since they were in a frontier territory, it was uncertain whether they were hostile, so he felt no need to bow. Ron seized this flaw and wouldn't let it go, which was no different from the excuse he was seeking. "Lauren, go. Give him 2 slaps to make him remember." Lauren stepped forward, but all the mercenaries behind Colin drew their swords, ready to act at the slightest move. "Presumptuous!" Lauren shouted, and the soldiers he brought also raised their weapons, creating a tense standoff between both sides. Ron gave Lauren a look, signaling him to continue. Lauren stepped forward and slapped Colin twice across the face. Colin's eyes filled with stars, but he still held back, not daring to order an attack. Colin had come with a mission, and now that he saw this new lord was quite assertive, he began to consider how to save himself. Both sides' cheeks were red from the slaps, blood trickling from their mouths, but they dared not make a sound. Ron ordered, drive them away. If they don't listen, kill their leader first. He truly couldn't kill this group. Now, engaging them might require him to personally intervene. If a few escaped, his strength would be exposed. On the way back, Gray approached. My lord, are we just letting them go? Ron did not look back. What else can we do? If we kill them, can you guarantee that none will escape? Gray was taken aback. In this wilderness, eyes could be hidden in any bush. What we do today will reach Boris' ears by nightfall. If he figures out our strength the next time he comes, it won't be 20 mercenaries, but 200 robbers. Gray fell silent. Lauren expressed his concerns, but we are only treating the symptoms, not the root cause. Such tests from the Riverside territory will likely continue. Ron nodded, not saying more. He understood that he had merely managed to cope with today's confrontation. However, not killing this group had already revealed some information. Time. Right now, what he lacked the most was time. He needed to find a way to eliminate the threat from Boris. By the time they returned to the manor, the sun had already dipped toward the west. Luoan called Lao and Goulet and Hate into the room. Once the door was shut, the atmosphere grew heavy. You all saw what happened today, Luoan said, leaning against the chair back, his finger tapping the table. Bao Lisi sent men to probe us, and I turned them back. That was only the first time. There will be a second and a third. Lauan nodded. You are right. People like that will not relent until they draw blood. Then why has he singled us out? Goulet frowned. Malin Ling also has a new lord who arrived 3 months before us. Why did he not test them instead? Luoan glanced at him without speaking. Hate broke the silence. Because of the salt mine. Goulet froze for a moment, then comprehension dawned. We have a salt mine, Luoan said, rising and walking to the window to look west. A mine with an annual yield of 2,000 gold coins. Even if he staged a raid and wiped us out, the duchy would reassign the fief to another noble. The gap in time alone would let him fill his coffers. What is at Malin Ling? Nothing. A penniless new lord. If he took that place, he would have to sink his own. Ling is rich and still holds its port, but they keep to their territory. A direct assault on the castle would not be worth the cost. Luoan turned to the three. Only we newcomers who have not yet found our footing possess a hen that lays golden eggs. An innocent commoner may be blameless, yet possessing a treasure invites envy, a truth he knew from his past life. What do we do? Goulet pressed. We cannot simply hand the salt mine to him, can we? Hand it over. Luoan laughed. Do you believe that if we yield the mine today, he will stop? Yield the salt mine now, and tomorrow he will demand the spirit beetles. The day after, he will come for the entire domain. Goulet fell silent. Lauan asked in a low voice, Lord, what do you intend? Luoan was quiet for a moment. He walked to the wall and took down the long sword he never parted with. I intend to masquerade as highwayman and strike first, he declared. The three looked up in unison. Not by facing them openly. Our strength is no match for Lin Shui Ling, and Lin Shui Ling would not blatantly attack. He Wan Ling. Luoan set the sword on the table. Tonight, I will take a few men, cross the river into Lin Shui Ling, and seize one of their farmsteads. Lauan's face changed. My lord, that is too dangerous. Before Lauan could finish, Luoan swung the sword. Martial chi surged as he struck the table's corner. The prowess of a high-rank nitrotainer was revealed without restraint. The three sat dumbfounded. The crucial fact, the lord himself was only 18. From then on, he would be a bona fide knight without question. To follow such a lord, their colonization would surely succeed. All three felt their confidence soar. Hear me out, Luoan continued. We will not reveal our identities. We will pose as brigands. When we strike, I will display high-rank strength, but they must not know it is me. Otherwise, I fear the neighboring lords, once they learn there is an 18-year-old high-rank nitrotainer, will lose sleep and unite to eliminate me first. They exchanged uneasy glances. That way we show strength to Lin Shui Ling without provoking an extreme reaction. Hate hesitated. How many men should we take? Luoan thought for a moment. Not too many. Too many would slow us. Lauan and Goulet will go with me. Hate, you stay and man the 2 alchemical crossbows we paid handsomely for. Guarding the manor will not be difficult. Ignore other matters. Pick 2 more from the low-rank retainers, tight-lipped and ruthless. Depart after dark tonight, and return before dawn. Yes. The 3 answered together. Meanwhile, at Lin Shui Ling's castle, Baron Bao Lisi sat in his study, with several confidants gathered around the table. There were Captain of the Guards Luo Ku, Steward Kulin, and 2 mid-rank nitrotainers. Kulin was recounting the day's events. That youth brought over 40 men, and was very brazen. I suspect he has some backing, Kulin said. Luo Ku frowned. Did you notice anything about his men? Kulin touched his stung cheek. The one who struck me has considerable strength, likely a mid-rank retainer. As for the others, they did not engage, so I cannot say. Baron Bao Lisi leaned back in his chair, fingers lightly tapping the armrest. My lord Luoku began. That fellow showed no cards today, we saw nothing. What shall we do next? Bao Lixi was silent for a moment. Huan Ling may have a high rank, or may not. The fact he did not act already conveys that his strength is certainly inferior to ours. But one thing is clear, he has a salt mine, an annual yield of 2,000 gold coins. If today's probe failed to reveal everything, we can try again later. We are not short of effort. The salt mine is worth some trouble. Tonight we will masquerade as highwaymen. Bao Lixi declared. Luoku was taken aback. Tonight. I will go with you, Bao Lixi said. He rose, walked to the window, and stared east and thought. High-rank combat power was his advantage. He would not divide his forces. He turned to the others. Dress as robbers and circle from the north. Avoid the shallows. Once inside, do not touch the manor. Burn 2 of his hamlets first as a greeting for our neighbor. Then watch his reaction. Colin's eyes brightened. A clever plan. If he dares to pursue and fight, we will see exactly what caliber his men are. If he does not dare to pursue, it will be easier later to wear him down. No. If anyone gives chase, do not engage them directly. If there is no response, we can drop by from time to time. Bao Lixi laughed. Huan Ling, Luo and Zelanhua. I want to see exactly what you are made of. That night under a moonless sky with a strong wind, Ron quietly left the manor's back door with Lon Gray and 2 night attendants. Everyone had changed into old leather armor covered with black cloth, and the weapons were ordinary ones taken from the storeroom, devoid of any markings. Remember, Ron lowered his voice, when we strike, don't say a word. If anyone tries to escape, do not pursue. If we succeed, retreat immediately, we must be back before dawn. Everyone nodded. The group avoided all patrol routes and made their way to the western shoals. Fortunately, all of them were knights, and their use of fighting spirit minimized the impact of the dark wilderness. Meanwhile, to the north of the Linshui territory, Baron Boris also set out under the cover of night. They had similarly changed their attire, taking a different route around the shoals and heading east. In the dark of night, the 2 groups passed each other, each unaware of the other's presence. Ron's group crossed the shoals and headed north along the riverbank. Thanks to the map provided by Baron Greenlake, Ron's group moved smoothly. After walking for 2 miles, they finally spotted a flicker of fire. It was a village in the Linshui territory. Ron crouched in the grass and observed for a moment. There were 2 soldiers on watch at the tower. Making a hand signal before the 2 on the lookout could react, Lon's arrow had already pierced their throats. Charge! Ron led the way, channeling his fighting spirit as he leaped over the more than tumter-high wall and rushed into the camp, opening the main gate. With his sword-drawn, fighting spirit surged wildly within him. His high-level strength was set to be fully displayed tonight. The farm erupted into chaotic alarm as a low-level knight attendant rushed over with a weapon. In a flash of sword light, Ron sent him flying with a single strike, leaving him motionless on the ground. The faces of the other arriving soldiers changed drastically as they turned to flee. Lon and his companions killed anyone in sight, charging into the granary. They tossed in a stolen torch, and immediately the hay caught fire. The flames soared into the sky, painting half the sky red, and the entire village fell into chaos. Ron scanned the surroundings. Some fleeing soldiers had already disappeared into the night, which was just as well. Retreat. The entire attack process had not exceeded 15 minutes. After setting the fire, the group vanished into the night. Before leaving, Ron intentionally left behind an ordinary longsword devoid of any markings. What Ron did not know was that at the same time he was attacking the Linshui territory, a group of bandits had already snuck into the northern part of the Huan territory. They did not head for the manor, but went straight to the Rai village. For Baron Boris, the Huan territory might have high-level knight attendants, and without absolute certainty, he did not want to recklessly engage in open confrontation. Otherwise, if he lost a high-level combat force, he would have nowhere to lament. In a developing area, money is crucial, but talent is equally important. His caution had saved him multiple times. Go ahead, Boris ordered in a low voice. When the torch was thrown and the people in the village were still asleep. By the time they reacted, the haystack was already ablaze, flames shooting into the sky and screams erupted. More than a dozen knights in black rushed into the village, causing chaos as serfs screamed and ran out some banging drums while others shouted for help. After dealing with the guards of the Rai village, Boris led his men to retreat, hiding in the shadows, observing everything coldly. He was waiting for that kid's people. With such a commotion, the patrols could not possibly not hear it. Regardless of how Ron responded, he would obtain the information he desired. After waiting for a long time, no figure arrived. Only the serfs in the village were running around, and the fire was growing larger. Locke approached, saying, "My lord, no one has come." Boris laughed heartily. "The salt mine won't get away." They returned quickly, and Ron even casually took down a lookout post. He calculated the time in his heart, certain they could make it back before dawn. Just then Gray, who was walking ahead, suddenly stopped. "My lord, look over there." Ron looked in the direction he pointed. To the east, towards their territory, there was a flicker of light. It was not just 1 or 2 points, but a whole area. That location. Ron's heart sank. Rye Village. My lord, that is. Lon's voice tightened. Ron remained silent, staring at the blaze. The flames were not too large, but in the pitch-black night, they were clearly visible, even from a distance. This was not an accidental fire. Someone had set it deliberately. Boris. Move, Ron said in a low voice. Quickly. The group quickened their pace, almost running across the wilderness. No one spoke, only the sound of hurried breaths and footsteps on the tall grass. The closer they got to the manor, the clearer the flames became. When they climbed over the last dirt hill, they finally saw that the buildings in Rye Village were ablaze. The fire illuminated half the village, and they could vaguely see shadows running to and fro, hearing cries carried by the wind. Lon stood beside him and whispered, "My lord, let's go back first." Ron interrupted him, his voice calm. "It's too late to go now? We'll talk after we get back to the manor." Before dawn, both groups returned to their own territory. Ron changed out of the old leather armor as Hart, and Perlin knocked on the door and entered. "My lord, the losses have been calculated. 8 guards died, half of the serfs fled, but many have gradually returned as dawn breaks, and we need to send people to search for the rest. The guards and the steward were all killed, leading to no one organizing the firefighting efforts. Almost all the buildings in Rye Village have been burned down." Ron leaned back in his chair, gazing out at the morning light. He had burned down Boris' farm, killed a low-level knight, and deliberately let several soldiers escape to report back. Boris had burned his Rye Village. In this round, neither side gained an advantage. But one thing was clear: Boris, that old schemer, was not easy to deal with. Perhaps he had come tonight as well. Perhaps the two groups had passed each other only a few miles apart. The days ahead would be interesting. Meanwhile, in the castle of the Linchue territory, as soon as he entered, a subordinate came to report to Boris. "My lord, there's been an incident." Boris' heart sank. "Speak." "Our northeastern corner's farm was burned last night." Colin lowered his voice. "The granary was completely burned down, and the low-level attendants guarding it are dead. According to the soldiers who escaped, there were 5 or 6 attackers, and the one leading them. What about that one?" Boris stared at him. Colin swallowed. "The leader killed our low-level attendant with a single strike. When that person attacked, the glow of fighting spirit was very strong. He should be a high-level knight attendant, no doubt about it." Boris' expression changed. "High-level? Where did that high-level come from? It couldn't be from the Hewan territory, could it? Did they leave anything behind?" he asked. Locke shook his head. "They left behind a sword which was very ordinary and could not be identified. They burned everything and left without stealing anything, as if they had deliberately let them go to report back," he asked. Locke shook his head. "They left behind a sword which was very ordinary and could not be identified. They burned everything and left without stealing anything, as if they didn't steal anything, but only set fires, deliberately letting people return to report. This was not banditry, this was a demonstration." He walked to the window, looking toward the east. Hewan territory, Ron's Alanhua. Boris pondered the information he had gathered through his father-in-law's channels. Judging from the intel alone, he seemed to be a very promising young man, and seeing him in person today, he was indeed impressive. As for the high-level knight attendant, it was likely provided by his family. Such circumstances were not uncommon, though they mostly occurred among the higher noble circles. It seemed he was quite valued in his family. "My lord, should we change direction?" Locke said quietly, "over at the Mowlin Ridge." Boris did not respond. The meeting in the castle of Linchue territory continued. "Let's pause for a moment," Boris said, and the room fell silent for a brief moment. Locke couldn't help but speak up. "My lord, are we just going to let this go?" "Let it go." Boris shot him a glance. "When did I say to let it go? Since Hewan territory has high-level knight retainers, our strategy for dealing with them must change." He paused for a moment, then continued. "The high-level knight from Hewan territory is likely supported by his family. Whether he stays in the territory for long is uncertain. Perhaps he will leave one day. And our high-level knight from Linchue territory is me and Locke. We cannot leave." Colin nodded. "So my lord means we can afford to wait." "Exactly." Boris leaned back in his chair. "If we confront him, what if he replaces Locke? Wouldn't I be at a loss?" The two fell silent. Boris continued, "Moreover, that kid isn't a fool. His absence in rescuing Haimai Tun last night shows he knows he cannot defeat me. Such a person, if cornered, will fight back fiercely. If you don't force him, he will actually lower his guard." Locke pondered. "So my lord means to stabilize him first?" "Yes." Boris nodded. "Make him feel I want to negotiate and not to wear him down. Whether his high-level knight leaves or not, it doesn't matter. Unless he stays holed up in his manor, there will always be opportunities. Either he doesn't act or he acts decisively and strikes to kill." Colin asked, "So what do we do now?" Boris thought for a moment. "Send people to the surrounding lords to spread the news," and casually mentioned the salt mine of Hewan territory. "Just say that the salt mine there has a decent output and supposedly good quality, but it's a new lord, so it's uncertain how stable it is." Locke was taken aback. "This is..." Boris smirked slightly. "There are those who are eyeing that piece of fat meat, not just us." The pauper from Malin Ridge, the cripple from Haishi territory, and those lords in the south, who wouldn't want to bite. Colin chuckled, my lord is brilliant. Let them try, we will observe from the back. Boris stood up, walked to the window, and gazed eastward. At the same time, in the manner of Huan territory, Ron stood before the ruins of Haimai Tun, his expression inscrutable. The charred wood still smoldered, and several half-collapsed brick walls stood crookedly. Perlin stood beside him, holding the account book to report the losses. After listening, Ron nodded. For the dead guards, double the compensation, send it back to their families. Tell others that following me, Ron dying will not be in vain. Perlin responded and noted it down in the account book. Ron paused. Also for the serfs who ran back, pick a few capable ones to replace those dead stewards. Tell others that whoever performs well will become a steward in the future. Perlin's eyes lit up. My lord's method is excellent. They will surely fight to do it. Ron didn't reply further and strode back to the manor. Upon entering the room, Lon Gray and Hart were already waiting. Ron sat down and glanced at the three. You all know what happened last night. He paused. Next, tighten defenses and don't give him a chance. Add double posts at the shallow bank in the west and expand the patrol range. If he comes again, report it immediately and do not pursue. The three nodded. Ron looked at Lon. You stay, I have something to discuss with you. After Gray and Hart left, Ron took a small wooden box from the cabinet and placed it on the table. This is the new harvest from the potion field, 30 bottles of rose elixir. He pushed the box in front of Lon. You have been with the family the longest and are the most stable. The territory now needs a high-level knight who can hold the fort. Lon was stunned. My lord, this. How long until you can break through? Ron asked. Lon fell silent for a while and said in a deep voice, 2 months. If the potions are sufficient, 1 month. Ron replied, then it will be 1 month. Starting today, you don't need to worry about outside matters. Focus on cultivation, and the output from the potion field will be prioritized for you. Hart will temporarily take over your patrol leader position. Lon solemnly bowed. I will not disappoint my lord's expectations. He carried the wooden box out, leaving only Ron in the room. Ron walked to the window, gazing towards the west. 1 month. Boris, can you give me 1 month? The next morning, Perlin hurriedly knocked on the door and came in. My lord, someone has come from Linshui territory. Ron's heart stirred. What is it? They said they came to deliver condolence food. Perlin's expression was strange. They also conveyed that the incident with the merchant convoy yesterday was a misunderstanding. There were horse bandits roaming last night, and both sides suffered losses. Baron Boris wants to communicate more with you, hoping for good neighborly relations in the future. Ron fell silent for a moment after listening, then suddenly laughed. Where are they? Waiting at the manor gate. Ron sat back in his chair. Leave the food and send the people away. Tell the visitors that I will owe Baron Boris a favor and will invite him for a drink when I have the opportunity. Perlin responded and turned to leave. Ron leaned back in his chair, gazing out at the morning light. Boris, you really are not simple. Coming to build relations as if nothing happened. Are you trying to make me lower my guard? Ron decided that he would kill Boris when the opportunity arose. This wasteland does not allow someone so formidable to exist. Just right. I also need time. The person replied. That Baron Ron also said that he will owe you a favor and will invite you for a drink when he has the opportunity. Boris chuckled. This kid, the person replied. That Baron Ron also said that he will owe you a favor and will invite you for a drink when he has the opportunity. Boris chuckled. This kid is indeed quite interesting. He paused before continuing. Have people been sent to the surrounding lords? Yes, they have. Locke replied. The news will spread in these few days. Boris hummed and walked to the window, gazing eastward. Then we will wait. Let's see who can't hold out first. In the evening, Ron stood in front of the window, watching the sky to the west gradually darken. Perlin came in to report. My lord, the walls at Haimai Tun have already begun to be built, and a batch of timber has been transported over. The serfs are working diligently, and those newly appointed stewards are even more dedicated than the previous ones. Ron nodded and remained silent. Perlin hesitated for a moment, and then asked, My lord, how should we respond to Linshui territory? Just act as if nothing happened. Ron chuckled. Didn't he just send over the ladder? Let the guards train intensively and have the knights stay in the manor, not in the villages. Concentrate our strength. He turned around and looked at Perlin. Don't stop the cleanup of wild monster activities. Only let the guards go and try not to let the knights act alone. Perlin nodded, seemingly understanding, and retreated. Ron walked back to the window, thinking, I am waiting for skills. What are you waiting for, Boris? Lon has already started closed-door training. In a month, I will have 2 high-level knights on my side. At that time, Ron smirked slightly. A week later, the reconstruction of Haimai village was nearing completion. The newly built brick walls were half a foot taller than before. Ron stood at the village entrance, observing the bustling crowd, and nodded slightly. Harem reported beside him, My lord, it will be fully completed in 3 days. We have recalled workers from other villages to avoid delaying agricultural work. Ron responded with a sound of acknowledgement and turned to walk back. On the way, Perrin brought up the issue of the salt mine. The salt mine has reached its maximum output, and if we expand further, we won't have enough manpower. Ron did not reply, merely waving his hand. Perrin, understanding, fell silent. The development of the territory had entered a steady pace. To accelerate growth, unless a rich mine was discovered, Ron could not think of any good solution without gold coins. My lord, we have spotted some people lurking around the salt mine, Gray said. This time it's not just 1 or 2, but 7 or 8 dressed in mixed colors like mercenaries. Ron felt a jolt in his heart. Did we catch anyone this time? No, they were just hanging around the edge of the woods and left after a while, Gray replied. Should we send knights to follow them? Ron pondered. No, it's best not to split the knights up. Just have the patrol team keep a close watch. Gray acknowledged and was about to leave when Hart rushed in from outside. My lord, someone has arrived from Green Lake territory. A middle-aged man in his 40s claimed to be the steward of Baron Austin. He brought 2 carts of goods, saying that Baron Austin had heard of the disaster at River Bay territory and sent some items as a gesture of condolence. Ron had the goods collected and invited the steward to sit down for tea. Baron Austin is very considerate, Ron said. It is unnecessary for the steward to make this trip for such a small matter. The steward smiled and replied, My lord said that our 2 families are neighbors, and since both have had conflicts with the waterside territory, we ought to maintain good relations. He paused and lowered his voice. My lord, I also have something to remind you about. Baron Austin instructed me to inform you that someone from the waterside territory has been visiting several neighboring lords, spreading news about the salt mine at River Bay. What did they say? Ron asked, his expression unchanged. They said your salt mine has considerable output and good quality, generating thousands of gold coins each year. Damn it, no wonder there have been so many spies in the territory these days, Ron muttered. The steward looked at him and said, Baron Austin mentioned that if such words spread, it will surely attract interest from others, so you should be cautious. He added, if you cannot handle it, we are neighbors and can seek help from Green Lake territory. Ron nodded, saying, please thank Baron Austin for me. After the steward left, Ron's expression turned grim. Boar's scheme was indeed despicable. Without showing his face, he sent these people to test the waters. This truly posed a dilemma. Boris, you have paved the way to your own demise. Feeling agitated, Ron decided to continue providing supplements to his knight. This truly posed a dilemma. Boris, you have paved the way to your own demise. Feeling agitated, Ron decided to continue providing supplements to his knights and raise the dosage for Lawrence Group. The Green Lake territory might also have ulterior motives, but their strength was insufficient. If he really sought their help, would he not have to concede some benefits from the salt mine? Nobles lack the virtue of altruism. That night, just as Ron lay down, urgent footsteps suddenly sounded outside. My lord, something has happened at the salt field. Ron flipped over, grabbed his sword, and dashed out. Upon arriving at the salt field, torches illuminated the surroundings brightly. Several corpses lay on the ground while the soldiers were cleaning up the aftermath. Gray approached, stating, My lord, 7 or 8 people tried to set fire and cause destruction. They were discovered by the soldiers, resulting in a fight. 3 were killed while 4 or 5 managed to escape. We also suffered substantial losses. 4 soldiers were killed, over 10 serfs died, and many tools were damaged. The salt field will have to halt operations for a while, Ron remarked, scanning the corpses on the ground. They all wore mixed clothing and had their faces covered with black cloth, making it impossible to discern their identities. Did we capture any alive? Gray shook his head. No, they escaped too quickly. These individuals were quite skilled and had undergone training. Ron remained silent, walking over to a corpse and squatting down to examine it. The clothing was made of ordinary coarse fabric, making it impossible to identify. He stood up and said to Gray, throw the bodies into the bottomless pit and do not make it public. Gray hesitated. My lord, shouldn't we investigate who sent them? Investigate what? Ron looked at him. Any of these lords could be responsible. The key is to resolve the issue. Just a small salt mine has drawn so much envy, it seems everyone in the neighboring territories is struggling. That's how nobles are. They rarely engage in matters that do not benefit them. But if an action carries minimal risk and can undermine someone else's interests, they are more than willing to do so. They excel at offering assistance and doing nothing while easily sabotaging your endeavors for their own gain. Gray fell silent. Ron turned to leave, taking a few steps before stopping. Withdraw all personnel from the salt mine and wait until the issue is resolved before resuming work. Losing so many people at once was equivalent to half a month's worth of work wasted. This time the salt mine was attacked, and it was still unknown who was behind it. However, the surrounding lords were all suspicious. He had heard of Baron Raymond from Malin Ridge, a high-ranking knight's retainer with a military background. He had arrived 3 months earlier than Ron, and his territory was so poor that they couldn't even afford to repair the walls. Northeast at Shershey Ridge, there was Baron Peter, the third son of the Red Maple Earl's household. He had arrived a few days later than Ron, possessing some money, but it was hard to guarantee he wouldn't have ulterior motives. No lord in the development territories was without financial troubles. At Heishi Ridge, there was Baron Hosen, an old cripple who had been developing for over a decade and kept to himself, currently focused on nurturing the next generation. And then to the south at Hansong Ridge, where both serfs and knights suffered heavy losses, barely hanging on, to the west at Waterside Territory, where they watched closely. Green Lake Territory had its own schemes brewing. Bottomless pit. Ron placed all the transported corpses into the refining pot. Recently, after reducing the night's activity range, the number of wild monsters captured had also decreased by more than half. Ron's original liquid was insufficient for his subordinates, so this was a perfect opportunity to replenish. This was Ron's first time refining corpses, and he was unsure of the effect. He would check the results with his knights tomorrow. For now, he had no intention of using it himself, and would let his subordinates try the potion first. He still had a batch set aside for his own use. The next day, the people from Shershi Ridge arrived. 5 individuals rode in on horses dressed in silk, led by a young man with slicked back hair and an overly elevated chin. Baron Ron, the man performed a perfunctory bow. I am the steward of Baron Peter from Shershi Ridge, sent by my lord to negotiate a significant business deal with you. Ron invited him to sit, but did not respond. The man continued, my lord stated that your salt mine has impressive output, but if you monopolize it alone, it will easily attract jealousy. Wouldn't it be better to let us invest together? You provide the mine, and we supply manpower and trade routes to sell it to the duchy, splitting the profits evenly. Ron nearly laughed in anger upon hearing this. Splitting profits evenly. This was not investment, it was outright robbery. He picked up his cup to take a sip of water and replied slowly, is your lord the 3rd or 4th son of the Red Maple Earl? The man was taken aback, then proudly replied, you are well informed. My lord is the 3rd son of the Earl's household, governing Shershi Ridge, a true noble bloodline highly valued by the Earl. Ron nodded, 3rd son. With so many sons, how much inheritance can your lord receive? After granting a position as a developing noble, how much support can be left? Are you here begging for alms? The man's face turned ashen with anger, but he dared not erupt. After the Shershi Ridge people left, Ron pondered whether the individuals from last night were connected to them. Before he could catch his breath, 2 more noble families arrived. They were from Malin Ridge and Hansong Ridge, and it seemed quite a few were eyeing his salt mine with news spreading fast. The demands of both groups were roughly the same. They all wanted a share of the salt mine's profits. The envoy from Hansong Ridge even amused Ron. The envoy said, my lord, one cannot only focus on self-sufficiency. One must establish good relations with neighbors to prosper together. In the afternoon, more people came. Envoys from Waterside Territory, Green Lake Territory, and Heishi Ridge. All the neighboring lords made their presence felt, truly a group of enthusiastic neighbors. Ron resolved to forge strong ties with this group of enthusiastic neighbors, opening his heart to them. 3 days after the salt field was attacked, the territory returned to a superficial calm. The guards' patrol routes were intensified, but the knights still lounged in the manor, training with no one stationed in the village. The serfs occasionally glanced towards the west, while working quickly, lowering their heads in fear of being caught slacking by the overseer. Dick was counting supplies in the storeroom. He was fiddling with the account books while muttering quietly, the salt field is at a standstill, and losing a day means hundreds of pounds of salt. If the lord isn't worried, why should I be? What are you muttering about? Came a voice from behind. Dick was startled and turned to see Perrin, quickly forcing a smile. Lord Perrin, I was just calculating the inventory, nothing else. Perrin looked at him without saying a word. Dick awkwardly said, Lord, are we really just going to let the salt mine issue slide? Perrin scoffed, what do you understand? The lord knows what's going on. Ron stood by the training ground, watching Hart drill the new recruits. The sound of wooden swords clashing echoed dully, and the shouts were synchronized, but the oppressive atmosphere was palpable. Perrin entered from outside, leaning close to Ron and whispering, my lord, the inventory from the salt field has been moved back. The craftsmen in the tool manor are still rushing to finish. It is estimated it will take another 4 to 5 days. Ron nodded, remaining silent. Perrin hesitated and added, my lord, the people below are discussing, saying we are just going to give up the salt mine. Give up, eh? Ron shot him a glance. When did I say we were giving up? This is a strategic withdrawal. Perrin was taken aback. The lord often spouted incomprehensible terms such as what the hell, big thunder lorry. The people around had grown accustomed and dared not ask. Gray returned from outside, looking rather grim. My lord, there are many more spies at the salt mine, and the people from Stone Creek are the most numerous. They even fought over the salt mine. Are we just going to watch like this? Did I not order the people in the salt mine to withdraw? If they want to fight for it, let them. In these past few days, it seemed as if the attack on the Linchue territory had never happened and no information had leaked out. Instead, news of Ron's River Bay territory being set ablaze by horse bandits spread widely, leading surrounding lords to believe Ron was a soft target, all wanting to take advantage. The fact that various lords sent people over yesterday was proof of this. It was easy to guess what role Boris played in this. Since this was the case, Ron decided to use this to his advantage, truly acting like a soft target, presenting a demeanor of, if you want to take it, go ahead, I'll just guard the manor, and waiting to see which fool couldn't resist. It appeared that the first to take the bait was the foolish son of the Stone Creek Lord. Ron found Knight Lon, who had been focused on his training for nearly 10 days. How does it feel? How much longer until you break through? Lon replied truthfully, I'm almost there. With enough potions, I estimate it will take another 10 days. Ron took out 3 vials of special potions he had concocted and placed them on the table. Here, drink this. Lon was taken aback. My lord, this is a high-grade potion granted by Marquis Coron. Ron looked at him. The effects are excellent. Take it half a vial at a time. Within 3 days, I want you to break through. In the following days, the Stone Creek territory became increasingly arrogant, starting with sending spies, then small groups of people infiltrating, seeing that Ron was still huddled in the manor. In Stone Creek, Baron Peter and his subordinates laughed heartily. Haha, this is just a lucky Baron's second son, a softie. I bet the knights in his hands can only guard his eggs. One of the subordinates chimed in, My lord, should we orchestrate a bigger move? What bigger move? The subordinate lowered his voice. Directly occupy the salt field. That kid has halted work at the salt field, and the manpower has withdrawn. If we send people over to take the place, we can make salt ourselves. With that cowardly appearance of the River Bay territory, I doubt he dares to confront us. If he doesn't dare to come, then the salt field will be ours. Peter's eyes lit up. Good idea. Soon a group of them swaggered into the salt field. Leading them was the oily overseer, accompanied by more than 30 guards and hundreds of serfs swaggering into the salt field. They set up the pot again, lit the fire, and began to boil salt the same day. Additionally, around 180 people were constructing houses, making it look like they intended to stay. The patrol team watched from a distance, not daring to get closer, only able to return and report. At this time, Ron was competing with Lon, who had just broken through, helping Lon quickly grasp his newfound power. Have they occupied it? He asked. Gray nodded. Yes, they have occupied it. More than 30 people with about 500 serfs. Ron was silent for a moment before suddenly laughing. It was almost time to reel in the net. After Lon's breakthrough, the River Bay territory would have 2 high-ranking knights as retainers. They would be considered among the advanced in the newly developed lands, thus changing the dynamics of attack and defense. On the night after Lon's breakthrough, Ron, along with all the knights and most of the guards, donned masks and armor, stealthily approached the outskirts of the salt field. In the moonlight, the outline of the salt field was clear. Dozens of guards were sprawled haphazardly in makeshift tents, with only 4 on watch, dozing by the campfire. Ron counted quietly, saying, 33. Make sure not to let any escape. Lon stared over for a moment, grinning. My lord, just watch me. With Ron's command, everyone charged forward. The 4 sentries didn't react in time and had their throats cut. The people inside the tents awoke in a panic and hurried to face the enemy. Ron had his sights set on a middle-aged man whose battle aura surged, striking down an armored soldier with a single sword. A high-ranking knight retainer. Initially expecting only a few mid-tier opponents, he was surprised to find a big fish. Ron signaled Lon to join him. It was 2 against 1. Crucially, Ron's strength was exceptional, allowing him to suppress his opponent alone. Although his experience in combat was relatively lacking, he was skilled with his techniques, quickly suppressing his opponent in coordination with Lon. Seeing that 2 of them were teaming up against him, the opponent realized the danger and had been thinking of escaping since the engagement began, but Ron didn't give him that opportunity. Realizing he couldn't escape, the man grew desperate, attempting to take out one of Ron's party, but was severely injured by Ron's powerful strike. In the end, after an intense battle, they successfully killed the high-ranking knight. Ron was fine, but Lon had sustained injuries from the opponent's desperate counterattack. Fighting continued in other areas, and the 2 rushed into the tents to provide support. Their high-ranking strength made dealing with these soldiers as easy as chopping vegetables. As long as their battle aura wasn't exhausted, a high-ranking knight retainer could slowly take down a squad of 50. The screams gradually ceased. The tents were already strewn with corpses. Lon stood in the middle, blood still dripping from his sword. My lord, we left 5 alive. The knights didn't escape, but a few soldiers ran away. Ron nodded, standing before those 5 captives. Among them was a seriously injured mid-tier knight retainer and a low-tier one. Ron had no intention of offering them a chance to surrender. Nobles generally do not accept surrendering knights. This is an unspoken rule among the aristocracy. After all, if knights could surrender to save their lives or retain their property, then who would fight to the death for their lord? Wouldn't they all surrender? It is a rule beneficial to the nobility, which Ron would certainly abide by. After a lord is defeated, if they are willing to pay a ransom for their lives, they generally would also redeem the capture. If a lord dies in battle and their territory is annexed, the surviving knights will often become wandering knights, rarely being recruited by other lords. In the end, most of them adopt aliases to become mercenaries, and the unfortunate ones may become bandits. Therefore, knights generally do not surrender, not only to protect their interests, but also out of fear of bringing shame to their families. Take good care of these people and see what information we can pry from them. Additionally, arrange for soldiers to guard the serfs and catch any who escape. Ron felt pleased this was a significant profit. Half an hour later, the battlefield had been thoroughly cleaned. A total of 31 soldiers from Shirshi Ling were killed, including a high-ranking knight attendant, 1 mid-level knight, and 4 low-ranking soldiers. The serfs were captured one by one, squatting on the open ground. The few captured survivors had also been interrogated. Faced with torment, these men only sought a swift death. By the time the interrogation results were presented to Ron, the sky was already dimly bright. The basic situation of Shirshi Ling was understood. Peter had only 1 high-ranking knight attendant under his command. He was killed last night, the captain of Peter's personal guard who had always been by Peter's side. During these days of monopolizing the salt mine, Peter had not fared well, facing disturbances from the surroundings. He had to send high-ranking knights to guard, which conveniently benefited Ron. Peter brought a total of 5 mid-level knights to the development site. 2 were killed this time, leaving 3. There were more than 10 low-ranking knights, of 4 died last night, leaving 7 or 8. There were more than 100 guards, over 30 of whom fell last night, leaving around 130 or so. The money was taken from Earl Hongfeng's estate, reportedly amounting to over 10,000 gold dragons, and there were also 9 spirit insects. It must be said that although he was just an ordinary count's heir, his wealth far surpassed Ron's poverty. However, the expenses for the development site were like flowing water. Repairing the castle, purchasing serfs, and recruiting soldiers had already cost half. Peter dared to come and occupy the salt mine this time because he thought Ron was a soft persimmon. The news of Hewan Ling being set on fire by bandits had spread, and the surrounding lords were laughing at the situation. Especially since the salt mine was located in the eastern part of Hewan Ling, closest to Shirshi Ling and Haishi Ling. Peter felt he had struck a bargain, seizing the salt mine first. As for the other lords, Peter, relying on the support of Earl Hongfeng, looked down on everyone. He particularly despised Boris, viewing him merely as a nouveau riche from a knightly background, perhaps even a peddler. The Lord of Maolin Ling, a poor fellow of commoner origin, Peter still hadn't remembered his name. In Peter's view, all the lords of this desolate land were either old or cruel, just a bunch of roadside trash. Thus he acted so arrogantly. After listening to the intelligence about Shirshi Ling, Ron fell silent for a moment. What about those who were interrogated? They are outside along with the other corpses, Gray replied. Ron nodded. Have all the bodies transported back to the pit for burial. Let our men have a proper burial. Ron looked at the clean battlefield where weapons, armor, food, and tools were being loaded into carts headed for the manor. Just the long swords alone numbered over 10, with more than 20 sets of leather armor, and the food was enough for half a month. The most valuable were the serfs, 523 of them, including men, women, and children. They squatted on the open ground outside the salt mine, shivering, not knowing how they would be treated. Ron walked over and stood in front of them. The crowd quieted down with hundreds of pairs of eyes focused on him. Gray said, "My lord, some of these serfs have families, and some still have relatives in Shirshi Ling. They likely won't behave." Ron chuckled. "No need to worry. Their families will soon be reunited. Let the serfs denounce each other, and those who might cause trouble will be taken to make bricks." He commanded, after sending these spoils back, "Take the people with me to raid Shirshi Ling. We must act quickly. Speed is of the essence." "Understood." His subordinates responded excitedly. By the time the sun was directly overhead, a guard who had escaped from Shirshi Ling stumbled into Peter's manor. Peter was having lunch when he heard the report, causing the fork in his hand to drop onto the table. "What did you say?" "The salt mine was attacked. Everyone is dead. Several lords were also killed." The guard trembled as he knelt on the ground. Peter's face turned pale as he shot to his feet. "Impossible. Absolutely impossible. What about Ruefa? He is a high-ranking knight attendant. Where is he? He took over 30 men. It's true. That group snuck in at night, killing anyone they saw. That lord was surrounded by 2 high-ranking knights and couldn't hold out for long." Peter's legs went weak as he sat back down in his chair. 2 high-ranking knights. How could there be 2 high-ranking knights in Hewan Ling? The steward beside him said, "My lord, could it be he misjudged?" The guard shook his head. "No. I saw it with my own eyes. Those 2 surrounded that lord and attacked. The lord didn't last long at all before he died, and we started running." Peter remained silent for a long time before suddenly standing up. Ruefa's strength is considerable among high-ranking knights. If he wasn't surrounded by 2, he shouldn't have been unable to escape. "Gather all the knights. We need to convene a meeting." Peter was a bit panicked. Ron was unaware of the commotion at Shirshi Ling. He was currently on the road with his men heading towards Shirshi Ling. He was serious about taking revenge without delay. Lauan followed beside him, asking, "My lord, where are we raiding next?" Ron glanced at the sky. It was dark. The sun was already high in the sky, the perfect time for robbery and arson. "Let's raid the farms, but avoid the manor." Just like that, a group of bandits appeared at the border of Shirshi Ling. More than 40 people with cloth masks covering their faces were specially made by Ron's men. This part-time job was likely to continue, and they needed decent equipment. It couldn't be as haphazard as before. Riding horses with swords at their waists. Lauan led the way, riding ahead to look into the distance. Meanwhile, Ron disguised himself as a thug mingling in the crowd, carrying a spear. That farm over there, Lau, and pointed ahead, has plenty of food and serfs. Well, rob it, and leave quickly. The bandits roared as they charged forward. The people in the farm hadn't reacted yet when they were surrounded. A few guards had just drawn their swords before being cut down. The serfs screamed and fled in all directions, only to be blocked and herded together by the bandits. In less than half an hour, the farm was completely plundered. Food, livestock, and farming tools, everything that could be moved was taken. The serfs were tied together and driven south. By the time the reinforcements from Shirshiling arrived, all that remained was an empty farm and a scene of devastation. When the news reached Peter, he was in his study holding a meeting with his subordinates. Bandits. He raised his head in confusion. What bandits? The steward replied, I don't know. More than 40 people masked robbed the southern farm, killed a few guards, and took over 300 serfs. They swaggered off towards Hewan-Ling, and our soldiers who chased after them were also cut down. Several of their bodies were even taken away. Peter fell silent for a moment before suddenly gritting his teeth and saying, never have I seen such despicable nobles. Hewan-Ling, you are too much. Ron indicated, well, you've witnessed this now. Taking advantage of the situation, bullying the weak, falling into the lower depths, inching forward, showing ingratitude, burning bridges, after crossing, eating inside, while spying outside, judging by appearances, forgetting righteousness for profit, greedy, and lustful, passing off a deer as a horse, stabbing a brother in the back, seducing big. These are what he excels at. Send the order down, everyone retreat to the manor. From today onwards, no one is allowed to go out without. The manor has alchemical giant crossbows combined with the walls and watchtowers. Even high-ranking knight attendants can't break in and might accidentally get severely injured. The steward was stunned. My lord, what about our territory? And the spirit insects, worm grass? Peter was not worried about this. Spirit insects and dragons are the darlings of the world, and killing them would incur the world's wrath. Basically, no noble would harm spirit insects unless it was a do-or-die situation. If the spirit insect grass is destroyed, the spirit insects will suffer a heavy blow. Although they can still regenerate the worm grass, the spirit insects will fundamentally lose their potential for evolution, and their lifespan will also be reduced by more than half. Therefore, the best way to obtain spirit insects is to capture important figures and force the lords to pay ransom, voluntarily relinquishing their contracts. The second option is to directly kill the contracted lord and seize the spirit insects. Thus, Peter was not worried about the destruction of the spirit insect grass. He was more concerned about his safety. Without high-ranking knight attendants protecting him in his territory, he couldn't sleep soundly. He now hated Ron, that cunning and shameless noble. I will write to my father for help immediately, Baron Peter said through gritted teeth. Prepare another gift for Hewan-Ling along with a letter in my own hand. Peter knew that as long as those two high-ranking knight attendants were present, he had to temporarily back down. In the evening, Ron stood in the manor watching cart after cart of supplies being brought in. Lauan approached him and whispered, my lord, there hasn't been any movement from Shirshiling. Ron nodded. There will be, he said. Lauan looked at him. Does my lord think he will back down? Ron did not answer, only gazing towards the eastern direction. Peter, who was used to a life of luxury and had never suffered after facing a major setback, would undoubtedly shrink back at first, and then look for an opportunity for revenge. Sure enough, before night fell, someone from Shirshiling came. Looking at the words of surrender in Peter's letter, Ron couldn't help but chuckle. Peter even knew to paint a big pie for him. Rest assured, my baron, as long as he can fulfill the promises in the letter, our two families will still be as close as brothers. Once the messenger left, Ron summoned Lau and Hart and the others. Rest well tonight, we continue tomorrow. The next morning, Ron set off again with his men. It was still the same group of over 40 people, still masked in cloth. Lon took the lead while Ron blended into the crowd, carrying his knight tube. Upon reaching the border of Shirshi Ridge, Gray returned after scouting ahead. My lord, something is amiss. Ron reined in his horse, asking, what is it? Peter has withdrawn all his men. Gray pointed ahead. The farms are all deserted, the serfs are nowhere to be found, and there isn't a single guard. Not even a ghost is in sight today. Ron was taken aback for a moment and rode forward to investigate. Sure enough, the farms were empty, the buildings still stood, but the people were gone. The granaries were half empty, with the remaining grain left piled on the ground, unable to be moved in time. A few pigs in the pen were crying out in hunger unattended. They must have retreated back to the manor, Lon said, afraid we might seize them again. Ron nodded without speaking. He dismounted and entered a wooden house to take a look. The interior was in disarray, clearly indicating a hasty departure. Pots and pans were strewn all over the place, and the bedding on the bed was left unmade. He stepped back outside, surveying the surroundings. All the effort put in yesterday to perform for that messenger seemed wasted. Could it be that his acting skills had declined? It seems this foolish son of the Count is not as foolish as he appears. The farms still stand, but the people are gone. Then let us burn them. Set it on fire, he commanded. His men were taken aback for a moment, then became excited. The torches were thrown into the wooden house, and with dry timber the flames quickly engulfed several structures. The fire spread, merging into a single blaze with thick smoke billowing into the sky. Ron sat on his horse watching the flames with a neutral expression. Next, as the morning progressed, Ron and his men burned down 3 farms in Shershi Ridge. The flames shot high into the sky and thick smoke could be seen from over 10 miles away. Yet even so, no one from the Shershi manor came out. When news reached Baron Peter, he was pacing back and burned again. He stopped in his tracks, his face darkening. The steward knelt on the ground, his voice trembling. Yes. 3 more farms have been burned down, nothing left at all. Peter slammed his fist on the table. This is too much. Too much. He paced around the room for a while, then suddenly stopped, pointing at the steward. Send someone. Go tell that bastard that I have already written to my father. The reinforcements from Count Hongfeng will arrive soon. If he doesn't want to die, he better behave himself. The steward looked up. My lord, will this message be effective? Peter shot him a glare. Whether it works or not, we'll just have to say it. If he knows what's good for him, he should be scared. The people from Shershi Ridge found Ron. After a day of burning, Ron was parched, and when the messenger was brought before him, he was half covering his face with an apple. The messenger steeled himself and spoke. Baron Ron, my lord has a message for you. The reinforcements from Count Hongfeng are already on their way. If you act again, don't regret it later. Ron chewed the apple, looking at him without saying a word. The messenger felt uneasy under Ron's gaze, forcing himself to finish his words. My lord says it's still not too late to stop now. Oh, our 2 families could still be neighbors. Ron swallowed the apple and chuckled. There is no baron here. You must have mistaken the person. We are bandits. The messenger was clearly shocked by Ron's shamelessness. Then Mr. Bandit, my lord's reinforcements from Count Hongfeng will arrive very soon. You should stop now. Reinforcements? The messenger nodded yes. Ron threw the apple core aside, stood up, and walked up to the messenger. He towered over him, looking down. You go back and tell Peter. His voice was low, but each word was clear. How long until the reinforcements from Count Hongfeng arrive? A month, 2 months, or 4 months? The messenger was stunned. Ron continued, does he not have a sense of how far the development area is from the heart of the duchy? By the time they arrive, will his territory still be intact? The messenger opened his mouth, unable to speak. Ron patted his shoulder, his tone suddenly becoming friendly. Go back and tell him I heard that the Baron of Yuanling is quite reasonable. He recently lost 2 spirit bugs which should have been picked up by Baron Peter. As long as Baron Peter is willing to return the spirit bugs, this matter can be set aside. After all, he doesn't need them right now. You take my exact words back. If he disagrees, let him stay well hidden in the manor and not come out. As for the reinforcements, let him wait. The messenger was sent away by the guards, his legs feeling weak. My lord, if we do this, will Count Hongfeng intervene once he gets involved? Intervene in what? I haven't seized his territory, nor have I harmed any nobles. Moreover, the visible plunder of Shershi Ridge is all done by bandits, so it has nothing to do with my Yuanling. Peter used Count Hongfeng to threaten him, but Ron didn't take it to heart at all. Which of the pioneering nobles left? As long as the pioneering lord can establish a foothold in the development area, these pioneering nobles will naturally become their supporters. Boris has Count Zijingwa behind him, and several other lords also have their own connections. Even the poor guy from Maolin will have nobles seeking marriage alliances with him once he succeeds in pioneering. Ron relies on Marquis Kaluan. Although he doesn't have much support, he won't face too much unfair treatment. For Marquis Kaluan, the more people succeed in pioneering, the more benefits he gains. In the deep of night, Ron sat by the window writing letters. One was to Viscount Avon and the other to the Viscountess. The better he did in the development area, the more attention he would receive, and with the Viscountess whispers in the right ears, he should be fine. It has been 3 months since he left the Viscountess' soft embrace and 2 months since arriving at the territory. Do you know how Ron has endured these 3 months? Yes. You know, you've gone through the same. As the saying goes, to keep warm, think of that matter. Before, he could only endure while thinking of survival. Now that there are 2 high-ranking knight attendants in the territory, Ron's thoughts can no longer be suppressed. The odd-looking crops in the territory were indeed unappetizing to him. Since that's the case, Perrin reported to Ron, the salt mine will resume work tomorrow. The labor force will be adjusted from various camps. Let's set up the pots first. Has anyone sent my 2 spirit bugs? Perrin reported to Ron, the salt mine will resume work tomorrow. The labor force will be adjusted from various camps. Let's set up the pots first. Has anyone sent my 2 spirit bugs from Shershi Ridge? Not yet. Seems we haven't heard him enough yet. Ron planned to lead his men to pay another visit tomorrow. After all, he had nothing better to do. This time, he would also pull out the crops from the fields and conveniently collect the magic herbs. Peter would surely not mind. Chershi Ridge. A group of bandits has descended once again. Everyone was busy destroying the farmland when Gray found Ron to report. My lord, the magic herb field has been damaged and the bug grass has been relocated. Additionally, I discovered that some areas were already damaged before we arrived. There should be another group doing destruction while posing as us. Ron chuckled. It was quite amusing. These were indeed a group of enthusiastic neighbors. Over the past few days, news from Chershi Ridge had spread to surrounding lords, and reactions varied. These people did not want to offend Count Hongfeng openly, and with Ron taking the lead, they secretly laid traps for Chershi Ridge. The most motivated was the old cripple from Haishi Ridge, as their territories bordered each other. Chershi Ridge happened to be north, blocking the pioneering direction of Haishi Ridge. While it didn't completely block at Haishi Ridge, would surely be happy to create trouble for Chershi Ridge. Others were not without motivation either. Ron was undoubtedly carrying a lot of blame this time, although he didn't care. In Peter's study, that bastard just left last night and has come again this morning. How dare he? This is too much. My lord, if it weren't for the fact that we discovered it early, our spirit bugs would have been ruined by him. He's already gone mad. What else would he not dare to do? I will report him to the duchy for malicious destruction of spirit bugs, Peter said angrily. At this moment, someone else reacted. My lord, those coming to our territory to cause destruction might not just be Ron and his group. Now that the news of our high-ranking knight attendants dying in battle has leaked, other lords will not miss this opportunity. Peter knew this in his heart, but he was now filled with hatred for Ron. What should we do now? The request for aid we sent out probably hasn't even left the development area yet. We will have to wait for the reinforcements sent by the noble. Even at full gallop, it will take 2 months. Send someone to tell Ron that he can think about the spirit bugs all he wants. I can give him 1,000 serfs, but he must guarantee in the name of his family that he will not disturb Chershi Ridge again. The next morning, the messenger from Chershi Ridge arrived. Ron recognized him as the one who had been left trembling on that day. Today his face was still pale, but he bowed even lower, not daring to lift his head while standing before Ron. Baron Ron, my lord has sent me to convey a message. Ron sat in a chair holding a piece of bread. Without looking up, speak. The messenger swallowed hard. My lord said that he indeed has not seen the 2 spirit insects you lost. However, he is willing to offer you 1,000 serfs on the condition that you guarantee in your family's name not to disturb Chershi Ridge again. Ron paused in his biting of the bread. He raised his head to look at the messenger. 1,000 serfs. The messenger nodded. Yes, 1,000. Lord Peter offers me 1,000 serfs in exchange for my guarantee to cease disturbances. Ron set down the bread, wiped his hands, and leaned back in his chair. He chuckled softly. Is he sending a beggar on his way? Am I a beggar? You tell me. The messenger's face turned pale, not daring to respond. Ron stood up and walked up to him. You go back and tell him. His voice was not loud, but every word was clear. 1,000 serfs is not enough. I want 2,000. The messenger was stunned. 2,000. 2,000. Ron looked at him. 2,000 serfs, 50,000 pounds of grain, and 300 sets of farming tools. If any of that is lacking, there is nothing to discuss. The messenger grew anxious. My lord, this is too much. Ron waved his hand. Whether it's too much is not for you to decide. Go back and tell that dog Peter that there are 4,000 to 5,000 serfs holed up in his rundown estate. What's wrong with giving me 2,000? It's not like I'm asking for his life. If he agrees, I will immediately guarantee in my family's name that I am willing to restore friendly relations with Chershi Ridge. If he does not agree, then the horse bandits in his territory should not come seeking me, but let him find his father instead. The messenger was stunned. Ron patted his shoulder. I am easy to talk to. If others give me face, I will give them face in return. But if your lord intends to dismiss me with just 1,000 serfs, then I will have to let him see what not disturbing truly means. The messenger opened his mouth, but could not speak. Ron turned and walked back, leaving behind a sentence. I'll wait for your reply tomorrow at this time. The messenger returned to report, and Peter, upon hearing it, smashed his cup in anger. 2,000 serfs. 50,000 pounds of grain. 300 sets of farming tools. Why doesn't he just go rob someone? The steward shrank back, not daring to speak. Peter paced around his study several times, gritting his teeth. Give it to him. He must guarantee it in his family's name. Let him take the things and roll out. As long as he stays quiet for a few months, when the reinforcements arrive, I will make him spit it all back out with interest. The next day the messenger came again. Baron Ron, my lord, has agreed. Ron raised an eyebrow. All agreed. The messenger nodded, his voice trembling. 2,000 serfs, 50,000 pounds of grain, 300 sets of farming tools. All agreed. Ron fell silent for a moment, then suddenly laughed. That's more like it. My brother Peter is indeed the son of a great noble family, swift in his actions, unlike those other miserly poor folks. The messenger lowered his head, not daring to speak. Ron waved his hand. Go back and tell my brother Peter to hurry and send it over. From now on, matters of Shershi Ridge will be my concern, and if my brother has difficulties, he can come to me anytime. The messenger complied and was escorted away by the guards. A day later, the first batch of serfs arrived. 500 of them with families in tattered clothes were driven by the guards of Shershi Ridge, herded to the border of Hewan territory like sheep. Ron personally went to receive them. He rode on horseback, watching those serfs, feeling quite pleased. The leading guard handed over a list. Baron, this is the first batch, 500 people. The grain and farming tools will be delivered shortly. Ron took the list, glanced at it, and nodded. Go back and tell my brother to hurry up. There are still 1,500 more, don't delay. The guard acknowledged and took the people away. Ron looked at those serfs and said to Perlin beside him, take them back and handle it as per the usual rules. Report each other and send the troublemakers to make bricks. The rest will be distributed to each farm, filling in the gaps where manpower is lacking. Perlin agreed and began to get busy. In the following days, more serfs were sent in succession. 500 for the second batch, 500 for the third batch, and 500 for the fourth batch. By the fifth day, all 2,000 serfs had arrived. Grain and farming tools were also delivered, one after another piled high in the manor's storeroom. Perlin was so busy every day that he barely had time to rest, settling the serfs, counting supplies, and overseeing the salt fields' resumption of work. Ron visited twice, and the salt fields' chimney was already billowing smoke, with dozens of large pots boiling brine day and night, bags of white fine salt being moved out one after another. My lord, the salt field has returned to normal, Perlin reported. It's producing around 300 pounds a day, and the serfs will be able to increase that after a few days. Ron nodded. Right, increase the extraction. We don't need to worry about the long-term flow. Cash is the most important thing for us. How is the settlement of the serfs going? Perlin opened the ledger, divided into 6 farms. The old ones supplemented manpower, and 4 new small farms were opened. There were over 200 troublemakers. As per your instructions, they were sent to make bricks. The rest are all obedient and have gone to dig irrigation ditches. Such a large commotion between the two territories naturally could not escape the notice of the surrounding lords. Boris had been feeling quite restless lately. Originally, everything was developing according to the situation he had anticipated, spreading news of the salt mine, while concealing the strength of Hewan territory, enticing the surrounding lords to target the salt mine. Then Ron, exhausted from dealing with it, would eventually provide him an opportunity for ambush. However, he did not expect Ron to abandon the salt mine directly. After Peter took over the salt mine, a high-level knight retainer had died for some inexplicable reason. This left Boris perplexed. How did Ron manage to get rid of a high-level one? Was it through schemes? High-level knights are not that easy to kill. Boris felt a vague sense of unease in his heart, and he could not help but think the worst. However, he could not understand why, if Hewan territory truly had 2 high-level knight retainers, they would have needed to put up with him in the first place. As for suspecting Ron, Boris hadn't considered that, as the intelligence indicated that Ron was only a mid-level knight retainer who had just broken through this year. At this time, Eliza Zijingwa walked up to his side. She was Boris' wife, the daughter of Count Zijingwa. She was exceedingly beautiful, with skin as porcelain white as a typical noblewoman, her eyebrows and eyes elegantly shaped with a slight flirtation even when not smiling. Her golden hair was loosely tied halfway up, with a few strands falling by her neck, dressed in a fitted purple brocade gown, the neckline perfectly cut to reveal her slender collarbone, swaying gently as she walked. Simply put, she was beautiful and still had a good figure. Boris stared at the stunning figure before him, feeling very fortunate to have married such a beautiful, noble, and capable noblewoman. Unfortunately. What's wrong? Is there something troubling you in the territory? Eliza asked softly. It's nothing. Just some things I can't figure out. Boris expressed his doubts to her. Eliza smiled and said, why not ask the Count of Shershi Ridge? The person involved would surely know. If he is unwilling to speak, then that means your worst fears have come true. Boris replied affirmatively. That works, it won't take much effort anyway. The next day, Boris' men arrived at Shershi territory. At the Shershi manor, Colin was brought in while Peter was seated in the conference hall. Though called a manor, it was already taking shape. Peter arrived late, but he was affluent, being the son of Count Hongfeng, with over 10,000 gold dragons brought from the principality. The buildings were well constructed, the walls tall and sturdy, and guards stood on the watchtower equipped with several crossbows. Colin recognized a few of them as enchanted gear crafted by mages, each worth hundreds of gold coins. The defensive capabilities were almost comparable to his own castle. The rooms were tidy, with silver tea sets on the table and finely detailed maps hanging on the walls, clearly expensive. Peter, wearing a satin robe and leaning back in his chair, didn't even lift his eyelids when he saw Colin enter. A rare guest. What prompted Baron Boris to send someone to visit me? Colin performed a salute, wearing a smile on his face. My lord has heard that you've encountered some issues, so he specifically sent me to inquire. That Ron from Hewan territory has indeed been acting excessively recently. Peter leaned back in his chair, looking at him in silence. Colin continued, my lord genuinely wants to assist you. We are neighbors in this frontier land and should support each other. Sharing information if you are willing to establish a good relationship with Lin Shui territory, my lord, can help you speak to Hewan territory. Peter suddenly laughed. Sharing information. He interrupted Colin. What do I stand to gain? If you agree our two families can... Peter had realized something over the past few days. Both Lin Shui territory and Hewan territory had been attacked by bandits that night, but while news about Hewan territory spread like wildfire, there was hardly a whisper about Lin Shui territory. It had taken many days for the news to surface. It was clear he had been used as a pawn. Peter looked at him, a cold smile forming in his heart. Help himself. Clearly he was here to gather intelligence. How could he possibly let Colin take back information he had paid dearly to acquire for free? More critically, among those who came to wreak havoc in his territory, there might very well be Boris. Peter picked up his cup and took a sip of water leisurely, saying, Colin, you can go back and tell Baron Boris that I appreciate his kind intentions. However, I can handle this matter myself, so there's no need for him to worry. Colin's eyes darted around, wanting to ask further, but Peter had already stood up. Colin, it's getting late. I won't keep you. Colin understood this was a dismissal, stood up, saluted, and exited. After sending Colin off, Peter sat in his study, his expression fluctuating. He fervently hoped that Boris would provoke Ron and suffer a great loss. Ideally, the two would end up fighting, both suffering injuries while he watched the spectacle. As for Ron, let him be arrogant. Once the reinforcements arrived, he would have his moment of sorrow. Upon returning to Lin Shui territory, Colin reported everything verbatim to Boris. After listening, Boris remained silent for a long time. Did he really say that? Colin nodded. Not a word was missed. My lord, Peter's attitude. He is unwilling to disclose any information. Boris walked to the window, gazing eastward. The more Peter refused to speak, the more he sensed there was something amiss. How exactly had that high-tier individual died? What methods had Ron employed? He suddenly recalled what Iris had said yesterday. If he is unwilling to talk, then it is indeed the worst-case scenario you imagined. The worst-case scenario, two high-tier individuals. Even if he emotionally doubted it rationally, it was becoming clear. Boris had to change his approach towards Ron. Since defeating Green Lake territory last year, the development of Lin Shui territory had slowed down, especially with the arrival of the new frontier lord this year, which had completely blocked his avenues for expansion, nearly halting the territory's growth. Boris had to find a way to resolve this issue, or he would become like the lords in the rear of the frontier, relying solely on managing the territory for development. The key was that his territory was not in the rear, but close to the line of wilderness. If one day the orcs chose to launch a surprise attack from that direction, he would have no strength left to defend his territory. Boris pondered deeply. Finally, he figured it out. He had high-tier knights as retainers in Hewan territory, but he didn't have any. If Ron can act as a bandit, why can't I, Boris? He coveted the thousands of serfs being transported to Ron's territory. Brother Peter, this water is too deep. You can't grasp it. Let me handle it. My lord, there is movement from Boris' side. Ron raised his eyes. Speak. Someone is loitering along the border, resembling a scout, but they headed north towards the wilderness. Ron was silent for a while, then suddenly chuckled. Boris is getting restless. Lon looked at him. My lord, what do you think he intends to do? Ron shook his head. I don't know. But he surely hasn't been plotting anything good. He stood up and walked to the window. Send someone to keep an eye on him. If he continues to send people, don't alert him. See what he intends to do. Lon agreed and turned to leave. On the Hewan territory side, things had been quite lively these past few days. Nearly 3,000 new serfs had been added, and construction was booming all over the territory. The newly arrived serfs needed housing, and with abundant labor, they could also cultivate the fields, taking the territory's development to a new level. Moreover, Ron received good news that a serf had discovered a new type of spirit bug, a pumpkin spirit bug. Upon signing the contract, immediately that serf was elevated to a freeman and awarded a gold dragon. He informed the other serfs that anyone who discovered a spirit bug would receive such a reward. The enthusiasm of the serfs was ignited rapidly, and while working they all kept an eye out for any spirit bugs. Two serfs were chatting. Hey, that dung spoon has such good luck. That's a gold dragon. I don't even have a silver. I heard he found that spirit bug while taking a dump. Really? Then I won't bother looking for leaves next time I go. What would you do with a gold dragon if you had one? I want to marry that loose woman. A few days ago, when I helped hold her down for her husband, I sneaked a touch. Oh wow. The training grounds. My lord, the 50 new guards we recruited have a solid foundation. Lon remarked. After a month or two of training, they should be ready for action. Currently, Hewan territory's population is nearing 6,000 with about 130 to 40 guards, and the low-tier knight retainers under Ron have now exceeded a dozen, not to mention the thousands of acres of farmland and 8 spirit bugs, including agricultural spirit bugs, sweet potatoes, wheat, rye, grapes, pumpkins, and fava beans. As for potion spirit bugs, there are roses and dandelions. The potion spirit bugs can barely sustain the training of 2 high-tier knight retainers. However, it's insufficient for further cultivation, let alone having another high-tier. Thus, sometimes the knights under a lord aren't without good seedlings, they just can't be supported. 2 more days passed, and there was no movement from Shirshi. Peter began tentatively releasing a small number of serfs from the manor to work, and upon seeing that no bandits returned, he relaxed slightly. On Ron's side, the serfs were settled in the salt fields, resumed operation, and supplies filled the warehouses. He stood in the manor observing the bustling crowd, and suddenly felt a bit bored. Lon approached. "My lord, what shall we do next?" Ron glanced at him. "What to do?" He chuckled. "Do you think once I have what I want I would really stop bothering him?" Lon was taken aback. Ron turned to walk back, leaving behind a sentence, "Get the brothers ready. Tomorrow we'll continue pretending to be bandits, and head back to Shirshi for a round." Lon followed behind, and couldn't help but ask, "My lord, didn't we write a guarantee letter in the name of the family?" "The guarantee letter was indeed written, but the key is I haven't received anything." "Have you seen anything delivered?" "No, I haven't seen anything either." Lon chuckled. Peter thought 2,000 serfs could trade for a few months of peace. Naive, how could anyone believe a noble's words? Peter was so naive that Ron couldn't bear to kill him. Really, it's rare to encounter such a pure person. Early the next morning, Ron set out with his men. It was still the same group of over 40 people, still masked in burlap. Leading them was still Lon, while Ron blended into the crowd dressed in the most ordinary clothes, carrying his 9-tube. Lon rode on horseback and glanced back at Ron. Ron nodded, and with a wave of his hand the group headed eastward. Meanwhile, on the other side of Shirshi Ridge, another group of bandits also set off. Leading the second group was Locke Boris, captain of the guard. Boris himself was mingling in the crowd, wearing old leather armor and a black cloth covering his face. Boris had already figured out Shirshi Ridge and decided to make his move today. If Ron could disguise himself as a bandit, why couldn't he? That kid Peter still had quite a few good things in his possession. Instead of letting Ron have everything for himself, why not grab a share too? As for framing Ron, an easy task. Ron's men arrived first at a farmhouse that had already been raided. Once there should still be some scraps to scavenge, but Ron's main purpose this time was destruction. With a wave of his hand, Lon signaled for everyone to rush in, picking and choosing before finally setting the house ablaze. Just as the black smoke began to rise, the sound of hooves suddenly echoed from a distance. Ron looked up to see another group of bandits, more than 50 strong, coming this way. The two groups stopped several hundred steps apart. Lon tightened his grip on the hilt of his sword and whispered, "Sir, should we fight?" Ron remained silent, staring at the opposing group. The leader on the other side was a robust man, also looking this way. Among the crowd behind him, there was one person's figure that looked somewhat familiar. Ron squinted. That person was also staring this way. The two groups locked eyes for a few breaths before suddenly realizing. "Boris." "Ron." A smirk tugged at the corner of Ron's mouth. "Interesting." Both sides formed a circle, seemingly in discussion. After the discussion on Ron's side concluded, he gestured for Lon to move a few steps forward, and the leader on the opposite side also stepped forward. The two stood 50 steps apart, neither saying a word. After a while, Lon spoke first, lowering his voice. "Which brother's path are you from?" The man opposite chuckled lightly, also lowering his voice. "Just passing by. Looking to grab something." Lon nodded. "What a coincidence, so am I." The two exchanged glances for a moment. "How about we do something big together?" Suddenly the other side said, "One person can't eat it all." Lon nodded. "I know." The other side looked at him together. Lon was silent for 2 seconds, then nodded together. The two turned back to summon their respective men. The two groups stood several dozen steps apart. Close to 100 people, with 4 high-level knights in attendance. The target was clear, Peter's manor. Having been robbed for several days, his territory was nearly plundered clean. The serfs were gone, the food was gone, the tools were gone. Oh, he could only huddle in the manor, relying on the little remaining food to survive. But the manor was still standing, the walls were still intact, and the enchanted crossbows were still there. As long as he could hold on until reinforcements arrived, he still had a chance to turn the tide. Just as he was thinking, a sudden uproar erupted outside. Peter frowned. "What's going on?" A soldier rushed in, rolling and crawling. "A master." "Bandits. A lot of bandits. They are coming for the manor." Peter stood up abruptly, his face pale. He rushed to the wall to look outside, a dark mass of people charging towards the manor. At the forefront were 2 masked figures riding horses with overwhelming momentum. "Damn it, the local lord has no credibility at all. Fire the arrows." Peter shouted loudly. The crossbowmen hurriedly drew their bows. The enchanted crossbows buzzed, and arrows shot out, taking down a few people. But there were too many of them. Those who fell were quickly replaced by others charging forward. For figures surged at the forefront, moving with astonishing speed. They were high-level. 4 high-levels. Peter's legs went weak, and he collapsed to the ground. It was over. The walls were breached in less than a minute. The 4 high-levels struck simultaneously, several individuals directly channeling their energy to leap over the walls, destroying the watchtower. The crossbowmen didn't even have time to aim before being slain. Locke kicked the door open, and the others rushed in, slashing at anyone they saw. Ron and Boris mingled within the crowd, watching their men take down the guards one by one. When Peter was dragged out by Lon, he was trembling all over, unable to speak coherently. "DDO, you know who I am. I am the son of Count Redmaple. Do you dare to touch me?" Before he could finish, he received a punch to the face. Lon lifted him up and looked at Ron. Ron shook his head, signaling not to kill him yet. Peter was tied up and brought along. The manor was in chaos. Each group rushed into the house, rummaging through everything, moving items around. Food, tools, gold, and silver vessels were loaded onto carts. Ron led Lon in search of the elf room. However, they were one step behind, as Colin had arrived first. He had visited the Shershi Ridge Manor and remembered the general location. A few masked men stood at the entrance of the elf room. Speaking in a hushed tone, he said, "We've claimed this place. First you should leave." Lon sneered, "Who decides that whoever sees it first owns it? We never agreed to those rules." The leader on the other side also stepped out from the elf room. Ron vaguely saw through the crack in the door that there were 9 jade boxes neatly arranged inside. The two groups faced off with their hands resting on the sword hilts. The atmosphere instantly grew tense. Ron stood at the back of the crowd, observing the scene. He glanced at the opposing leader, who was Boris, captain of the guard, a high-level knight. Boris himself should also be among the crowd. It was just that he couldn't tell who he was, especially since Ron knew he had switched his mask. If a fight broke out, it would be hard to say who would win. But no one could accept any losses. The question was it worth it? The two groups once again formed a circle for a meeting. "Peter is in our hands. Let's negotiate with them." The elf bugs and Peter were bound by contract. It was useless for them to steal the elf bugs unless they killed Peter. If they didn't kill him, they could only force him to give them up voluntarily. After the two groups finished their meeting, they clearly realized the current situation. "Brothers, shall we talk?" Lon nodded and walked over. The two stood in a corner, neither removing their masks. The man opposite spoke first. "The elf bugs, I got to them first." Lon shook his head. "Peter is in our hands. Just having the bugs is useless." "What should we do then?" "Fight." Lon looked at him. "If you agree, then I agree." The opposite side fell silent. "Sure." There were 9 elf bugs in total from Shershi Ridge. 3 were potion elf bugs, and 6 were agricultural elf bugs. 2 of the bugs were damaged, as someone had pretended to be Ron and destroyed them last time. Of the damaged bugs, 1 was a potion bug, and the other an agricultural bug. Calculating that way, both sides would each receive 3 good bugs, and each would have 1 potion bug. The remainder consisted of 1 damaged potion bug, and 1 good and 1 bad agricultural bug. Naturally, Ron chose the potion bug, while Boris' side didn't lose out either, who knew how much life the potion bug had left lest it died before the crop bugs were cultivated. Both sides secured their respective elf bugs, and Lon brought Peter up. "Master Peter, you should be able to understand the situation now. Dissolve the contract with the elf bugs, and everyone will be fine. Otherwise, if we lock you up and torture you, your pampered body likely won't withstand it." Locke threatened. "That pepper water won't be pleasant, not to mention the severe punishments. Wouldn't you agree?" Lon supported from the side. "I can dissolve the contract, but what will you do to let me go?" Peter pleaded. "As long as you dissolve the contract, there will be nothing we want from you. Think about it. After all, you are the offspring of a count. Without any vested interest, we don't want to completely anger Lord Count. Wouldn't you agree?" Peter really believed this analysis and dissolved the elf contract. After both sides finished checking, Locke stabbed Peter to death with a sword. Lon, being watched by Locke, also stepped forward and delivered a final blow. Ron felt regret in his heart. "My good brother just went offline like that. It would be difficult to find someone like that next time." After dividing the elven worms, both groups guarded themselves and went their separate ways to the manor, specifically targeting valuables and precious items. During this time, a few conflicts occurred, but under mutual restraint, no one was killed. Once the valuable items in the manor were looted, both groups happily gathered together again. They tacitly avoided mentioning their own gains. The two groups came together to divide the large items from Shershi territory, including serfs, grain, and livestock. The leader from the opposite side approached with a few people and found Lon, their attitude noticeably colder than before. "Friend, have we looted enough? Let's match our large items first and transport them early to avoid being discovered." Lon nodded and called for his people to gather the looted serfs. Grain, serfs, and livestock cannot be concealed. Their numbers are easily visible. If one side takes more, the other will definitely not back down. To avoid wasting time on disputes, both sides could only compromise. They pulled their loot together, and as expected, the numbers didn't match. Lon's side had taken an extra granary, while Boris' side had looted dozens more cattle and sheep. Both sides quickly divided their spoils, eager to send the items back to their territory. The labor force was readily available, and they could move everything in a few trips. As the manor gradually became empty, the two groups kept their distance. Once Boris' side loaded the last cart, they cautiously vanished into the wilderness. Lon was also preparing to retreat, but he felt distressed. There were still about 100 corpses lying in Peter's manor, and he hesitated whether to take them away. In the end, he steeled his heart and decided to leave them behind. Who knows if that old sly Boris had left any watchers outside. Better to be cautious. Lon left with a heavy heart. It's all Boris's fault. Lon was a petty person and he blamed this loss entirely on Boris. Upon returning to the territory, Lon immediately instructed Perlin to tally the gains. First were the 4 most valuable elven worms which Lon had contracted at the first opportunity. Agricultural elven worms, wheat, soybeans. Potion elven worms, apples, lilies, damaged. Another 1,000 serfs were acquired, which meant the territory wouldn't have to worry about labor for a long time. The 6 enchanted crossbows purchased at a high price by Peter were each looted by both groups, further enhancing the territory's defensive power. Lon didn't manage to loot many gold coins, estimating he had around 2,000 gold dragons combined with silverware. They also looted a substantial amount of grain and livestock, saving the territory a significant sum for purchases. Other materials included tools, fabrics, and various weapons and armor, along with dozens of barrels of wine. Peter was truly a good person. He thought of everything you might need. This haul would allow the territory to avoid work for 2 months. Boris's gains likely matched his own. Faced with these gains, Lon momentarily lost his composure. To become rich, one must first harvest the trees, but this seemed a bit slow. After pondering for a while, he decided to broaden his thinking and vision, not fixating on just small gains. One must be willing to invest in order to reap great rewards. He called Hart the small lentil, instructing him to gather people to go to Oak City, bringing along the wealth from this haul to buy potions. He wouldn't play a slow development game with Boris. If conditions allowed, it was time to mass-produce soldiers. Now with the new potion worms, he could support more knights. Lon flipped through the accounts and nodded. Perlin continued to report regarding the elven worms. The 3 intact ones have had their worm grass planted, and the farmland is already arranged. However, our damaged potion worm has had half its grass destroyed, and the worm is looking weak. The people in the elven room say its survival depends entirely on luck. Lon fell silent for a moment. Let's keep it alive for now. Have the elven room take good care of it using the best jade powder. I'll check on it tonight. Perlin agreed, and left to continue arranging matters. Lon had already tested whether the original liquid had any effect on the elven worms. But the results showed minimal effect. The elven worms did not consume the original liquid, although it could repair injuries. Thus Lon chose the damaged potion worm. In the evening, Lon arrived at the elven room, dismissed the attending maid, and opened the jade box to reveal a wilted elven worm. Most elven worms are plump and lively, but this one had its little flower drooping. It lay motionless on the wall. Lon took out a bottle of diluted original liquid from his pocket and dripped it onto the worm grass, and a miraculous scene unfolded. The roots of the worm grass seemed to come alive, absorbing the original liquid. A little green sprout emerged from the wound, healing it. The lily elven worm also became active, moving towards the wound of the worm grass and drooling. As the original liquid continued to flow in, the wound on the worm grass rapidly healed. At this moment, the elven worm slowly flew up, surrounding the worm grass and sprinkling small green lights. From the contract, Lon realized that the elven worm was risking its life to evolve. Sensing the determination of this elven worm, Lon naturally wouldn't stop it, continuously cooperating by dripping the original liquid. After half an hour of this, Lon had dripped 2 bottles. Finally, the little elven worm flew back onto the worm grass and slowly formed a cocoon, no longer moving. From here on, whether it lived or died depended entirely on itself. Lon could no longer intervene. While Lon was digesting his gains, the situation in Shirshi territory gradually became known to the surrounding lords. The first to receive the news was the Blackstone territory. Blackstone territory bordered Shirshi territory, and Hosen had always sent spies to gather intelligence on Shirshi territory. This day they noticed something was off. There were no signs of human activity in Shirshi territory. Upon checking the manor, they found it completely breached, the main gate kicked down, and everywhere inside the manor were corpses. Wild beasts were tearing at the remains, growling at the sight of humans. The spy quickly withdrew to report back to Blackstone territory. When the news reached Hosen's ears, the old cripple was drinking tea. Peter is dead. The manor has been destroyed, and there's not a single person left. The ground is filled with the corpses of soldiers, and their armor has all been stripped off. Hosen remained silent for a long time. Although Peter no longer had high-level fighters, the defensive strength of his manor was still formidable. At the very least, he couldn't be attacked without suffering huge losses. Who could it be? The first suspect was Iwan territory, followed by Linshui territory, but weren't they afraid of being replaced by Peter with a high-level fighter? Baron Hosen couldn't figure it out. One of his subordinates asked, "My lord, should we take advantage of the situation?" The territory of Shirshi. Hosen waved his hand. No hurry. Whoever could take down Peter is not an ordinary person. Let's wait and see who did it. He paused and added, "Send someone to keep an eye on Iwan territory and Linshui territory. Report any movements." On the 3rd day, most surrounding lords received the news. Green Lake territory even sent someone to inquire with Lon. The envoy was an old acquaintance, smiling as soon as he entered. "Baron, my lord asked me to find out what happened in Shirshi territory. You should know better since you are nearby, right?" I heard even Baron Peter is dead. Lon looked puzzled. Dead. I don't know. I've been busy farming lately with no time to manage other matters. The envoy looked at him somewhat disbelieving, but not daring to press further. So, have you heard who did it? Lon shook his head. Haven't heard. Maybe it was horse bandits. Is there any shortage of that in frontier territory? The envoy awkwardly smiled and didn't ask further. He exchanged some polite words about the friendly relations between Green Lake territory and Huan territory, then was dismissed by Lon. Lon leaned closer. My Lord Austin over there. Lon waved his hand. He's not sure we did it and has no evidence. No need to worry about it. The reactions from Maolin territory and Hansong territory were varied. However, as a result of this incident, the lords in frontier territory became more cautious, and they would not easily let their high-level knights leave the manor. In the days following his return from Peter Manor, Ron had been quite busy. The specific affairs of the territory were managed by Pylon and Dick. Although Ron did not need to oversee everything closely, he still needed to have a grasp of various progressions within the land. At the very least, he needed to stay informed and not be deceived by those beneath him, even though they currently lacked the courage to do so. Unbeknownst to him, they had already spent 3 months in the newly developed area, arriving at the end of summer, and now autumn was nearly over. Ron had finally established his footing in the new territory, amassing a fortune. His next goal was to become a local tyrant in this wasteland and truly connect with the neighbors. He had heard that Boris' wife was one of the most beautiful women in this wasteland, and Ron was still holding back his feelings. He believed that he and Boris were kindred spirits, and thus they should share their blessings together. The celebratory wine was ready for you. In the Water's Edge territory, Boris was also busy counting his harvest, settling the serfs, and transplanting the spirit bugs. Locke stood beside him, reporting, My Lord, there are 5 spirit bugs, 4 for agriculture, and 1 for potion making. 1,000 serfs, enough food to last 6 months, and over 2,000 gold dragons. Boris nodded in satisfaction. Locke could not help but ask, My Lord, what should we do about the River Bay territory? Boris was silent for a moment, then smiled. Keep an eye on him, but don't be too tight. That kid is not simple, he's a tough nut. Don't actively provoke him. If the opportunity arises, we'll trip him up, and if not, then let it be. We still have 2 neighbors, right? Once we digest this batch of resources, we'll continue to seek out the softer target. You need to keep an eye on the training of the knights under your command. This month, double their potion allocation as per the old rule. Anyone who breaks through will receive a special supply. Additionally, if you find any good prospects, recruit them promptly and train them vigorously, striving to have another high-tier individual in the territory. Locke hurriedly nodded and responded, My Lord, what about the territory of Stone Creek? Shall we leave it untouched? We can't just watch other lords feast. Before the duchy conferred the territory to new pioneers, they would confirm the borders of surrounding lords, so everyone would seize any opportunity to expand northward. With Peter's death, news would soon reach Oak City. However, it would take some time before the new pioneer lord arrived, creating a significant gap. This gap is what my subordinates are talking about. Do you think the Blackstone territory would be tempted? What use is temptation? Boris scoffed. There are plenty of wastelands to the north. The key is that you need gold dragons to develop them and knights to guard them. Without them, development is pointless. It's just sewing clothes for others. Does that old crippled hosen dare let his knights leave the territory now? If he dares, he wouldn't mind becoming a horse bandit again. After all, it's all for River Bay territory. What does it have to do with Boris? Who doesn't know that before Ron arrived, there weren't so many horse bandits in this wasteland? Well, he had done it a few times, so it's fine. 2 days later, Hart returned from Oak City, bringing back 2 carts loaded with boxes with a thick layer of straw underneath. Inside were bottles of potions stacked to the brim. Ron personally went to welcome him. Looking at the 2 carts of potions, he felt considerably relieved. How many bottles? Hart wiped his sweat. Over 400 bottles of ordinary ones, and I bought several dozen high-quality ones for you, my lord. Marco from the Grey Bear Trading Company said that potions are cheap lately, 2 to 3 gold dragons per bottle. The gold dragons we brought are all accounted for. Ron nodded. Well done. Last time when Lauren broke through, he used less than 100 bottles of potions. This time he planned to let Hart break through. Hart had been following Ron for a good while now, both in terms of work and strength. He had shown himself worthy. Moreover, his family was settled in the family territory, so he could be trusted in loyalty. He called Lauren and Gray over to start selecting soldiers. The few guards with a good foundation had already consumed enough of the meat soup. Now that the potions were in place, it was just the right time to push for a breakthrough. Lauren recommended 5 old soldiers, and Gray recommended 3 new recruits. Ron inspected each one and nodded in agreement. Each of you will receive 10 bottles. Strive to break through and become low-tier retainers. These entry-level knights who have just cultivated their fighting spirit are not qualified to receive potions every month. Only those with better talent will be accepted as retainers, pledging allegiance and able to receive 1 bottle of potions monthly. The remaining knights can receive 2 bottles for low tier, 5 for mid-tier, and 10 for high tier, distributed monthly. If they want more, they can come to buy from the Lord with discounts available. Ron looked at Hart. You should ease up on other matters for now. You can use the potions as you wish. I have just one request: breakthrough as soon as possible. Hart excitedly nodded, stammering, I will not disappoint your expectations, my lord. In the following days, the training grounds of the territory were louder than usual. Ron's stock of raw liquid dwindled rapidly, forcing him to order the patrol team to expand their hunting to the northern wilderness. However, what worried Ron the most was that spirit bug. The cocoon it formed was placed in the innermost part of the spirit room, cushioned with the softest cloth and surrounded by the best jade powder. Ron checked on it once a day. The cocoon remained motionless, and he couldn't tell if it was alive or dead. Pylon came daily to report there's still no movement. Ron always replied, just keep waiting. One night, while Ron was planning the territory's development in his room, he suddenly felt a commotion in the spirit contract. Sensing the disturbance, Ron immediately got up and rushed to the spirit room. He pushed the door open to see a crack in that cocoon. A faint green light flickered from the gap. Ron held his breath, staring at the cocoon, knowing that the success or failure hinged on this moment. The crack widened, and a head with small flowers appeared, followed by its entire body. Ron thought to himself that it was a success. The little spirit resembled a Barbie doll standing the size of a palm, with two pairs of transparent wings sprouting from its back. A picture of the little spirit is here. It seemed to have noticed Ron, and the little spirit flew over, circling around him twice, as if showing off. Finally, it landed on Ron's shoulder, looking at him with its big eyes, tilting its head and emitting a soft chirping sound. Gulu gulu. In Ron's mind, the contract conveyed a clear sense of closeness. A little spirit. It had evolved into a little spirit. Ron was stunned for a moment, then suddenly burst into laughter. He cautiously extended his hand, and the little spirit crawled into his palm, rubbing against his fingers. Good job, Ron said softly. From now on, your name will be Bella. Bella seemed to understand, joyfully jumping twice. Digga-digga. The next morning, news spread throughout the territory. Pylon rushed over to say, Heaven bless our Lord. Lauren exclaimed, The knight's glory blesses you, my lord. A little spirit. Hart exclaimed in wonder, In all my years, it's my first time seeing a spirit bug evolve. Before, I could only hear rumors. This is the first little spirit in our territory. I heard that little spirits can live for 50 years, much longer than spirit bugs. This one will be enough for us for a lifetime. Ron heard their lack of ambition and disdainfully waved his hand, dismissing them, instructing Pylon to arrange the farmland promptly. The coverage area of a little spirit is 10 acres, only doubling that of spirit bugs, but the potions produced are of much higher quality and can be used to make high-tier potions. In the first few days, little spirit Bella was still quite shy, always hiding in Ron's collar, tilting her body to observe the people around her. Whenever someone looked at her, she would immediately shrink back into the collar, only re-emerging after a while. Once she became familiar, she began to fly wildly around the manor. Each little spirit has a different personality, and Bella was clearly the lively and playful type, full of adventurous spirit and curiosity about everything. Sometimes when she saw Ron eating, she wanted to take a bite, too, even though she would always scrunch her brow and fail to taste anything, yet she remained undeterred. Ron was particularly fond of his first little spirit, especially since this one had evolved and been born right before his eyes. Her courage to fight hard touched Ron deeply. This was indeed his little spirit. Her temper matched his. Half a month's time is enough for a disturbance to settle into the mundane. Especially on days when no one stirs trouble, the territory welcomes an unprecedented calm. On the day Hart entered closed door, training, the shouts on the training ground ceased. Finally, in the evening, the tightly shut door opened from within, and Hart emerged brimming with vitality. His complexion was still slightly pale, but his steps were steady, and the aura surrounding him was more than double what it was before he entered training. Ron stood in the courtyard watching him approach and knelt on one knee. My lord, as expected, you have succeeded. Ron extended his hand to help him up, saying nothing, only patting his shoulder. 3 of them had reached the high rank. Lon leaned over and grinned. Hart, from now on we should compare our skills. Hart smiled back. Let's compete, who's afraid of whom. The other knights in the territory had also made some progress. Marcus Apple and Robert Little Cabbage, the 2 knights recruited from the family, had also broken through to mid-level knight retainers. Thus, among the 5 low-level knights brought in from the family, 3 had already advanced, leaving only 2 still lingering at the low level. However, with Ron's ample supply of magic potions and the continuous meat soup enhancements, it shouldn't take long for them either. Additionally, among the 8 guards who received magic potions, 5 had successfully broken through the low level. As such, the strength of the River Bay territory had already become prominent in this desolate land. Only the territories that had been opened up for many years behind them could possibly rival River Bay. The shouts on the training ground resumed louder than they were half a month ago. Bella was no longer afraid of people. This little creature flew around the manor every day, sometimes perching on the walls with her head tilted to watch the guards practice, sometimes sneaking into the kitchen to steal snacks, and sometimes resting on Ron's shoulder as he patrolled the territory. The most troublesome was Perlin. Bella for some reason took a special liking to his ledger, stealing a few pages whenever he wasn't paying attention and scattering them all over the yard. Perlin chased after her, and she would fly a bit higher, waiting until he couldn't catch up before coming down, tilting her head and chattering as if urging him to continue. "My lord, please manage her," Perlin complained, holding the chewed ledger. Ron glanced at it, turned his head expressionlessly, and said, "I didn't see anything." Bella peeked out from his collar and stuck her tongue out at Perlin. "Perlin." At the green lake poured on the second floor, the oil lamp was dim, and the night wind blowing through the cracks in the window made the flame flicker. Liliquin Moonlight Rose sat at the table, removed her hood, revealing a delicate face. Her chestnut hair swayed under the candlelight, her skin too pale for someone who had drifted at sea for a month, though the fatigue in her eyes was hard to conceal. She looked down at her sleeping little sister in her arms, gently patting her back. Liliquin was a marquis daughter, her family situated in the White Lead Duchy, which was destroyed in the war against the Grey Tin Kingdom, and her family, naturally, could not escape the fate. Before the Moonlight Rose Marquis died in battle, he had allowed some of his offspring to escape, including Liliquin, his most beloved daughter. After their difficult escape, they faced continuous pursuit from enemies. Fortunately, this group of people was not the primary target of pursuit by enemies, which allowed them to flee from the most perilous areas. However, even so, their group had dwindled from 40 or 50 at the beginning to just over 10 now. One of the two high-level knight retainers had died in battle, and the other was seriously injured. The old steward pushed the door open and lowered his voice. "Miss, the scout has returned." Liliquin looked up. "Speak." "Heading east through this territory, it will take at least 7 or 8 days at the fastest. But it's not peaceful lately. A lord was killed a few days ago, and the territory was looted. We still don't know who did it." The captain of the guard stood by the door, frowning. "Bandits." The old steward shook his head. "Anyone capable of eliminating a lord cannot be ordinary bandits." Liliquin fell silent for a moment. "Have you heard any news from my uncle?" The old steward sighed. "None. This area is the territory of the Bronze Duchy. As long as they pass through this territory, they can reach the territory of the Black Iron Duchy, at which point they can contact Count White Birch. Miss, these are the last 2 segments of the journey. We should still be cautious. What if?" "There is no what if," Liliquin interrupted him, her voice cold but decisive. "Then we will bypass this area and travel from the rear of the territory. I will ensure my sister's safe arrival." The little sister murmured in her sleep and turned over. Liliquin looked down at her, her gaze softening. The captain of the guards quietly asked, "Miss, will those people behind us catch up?" The room fell silent for a moment. Liliquin raised her head, a hint of coldness flashing in her eyes. "If they catch up, you take my sister and escape first, or I will confront them." The old steward hurriedly added, "Miss, this is not the time to act on impulse. We are outnumbered, and forcing a confrontation isn't wise. The priority is to reach the Count as quickly as possible." Liliquin was silent for a while before nodding. "Tomorrow we will continue to disguise ourselves as a merchant caravan. Hire local guides, pay them well, and have them lead us safely." She looked at the captain of the guards. "How is your injury?" The captain shook his head. "It's nothing serious." The old steward hesitated, but ultimately said nothing more. Liliquin looked down at her little sister in her arms, her fingers gently brushing through her hair. "Rest now," she said softly. "We have a long journey tomorrow." As the tranquil days passed by, Ron's scouts who were monitoring the Green Lake territory returned. Ron had been keeping an eye on the port of Green Lake, the only good harbor in the vicinity capable of conducting maritime trade. After all, Ron believed that this port would eventually belong to their family. It's beneficial to know more about it. "My lord, there is a situation." Ron raised his eyes. "Speak." The scout said, "A few days ago, a group of people arrived claiming to be fur traders. More than 10 people, both men and women, rented a warehouse and made a few deals with local merchants, looking quite normal." Ron nodded. He had already learned of this a few days ago. The scout continued, "Yesterday they set off for Oak City to collect goods, but another ship arrived at the port today, probing for news about them. That group of people doesn't seem like good folks." "Interesting." Ron lightly tapped his fingers on the table. "It seems this group has secrets." Ron has always loved big secrets. "They left a day ago with goods, so they shouldn't have gone far." "Which route did they take?" The scout shook his head. "They hired a guide and left without coming this way." Ron fell silent for a moment, waving his hand. "All right, go down and keep a close watch on this group of newcomers. Send out more manpower." The scout withdrew. Lon asked nearby, "My lord, shall we take action?" Ron did not rush to answer. After a long while he finally spoke, "No hurry. Let's first see where that group behind us comes from and how strong they are." He stood up and walked to the window. "Bring everyone along, leave Gray to guard the house, take the equipment, and follow me." Half an hour later, Ron rode out of the manor with Lawrence and 7 or 8 knight attendants. They headed towards Green Lake Ridge, avoiding the village and hiding in the wilderness to the north. According to the scouts, the pursuers would definitely make a move today. Sure enough, in the afternoon, they spotted a group in the dense forest from a distance. More than 20 people riding horses with fine weapons were galloping south along a dried-up riverbed. Leading them was a robust, middle-aged man with sharp eyes. "My lord, they have headed south," Hart whispered. Ron nodded and dismounted. "Leave the horses here, come with me." Riding and following would make too much noise, so he tossed the reins to one of his attendants and had him return first. Ron, along with the others, made their way south on foot. The sky gradually darkened, and with winter approaching, the winds on the plains were biting cold. Taking advantage of the terrain for cover, Ron and his group maintained a distance of about a mile from the pursuers. In the dusk, the figures of that group resembled a pack of silent wolves sneaking southward. In the dead of night, approximately 20 miles south of Green Lake Ridge, flickering firelight appeared faintly ahead. The pursuers suddenly slowed down. Ron crouched behind a dirt slope and raised his binoculars. In the distance, campfires were flickering where Liu Chuan and his group were setting up camp. The leader of the pursuers made a hand signal, and the group dispersed quietly, sneaking forward. Ron lowered the binoculars, a slight smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. The show is about to begin. By the camp, the bonfire was blazing. Several lower-ranked attendants took turns keeping watch while the others rested against the carts. The captain of the guards leaned against a rock, his face pale with blood seeping through the bandages wrapped around his chest. The old steward sat beside Liu Chuan, speaking in a hushed tone. "Miss, if we travel for one more day, we will reach the rear lines. There are stationed troops over there. The pursuers won't dare to act recklessly." At this moment, Liu Chuan was comforting her sister Cecilia, who was exhausted from days of fleeing with her sister. The 7 or 8-year-old child was slowly becoming more aware. Although she still did not understand the concept of fleeing, she only knew to follow her sister. When asked if she was afraid at night, she shook her head and said, "I'm not afraid with my sister here." Liu Chuan held her understanding sister, gently patting her back. Cecilia nestled in her sister's embrace, enjoying a moment of peace. Just then a sudden scream echoed from a distance. One of the knights on watch fell to the ground, his throat pierced by an arrow. Enemy attack. The captain of the guard sprang to his feet, drawing his sword and charging out. Countless shadows surged from the night, the sound of hooves thundered. The pursuers had arrived. Liu Chuan grabbed her sister and quickly stood up, while the old steward shielded them and moved toward the back of the cart. The guards fought fiercely but were outnumbered and outmatched. 2 of the opponents were high-ranking, and the captain of the guards unleashed his hidden cards to battle. Swords clashed, and the air around them vibrated. However, the captain of the guards was injured and soon found himself at a disadvantage. One mid-ranked attendant, surrounded by 3 enemies, fought desperately and killed 2, but fell into a pool of blood himself. The low-ranked attendants were even more vulnerable, falling one after another. The old steward's voice trembled. "Miss, hurry and leave. If you don't leave now, it will be too late." Liu Chuan protected her sister, her eyes reddening, yet she did not move. She looked at the guards who were fighting to protect her, and at the heavily injured captain, who was still struggling, knowing they could not escape. Cecilia tightly grasped her sister's sleeve, trembling as she watched the bloody scene before her. Liu Chuan lowered her head and glanced at her. Then she raised her head, her expression changing. She handed her sister to the female guard. "Take Cecilia and go." Cecilia cried out in refusal. "Sister, let's go together. Her cries were heart-wrenching, but Liu Chuan steeled herself and commanded, "Hurry and go." The female guard Anna immediately picked up Cecilia and dashed toward the wilderness. After watching her sister leave, Cecilia began to form seals with her hands. A faint blue light gathered at her fingertips. It was magic. The old steward exclaimed, "Miss, you haven't recovered yet." Before he could finish, Liu Chuan had already made her move. A weak blue light blade flew from her hand, heading straight for the leader of the pursuers. The blade had little power, but it was fast. The leader instinctively sidestepped to avoid it, causing his sword strike to falter. Just that moment of hesitation allowed the captain of the guards to seize the opportunity and thrust his sword toward the leader's shoulder. The leader of the pursuers grunted and stepped back. "A mage." He looked down at the wound on his shoulder and sneered. "A low-ranking apprentice dares to show off before me." He waved his hand and ordered, "Ignore that girl, kill the guards first. Capture her alive." Although Liu Chuan was merely a low-ranking magic apprentice, her magic was bizarre and unpredictable, making it hard to ignore. Especially since she was now enveloped in a layer of milky white shield, the pursuers found it difficult to break through. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Liu Chuan pulled out some magic scrolls from who knows where, each powerful enough to rival a high-ranking knight's strike. The pursuers could not take her down, and instead she countered and killed several of them, leading to an intense battle. Behind a dirt slope in the distance, Ron lowered his binoculars. Hart leaned over and whispered, "My lord, is that woman a mage?" Ron nodded, deep in thought. Disguised as a merchant caravan, unwilling to reveal her identity, and being a mage with a group of powerful pursuers. It was clear that this woman was not simple. It was worth making a move, especially since he had already grasped the strength of the pursuers. Ron did not charge directly into the battlefield. He had another task to accomplish. Little sister, do you need help? Ron and his companions appeared in front of the fleeing Cecilia and the female guard. The guard Anna looked at them warily. Who are you, and what do you want? However, Cecilia urgently said, we need help. Please hurry and save my sister. We are willing to pay a reward. Ron smiled wickedly. The price for my help is quite high. You may not be able to afford it. Cecilia, anxious, said, we will give you anything you want, anything at all. Please help us quickly. I want your sister. Can you agree to that? Cecilia's small face went blank as she glanced at the firelight from the camp, then hesitantly said, okay. Secret technique, seize the opportunity in a crisis. Ron flipped through his own attributes from earlier. Indeed, it was his specialty. As Cecilia's voice fell, a sudden and intense wave of fighting spirit erupted from the distant camp. Ron turned back to see the milky white shield surrounding Lu Lichuan flickering violently, cracks spreading like a spider web, with several pursuers fiercely attacking her, and the scrolls nearly depleted. Ron swept his gaze across the battlefield. Both sides had lost many, and Lu Lichuan's side had only 4 or 5 left, gasping for breath. The captain of the guard had already turned into a bloody mess, swaying precariously as the burst of the secret technique faded. The old butler lunged forward to block as the shield shattered, but was kicked aside and lay motionless on the ground. The remaining guards fell one after another, and Lu Lichuan was cornered against the carriage by 2 pursuers with no way to retreat. Cecilia watched with tears streaming down her face, desperately covering her mouth, too afraid to make a sound. Only then did Ron turn his head and glance at her. Remember our agreement. He stood up and waved his hand. Ron Hart and the accompanying knights simultaneously rose, their hoods still on, revealing only their eyes. Go! 12 figures surged forth like phantoms from the darkness, charging directly into the battlefield. The leading pursuer had just raised his sword to finish the captain of the guard when he suddenly heard a peculiar sound behind him. He turned sharply only to see a shadow already before him, the sword light slicing down like a ribbon. He instinctively raised his sword to block, and with a loud clash his hands went numb, and he was forced back 3 steps. Who are you? No one answered. The shadow gave him no chance to breathe, the sword light coming in an unending barrage, each strike deadly. Meanwhile, Ron and Hart simultaneously engaged another high-ranking pursuer. The opponent was formidable, but facing 2 at once, he quickly found himself at a disadvantage. Other knights entered the fray, mixing it up with the mid-tier and low-tier pursuers. Ron struck swiftly, each blow powerful and forceful, his fighting spirit surging within as he fully displayed his high-level strength. The leading pursuer, already injured, was overwhelmed by Ron's tempestuous assault. Who exactly are you? We are under the command of Lord Marquis of the Grey Tin Kingdom. He was both shocked and furious. Ron remained silent, only increasing the speed of his attacks. After dozens of exchanges, the pursuer leader could no longer withstand Ron's strength. His arms grew numb, affecting his performance, and Ron seized the opportunity to stab him with his sword. Severely injured. The man had already fought for a while, and now he was heavily wounded, making matters worse. Ron gave him no chance to rest, attacking with dozens more strikes, finally sealing his throat with a final blow. The man widened his eyes, his lips moved as if to say something, but only blood spilled out. Ron withdrew his sword, and he crashed to the ground. Meanwhile, Ron and Hart were also gaining the upper hand. 2 high-ranking against 1 half-damaged opponent created a significant advantage. The pursuer fought back, desperately injuring Hart's arm, but he was also struck by Ron's sword, clearly slowing down. Lu Lichuan leaned against the carriage, her face pale as paper, her mental strength nearly depleted. Yet she did not collapse. Instead, she struggled to stand, her hands trembling as she began forming seals again. A faint blue light began to coalesce once more. Although weak, it was undeniably present. She fixed her gaze on the high-ranking pursuer, still resisting, gritting her teeth as she infused the last bit of her magic power into the light blade. The light blade shot out, heading straight for the man's back. He was fully focused on contending with Ron and Hart, and had no attention to spare for what was behind him. The light blade pierced him, causing his body to stiffen momentarily, halting his movements. In that instant, Ron's sword cleaved down, severing his head. The battle was over. The camp was in disarray, with corpses strewn haphazardly. Of the more than 20 pursuers, only a few remained. Seeing their leader dead, they scattered in flight. Ron's knights pursued for a while, killing a few, but the night was too dark, and some managed to escape. Ron sheathed his sword and surveyed the battlefield. Ron supported Hart as they approached. Hart had a wound on his arm, but it was not deep, and the bleeding had stopped. It's nothing. Hart grinned. Just a scratch. Ron nodded and walked up to Lu Lichuan. She leaned against the carriage, struggling to catch her breath. Her eyes were fixed on Ron, filled with vigilant scrutiny and a hint of confusion. Ron said nothing, merely looking down at her from above. Lu Lichuan spoke first. Who are you? Her voice was a bit hoarse, yet still melodious. Ron did not respond. Lu Lichuan's gaze swept past Ron's followers, Ron and Hart, Then over the knights who were tending to their wounds finally resting on Ron's masked hood. "Where is Cecilia?" she asked. Ron tilted his head to the side. Anna led Cecilia out of the darkness. As soon as Cecilia saw her sister, she immediately struggled to get down, stumbling over to her and throwing herself into Lu Lichuan's embrace. "Sister, are you all right? I'm so scared." Lu Lichuan looked down at her, her expression softening for a moment as she reached out to pat her head. But soon after she raised her head, staring intently at Ron. "Thank you for saving us. I will treat all our belongings as a reward, and once we reach our destination, I will offer you a generous gift as well." Ron's expression darkened. "Mad isn't the normal procedure to offer oneself in return. It seems you don't fancy me." Ron finally spoke, his voice laced with amusement. "It's just a transaction." Lu Lichuan fell silent for a moment. "We can give you everything we have." Ron did not rush to respond. Instead, he crouched down to meet her gaze. "Your sister just promised me something." Lu Lichuan furrowed her brow, looking at Cecilia. Cecilia shrank her neck and whispered, "Sister, this is brother-in-law. Lu Lichuan." She took a deep breath, then another, closing her eyes and striving to calm herself. Ron stepped before her. "The agreement I reached with your sister," he said. "Do you acknowledge it?" Lu Lichuan looked at him, her eyes icy. "You took advantage of our misfortune." Ron gestured, "Yes. It's one of my many specialties." Lu Lichuan remained silent for a moment as she understood well her and her sister's situation and knew she had no leverage to bargain. Rather than being passive and provoking this man into a furious rage, it was better to lay flat and enjoy. She had a sister to care for. Even if she had to endure humiliation, she still needed to survive. "I accept," Lu Lichuan said, bearing the humiliation. Ron nodded in satisfaction. "Indeed, those who recognize the situation are the wise ones. First, tell me who you are. Who are you? Where do you come from? Where are you going? Who is pursuing you?" Lu Lichuan stared at him for a long while before finally speaking. "I am Lu Lichuan, Moonlight Rose, daughter of the Marquis of Moonlight Rose. I come from the White Lead Duchy and am a court viscount. I am heading to the Black Iron Duchy to seek refuge with my uncle. The ones pursuing me are from the Grey Tin Kingdom." Ron nodded, deep in thought. "Daughter of a marquis," he murmured, suddenly laughing. "What a windfall." He stood up. "You just produced so many scrolls from thin air, you must have spatial equipment, so hand it over now." Lu Lichuan reluctantly handed over a bracelet. After Lu Lichuan showed him how to use it, Ron was endlessly entertained. It had about 20 cubic spaces, holding half of their belongings. Ron took a rough glance and felt it was worth the trip. The severely injured captain of the guard had not survived. Only Lu Lichuan, her sister Cecilia, and the female guard Anna remained. In fact, Ron could have saved the captain of the guard, but he had no desire to do so. The battlefield had been cleared, ensuring there would be no risk of exposure. Ron used the spatial equipment to collect all the corpses, thinking it would be convenient in the future. He then led them away, moving under the cover of night. As dawn approached, Ron and his group returned to their territory. The pursuers left behind several horses, which proved convenient for Ron. Lu Lichuan was helped down from her horse, gazing at the not-so-grand manor before her, her eyes filled with mixed emotions. Cecilia, exhausted from a night of rushing about, had already fallen asleep, curled up in her embrace, with tears stained still on her small face. Anna followed behind, vigilantly surveying their surroundings. Within the Riverbend territory, the core area was dotted with watchtowers. As Ron and his group stepped into the farmland, the manor received the news. Perlin came out to greet them, and was momentarily taken aback upon seeing Ron return with 3 unfamiliar women. "My lord, this is..." Ron waved his hand. "Arrange a room for them to stay. Send 2 maids to take care of them." Perlin nodded, asking no further questions, and led Lu Lichuan and the others towards the backyard. As Lu Lichuan passed by Ron, her steps faltered. "Aren't you afraid he'll run away?" Ron removed his hood, revealing his youthful and handsome face. With a playful gesture, he pinched Lu Lichuan's delicate chin, forcing her to look up at him, a teasing smile on his lips. "With just the few of you, you'd be captured as slaves the moment you step outside. Considering your looks, you'll likely be sold to the Nightingale Pavilion as a top courtesan." Lu Lichuan's face turned pale with fear, a mix of shame and anger flashing across her features as she fell silent and followed Perlin. Upon returning to the house, Ron took out the spatial bracelet and meticulously counted the spoils from this venture. The 20 cubic space was filled to about half, containing quite a lot: 2 large chests of gold coins amounting to approximately 20,000 gold dragons. A box of jewelry was finely crafted, clearly meant for nobility, making its value hard to estimate. Most of the boxes for the magical scrolls were empty, likely exhausted by Lu Lichuan during their journey. There were not many potions, all of which Ron had never seen before. Just from looking at the bottles, they were significantly superior to those produced in his own territory. The potion apprentice in his territory was utterly useless. Once Ron even ended up swallowing the dregs of a potion, chewing on it for a moment before swallowing it down. He continued counting. There were several boxes of books, Ron glanced through them roughly, most being various potion formulas and alchemical records. However, he discovered something valuable in the last two boxes. One box contained manuals on combat techniques and advanced breathing methods, while the other held mental meditation techniques and various spell models. These were truly valuable items and exactly what Ron needed at the moment. In this world, knowledge was monopolized by the wealthy nobility. Even if a genius emerged among the commoners, they had to rely on the nobility to continue their cultivation, relying on self-study. Don't be foolish. Such knowledge is treated as family heirlooms by the nobles, rarely allowing these cultivation techniques to spread. Only during times of escape would they create numerous copies. During this expansion, Ron's family only provided him with 2 ordinary breathing methods for training soldiers. The family's secret techniques were exclusive to Ron himself and were not to be shared. Ron was overjoyed, meticulously sorting through the box of combat techniques, ultimately organizing 10 combat manuals along with their corresponding breathing methods. Each attribute was accounted for, all capable of cultivating to become formal knights. Moreover, he found 2 advanced breathing methods that could be cultivated all the way to Great Knight, while the foundational techniques for knight followers were simply not included. This was indeed a timely boon. Ron himself was cultivating fire attribute combat techniques, and one of those advanced breathing methods happened to be fire attribute, making it possible for him to switch his cultivation. Ron had already broken through to a high-level knight follower for nearly 3 months. Although his combat techniques had not yet reached perfection, his progress had significantly slowed. As for how to break through to formal knight, there was still no sign. His family had never produced a formal knight. Formal knights had already transcended the realm of mortals, no longer classified as ordinary beings. They could go for extended periods without breathing, briefly using combat techniques to suspend themselves, surviving in extreme environments with lifespans reaching up to 200 years. Beyond formal knights were great knights with lifespans of 500 years. Then came dragon knights living for 1,000 years, whose numbers were few and who served as the pillars of the kingdom, each possessing their own title. Hence, they were also called titled knights. The corresponding levels for mages were formal mages, grand mages, and mage mentors with similar lifespans. It was said that there were even stronger forces beyond that, existing only in a few human empires. Ron casually flipped through one of the breakthrough techniques and felt a sudden clarity as the cultivation difficulties that had previously hindered him were resolved just like that. Seeing that Lu Chuan brought so many dowries, Ron decided he would have to keep her well fed in the future, ensuring she wouldn't go hungry. There were several changes of clothes, all women's, some miscellaneous daily necessities, a few introductory potion notes, and a family tree book, but not a single trace of the elven insect was found. Setting aside the secret techniques and focusing on the material wealth, the riches Lu Chuan brought were considerable for Ron, but quite ordinary for a marquis, even somewhat meager. However, it was understandable. After all, if she truly brought that much wealth, while fleeing, wouldn't the enemies have fought hard for it? They would likely pursue her relentlessly. After tallying his gains and disposing of the corpses, Ron took a rest. He slept soundly until evening before heading to the backyard. Lu Chuan was arranged in a small, independent courtyard, the room not large, but kept clean. Cecilia lay on the bed soundly asleep, while Anna sat beside her keeping watch. Lu Chuan sat by the window, staring blankly outside, lost in thought. Ron pushed the door open. She turned her head, her expression calm. Are you resting well? Lu Chuan replied. Not bad, at least I don't have to worry about being pursued from behind constantly. Ron approached her, pulling out a chair to sit down. I had the bodies of your guards buried. I've dealt with the bodies of the he said. You don't need to worry about them being left to rot in the wilderness. Lu Chuan's eyes flickered, and she spoke. Thank you. How do you plan to handle us? You noble lord. Ron looked at this clever woman and suddenly smiled. Let me introduce myself. I am Ron Zalanhua, the Lord of Riverbend Territory, an expanding baron. As for how to handle you, why not come and be my personal maid? What do you think? Lu Chuan's expression turned to one of shame and anger, but knowing her and her sister were in his hands, she could only endure the humiliation and prepare to agree. Watching the expressions on Lu Chuan's face shift, she finally seemed to make a decision. Ron chuckled. Just kidding. Lu Chuan sighed in relief. However, I truly need someone to warm my bed, Ron said very seriously. Lu Chuan was once again shaken by Ron's words, feeling a sense of unease. Tell me about your uncle Count Birch in detail. Lu Chuan contemplated for a moment before slowly speaking. He is the Count of the Black Iron Duchy in the frontier, holding the position of Legion Commander responsible for preventing orc invasions. He looked at her, his gaze scrutinizing. You escaped, and the people of the Grey Ten Kingdom are pursuing you. Does your uncle know? Lu Chuan shook her head. I'm not sure. Before the territory was attacked, I wrote to my uncle seeking refuge, but I don't know if the letter reached him. Later on the escape route, I was unable to send the letter. Ron paused in silence for a moment, then asked, Can you contact him now? Lu Chuan shook her head. Think about your sister, do not lie to me. You only have one chance to lie to me. You can answer again. Lu Lichuan continued shaking her head. I really can't get in touch. Following this, Ron asked Lu Lichuan many questions. Naturally, he wouldn't believe everything she said. She was a clever woman, likely speaking 9 truths and 1 lie. The current situation was that there was no need to worry about the pursuers for the time being. For those who had escaped, even if they returned, they wouldn't know who was responsible. Ron's identity was well hidden. Moreover, according to Lu Lichuan, the fleeing convoy had many groups, and her group was not a primary target. The family's resources and wealth were taken by the other heirs. Marquis Rose knew the other teams were significant targets and allowed Lu Lichuan to lead a separate group. Hoping that these 2 beloved daughters could survive, they dared not give too much wealth. Therefore, the pursuers might not necessarily return. Now Ron only needed to consider Count Birch. Lu Lichuan claimed she couldn't contact him, and Ron believed her. But who knows if this woman would find a way to make contact later. Ron certainly did not wish for a formal night to visit. As for how to resolve this issue, Ron decided to discuss it later. After finishing the conversation with Lu Lichuan, Ron pushed the door and stepped outside. In the courtyard, Cecilia had woken up at some point and was crouching on the ground observing Bella. The little creature had transparent wings and resembled a miniature Barbie doll, tilting its head as it scrutinized Cecilia. Murmur. Bella emitted a puzzled sound. Cecilia cautiously extended her hand, wanting to touch it, but hesitating. Bella flew up and landed in her palm, rubbing against her fingers. Cecilia's eyes lit up. So cute. Lu Lichuan came out of the house, momentarily taken aback by the scene. What is this? Ron approached, extending his hand, and Bella flew back to his shoulder, tilting its head to nuzzle his face. My little fairy, he said. Her name is Bella. Lu Lichuan stared at Bella for a while, her expression complex. A little fairy. She used to have one too, but it was lost long ago. Cecilia tugged at her sleeve and whispered, Sister, is this brother-in-law? She had never seen Ron's true appearance and was timidly observing him. Lu Lichuan's expression turned speechless as she turned to look at Ron. Ron nodded gently and said, That's right, from now on you can call me brother-in-law. This place will be your home, feel free to play around. Cecilia jumped up joyfully, realizing they no longer had to run away. She chased after Bella, and the courtyard echoed with laughter that had long been absent. Lu Lichuan looked at her sister's smiling face, her gaze softening for a moment. She raised her head to look at Ron. You have to promise me one thing. Speak. Take good care of Cecilia. She is still young and doesn't understand anything. Ron nodded. No problem. He called Cecilia back, and the few of them went to eat. Under the setting sun, the shadows of the 3 stretched far, intertwining slightly. That night, a figure stealthily entered the small courtyard. The figure pried open the door and quietly entered the room. Utilizing his fighting spirit, he saw a lump on the bed, and the shadow slipped under the covers, covering the mouth of the person next to him, who had awoken. My lord, you wouldn't want to be discovered by your sister. Hearing the familiar voice from the shadow, Lu Lichuan felt a mix of embarrassment and anger, but dared not make a sound, fearing it would wake her sister in the next room. Lu Lichuan had mentally prepared herself, but when the moment actually arrived, her face burned with shame. Especially given the other person's coarse and forceful attitude, she found herself reacting as if eagerly anticipating something. Her bogus reaction made her blush deeply, and her ears flushed with excitement. Ron extended a finger under the covers and grinned. What's this? The body is quite honest. Lu Lichuan shyly stiffened her body, closing her eyes and not daring to meet Ron's teasing gaze. Seeing Lu Lichuan's blushing face under the moonlight, Ron couldn't help but take a deep breath. You smell so good. Come relax. One night passed, and Lu Lichuan transitioned from a girl to a woman, her entire being taking on the form of Ron. The next morning, Ron woke up feeling refreshed. He swept away the irritations of the past few months, feeling utterly relieved. As for Lu Lichuan, she was badly injured, listless, and sleeping soundly in bed. Ron thought to himself that the mage's constitution was still inadequate. He needed to find a few nights. At that moment, he found himself missing the Viscountess. In the small courtyard, Anna was assisting Cecilia with her morning wash. Anna exchanged glances with Ron, quickly lowering her head. She had been awakened by the commotion from next door last night, initially thinking something unfortunate had happened to the young lady, but upon listening closely, she blushed and burrowed back under the covers. Brother-in-law, why hasn't sister gotten up yet? Cecilia asked curiously. Your sister isn't feeling well today, as she got hurt in a fight with the pursuers a few days ago, and hasn't recovered yet, so she needs to rest in bed for a day. Let's go have breakfast first. They'll have a servant bring something to your sister later, Ron said awkwardly. Okay. Sister has indeed been too tired lately. Cecilia replied understandingly. Only Anna stood by pouting. After finishing breakfast, Ron did not concern himself with Cecilia, allowing her to play freely within the manor. He himself went to the meeting hall. Inside the hall, the subordinates had already gathered, and upon seeing Ron enter, they quickly stood up to bow. Ron waved his hand to sit down, clearing his throat, as everyone turned to look at him. The expansion of the territory has reached a new level. Does anyone have good suggestions for the future development of the territory? Feel free to speak your mind today. Dick flattered. I think the next step should be to build a magnificent castle. This will showcase the Lord's strength and the prosperity of the territory. Helen hesitated, and upon seeing this, Ron said, Helen, if you have any thoughts, feel free to share them openly. My lord, while building a castle as Dick suggested is a good idea, our territory's financial situation currently does not support it. Helen continued, My lord, winter is approaching, and the clearing work will also need to stop. We have cultivated a total of 15,000 acres of farmland with over 6,000 serfs, but the existing food supply is insufficient, and we need to continue purchasing more. Ron reviewed the materials in Helen's hand. This year we can still harvest some food, which is not bad. The rest can wait for the merchant caravan to arrive for procurement, or we can continue purchasing from Green Lake territory. They'll allocate another 2,000 gold dragons for the warehouse. Feel free to use them as needed. Report to me what is lacking. Ron, having come into a fortune, spoke generously. As winter arrives, don't let the serfs remain idle. Have them dig ditches and build farms. Additionally, I want to establish a town next year and send the manor's serfs out. Helen quickly took notes while Lon followed up with a report. My lord, there are currently 130 guards in the territory, nearly 10 low-level knights, all old guards from the family. Due to the recent increase in serfs, I suggest recruiting 70 more to reach a total of 200. Ron pondered for a moment and agreed. Hart currently managed the hunting team, and the wild areas of the territory had been largely cleared out with only a few remaining. He had been leading people to the northern wilderness to eliminate monsters. He reported, My lord, I discovered a snakeman clan 20 miles to the north. Ron was surprised for a moment. Is there any specific information? Currently not much intel has been gathered. We've only conducted a distant reconnaissance estimating there are about 200 of them. Ron thought for a moment, feeling uncertain about the situation, and decided not to provoke them for now. When hunting in the future, try to avoid that area, and don't exterminate the wild monsters within the territory. I'll leave some behind. After listening to the report from his subordinates, Ron halted the discussion. Everyone has been working with me to develop the land for over 3 months now. I have seen everyone's contributions, and I am very satisfied with the speed of the territory's development. I have decided that once the Principality confirms the successful development of the River Bay territory next year, I will grant a batch of fief knights. Everyone continue to work hard. Ron understood the importance of painting a bright future for his subordinates. After all, everyone had left their families and traveled thousands of kilometers to develop the land, and this was what they had come for. A vision of a bright future should be painted from time to time to boost everyone's morale. After hearing this, the people exited excited to continue working for Lord Ron. In the following days, Ron's life was exceedingly comfortable. During the day, he managed the affairs of his territory, and at night, he would visit Luchuan in the small courtyard. Although the physique of a magician was weak, it was fresh and novel, which Ron found endlessly enjoyable. Luchuan gradually became accustomed to the initial embarrassment and annoyance, occasionally even showing a willingness to engage. However, Ron knew in his heart that this woman was not so simple. The daughter of a marquis, she had seen the world. Her current submission was born out of desperation. No one could predict whether she would flee in the future. He needed to let her gradually settle down. That morning, Ron stepped out of the small courtyard and ran into a few maids. They quickly lowered their heads to greet him, and once he walked far enough away, they huddled together to whisper, That new lady is truly beautiful. Indeed, the Lord has been visiting her every day lately. I heard she's a distant relative, but it doesn't look like that. How can a lord press his own relative every day? Really? Did you see it? I went to clean that lattice room yesterday morning, and the Lord was still with her upstairs. Chill. Don't talk nonsense, or you'll be in trouble if Perlin hears you. It would be great if the Lord could press me like... The maids giggled as they dispersed. Ron had indeed had thoughts about the women in the territory before, but he had been holding back for several months. Everything he saw was appealing. However, every time he got close, he was driven back by the smell. They didn't bathe, and with dirt clinging to them, he simply couldn't bring himself to approach. Recently, with some free time, Ron promptly instructed Dick to build about 10 toilets in the manor. In the future, anyone who dared to relieve themselves in the manor would feel the sting of Dick's whip. It was most appropriate to assign this task to Dick. Although he wasn't skilled in the affairs of the territory, he excelled at managing these serfs. Ron had officially appointed Dick as the steward of the manor. Instead of returning to the study after leaving the small courtyard, Ron turned and went to the elf room. As he opened the door, he saw Bella crouched in front of an elf bug, tilting her head and observing. It was a corn elf bug, plump and trembling inside its jade box. Bella reached out her small hand and poked it. The corn bug shrank even tighter. Bella muttered a couple of times as if asking, Why aren't you moving? The corn bug remained still. Bella grew impatient and kicked it aside, then crawled into the jade box herself, curling up comfortably. The corn bug crawled out looking aggrieved and found another spot. Ron, watching this scene, couldn't help but chuckle as he walked over to pull Bella out. Why are you occupying someone else's nest? Bella squirmed in his palm, protesting with her muttering. Ron placed her back on his shoulder and pointed to the prepared jade box beside them. That is your nest, don't steal someone else's. Bella tilted her head to take a look, reluctantly flew over, landed on the silk cushion, rubbed against the leaves, and finally seemed satisfied. Only then did the corn bug dare to crawl back into its jade box. Ron shook his head. This little creature was becoming increasingly unruly. As the Lord, Ron spent half an hour every day in the elf room to cultivate a bond with the elf bugs, a method passed down through generations. It was said to increase the chances of the elf bugs evolving, a claim that had been validated through centuries of experience. Ron was more than happy to do so. These little elves were simply delightful to behold, as though they were favored by heaven and earth. After returning to the study and finishing the affairs of the territory, it was noon. Ron took out the magical books that Luchuan had brought and selected a few introductory ones before heading back to the small courtyard. To prevent Cecilia from continuously pestering Luchuan, Ron had found a new playmate for her in the past few days, a small puppy. At that moment, Cecilia was playing with her puppy, which was lying on its back, all four legs in the air, as its owner played with it. Cecilia's face was filled with smiles. Anna sat at the door watching this scene, a smile on her face as well. After playing for a while, Cecilia sat down panting and propped her chin on her hands, asking, "Sister Anna, when will my sister's injury get better?" Anna's face turned red as she stammered, "It should be soon." Cecilia sighed, "Sister is too tired, but it's good for her to rest a few more days." Anna silently complained in her heart, "The young lady isn't tired, oh, she's being tormented." Ron entered the small courtyard, and Cecilia approached him. "Brother-in-law, can you catch me a kitten? I've been hearing a cat meowing nearby every night. I can hear it very clearly." Cecilia said, earnest. Ron awkwardly patted her head. All right. We'll find one for you in a few days." He quickly left this awkward situation while Anna stifled a laugh beside him. Luchuan was sitting at the desk reading. Upon seeing Ron enter, her face flushed slightly, but she was no longer as shy as she had been a few days prior. "What brings you here again? During the day? Ahem. Weren't you injured while being chased by the pursuers? Aren't there still some wounds healing? I brought you some healing ointment. Here, let me apply it for you." Ron applied the ointment to Luchuan's wounds. Before long, Luchuan's face was flushed with embarrassment. "This ointment. It's damp. Is it?" "No, it isn't." Ron touched the healing ointment again. "Oh, it was indeed. Damp is better for use. Just use it with peace of mind. Apply it, and your wounds will be gone in a couple of days." After a long time, the two resumed normal conversation. Ron placed the books he had brought on the desk, satisfied. "Let's get down to business. I want to ask you about something." Luchuan glanced at the books, somewhat surprised. "You want to learn magic?" Ron nodded and shook his head. "I want to learn, but just to try it out. Why don't you explain it to me first?" Luchuan tidied up and began to explain. "The foundation of magic is mental power, meditation, sensing elements, constructing spell models." Ron listened with a serious expression, but after half an hour he gave up. "This stuff is even harder than mathematics. Forget it. He waved his hand. "They'll just practice fighting energy. Honestly, I'm more suited to being a warrior, simple and straightforward." Luchuan couldn't help but laugh a little. "You do have some self-awareness. Your talent for fighting energy is excellent, so it's best not to waste energy on magic." Ron wasn't angry. He took out several magic scrolls and a few potions from his pocket. "Then can you help me take a look at these? They are all from you. Which ones are useful? What effects do they have? And can you give me some suggestions?" Luchuan took them and examined them carefully. "These scrolls are first-tier official ones, who I was lucky to escape thanks to them, but they've already been used up and are wasted. These apprentice-level ones can still be used, but they are all mid to low tier, not very useful. As for the potions." She picked up a bottle, smelled it, and poured a little into her hand to examine. "This one restores mental power. It's useful for magicians, but not for you. This one is for healing, and it's quite effective. These bottles are poisons. Be careful with them." Ron made a mental note of everything, and he felt more informed. He took out Luchuan's magic training notes and various magician items from his spatial bracelet and returned them to her. "I want to be able to use these myself. I've had someone copy a backup, so these can go back to their rightful owner. By the way, regarding your spatial bracelet, there are some potion formulas inside. I've had someone copy a set. If you have nothing to do, you can go to the potion room and give that apprentice some guidance. He's too useless." Luchuan was silent for a moment, then nodded. "All right." Ron stood up, patted his clothes. "All right, take your time looking through them. If you need anything, just tell Perlin." He walked to the door and pushed it open. In the afternoon, Pylon came to find Ron. "My lord, I inquired about the grain issue at Green Lake Ridge. Baron Austin said the harvest this year is poor and grain prices have risen by 20%. If we want to buy, we'll have to pay more." Ron frowned. "A 20% increase. He's taking advantage of the situation. It seems he's reminiscing about bandits. No wonder Boris wants to take him down as soon as he gains power. That unscrupulous merchant who wouldn't want to hang him up as a warning." Pylan nodded. Should we send a message to Oak City to check? Marco of the Grey Bear Chamber of Commerce, our last cooperation went quite smoothly. Ron thought for a moment and agreed. All right, you arrange for someone to go let him take the waterways. Our dock is fixed now. While the river hasn't frozen, yet if the price is reasonable, buy more. Pylan complied and went out to make arrangements. In the evening, Lon returned from outside with a serious expression. My lord, there's movement on Boris's side. Ron looked up. Speak. Our people are monitoring the Linchue territory and found that they are recently recruiting soldiers, training much stricter than before. The watchtowers in Linchue territory are too numerous. Our spies didn't dare to go deep, and we couldn't gather specific information. Ron raised an eyebrow. Damn, this Boris must not be up to anything good. Ron remained silent for a moment and waved his hand. Understood. Keep watching, don't alert them. Lon nodded and went out. Ron leaned back in his chair, lightly tapping the table with his fingers. Boris was also developing, and at a fast pace. Although he had 3 high-tier fighters on his side, Boris's foundation was solid, and he had to be cautious in a real fight. However, now was not the time to turn against each other. Everyone needed time. Especially Ron himself, who had been focusing on a new combat manual. His strength was not at its peak. Yet, even with just his physical strength, Ron could defeat a high-tier knight's retainer. The next day, Hart returned bringing along several soldiers, dusty and weary, and immediately gulped down a large bowl of water. My lord, we've gathered information on the Serpent people. Ron gestured for him to continue. Hart wiped his mouth. The Serpent clan has about 200 to 300 members, half of whom are the elderly and weak, with 70 to 80 able-bodied warriors. The leader is a priest, and he has several minor leaders under him. They live in a cave with a nearby water source and have stored quite a bit of grain, apparently preparing for winter. Ron nodded. They didn't discover us, did they, eh? Hart shook his head. No, we didn't dare get close. We observed from a distance. Those Serpent people are quite vigilant. We spent 2 days figuring them out. Such beastmen clans are not weak. They are not like ordinary wild monsters, the shame of goblins or dog-headed creatures. Even one of them is a magical creature, and normal soldiers can clear them out. However, clans like this typically consist of magical creatures practicing a method of cultivation based on blood and chi, mainly relying on physical combat. Their strength is comparable to knights, but they are also limited by age. As they grow older, their vitality declines and their strength diminishes drastically. In contrast, knights have a longer peak period, only significantly declining in their final years. As for mages, they need not worry about such issues. Their power comes from mental strength and knowledge growing stronger with age. Moreover, knights have armor and iron swords, while the Beastmen clan possesses very few iron weapons, relying only on minerals left by wild dragons and weapons seized in battles. Thus, against Beastmen, knights can generally fight with fewer numbers, and ordinary soldiers can rely on iron weapons and numbers to battle against them. 70 to 80 people, Ron pondered. There was no significant interest at stake, so Ron didn't wish to provoke this group of Serpent people for the time being. As for whether it would affect the output of the essence, Ron felt that the essence from those wild monsters was no longer appealing. He had been trying out the essence produced by knights in recent days. Surely no one thinks Ron would be too psychologically hindered to drink it, right? He hadn't drunk it before because he was unaware of its effects, but with Lon and Hart scouting ahead, Ron was naturally unafraid now. His physical condition had improved again over these days, and although he didn't know what changes a formal knight's body would undergo in terms of strength, Ron was confident he was not weaker than a formal knight. Once he was sure, or if the number of knights in his territory increased, he would deal with that group of Serpent people. In the evening, Ron went to the small courtyard. He found Liuli Chuan sitting by the window, lost in thought. He walked over and embraced her from behind. What are you thinking about? Liuli Chuan leaned against him, whispering, thinking about what to do next. My sister is still young. I can't just stay here forever. Ron chuckled. What? Have I wronged you here? Liuli Chuan shook her head. No, I like it very much. Her voice was as soft as a mosquito. Ron looked at her delicate demeanor and thought the master was indeed right. The path to a woman's heart is. After spending these days together, Liuli Chuan also realized that her group had nowhere else to go. Her uncle was merely a distant thought. She had never met this so-called uncle. The imagination might be beautiful, but when it came down to it, what could she and her sister do there? Would they not still be living under someone else's roof? Especially in this situation with nothing left. She had been fleeing with her sister for months, seeking nothing, but now that they had settled down, being able to live with her sister was already quite good. After all, she was only 19 years old and had not disappointed her father's final arrangements. She could finally shed that layer of a strong exterior. Moreover, her man was handsome and in good shape, so she wasn't losing out. Ron leaned down and whispered in her ear, just stay at ease. Next year, I'll build you a magic tower. Liuli Chuan was taken aback, turning to look at him with joyful eyes. Are you serious? Ron raised an eyebrow. When have I ever lied to you? Go. Put on the maid outfit I gave you. I want to check how well you did with today's chores. Ever since Ron had her wear a maid outfit once, it seemed to have unlocked her hidden attributes. She seemed to quite enjoying being. After a playful interaction like players and NPCs, Ron picked Liu Chuan up sideways, and she held onto him tightly, their eyes meeting. Looking at her dazed expression full of charm, Ron received the signal of invitation and tossed her onto the velvet bed, shadows mingling under the candlelight. Ron realized that Liu Chuan was particularly proactive tonight, as if the feelings that had been suppressed were finally released, making her somewhat wild. Watching her gradually exhaust herself, Ron took charge, calming the turbulent sea, unaware of the passage of time, until the ocean returned to tranquility. Liu Chuan lay on the bed listening to the even breaths beside her. A wave of security surged within her, her lips slightly curling upwards, and soon she too fell into a peaceful sleep. As night deepened, the manor gradually quieted down, the annoying cicadas fading away with the approaching winter, leaving only a few sporadic insect chirps in the tranquil night. The serfs returning from the night shift huddled together in the grass hut for warmth. Some whispered about the strict steward, others spoke of serpent people discovered to the north, while some envied the Lord's life. I heard the Lord hasn't gotten out of bed for 3 days. Nonsense, who can be that strong? Last time I overheard near the wash basin, it was only half a meal's time. Then who among you has seen the Lord these days? I haven't seen him. Me neither. The Lord is truly fortunate. In the morning it had rained unexpectedly overnight, and the weather suddenly turned cool. Liu Chuan was still lying in bed wrapped in a quilt with only half of her face exposed, her eyes half opened as she looked at him. Ron turned around and smiled at her, saying, "Sleep a little longer." Liu Chuan mumbled an and turned over to continue sleeping. Ron pushed the door open and stepped outside. Gazing at the misty drizzle, his thoughts drifted far away. Today marked the 110th day since Ron arrived at the He-Wan territory. It had been over half a year since his arrival, and in 2 months it would be the year 1580 of the Tyran calendar. Ron had basically established his footing in this world, and had even won over a noble lady, making significant progress from his former life of abstaining from beef. After breakfast, he took an umbrella from a maid and went out to inspect the territory. Passing by the training ground, he saw the soldiers practicing their combat chi indoors. Lon was leading the knights in instruction. Upon seeing Ron, he greeted him from a distance. Ron waved his hand, signaling him to continue. The first batch of 50 soldiers had also been granted the training of the breathing technique, but unfortunately none of them showed exceptional talent. Most geniuses were born into noble families. While there were some among the commoners, the ratio was incredibly low. Ron's meat soup could barely sustain the 80 soldiers practicing the breathing technique, as they would only be able to have a bowl every few days. These 50 soldiers showed significant improvement, with many already touching the threshold of combat chi. With magic potions, they could smoothly become entry-level knight attendants. Those with even slight talent would be prioritized for training. Everyone's talent is different. Some possess high aptitude and train quickly. Such individuals, after using magic potions, become even more formidable. Others have average training speed but strong resistance to potions, able to consume 2 more bottles than you each day. Some have naturally good physical constitutions, recovering their combat chi quickly. Ron had decent talent, falling into the upper middle range. Without the aid of magic potions, it took him only a year to cultivate combat chi to become a low-level knight attendant. The Golden Marigold Knight Order does not allow entry-level knights to use magic potions. In the following years, Ron estimated that the original body had indulged too much, leaking too much yuan yang, which delayed his training. Ron watched for a while, feeling quite satisfied. Cecilia suddenly emerged from somewhere, tugging at his clothing. "Brother-in-law, where's my little cat?" Ron looked down at her. The little girl had bright, sparkling eyes full of anticipation. Soon. In a few days I'll catch one for you." Cecilia pouted. "You said that last time." Anna followed behind, covering her mouth to laugh. Ron ruffled her hair, saying, "This time I promise it will be very soon." After parting ways with Cecilia, Ron turned to head towards the farm. There were not many serfs on the way. On rainy days they stayed in their homes to rest and play cards. For the serfs, rainy days were a rare blessing. They didn't have to work, had food to eat, and didn't have to worry about getting whipped now and then. After all, to the Lord's serfs were wealth, and he couldn't let them catch a cold in the rain, which would waste money. The managers were busy organizing in the rain. Ron, holding an umbrella, slowly inspected the progress around the territory. When he returned to the study, Perlin was already waiting. "Sir, the grain matter has been taken care of," Perlin said with a smile. "Marco's prices are fair, and the grain from various territories has been harvested. Oak City currently has sufficient grain and is 20% cheaper than Green Lake Ridge. The water route has been taken, and the cargo has been unloaded directly at the dock already stored." Ron nodded. "Well done. I think that old Austin is trying to eat purple eggs. He wants to trick me." Perlin continued. "Marco also asked me to pass on a message to you, saying that Oak City has not been peaceful lately, and there might be movements." Ron furrowed his brows. "Do you know what exactly is happening?" Perlin shook his head. It seems that several lords' territories have been breached by orc forces, but I couldn't find out any more details. Ron pondered for a moment and waved his hand. It's winter now, and the orcs are bound to march south to raid. It seems this year's attack won't be directed at us. Go tell Lon to dispatch more people to patrol. Oh, be careful of small groups of orcs attacking the territory. Perlin agreed and left. At noon, the rain stopped. Sunlight spilled onto the land, dispelling the lingering chill. Ron returned to the small courtyard for lunch. Luli Chuan was reading inside, while Cecilia was on the floor playing with a puppy. Upon seeing Ron enter, Cecilia looked up and called out brother-in-law, then lowered her head to continue playing. Ron walked over and sat down beside Luli Chuan. What are you reading? Luli Chuan closed the book and handed it to him. It was an introductory magic notes. Ron flipped through it, filled with dense writing and various symbols. Ron looked at Luli Chuan, so focused on her reading, and for a moment felt that it was a stunning picture. With his limited education, he could only... Sunlight streamed through the window, filtering through the leaves of the plants, casting a soft, golden hue over her. She lowered her head, moving slowly with a few strands of hair falling beside her face. Ron looked at Luli Chuan, so focused on her reading, and for a moment felt that it was a stunning picture. With his limited education, he could only describe it as truly stunning. This was the woman he had claimed for himself as his own. Ron gazed for a while longer, and softly said, "Come here." Luli Chuan, already blushing from Ron's naked gaze, put down the book and sat in his embrace. Ron wrapped his arms around her tightly, leaning down to plant a kiss on her forehead, inhaling the fresh scent of her hair. "How was your day?" "My sister is still outside," Luli Chuan said coyly. Ron did not respond, simply holding her. Luli Chuan did not ask further, leaning against him quietly, allowing Ron to embrace her. Just as the atmosphere between them gradually heated up, Cecilia suddenly burst in, prompting Luli Chuan to quickly stand up. Cecilia did not pay much attention to their movements, saying, "Brother-in-law, it's time to eat. I'm hungry." Bella had flown in at some point, landing on the windowsill and chirping. Ron glanced at Luli Chuan and stood up, saying, "Let's go eat." Luli Chuan tidied her clothes and followed him out. At the dining table, Luli Chuan kept her head down while eating, her ears slightly red. Cecilia was beside her, shoveling food. She looked up at Ron, then at her sister, suddenly asking, "Brother-in-law, will you come to eat every day from now on?" Ron patted her head, saying, "If there's nothing else, he'll come every day." Cecilia was delighted, continuing to eat, while Bella beside her fiercely bit down on a piece of roasted meat. Luli Chuan remained silent, but the corners of her mouth turned up slightly. In the afternoon, Ron was in the study reviewing the accounts when he suddenly heard hurried footsteps from outside. "Sir, urgent news from Oak City." The door was pushed open and a travel-worn messenger entered, kneeling on one knee and presenting a scroll sealed with the Marquis Mamon's stamp. "Baron Ron, the orc army is marching south and has breached several castles in the north. The Marquis is urgently summoning all lords to gather at Iron Rock Fortress within 5 days." Ron took the letter and quickly scanned through it. The letter clearly stated this year the orcs were unusually aggressive and many northern defenses had fallen. Marquis Mamon had mobilized the main force of the frontier army and summoned all lords of the frontier, including the frontline lords, to meet at Iron Rock Fortress. Summoning requirements: the lord himself must lead at least 50 soldiers, must be brought with requirements specific to the He-Wan territory, self-supplied food, weapons, and horses. During the summoning period, all territories must cease hostilities as strictly demanded by Marquis Mamon. Ron cursed inwardly, thinking, "This BYD, I just arrived in the frontier, and they are causing trouble. This must be targeting me." He then looked at the messenger. "Have other lords been summoned?" The messenger nodded. "Lin Shui territory, Hay Shur territory, Green Lake Ridge, Mao Lin Ridge. All registered have received the order. The Marquis has ordered that there be no delays." Ron waved his hand. "I have received it. You may leave now." The messenger exited. Ron leaned back in his chair, lightly tapping his fingers on the tabletop. "Orcs are marching south, and the summoning order. Call Lonhart and Perlin for a meeting. Also Luli Chuan." Half an hour later in the conference hall, the atmosphere was tense. Ron placed the conscription order on the table and looked around, saying, "Everyone take a look." Lowen took it, and his expression changed dramatically. After reading it, he passed it to Hart and Pylon, both of whom frowned after reading. "This doesn't make sense. In previous years, when the orcs moved south, they never summoned the frontline lords. We're at the forefront and should be defending our territory, so why are we being summoned to Iron Rock Fortress?" Lowen said in a deep voice, "There's only one possibility. This year's orcs are much more ferocious than in previous years. So fierce that the Marquis felt compelled to summon everyone." Hart clenched his fists, saying, "What about the territory? If we leave, what if the snake people in the north, or even small groups of orcs, decide to raid?" Ron raised his hand to interrupt him. "What's the latest news from the snake people?" Hart replied honestly, "There's been a lot of activity. We've been monitoring those snake people for several days. We discovered they sent small teams to scout the mountains. It doesn't seem like they're planning to raid, but rather looking for a place to relocate." Ron pondered for a moment. Are they being driven out? Hart nodded. That's possible. Ron fell silent, his fingers lightly tapping the table. Orcs moving south, and even the snake people are fleeing. It seems that the situation this year is indeed severe. No wonder the Marquis is summoning even the frontline lords. Then the snake people are not a concern. Ron remained silent for a while and slowly spoke. We definitely have to respond to the summons. We have no choice. The room fell into dead silence. After a long pause, Lowen said quietly, My lord, this trip is perilous. Ron nodded, stood up, and walked to the window. Outside the window, dusk fell, and the north wind howled, whipping up the fallen leaves against the window panes with a crackling sound. Although the principality would provide some protection to newly appointed lords, they wouldn't pay too much attention to them, as only successful lords are considered true lords. For the principality, it's better if the lords succeed. If they die midway, it's no loss. They can just appoint a new batch next year and reap more rewards. This time I'll lead the team personally with a streamlined number of people. He turned around, his gaze sweeping over Lowen and Hart. You two come with me. Hart was taken aback, saying, My lord, what about the territory? Let Gray and the others stay behind, Ron replied. 3 mid-level knights as escorts will be enough to guard the estate. The threat from the snake people is not significant. The one from the west, Boris, also has to leave. He doesn't have time to cause trouble. Pylan became anxious, saying, My lord, are we taking everyone? What if? There's no what if. Ron interrupted him. Whether we return alive depends on the strength of those who accompany us. We can buy more serfs if the ones outside are lost. Just make sure to guard the estate and the elven bugs. That's my requirement of you. He paused, looking at Pylan. You stay behind to manage logistics. You're more familiar with the grain and supplies and the allocation of serfs than they are. If any clueless bandits dare to take advantage of the situation. Ron sneered. When I return, no one better have a tough time. Pylan opened his mouth and finally nodded, saying, Understood, my lord. All right, arrange it this way. Pylan, prepare the supplies for departure. We'll set out tomorrow morning. Everyone get ready. Ron made the final arrangements. After his subordinates left, only Ron and Lu Lichuan remained in the conference hall. Lu Lichuan had been sitting in the corner silent, just watching him. Ron walked over, looking down at her. You stay behind too. Lu Lichuan frowned slightly, saying, I'm a mage, I can help. I know, Ron replied. But the battlefield is too chaotic and I can't look after you. Besides, the potion room cannot be without personnel. Now that Hart and the others are leaving the territory, needs you more. Lu Lichuan pursed her lips, wanting to say something, but ultimately just nodded. Ron fell silent for a moment. If you want to escape, this is your chance, but if you wait for my return, you'll never have another chance again. You'll be my maid for life. Lu Lichuan's expression changed. Ron reached out, wrapping his arm around her waist. Lu Lichuan said nothing, just pressed her head tightly against Ron's chest, feeling his warm heartbeat. In the deep of night in the conference hall, Ron was deep in thought, staring at the map of the newly developed land. Lowen knocked and entered, standing to the side waiting. Ron did not look up. Speak. Lowen said, My lord, we have prepared 50 elite guards. The list is ready. They're all seasoned veterans who have been with us for a long time and have decent cultivation of fighting spirit. Lowen paused. Weapons and armor are also ready. The new armor in the store can be used perfectly. Well done, go rest. There won't be time for a proper rest later. Lowen nodded and stepped back. After Lowen left, light footsteps were heard from outside the corridor. The door was pushed open slightly, and Lu Lichuan leaned in halfway. Aren't you sleeping yet? Ron looked up and smiled at her, saying, I'll sleep soon. Lu Lichuan walked in, clutching a cross necklace item, and stuffed it into his hand. This is the shield alchemical item I used last time. It's out of energy. You can take it to the front line to buy an energy stone, or a light-type magic crystal will do. Lu Lichuan lowered her head. It's not very powerful, but it can block a few attacks from high-level knight escorts at critical moments. Ron was taken aback and pulled her into his embrace. Lu Lichuan leaned against his chest, her voice muffled. You must come back. Ron lowered his head and kissed her forehead. Don't worry. The next morning the training ground was bustling with people. 50 elite guards stood in formation, each one spirited, their standard armor glinting coldly in the morning light. Lowen and Hart stood at the front of the line, performing the final checks. Ron walked over, scanned them, and nodded in satisfaction. Pylan approached, saying, My lord, the grain and supplies are already loaded onto 10 carts. Save some on the road, it will be enough for half a month. Ron replied with an At that moment a small figure emerged from the crowd, tugging at his clothes. Brother-in-law. Ron looked down to see Cecilia, gazing up at him, her eyes sparkling. Brother-in-law, when will you be? Ron crouched down and ruffled her hair, saying, Soon. I'll be back after the battle. Cecilia said earnestly, Then don't forget my little cat. Ron smiled. I won't forget. I promise, brother-in-law. Lu Lichuan didn't wake up this morning. They had played with the rocking horse all night. Ron got up and mounted his horse. While Lu Lichuan was in for a tough time, she would have to lie down for at least 2 days this time. Set off. The team slowly moved, the sound of hooves breaking the silence, kicking up a trail of dust. Cecilia stood in place waving vigorously. Anna pulled her along until the team disappeared from view. The team traveled for half a day approaching noon. Lowen rode up whispering, "My lord, at the upcoming fork it seems to be the people from Linshui territory." Ron looked up and indeed saw a group of about 100 people coming from another road, their banner embroidered with a familiar potato emblem. Boris. The two teams encountered each other at the fork, both slowing their pace. Boris rode forward dressed in dark leather armor, his face adorned with a warm smile. "Baron Ron, what a coincidence." Boris performed a noble salute. Ron returned the gesture saying, "Baron Boris, indeed a coincidence." The two rode side by side, their teams discreetly widening the distance, leaving only a few trusted aides beside them. Boris glanced at Ron's team, his gaze pausing for a moment on Lowen and Hart, laughing. "Both high-level knights are. Baron Ron is truly putting everything on the line." Ron laughed. "Baron Boris, aren't you in a similar situation? Those unfamiliar knights look newly recruited." Boris chuckled. "Not at all, they're all old friends." The two continued riding together without anyone speaking. After a while, Boris suddenly sighed. "This conscription seems unusual. In previous years we were never summoned to the front line." Ron nodded. "Indeed. It appears this year's orcs are much fiercer than before." Boris fell silent for a moment, lowering his voice. "Why don't we neighbors help each other out? We're all neighbors, so we won't get bullied when we reach the front lines." Ron's expression froze, looking at Boris with a strange gaze. Boris seemed to realize how ridiculous his suggestion was, yet he still eagerly awaited Ron's response. "Damn, this guy really has no shame. No wonder he managed to get close to the Earl of Zijingwa. Helping each other. You're quite the wordsmith. If you're not using me as a shield, I'd crawl back to my territory upside down." Ron's expression was odd. "I think it's better not to, but thank you for your kind offer, Baron Boris." Boris, seeing Ron's firm denial, chuckled, showing no embarrassment. "That's fine, I just thought I'd mention it." "Well then, Baron Ron, see you at Iron Rock Fortress." The two teams continued in silence for a while. Ahead, the fork split with two roads leading in different directions. After a while, Lowen approached on horseback, whispering, "My lord, what did Boris mean by that?" Ron shook his head, sneering. "Don't mind it, he didn't have anything good to say anyway. Remember a few days ago when Linshui territory recruited soldiers and intensified training? Boris probably knew about the recruitment of lords in advance." Lowen frowned. "Then what about us?" "Don't worry about him." Ron waved his hand. The team continued to move forward. As they set up camp in the evening, Hart came over to report, "My lord, we traveled 120 miles today. If we push on tomorrow, we'll reach Iron Rock Fortress the day after tomorrow evening." Ron nodded, sitting by the fire, taking out potions to continue cultivating his fighting spirit. Ron had packed almost all the potions from the territory, storing them along with gold coins in a spatial bracelet. He left only a few thousand gold dragons in the territory, everything else he brought with him. One could say that apart from the elven bugs and serfs, the only thing of value left in the territory was the land. The next day, Ron encountered many lords' teams on the road, but no one greeted each other until he met a familiar face. "My lord, look. That banner belongs to the Blackstone territory." Lowen rode forward. Ron exclaimed, "Let's go. Let's greet our neighbors." Ron approached, saying, "Baron Hosen, it's a pleasure to finally meet you." "It's Baron Ron indeed. I've heard much about your accomplishments at a young age," Hosen replied. After chatting for a while, they finally broached the subject of the conscription order. Ron said, "Brother Hosen, I see the orcs are threatening us this time. As the saying goes, distant relatives are not as helpful as close neighbors. Why don't we merge our territories and help each other?" Ron said this without changing his expression. Hosen smiled awkwardly, saying, "My legs aren't good, but it's better not to trouble the Baron. I'll be on my way now." After saying this, Baron Hosen hurriedly limped away. Watching Hosen's retreating back, Ron sighed. In this world, people's hearts are no longer as they once were. Ahead, the convoy from Blackstone territory approached. A subordinate said, "My lord, what about the Baron of Heaven? Don't mention that pretty boy, he has no good intentions." "I think that pretty boy must be a schemer, otherwise how coincidentally did he save the Marquis heir? Why would anyone need his help?" Hosen said angrily. Is that true?" "Absolutely." Time passed and 2 days went by. As they neared their destination, several teams were visible advancing around them. The atmosphere of impending conflict grew increasingly intense. As dusk approached, the outline of distant mountains became vaguely visible. Iron Rock Fortress was here. As evening approached, Ron's team finally caught sight of the silhouette of Iron Rock Fort. The fortress was more grand than imagined, with towering walls, numerous arrow towers, and torches blazing atop the battlements where soldiers patrolled back and forth. At the city gates, a line formed, filled with lordly parties gathering together, their banners a riot of colors, horses whinnied, and the air was filled with the sounds of chatter. Ron reined in his horse and observed for a moment. Everywhere were unfamiliar faces and strange banners. Some groups were large and imposing, with hundreds of people crowding together. Others were sparse, with only 40 or 50, looking pitiful in comparison. Suddenly he realized that there were so many lords in this desolate expanse. Lon, riding on horseback, spoke up, "My lord, shall we join the queue?" Ron nodded, and the group moved forward slowly. When it was their turn, Lon presented the summons. The officer at the gate glanced at it, and then scanned the line behind them, flipping through a ledger before looking up and saying, "Baron Ron of Ubay, you are assigned to the Independent Corps with your camp located in Zone C number 7 on the eastern side of the fortress. Follow this road to the end, then turn left." Ron was momentarily taken aback. Independent Corps. The officer explained, "All newly appointed lords this year are grouped together for easier coordination. You lords all bring about 50 men each, making it easier to command." Ron nodded and led his team into the city. The camp was set up on the eastern side of the fortress with tents arranged by number. Ron found Zone C number 7. It was a small area, just enough to pitch a few dozen tents. Lon went to arrange the camp, while Hart went to gather information. Ron stood at the edge of the camp, watching the surrounding tents. To the left, Zone C number 6 was already set up with a sturdy-looking stone wall depicted on the banner. Outside the tent stood a few soldiers busy starting a fire and preparing food. To the right, Zone C number 8 was still empty, with no one present. Across from them, Zone C number 5 was neatly arranged with a cucumber embroidered on the banner. A young man stood nearby, looking in their direction. When their eyes met, he paused for a moment and then nodded in greeting. Ron returned the nod. Hart quickly returned, "My lord, I've gathered some information. The Independent Corps consists of all newly appointed lords this year, totaling over 20. The commander of the Corps is appointed by Marquis Mummin, named Daniel Fig, who is said to be a viscount from the pioneering territory." Ron raised an eyebrow. "A viscount?" Hart nodded yes. "It said he is quite capable, bringing 500 men with him. For our newly opened territories, it is generally required to bring around 50 men, the size of a platoon. However, some have brought over 100 men. Hart introduced Ron to the organization of the pioneering forces. 10 men form a small squad, 5 squads make a platoon totaling 50 men. 10 platoons make a company which consists of 500 men. 5 companies form a corps totaling 2,500 men. Each company is equipped with a supply team along with accompanying merchant caravans. The corps is also equipped with a quartermaster's department, allowing for exchange of goods based on military merit. The items available at the quartermasters are often more comprehensive than at regular auctions. Basically anything can be exchanged as long as one has sufficient military merit, including noble titles. The next morning, Ron was studying a map in his tent when footsteps were heard outside. "Is Baron Ron in?" "The one next door. Come over to say hello." Ron lifted the tent flap to see a young man in his 20s standing outside, wearing a smile and with a sharp glint in his eyes. Victor Bean Sprout. The man performed a noble greeting. "Zone C number 9, we are neighbors." Ron smiled and waved back. "Ron Broccoli. Care to come in and sit?" Victor was not polite, following Ron into the tent and glancing around, exclaiming, "You've organized this quite neatly. Mine is still a mess. My subordinates are all clumsy." The two sat down and Victor opened up the conversation. He mentioned he came from a fallen noble family, and after generations his family finally gathered enough military merit to buy him a pioneering spot. Now that he was summoned, he felt anxious. "Brother Ron, how about you? In our area, a lord who was summoned along with me had his estate raided by horse bandits and was hanged. I've heard several of the newly appointed lords have already met unfortunate ends. Those damned horse bandits." Ron chuckled awkwardly and quietly admitted, "Horse bandits are indeed despicable. My territory also had an encounter with them, and an entire settlement was burned to the ground." "Alas, who can argue with that?" Victor sighed softly. "I arrived a day earlier than you, and I saw the lords from the pioneering territory, each commanding groups of 200 or 300 men. Our new lords simply can't compare to them. We need to band together to survive." Ron smiled. "Banding together is a good idea, but it depends on whom you ally with." Victor blinked and lowered his voice. "You speak wisely. I went around gathering information yesterday, and in our independent corps with over 20 of us there are all sorts. The one on the left, Eric of Stonewall, was reportedly a former squad leader of the border army, very tough. And the one across from you, Buck Cucumber, is said to be a bastard son of some marquis, with his eyes looking down from the top of his head. Yesterday, I went to pay my respects at the docks, and he didn't even lift his eyelids. The duchy has 5 marquises, each a powerful noble on their own." Ron nodded, not responding. Victor, sensing the time to leave, chatted a bit more before taking his leave. Before he departed, he turned back and said, "Ron, feel free to come by any time. I have some wine from my home that is quite good." Ron smiled in agreement and saw Victor off. He was about to head to the market when a sturdy man stepped out from the left camp. In his 30s, broad-shouldered and big-waisted, with traces of hardship on his face. He spotted Ron and walked over voluntarily. "Eric Stonewall from next door?" Ron clasped his hands. "Ron Broccoli, a pleasure to meet you." Eric was not one for small talk, directly asking, "When I arrived yesterday, I noticed your setup was quite fast. Are your men all veterans?" Ron nodded. "They have been with me for a while." Eric gave a sound of acknowledgement and gestured toward the north. "This summons is quite dangerous. I checked with friends in my army, and several large orc tribes have come down flying the wolf head flag. They've already wiped out 7 or 8 lords. The pioneering corps can only rely on the fort for a makeshift defense at the front line, and several small orc groups have bypassed the fort to harass the rear. Ron's heart sank, but his face remained impassive. Thank you for the warning. Eric replied cheerfully, we're all newly appointed, so we should look out for one another. If you need anything, just find me. He then turned and returned to his camp with a briskness. Ron stood still, watching his retreating figure, deep in thought. Why are they all so friendly? Is this for real? It makes it hard for me to take advantage of them. In the afternoon, Ron went with Hart and a few subordinates to the market of Iron Rock Fort. There was a street dedicated to military supplies within the fort. Weapon shops, armorers, grain stores, apothecaries, blacksmiths, and a few shops displaying magical symbols. At a magical supplies store, Ron pulled out the alchemical necklace shield given by Lu Lichuan, purchased 2 energy stones, and spent 600 gold dragons. He also bought many potions for backup. In the evening, the horn sounded. All the lords gathered in the castle's council hall. Ron with Lon moved with the crowd. The council hall was large enough to accommodate several hundred people, and at that moment hundreds of lords stood in a dense crowd, while their followers could only wait outside the hall. Ron scanned the room and quickly located the position of the independent corps, which was along the eastern side of the hall by the windows, where 20-some lords stood scattered. Victor waved at him, and Ron walked over to stand beside him. He briefly introduced himself to the corps commander. Seeing a few familiar faces, 2 lords who had also gone to the royal capital for their fiefdoms were present, including Baron Raymond of the Mo Lin territory, who nodded at him. Not far away, Buck stood with a nonchalant demeanor, arms crossed, surrounded by a few people who were quietly. Occasionally he would nod or snicker, his expression aloof. After a while, the side door opened and Marquis Mummin walked in. The council hall fell silent instantly. The Marquis, in his 40s, with a square face and a scar running from his left eyebrow to his mouth, wore black armor and a wolf fur cloak, standing at the head of the hall as his gaze swept over the crowd. Everyone is here. His voice bore an underlying authority, and every person in the hall could hear him clearly. The orcs are advancing south, and the northern defense line has fallen in 8 cities. The Wolfhead tribe has nearly 20,000 troops, and the Blackhoof and Bullhorn tribes also have over 10,000 each. A gasp echoed throughout the hall. The Marquis continued, the front line needs reinforcements. The defense zones have been allocated, and each person must act according to the orders. He waved his hand, and a deputy general stepped forward to unroll a scroll, beginning to read off names. East Line Mountain Pass. All members of the Independent Corps are responsible for the eastern defense line. When Ron heard his assignment, he steadied himself. After the list was read, the deputy bowed out. Marquis Mummin stated one last thing: during the mobilization, all conflicts between territories must cease. Anyone who engages in internal strife will not be treated kindly. With that, he turned and left. The council hall buzzed with chatter. Just as Ron was about to leave, he suddenly felt a gaze upon him. He turned to see his good neighbor Boris. The two exchanged a brief glance, and after a slight twitch of their lips, they looked away and departed. With so many lords present this time, it would be difficult for them to cross paths again. That evening, all the lords of the independent battalion were summoned to the tent of Viscount Daniel. The tent was crowded with more than 20 people, brightly lit. Viscount Daniel sat at the head, in his 40s, with a kind face but shrewd eyes. He was the Viscount of the frontier, leading 500 men. Undoubtedly, he was the rightful commander of the battalion. Gentlemen, the defense zone has been decided, the Eastern Mountain Pass. He spoke directly. However, with our battalion's 2,000 men, we cannot all crowd into one spot. We need to split into 4 large teams, each guarding a section. A buzzing sound arose from the crowd. Daniel raised a hand to silence them. The teams will be organized based on numbers. Those with more men will be team leaders, and those with fewer will be integrated. If there are any objections, speak now. Ron scanned the surroundings. Among the 20 lords, most had the standard 50 men, while the rest brought 70 or 80. There was also one who brought over 100, Buck Cucumber. The Marquis's illegitimate son, indeed well off. If his brother Peter hadn't fallen, he might have also snagged a team leader position. Daniel looked at the list in his hand and began to read. First team, Donnie. Second team, Jack. Third team, leader Buck Cucumber. Overseeing, Eric from Stonewall, Ron from Riverbend, and Victor from Sprout. Fourth team, led by me personally. Ron's heart stirred. He glanced at Buck. Buck leaned back in his chair, arms crossed, chin slightly raised, his gaze sweeping across a few people before lingering on Ron for a moment. He showed no expression, but the scrutinizing look made one feel uncomfortable. Victor leaned and, lowering his voice, Brother Ron, we're in the same team. What a good thing. Ron nodded. The few people he knew were not placed with him. Instead, those he got to know after arriving at Iron Rock Fortress were all grouped together. Ron was cautious of this guy who had been gravitating towards him from the start. Or rather, he was wary of everyone. In comparison, Ron preferred dealing with annoying people like Buck and Peter. Buck stood up, speaking in a flat tone. We will set off at dawn, marching in order. Tasks will be assigned once we reach the defense zone. After saying this, he turned to leave, not even casting an extra glance. Victor forced a smile. What an attitude. The next morning, before dawn, the camp began to bustle. The supply team started distributing supplies, with each lord receiving 5 days' worth of rations and arrows. Ron sent Lorne to collect them while he stood at the edge of the camp watching the bustling crowd. Hart returned from the supply team, looking somewhat strange. "My lord," I've inquired. "Military achievements are calculated by kills. A regular beast soldier counts as 1 point, a minor chief 5 points, and a major chief 100. To claim a kill, cut off the left ear and submit it to the supply team for registration. Additionally, during the summons, low-level knight retainers earn 1 military achievement daily, mid-level 2 and high-level 5. 1 military achievement can be exchanged for a gold dragon at the logistics office." Ron scoffed. "Is that all? This amount of military achievement only buys a potion barely enough to replenish fighting spirit after a skirmish. What about heart cores? Do they take those?" "Heart cores are found within beasts, and those cultivated with blood chi are akin to the seeds of fighting spirit within knights." Ron had refined knight's essence, clearly of higher quality than regular wild monsters. Hart was taken aback. "Heart cores. They can be sold to merchant teams for a pretty penny." Ron smiled. "That sounds good. Exchange the left ear for military achievements, and keep the heart cores." By evening, the team arrived at the eastern mountain pass. On both sides were steep slopes with a path in the middle approximately 200 to 300 meters wide. The path had only a few rudimentary trenches and fences, clearly lacking in defensive structures. Viscount Daniel rode around the area and said solemnly, "The fortifications are too poor. We will set up camp tonight and begin strengthening them tomorrow. Each team will be stationed according to the defense zone. Oh, move quickly. Set up your respective encampments before dark." The 4 teams guarded different sections, with the 3rd team responsible for the right flank of the mountain pass. The 3rd team consisted of 8 lords in total. Buck surveyed the defense zones of several lords. Eric guarded the front line. Victor managed the supply line at the rear, and his own men were stationed close to the pass. Ron guarded the eastern slope of the pass. Although it was not the most dangerous spot, he would be the first target if the enemy attempted a surprise attack. Buck rode over and stopped in front of Ron. "You guard the slope. Be careful not to let anyone flank us, or it will endanger the entire battalion." He pointed with his riding crop. Buck's tone was formal, seemingly devoid of malice. However, Ron found his "damn it, am I eating your rice?" acting all high and mighty. The next day, everyone was busy reinforcing the fortifications. Fortunately, no beasts arrived. They said the main force of the beasts was not in this direction. Ron and his team's task was to guard the entire mountain pass and prevent the beasts from slipping through. Thus, their pressure was not as great as anticipated. Ron led his men in digging trenches, erecting fences, and building watchtowers. Eric was busier. He was on the front line and had the most fortifications to build. Victor was responsible for supplies at the rear, which was relatively easier. Buck occasionally rode by to inspect, taking a quick glance before leaving. However, every time he passed Ron's section, he would stop a bit longer, scrutinizing the fortifications, nodding or shaking his head, but saying nothing. Ron did not pay much attention. He continued with his duties. By the following evening, the basic fortifications were finally nearly complete. Ron stood behind the fence, gazing northward. In the distance, wisps of smoke occasionally rose from the ridges. The beast scouts were on the move. That night, Viscount Daniel summoned the lords for a meeting. Eric approached from the front. A small group of beasts has appeared ahead. They are likely scouts, with the main force following behind. Ron nodded. "I noticed." Daniel issued orders to the lords. From now on, each lord's encampment will rotate every 3 days, with those suffering heavier casualties rotating earlier. In the early morning, a strong smell of blood lingered in the mountain pass. The orc camp appeared this morning, just a kilometer away from Ron and the others setting up their tents. Now, after a morning has passed, the distant orc camp has become a hubbub of activity. The sounds of war drums, roars, and horns blend together, far more raucous than when they first arrived. The scouts sent out by the Viscount galloped back from the front lines, their saddles bearing signs of rough handling. Ron and his party received the information. The scout gasped for breath. Leading the charge are the lizard men of the spiked scale tribe, followed by the goat men of the iron horn tribe, with at least 3,000 to 4,000 in each group. He swallowed hard. There are also other races of orcs behind them. We probably can't hold them off. Ron's expression darkened as Lon approached from behind. "My lord, the message from Viscount Daniel is to push half of our troops to the front lines." "We don't need to do that here." Ron interrupted him. Lon was momentarily taken aback, but soon understood. The camps on both sides of the hill were meant for surveillance, to prevent orcs from launching a surprise attack from the flanks. No matter how brutal the frontline battle, it was not their place to fill in. "Let the brothers gear up," Ron said with a serious face. "If anyone dares to approach, we will be the first line of defense." As the sun moved southward, the battle on the front line commenced. The lizard men of the spiked scale tribe charged at the forefront. Their bodies were slender, covered in dense scales, indicating robust defense. Moreover, their movements were swift. Wielding javelins and wicker shields, they navigated effortlessly among the jagged rocks. Following them were the goatmen of the Iron Horn tribe with sharp, curved horns atop their heads. Each one was as thick as a barrel, capable of leaping several meters in a single bound, closely following the lizardmen. Ron stood on the hillside watching as the orcs surged toward the camp, like a flood, feeling a jolt of shock within. His gaze fixed on the direction of the front line. From a distance the details were not clear, but he could see a torrent crashing against the barricades erected at the camp. The barricades seemed as fragile as paper, shattering upon impact as the two sides collided, splashing a wave of red. The shouts of battle, cries of agony, and the sounds of clashing weapons formed a chaotic symphony. Ron ordered his men, "Keep a close watch on the forest, do not let the orcs approach." The soldiers on the hillside gripped their weapons tightly, staring intently at the dense forest ahead. The sounds of battle from the front line echoed in waves, tightening their hearts, yet no one moved. An hour passed, then 2 hours. The battle cries from the front line grew louder with each passing moment. Occasionally movement could be seen in the dense forest of the hillside. It was the sporadic orcs attempting to flank. The soldiers on Ron's side shot several rounds of arrows, taking down 7 or 8, but the remaining orcs retreated. Ron leaned against the barricades, observing Hart and the others vigilantly patrol. Suddenly a commotion arose on the left side of the hill. "My lord!" Hart rushed over, pointing down the slope. "There's trouble." Ron followed the direction he pointed. From the pile of rubble at the base of the hill emerged dozens of goatmen. They did not charge toward the front, but instead used the terrain for cover to rush up the hillside. Ron counted, there were fewer than 100. Not many, but they seemed intent on seizing this high ground. "Archers, prepare," he said. "The goatmen are too fast, do not let them reach us so easily." The soldiers hid behind the barricades, gripping their long spears, watching the approaching goatmen. 200 paces. 100 paces. Fire. Arrows rained down upon the goatmen. Only a few were hit in vital spots and fell. The rugged, thick-skinned orcs endured a few arrows, their steps faltering momentarily, yet they continued their rush upward. The distance of 100 paces was covered by the goatmen in just a dozen leaps, reaching the barricade. Spears. The foremost soldier thrust his spear forward, piercing the belly of a goatman. The creature howled as it fell back, but more were already charging forward. Especially among the orcs were blood warriors comparable to knights. Ordinary soldiers would not last more than 2 exchanges against these warriors. As soon as they made contact, Ron's side lost 2 or 3 soldiers. Fortunately, knights like Lon and Hart immediately stepped in, halting the onslaught of these orc warriors. Ron did not bother to hide his strength. After all, this outpost was filled with his own men, while the other lords were occupied on the front line. Moreover, even if his strength was exposed, it no longer mattered. If anyone was unconvinced, they could speak to Lon and Hart about it. There was a clear distinction between offense and defense. Ron drew his sword, channeling his fighting spirit, and felled one with a single blow. Clad in full armor with a shield surrounding him, Ron launched an unrestrained assault. In just a few breaths, all the orcs in front of him lay on the ground. An orc warrior, furious, charged at Ron, shouting in an unintelligible language. Ron did not evade. He swung his sword in a direct confrontation, resulting in a gaping wound in the orc's bone club, forcing the creature back a couple of steps. Ron assessed the orc's vitality and realized it was approximately on par with a mid-tier knight's retainer. After personally experiencing the orc's vitality, Ron did not linger in combat. He unleashed his fighting spirit and dispatched the orc in just over a dozen exchanges. Normal high-tier knight retainers would not possess such strength, but Ron was an exception. Not only was his fighting spirit at a high level, but he also excelled in sheer strength, where the orcs had the upper hand and his equipment was vastly superior. With only offense and no defense, he managed to take down his opponent in just over a dozen exchanges. His shield absorbed one blow, dimming the glow of the energy stone. The battle lasted less than a quarter of an hour, with over 50 out of 100 goatmen falling, and the remaining ones turned to flee, disappearing among the rocks. Ron sheathed his sword and glanced at the corpses on the ground. "Clean up and finish off any that are still alive. Extract the heart cores from those who have them. Then drag the bodies to the edge of the forest. They don't block the way." Ron did not rashly collect the bodies of these orcs, including those slain the previous night. With so many people in the outpost, he was wary and could not ensure that none of the other lords had sent spies to monitor. If the bodies disappeared entirely, it would be obvious there was something amiss. Ron was unwilling to take any risks regarding exposure, not even wanting to reveal his spatial equipment. Even the cheapest spatial equipment was worth tens of thousands of gold dragons. Ron's spatial device was quite substantial. He had inquired about prices with Liliquin, and this spatial bracelet alone exceeded 50,000 gold dragons. The soldiers began their work, dragging the heavy goatman corpses toward the forest. Lon approached Ron with a grave expression. "My lord, we have lost 6 men, and over 10 are seriously wounded. The rest have minor injuries." Ron's face turned pale upon hearing the casualty report. After a moment's thought, he called Lon into. He took out the pre-prepared healing potions from his bracelet and handed them to Lon. Distribute these healing potions to the injured soldiers and hurry to restore their combat capability. Be careful, we cannot afford more losses. Lon took his leave. The soldiers and knights in better condition remained vigilant while the battle continued at the base of the hill. Finally, the sun began to set. The sounds of slaughter from the front line gradually subsided. The orcs withdrew, and Viscount Daniel summoned all the lords to discuss matters at the foot of the mountain. Ron arrived at the foot of the mountain and heard a lot of information from Victor. Although they held their ground today, the losses were severe. Over 20 died on Baron Eric's side, and he himself was injured. Other lords weren't faring much better. Ron nodded and asked what about Buck. Victor hesitated. Nothing unusual from Buck's side. His people have not moved at all. Ron had a strange expression, while Lauren muttered beside him, no wonder. After chatting with Victor for a while, all the lords had gathered and Viscount Daniel officially began the meeting. Daniel said the orc offensive has been too fierce. Although we repelled the orcs today, the casualties were significant. The previously discussed 3-day rotation now seems somewhat unrealistic. How about we change it to a 180 rotation? This also gives the injured soldiers some time to recover. This proposal received the approval of most lords. However, Ron frowned. He thought to himself he couldn't be on the slope today and then go to the front lines tomorrow, could he? Wasn't that just bullying the honest? Ron protested, my lord Viscount, we also suffered an orc attack on the slope today, and the losses were considerable. We can't just rush to the front lines immediately. The lord defending the other slope chimed in. Viscount Daniel frowned in thought. At that moment an annoying voice interrupted, I think Baron Ron shouldn't be treated specially. Why can everyone else do it, but not you? It was Buck's illegitimate son. Ron's expression turned dark, whose pants were not tightened, exposing this guy. He replied harshly, does Baron Buck find my request unreasonable? Then let's swap positions. Buck sneered. The previous arrangement was made this way, it can't be changed at will. This is the military, not your territory. At that moment Buck did not notice the change in Daniel's expression. Daniel had just modified the military orders and Buck's words immediately made his face turn sour. But Buck continued. Daniel interrupted, Baron Ron's request does have some merit. The defense on that slope counts as a frontline position, so let's rotate everyone. Hearing Daniel's decision, Ron naturally agreed, but Buck felt his pride was hurt. Not daring to contradict the Viscount, he glanced at Ron with increased dissatisfaction. After the meeting, Buck approached Ron. Do you have a problem with my arrangement? Asked the captain, Baron Ron. Buck said he stared at Ron, waiting for a response. This was a clear provocation. This illegitimate son couldn't really think he could command the other lords, could he? Didn't he see that the team leader was only commanding one squad, which was his own, and not directly managing the other lords? Ron wasn't going to indulge him. Baron Cucumber should take care of his own matters and not become useless on the battlefield tomorrow. After saying that, he left without looking back, leaving Buck fuming in place. Back at the camp, Ron left the guard duties to Lauren Hart and continued his cultivation. After the battle today, taking advantage of the ongoing fierce fighting down the mountain, Ron secretly collected the bodies of those orc blood warriors. Together with his core, they were absorbed into the refining pot, and the process was already complete, ready for him to taste the flavor. Downing a mouthful of the essence, Ron felt every cell in his body tremble, tingling all over. It was like stepping into a warm room after being outside in the winter snow, enveloped in warmth, utterly comfortable. Compared to the previous essence, this time the enhancement to his body was even more pronounced. In comparison, Ron no longer looked at those wild monster essences with any interest. After absorbing the essence, Ron began to cultivate his fighting spirit. Since changing his training focus, he no longer felt any blockages at the high-level knight attendant stage. With the various cultivation techniques brought by Liu Li Chuan and the assistance of high-quality magic potions, his fighting spirit level was rising rapidly. A night passed. Ron handed over the camp to another lord. Today, Ron and his group didn't have to be on the front lines, but they had to be ready to support at all times, ensuring the front line wouldn't be breached by the orcs leading to a rout. Today, the orc attacks were still fierce. Fortunately, the line held. However, when Ron saw Buck retreating from the front with a dark expression, he knew Buck had also suffered significant losses. The next day, it was Ron's turn to go to the front lines. Victor had a grim face and said, Brother Ron, it's really hard to defend. I was so scared last night that I didn't sleep a wink. He took over the position from Victor, who hurried off to rest. Ron greeted Eric from the nearby camp and began to arrange defenses. The air in the position was filled with the smell of blood and burnt flesh mixed together, making it nauseating. The ground was covered with dried blood stains, dark brown and sticky underfoot. By the trench there were bodies that had not yet been cleared away, some human, and some orc piled haphazardly together. Ron glanced at his defensive area, where a section of the fence was swaying precariously behind, which were several shallow trenches. Further back were the newly constructed makeshift fortifications lacking even a complete shelter. Hart was directing the soldiers to hurry up and repair the fortifications, trying to fix as much as they could before the orc attack. Ron said nothing, merely staring into the distance. In the morning mist, the orc camp was hazy, and the sound of horns rose and fell, accompanied by deep war drums beating like a pulse in the heart. As the sun rose, the orc offensive began again. This time Ron was facing the orc army directly. The orcs on the opposite side surged forth like an unstoppable tide. "Fire the arrows!" Hart shouted. The archers drew their bows, and arrows rained down into the crowd of lizard men. A few fell, but more had already reached the edge of the trench. The lizard men nimbly jumped over the trench, some even stepping on the bodies of their fallen comrades to climb up, hissing and making strange calls. After several waves of arrows, the soldiers hid behind the cover and thrust their spears forward. There were too many orcs, and they could basically stab without aiming. The orcs on the opposite side continued to charge forward, braving the spears. Occasionally, a few blood warriors emerged, their purpose being to pierce the defense like spearheads. The knights had to respond quickly. Ron drew his sword, and as his fighting spirit flowed, he struck down an orc with each swing. Blood splattered on his face, but he didn't have time to wipe it off before facing the next. As more and more orcs appeared, it was no longer just the lizard men. Ron saw over a dozen different races among them. Fortunately, there was more than just Ron's team on the defense line, with nearly 1,000 people defending the entire mountain pass. Even so, this group of orcs felt endless. Withstanding the first wave of attacks, Ron quickly instructed the knights to recover their fighting spirit, and the healing potions had long been distributed to each soldier. The orc offensive did not pause for long before the second wave arrived. The ground began to tremble as the goat men of the Iron Horn tribe approached. The coordination between the goat men and the lizard men was remarkably seamless. The lizard men pushed the goat men forward with their spears, enabling the goat men to leap over the defensive line with their immense explosive power. Some unfortunate enough were pierced and killed midair. At such moments, both sides suffered the greatest casualties. The goat men would soon be eliminated upon jumping in, but their actions would severely damage the soldiers' defenses, allowing the remaining orcs to find weak points and break through the spear formation. Ron saw a soldier being cornered by two lizard men. One spear pierced through him, only to be followed by another short spear stabbing into his neck, causing him to collapse with a scream. In the midst of battle, Ron heard a shout and turned to look in that direction. He saw two massive goatmen charging towards the defenses, carrying a tree trunk as thick as an adult's waist. Cursing inwardly, he thought, two high-rank warriors, what terrible luck. The goatmen began to slam against the barricade, the wooden stakes creaking under the impact. With just a couple of blows, a section of the barricade was knocked down. They then dropped the tree trunk and drew their weapons to attack the surrounding soldiers. These two goatmen were half a head taller than the others, their bodies bulging with muscles adorned with bone ornaments entwined around their hard horns, and wearing tattered iron armor. They wielded enormous bone clubs densely embedded with the teeth of unknown creatures. A massive bone club swept through the air. A soldier failed to dodge in time and was sent flying, his plate armor unable to save him. Ron could not allow the defensive line to be breached. Leaving Hart to command the overall situation, he charged forward with Lon. Ron unleashed his fighting spirit, his shield glowing brightly as he advanced. The bone club collided with his sword, producing a piercing shriek. Ron's arm went numb, yet the orc was forced back 3 steps, wearing an expression of disbelief as another club swung down. Ron sidestepped the bone club, crashing into the ground and creating a large crater, sending shards of rock flying. He unleashed a newly learned technique, his battle strength enhanced beyond previous limits. The orc was no match for Ron, quickly falling into a disadvantage with multiple wounds. Enraged, the goat orc surged forward, blood boiling, and Ron braced himself to defend. Unexpectedly, the orc let out a roar and ran away. Ron was momentarily taken aback, genuinely allowing him to escape. Wasn't it said that orcs are iron-blooded warriors who never retreat? However, his escape would lead to trouble for another high-ranking orc. Once Ron regained his senses, he rushed to support Lon. The orc, seeing Ron's approach, was filled with astonishment and looked back at the battlefield, immediately infuriated. Originally, he was evenly matched against the human, and the battlefield was advantageous for them. But with the sudden flight of his companion, the favorable situation was completely lost. He prepared to withdraw. However, Ron clearly would not give him that opportunity. Coordinating with Lon, Ron took the lead while Lon provided support. The orc noticed Ron's intent, scoffed, and then unleashed all his vitality, his battle power surging by half. He believed the opponent would not dare to engage, allowing him to retreat at ease, perhaps just taking a few hits. Then he saw Ron charging directly at him. In his heart, he cursed, "This human is truly foolish. This strike will surely injure you." Then he felt a tremendous force from his weapon, almost toppling him to the ground. Lon seized the orc's mistake and struck at his side, but the orc's tough hide prevented the sword from penetrating more than half an inch, yet this also cut off the orc's chance to escape. The battle lasted a full quarter of an hour. The orc was covered in wounds, and his explosive period finally passed, revealing his fatigue. Ron seized an opening and thrust his sword into the orc's throat. The orc's eyes widened, bubbles of blood frothing from his mouth as he crashed to the ground. Lon was drenched in blood, unable to distinguish whether it was his own or that of others, gasping heavily while leaning on his sword. Ron stood behind his shield, his clothing slightly soiled. With two high-ranking foes dead or fled, the orcs began to retreat. Ron did not pursue, merely observing their withdrawal. As the last wave of orcs retreated, the sun had already dipped in the west. The defensive line was strewn with bodies, both orc and human. The survivors collapsed on the ground, gasping for breath, with no one speaking. Hart began to lead the others to treat the wounded, while the knights hurried to absorb potions to restore their fighting spirit. Ron approached the corpse of the orc, looking down at it. This fellow was larger than any orc he had ever seen. The bone club was still stained with blood, glistening dark red in the setting sun. After a brief rest, the soldiers began to clean the battlefield. Lon also approached to report the casualties to Ron. Lon dragged his feet over his face, pale, with a freshly bandaged arm from which blood was seeping. He stood before Ron, silent for a moment before speaking. "Sir, the count is in." Ron looked at him and nodded for him to continue. 11 are dead. Lon's voice was low. 7 severely injured and over 20 lightly injured. After the rest, only a little over 30 can still fight. Ron closed his eyes briefly. When he set out from the territory, he had brought over 50 people, and now only a little over 30 remained alive. You must know that those he brought were the elite of the territory, most of whom had cultivated fighting spirit, and there were 6 or 7 low-ranking knights as attendants. Lon was also seriously injured today. Ron took out a few bottles of premium healing potions from his spatial equipment and handed them to him. "Drink these first." Lon accepted them, tilting his head back to gulp them down, wiping his mouth afterward. Ron turned to gaze at the distant orc encampment. The campfires flickered, the sound of war drums had ceased, but occasional roars could still be heard. "In a moment, come to my tent and bring some healing potions for the soldiers," he instructed. "Take turns on guard. Do not be careless." As the two spoke, Eric approached from a nearby position. Ron dismissed the reporting soldiers and saw Eric standing not far away. He looked pale, with his arm in a sling and several new wounds adorning his body, limping slightly as he walked. "Sit." Ron gestured to a nearby stone. Eric sat down, remaining silent for a while before speaking. "I lost over 30 on my side. Only a few of us are still standing. We had our positions breached several times today, and only thanks to the support from the reserve team at the back did we manage to hold on." Ron felt a weight in his heart. Eric, like Ron, had only brought around 50 men, and now only a few remained, making his team the most devastated. "This is your second time on the front lines, and especially the first time was unlucky too," Ron said to comfort him. Eric smiled bitterly. "If this continues, my lordship will come to an end. These brothers of mine have followed me for years." He didn't finish, merely shaking his head. Eric suddenly lowered his voice. "About the support from your side today." Ron scoffed. "There was no support. Not a single arrow from start to finish. Perhaps your situation isn't that dangerous. My side didn't get any until our position was breached, and they came to help stabilize the right flank. Otherwise I would have perished today too." Ron paused for a moment, then realized. Today his side had made a remarkable showing, and the other lords probably knew about it. 3 high-ranking knights among the new lords were considered the strongest, second only to Viscount Daniel, who had brought 5 high-rankers, and Ron estimated he was among them as well. This was only part of his strength. There were certainly others left behind in the territory. If a Viscount was so strong, how did the original body save the Marquis heir? What great fortune! Regarding the lack of support from his side, Ron also speculated Buck Huanghua must have. Eric also had some vague suspicions, and stood up, saying, "Take care of yourself. I definitely can't help much now." With that he left. Night fell. The soldiers repaired the fortifications while Ron had his dinner in the main tent. Outside, Hart's voice rang out. "Sir, Baron Victor has arrived." Ron lifted the tent flap and saw Eric standing outside with a sycophantic smile, inviting him to take a seat. "Brother Ron, you truly look majestic today." As soon as he entered, he flattered, "The news of your slaying that high-ranking orc has spread throughout the entire legion. This is the first high-ranking one slain by our new lord, second only to Viscount Daniel." Ron did not deny Victor's flattery. Victor leaned in, wearing a casual expression that only acquaintances would have. "I have some news regarding today's events. That Buck Cucumber has gone too far." He spoke while observing Ron's expression. "Initially, I suggested coming here to provide support, but that Cucumber insisted that you could hold your ground. So he removed your support mission." Ron raised an eyebrow. "So it was all that Cucumber's doing. He is the captain, and my words don't hold weight in front of him," Victor stated with righteous indignation. Ron was also aware of what the other party was plotting. "Is there any other intelligence?" Yes, Victor hurriedly replied. You know, among us new lords there is a baron's second son who lacks high-ranking knight retainers. He almost became a lone commander today. Aside from Eric, he was the most unfortunate one. Victor chuckled softly and lowered his voice. Brother Ron, if you have the capacity tomorrow, could you lend me some support? Ron looked at him, assessed the situation. If things get critical, I will intervene. Victor's eyes brightened. This was precisely his aim. Although he didn't receive a solid guarantee, he was already quite satisfied. He rubbed his hands together, grinning. Sure. I'll take my leave now, and won't disturb your rest. He slipped out of the tent quicker than when he came. The night passed without incident. The next morning Ron and Victor finished exchanging information at the camp. By mid-morning the orcs had yet to launch an attack. In the past few days many orcs had trickled into their camp, and their numbers seemed hardly diminished. Meanwhile their own legion suffered considerable losses. Viscount Daniel had already sent people to seek reinforcements, but the support troops were slow to arrive, leaving the lords with a shroud of anxiety. At noon scouts brought back news. My lord, there's movement at the orc camp. The lizardmen and goatmen are quarreling reportedly over the recent casualties. 2 high-ranking warriors from the goatmen have died, while the lizardmen have not lost any, and both sides nearly came to blows. Ron was intrigued. The scout lowered his voice. Other tribes of orcs tried to mediate, but it seems they could not control the situation. There's still a goatman hanging outside the orc camp, the one that fled yesterday. Ron nodded, dismissing him. Hart raised an eyebrow beside him. The orcs have started fighting among themselves. That's good news. In the afternoon the orcs finally organized an attack, but compared to the previous 3 days it was on a different level altogether. It appeared that the orcs had also suffered significant casualties, especially the lizardmen and goatmen who took the brunt of it, and with many new tribes arriving they likely were reluctant to take the lead. Thus the day passed with the orcs retreating, and both sides sustaining minimal losses. In the evening Ron was resting in the tent when Lauren entered. My lord, someone from Buckside has come asking for you to visit. Ron frowned. Let him in. The person who entered was a middle-aged knight, whose demeanor was courteous. He greeted Ron saying, Baron Ron, Captain Buck sent me to invite you to discuss the battle. Dinner has already... Ron looked at him. What does your Baron Buck intend? The middle-aged knight continued. The captain said that in military affairs there are inevitably some oversights and arrangements. It's best to clear up any misunderstandings promptly. Ron suddenly laughed. Oh, was this him conceding? I understand. He stood up and walked over to the middle-aged knight. Go back and tell Buck that I will be there shortly. Hart murmured beside him, My lord, what does Buck want? Are you really going? Ron shook his head. I'll go see what tricks he has up his sleeve. Hart quickly said, I will accompany you, my lord. What foolishness are you saying? We need to bring Lauren along too, Ron chided with a smile. Buck's camp. Ron brought Lauren and Hart along. Inside the tent dinner was already prepared alongside drink. Ron curled his lip. You for a bastard, he sure had a flair for the dramatic. Buck stood up to greet him. Baron Ron, I have long admired you. I never expected you to be such a talented knight. You can't be yet 20, right? A formal knight is within your reach. I enjoy conversing with young talents like you. You flatter me too much, Baron Buck. Weren't you also a high-ranking knight retainer by your 20s? I see you have a great chance of becoming a formal knight as well. Ron responded perfunctorily. Buck was also a high-ranking powerhouse, and he had a high-ranking knight under his command showing considerable strength. It stands to reason, if he had no talent with so many illegitimate children of the Marquis, how could he become a pioneering lord? Ha, indeed. I hope we can both become formal knights. Come, pour wine for Baron Ron, Buck instructed his subordinate. Ron naturally would not touch any of the food there, so he said, Baron Buck, let's discuss serious matters. You didn't invite me just to drink, did you? Actually, there isn't much of importance. I just wanted to explain yesterday's support matter. More so, I wish to converse with you, Ron. Ron was momentarily taken aback, and Buck continued. I see that your side has suffered considerable losses. If you are willing, I can allocate some men to you. Let's talk privately. Ron still did not grasp what Buck was plotting. Baron Ron, would you like to befriend me? Ron looked up and found Buck scrutinizing him. That gaze, that tone. Ron finally understood. He was after leaving Baku's tent, Luo In wore a grave expression and remained silent all the way. Lao In and Hate followed behind, not daring to ask. Back at the camp, Luo In stood outside his tent for a while, drawing deep breaths to force down the nausea. Come with me to inspect the barracks, he said. Lao In froze for a moment. Sir, now. Luo In led the two of them, moving from tent to tent on his patrol. The wounded lay sprawled across the tents, the lightly injured could already move, and the severely wounded had recovered for the most part. When the soldiers saw the Baron enter, they hastened to salute. Luo In mainly wanted to assess the soldiers' recovery. After such a brutal engagement, nearly everyone bore some wound. Fortunately, they had the healing potions he had bestowed. The living could all be saved. During his rounds, Luo In received several pieces of encouraging news. After these fierce days of battle, many soldiers showed signs of breakthrough. Life and death combat awakens human potential like nothing else, and the men had taken many elixirs these past days. Coupled with months of strengthening meat broth's progress in Dookie had become almost inevitable. Life and death combat awakens human potential like nothing else, and the men had taken many elixirs these past days. Coupled with months of strengthening meat broth's progress in Dookie had become almost only when attempting to advance to a full night do bottlenecks appear, stalling most men. First, one must elevate the Dookie, condensing the clusters within into a swirling vortex, opening the channels so Dookie circulates through the whole body in an endless loop. This in turn drives a leap in one's life level. There are no ancestral manuals for this. Groping toward it alone is nearly impossible. Even with a direction, the method of accomplishment remains a formidable challenge. Luowen's cultivation currently stood at this stage. After changing his breathing method, he quickly surpassed his previous level. The Dookie clusters within him had long exceeded those of ordinary men. He was now attempting to condense a Dookie vortex. After finishing his inspection, Wei Kuduo arrived. Brother Luo, sorry to bother you. It was Wei Kuduo bringing intelligence again. Luo bade him enter. Wei Kuduo slipped inside wearing his habitual smile, though the panic that had once lurked in his eyes was gone. Brother Luo, the orc assaults were significantly milder today. The lords at the front suffered little. At this rate, we should certainly hold until the Marquis's reinforcements arrive. Luo nodded, already calculating. What of Baku? Wei Kuduo pursed his lips. He's fine. He has many troops and is only guarding a small sector. Some lords who suffered heavier losses have merged their forces to defend single positions. After learning the state of the other lords from Wei Kuduo, Luo resumed his evening cultivation. Inside his tent, Luo sat cross-legged, produced the corpse of an orc blood warrior, and drew it into the Lianyao, who Demon Refining urn. There were many more in his spatial bracelet, all gathered over these days. The battlefield had been littered with orc corpses. Luo took the blood warriors away, how a few missing bodies would not be noticed. After obtaining an energy stone, Luo discovered it could accelerate the Lianyao, whose refinement, so he emptied the last ones from the caravan as well. He drew the stored corpses and several hardcores into the Lianyao, who moments later a small vial of elixir floated into his palm. He tipped his head back and drank it down. A familiar warmth flooded through him. Dookie flowed along his meridians, consolidating a few degrees more solid than in the days before. Yet Luo had the uneasy sense that if he continued like this, he might not need to wait for a Dookie breakthrough. The level of his life might advance prematurely. This resembled the orcs. They honed their bodies until all their strength lay in the physique, and the way of chi and blood was merely a derivative of their great bodies. Luo had contemplated whether he could also cultivate the Kiblood path, but after interrogating a few captives, he learned it was impossible. Orc anatomy differs from humans, especially in organs, so the two paths cannot be cultivated together. He had to abandon the idea. In this light, Luo resembled a humanoid demon beast. Both depended on passive bodily evolution. The difference was that a beast's transcendent faculties are innate talents, whereas his were merely Dookie. Early the next morning, a messenger brought rotation orders. Luo read them and found his sector had been assigned to the most dangerous stretch right beside the hill. The spot orcs most readily stormed through. Their units' names still did not appear on the support roster, and several lords had merged their forces, contracting the defended sectors. Hate spat, Baku is determined to get rid of us. Luo folded the orders and thought that the Huanghua Baron truly reminded him of his brother Baida. No, why should anyone assume Luo would act according to their plans? He had once more encountered a naive noble. Assemble, move out. The air along the forward lines still reeked of blood, the works were in tatters, and the palisades leaned at odd angles. Luo took over the sector with his men and began shoring up the defenses. He ordered the fence shortened, and using the slope, formed a semicircle, leaving a small blank stretch within the perimeter. He also erected a row of palisades along that road, though he admitted he lacked the manpower to guard them. He meant it as bait, a small stratagem. Whether or not orcs might slip through and strike the rear, Luo did not concern himself. The soldiers, having received orders, set to work in silence. By mid-morning, the orcs finally moved. This assault was clearly weaker than the one Luo had endured before. Lizardmen and goatfolk charged in sporadic lines, trailed by ragged raiders from small tribes. Though they numbered many, they were a chaotic throng, and their combat effectiveness was greatly reduced. After several volleys of arrows, the orcs reached the palisade. Luo drew his sword, and joined by Lao and Hate met them. Feeling the clash himself, Luo realized that at this intensity, he could fight on indefinitely. The fight lasted half an hour. The orcs left behind some 20 corpses, and the first wave collapsed. They hadn't even broken the decoy palisade. Luo had only posted 2 men there. Sheathing his sword, Luo swept his gaze over the field, only a few on his side, where wounded none had died. By afternoon, the orcs organized a proper assault. Some neighboring garrisons began to send reinforcements, yet Luoan's position remained untroubled. Eventually, the orcs found a defensive flaw, tore down a stretch of palisade, and surged through. Luoan did not attempt to stop the rush. He struck down those who tried to circle and strike him from the rear. The orcs, finding Luoan's position hard to bite into, shouted and surged toward the rear defensive sector. Immediately, the rear descended into chaos. After a bout of turmoil, the rear camp at last organized a defense, but the soldiers hadn't even had time to put on their breastplates. The losses were considerable. The heaviest casualties fell upon Baku. No surprise, he had the most men. Of the 3 lords who rotated out of the 3rd Division, half of the troops belonged to Baku. In the evening, the orc troops withdrew. Ron returned to the camp. After Lao and finished accounting for the casualties, he reported, "My lord, we have around 10 minor injuries and 2 deaths today. We have lost 30% of our arrows, and we can hold on for at most 2 more days." Ron nodded. "I'll check the supply office shortly." As the two were conversing, a messenger arrived from the rear. "My lord, Baron Daniel requests your presence at the camp for a discussion." Ron had anticipated this and acknowledged. Inside Daniel's main tent, many lords had already gathered, with Buck glaring angrily at Ron. Victor and another rotating lord were beside him, exchanging wry smiles. While they could not provoke Ron, they were indeed caught off guard today, as Ron's position had suddenly been breached, allowing the orcs to invade as if it were unguarded territory. Once all the lords had arrived, Daniel began the meeting. "Baron Buck, you were the one who insisted on holding this meeting, so please go ahead." After receiving permission, Buck vividly exaggerated the events of the day. Ron listened with interest, appearing nonchalant, which infuriated Buck. "In light of Baron Ron's atrocious behavior, I propose that he guard the position for 3 consecutive days and compensate us for our losses, at least 1,000 golden dragons." Did Baron Buck not see that I intentionally let the orcs through? It's only natural for the position to be breached. Half of our positions were breached today. It's just that I lacked supporting troops. I managed to reclaim the position with just over 30 men. I believe the regiment should commend me for that." Ron retorted with righteous indignation. Buck was agitated. "Shameless. How could 3 high-ranking officers not hold a position? Is it really such a surprise? Surely you've heard of the foreign study students from Vala." Ron performed a noble gesture towards Buck and provocatively stated, "Shamelessness is a virtue of nobility." The surrounding lords watched Ron's blatant performance, their mouths twitching, but no one dared to speak up. Buck, seething with anger, sought justice from Daniel. "My lord, you cannot allow him to be so arrogant. If everyone behaves this way, how can we defend the line?" Daniel naturally understood the animosity between the two and felt quite overwhelmed. Buck's words sounded good, but if he were to punish Ron, what could he do if Ron refused to comply? Should he go to war against Ron? Besides, you have no evidence. You are not your father, so why should I favor you? Unless you offer. In the end, the meeting concluded without resolution. For the next 3 days, the orcs maintained a sporadic offensive. Thus, the battlefield fell into a stalemate. Although the orcs did not breach the defenses, their numbers did not dwindle, and they continued to send sporadic reinforcements daily. Meanwhile, the reinforcements from our side were slow to arrive, forcing Baron Daniel to contract the defense, allowing small groups of orcs to maneuver around. They focused on a few large tribes to alleviate the pressure on defense. As for whether this would affect the rear territories, these noble lords did not care. It wasn't their own land, so they could destroy it as they pleased. "If you want us to hold the line, then send us reinforcements. Right now, we barely have 1,000 men on the front line." Many lords were considering retreating, but Daniel did not agree. Given that the recent defensive pressure was not so great, the lords gritted their teeth and consented. That day, supplies finally arrived, but the supply team looked as if they had fled from an attack. Before the lords could rejoice, they were shocked by a piece of news brought by the supply team. The main force, led by Marquis Mammon, had been defeated. They retreated to Iron Rock Fortress, which was currently under siege and in critical danger. The rear middle road was filled with orcs poised to attack the defending troops on both the eastern and western flanks. The Marquis ordered an orderly retreat to reinforce Iron Rock Fortress. As soon as this news spread, it ignited the entire camp. All the lords lost their will to fight and began to think of fleeing. Baron Daniel was now unable to command these lords. One lord directly took his men and fled ahead. Daniel was furious. He could not comprehend how someone could be so foolish. Doesn't he know that this retreat will immediately collapse morale, making it difficult to organize a retreat? The fleeing lord thought, "Of course I know, but as long as I can run faster than you, my chances of survival will greatly increase." One person's flight caused chaos in the camp. Ron was still on the frontline battlefield when he saw the disorder in the camp. He immediately sent someone to investigate, and upon learning the news, cursed inwardly. The orc army would not miss this opportunity. The drums of war sounded and more orcs surged from the camp to join the battlefield. Ron did not ponder for long. Seeing that multiple breaches had occurred along the entire front line, it was clear that they could no longer hold. He too made a quick escape with his men. However, escaping from the chaotic battlefield was no easy task. As Ron and his group fought, while retreating, the defense line completely collapsed. Orcs numbering several times that of the humans surged forward, all eager to entangle this regiment and tear away as much flesh as possible. With no one organizing a rear guard, the consequence was that they could not shake off the orcs' pursuit. Once entangled, more orcs would surround them. Ron, along with Lao, In, and Hart, stayed at the back of the group to take care of as many soldiers as possible. The three high-ranking knights unleashed their full strength, clearing a space around them. Ron's group seized the opportunity to break free from their pursuers. As for why Ron would genuinely aid the soldiers in covering the rear, it was not because he was reluctant to see them die. Rather, he wanted to escape from this wasteland. While it was easier with elites, if they were entangled, it would be disastrous. Having soldiers along would at least allow for a desperate escape. Ron and his party temporarily broke free from the battlefield. Passing by the rear camp, it was also in chaos. The lords were all packing up, preparing to flee. The quick-reacting lords rushed to take their soldiers and fled without taking anything. Ron did not see Buck and Victor. Presumably they belonged to that group of wise men. Ron did not dare to linger, quickly crossing the camp and marching with all his might. With the camp's defenses in place, they should be able to allow more people to escape. Hearts are like scattered sand, as no one can gather everyone's hearts. The rout did not only occur within the independent regiments, though other defense lines faced the same fate. There were always those who slipped away, and ultimately the entire Eastern Front transformed into a massive rout. Along the way, scattered soldiers and lords were everywhere, some in groups of 3 to 5, others alone, their faces marked with panic and exhaustion. Ron cautiously navigated the wasteland with his subordinates, occasionally encountering small groups of orcs. He avoided engaging these orcs, fearing that getting entangled would attract larger forces. Escaping from the front line came at a price. Ron's team now consisted of only 20 people. Fortunately, nearly all of them possessed combat chi. The wasteland was littered with corpses. Some belonged to orcs, while others were humans stripped of their armor and weapons, leaving behind a scene of disarray. A large number of vultures circled overhead, their eyes gleaming with hunger. Ron no longer hid. He collected corpses into his space, and after only 2 hours his space had already filled 6 or 7 times. Stop! Ron raised his hand. Ahead lay a dry riverbed lined with shrubs, an ideal hiding place. Just as he was about to lead his men down, he suddenly heard shouts of battle from across the riverbed. He gestured for the team to halt and crept forward with Lauren Hart. Peering through the bushes, he observed 2 groups of people engaged in combat across the riverbed. In fact, it was a group of defeated soldiers robbing another group of defeated soldiers. About 10 corpses lay on the ground. The group being robbed had only a few members left, encircled and fighting desperately. The robbing group consisted of over 20 individuals attacking fiercely, with every strike drawing blood. Ron squinted and watched for a while, focusing on the encircled group. The leader, though covered in blood and with his armor askew, still exuded an air of arrogance. Buck Huangwa. A faint smile tugged at the corners of Ron's mouth. When Buck's group escaped, they still had around 60 to 70 members, but they became targets for the orcs due to their larger size. Buck was adept at survival, abandoning soldiers to cover his retreat. He managed to escape with 7 or 8 knights. The remaining 7 or 8 were all injured and encountered another lord while preparing to set up camp at dusk. Given Buck's arrogant demeanor, it was unsurprising that a conflict arose. The opposing lord was an experienced one, not weak in strength. Seeing that Buck's group had only a few individuals left yet remained so bold, the lord prepared to teach him a lesson. Unexpectedly, Buck may not have many people, but they were all knights, with 2 being high-ranking. As soon as they clashed, Buck's side suffered significant losses, losing 7 or 8 men, which ignited true fury, prompting them to capture this lord and demand ransom. Lauren recognized him and whispered, "My lord, it's Buck." Hart placed his hand on his sword's hilt, asking, "Should we?" Ron raised his hand, signaling for silence. He fixed his gaze on Buck, watching him struggle within the encirclement as his loyal soldiers fell one after another. Despair was etched across Buck's face as he desperately waved his sword. He attempted to flee but was firmly entangled by the 2 high-ranking enemies. Seeing their numbers dwindle, they were on the verge of being completely surrounded. At that moment, Ron led his team out with a shout, "Captain Buck, hold on. I'm here to save you." Buck's eyes widened in surprise, then filled with a glimmer of hope as he cried out for help, "Baron Ron. Baron Ron, help." He then unleashed the remaining combat chi within him, entangling with the enemy. Ron and Lauren Hart charged to the front. The momentum of the 3 high-ranking fighters made the lord retreat in fear, hastily leading his men away. Ron did not pursue. Buck collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath, his face reflecting the relief of having survived a disaster. "Baron Ron, thank you." He struggled to rise, but before he could finish his sentence, he felt a sharp pain in his neck. It turned out that Ron had thrust his sword through Buck's neck. "Sussy Bielina Huangwa sauce. Become my nourishment, ha ha ha." Buck's eyes widened in shock as he clutched his neck, blood spraying from his fingers. He He struggled to say something, but only managed to emit choking sounds as he convulsed and fell. Ron sheathed his sword and wiped the blade with a piece of cloth torn from Buck's body. Meanwhile, Lauren Hart and the others attacked the remaining high-ranking knight attendant. For safety's sake, Ron ultimately joined the battle. Facing 3 opponents, the middle-aged knight was defeated within a few breaths. Not even a splash of water was stirred. Thus Buck's group was completely annihilated. Had Buck been defeated by the previous lord, he would not have died. Nobles seldom resort to killing. The most common practice is to capture and demand ransom aligning with their interests. But who could have imagined that Buck would provoke Ron? He rummaged through a few knight corpses. There were not many spoils, as Buck had escaped with little. He found a small pouch containing a few heart nuclei and some gold coins along with a few potions. He collected all the surrounding corpses into his bracelet. Let's go, we need to rest in a different location. He turned and headed back. Lauren and Hart adjusted themselves and silently followed. After walking for more than half an hour, the sky had completely darkened. Just as Ron prepared to find a place to set up camp, footsteps suddenly echoed from ahead. The team instantly became alert, gripping their weapons tightly. Don't attack. It's me. A familiar voice emerged from the darkness. Ron thought to himself, how coincidental. If you had arrived half an hour earlier, you would have to accompany Buck. Victor Diaz stumbled out, followed by more than 10 ragged soldiers, each looking disheveled. Upon seeing Ron, Victor's eyes turned red, nearly dropping to his knees. Brother Ron, you're alive. That's wonderful. Ron helped him up, scrutinizing him. How's it looking on your end? Victor forced a smile, sitting down heavily. The casualties are severe. Only these few managed to escape. Eric is gone. Ron's heart sank, explained clearly. Victor's voice trembled. I saw it with my own eyes. He was surrounded by orcs. All his men perished while he fought on. Later he was overwhelmed by a group of orcs and never came out again. Ron was silent for a moment before asking, what exactly happened to Marquis Mummin? Do you have any specific information? Victor nodded, lowering his voice. I really know this. You were on the front lines, so you might not be clear. Marquis Mummin's main force was indeed defeated and retreated to Iron Rock Fortress, where they are now besieged with no way out. I heard that a 3rd-tier war king level powerhouse from the orc side has arrived, and we cannot hold them off. Ron furrowed his brows. A 3rd-tier war king. Victor nodded. It's true. A war king level powerhouse on par with a dragon knight. The orc side has its own classification of combat power. Blood warriors, war generals, war kings, with their combat power corresponding to knights and mages. Although the titles differ, these powerhouses have a unified level classification known as Tier 1 Life, Tier 2 Life, and Tier 3 Life. This time the chieftain of the Wolfhead tribe took action personally, and several of Marquis Mummin's high-ranking knights suffered casualties, barely rescuing the Marquis. I doubt Iron Rock Fortress can hold out. Without dragon knights, there won't be enough people to fill the gaps, Victor said pessimistically. He paused and added, Viscount Daniel didn't make it out either. Some say he died in battle, others say he was captured. In any case, the independent battalion has only us few left. Brother Ron, I'll follow you from now on. Whatever you say, I'll do it, Victor said with a flattering expression. Ron fell into thought, contemplating whether to take him along. The downside was that he couldn't continue collecting corpses. The upside was that he could be used as a shield in critical moments. After pondering for a while, Ron decided to bring him along. After all, he currently lacked nothing, and if he truly needed it, he could eliminate him as well. That works too, Ron replied. Next, we won't head to Iron Rock Fortress. Instead, we will try to move back. Victor nodded repeatedly. All right. Whatever Brother Ron says, I will follow. The walls of Iron Rock Fortress had not closed their eyes for 3 days. Marquis Mummin stood atop the battlements, gazing at the dark orc encampment to the north, his face revealing no signs of joy or anger. His armor was still stained with the blood from yesterday's battle, too rushed to clean, or simply too apathetic to do so. Behind him stood several injured knights. None spoke, and only the occasional groans from behind the walls broke the silence. My lord, the energy at the magic tower in the east is running low. A wizard clad in a blue robe approached the parapet, his face pale, clutching a staff with a dimmed crystal at its tip. The magic crystal cannon can still fire 6 rounds. After that, the walls will be nothing but stone. Marquis Mummin nodded silently, his mood somber. The wizard hesitated for a moment before continuing. Yesterday, we contacted the duchy through the crystal ball, and they requested us to hold for 7 days. Reinforcements will arrive soon. 7 days. Whether Iron Rock Fortress could hold for that long was uncertain in his heart. Outside the walls, the horns of the orcs sounded once more. Another wave of attack. The orc army of the Wolfhead tribe surged from the encampment, a dark mass like a swarm of locusts. At the forefront were the cannon fodder human captives and lower-tier orcs driven towards the walls. The boarmen, tough-skinned and muscular, raised makeshift ladders, followed closely by the minotaurs charging ahead. The main force, the werewolves, moved agilely up the ladders to assault the city. Prepare the magic crystal cannon, the deputy shouted. On the walls, over 10 magic crystal cannons turned their barrels, aiming at the densest cluster of orcs. Injecting the crystal cores, the cannons began to glow. Fire! Boom! 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 A dozen beams of light struck into the orc ranks, blowing a massive gap. Blood and flesh splattered, the screams drowned out by the explosions. But there were too many orcs. The gap was quickly filled by those behind, continuing their charge. Magic shield, maximum power, ordered Marquis Mummin. A faint blue light enveloped the section of the wall. This was Iron Rock Fortress' last line of defense. The magic tower had stored power for 3 years, but most of it had been consumed in these few days. The orc arrows struck against the shield, bouncing off and creating ripples. The battering ram crashed against the gate. The shield trembled violently, but did not shatter. The first batch of orcs reached the base of the walls. Ladders were set up. The defenders thrust spears downwards, pouring boiling oil, with screams echoing. But there were too many orcs. Those in the front fell, while those behind climbed over their corpses. Mage Team Fireball spell, shouted Marquis Mummin. Dozens of wizards cast the spell simultaneously, condensing a dozen blazing fireballs in the air, engulfing the ladders and the orcs. The stench of burning flesh filled the air, and the howls were piercing. The spell's area of effect was vast, inflicting far more damage on the orcs than the same tier knights could. However, the wizards were few, and their mana could not sustain prolonged casting. The shield took several hits, its glow beginning to flicker. My lord, the energy of the shield is depleting too quickly, the deputy shouted. Marquis Mummin gritted his teeth, drawing his sword, the fighting spirit coursing within him. 2 of his elite knights had already fallen, 1 captured, and the remaining were all injured. Marquis Mummin had long since joined the fray himself. Just then a thunderous roar erupted from the orc camp. A gigantic figure emerged from behind the orc ranks. That figure stood 2 heads taller than an ordinary orc, covered in black fur, wielding a bone club large. It soared slowly into the air above the battlefield. The chieftain of the Wolf Head tribe, a tier 3 life form, a warlord. The faces of those on the walls changed. Aim the magic crystal cannon and alchemical crossbows at that, shouted Marquis Mummin. The magic crystal cannons adjusted their aim towards the beast-like figure. Fire! A beam shot out, striking the orc squarely in the chest. As the smoke cleared, the orc shook slightly, looked down at the singed fur on his chest, and grinned, revealing a mouth full of fangs. Is that all you've got? He raised the bone club and struck it down towards the shield, the force crashing into it. Boom! The shield trembled violently, cracks spreading like a spider's web. Another strike. The shield shattered. Inside the magic tower, several wizards spat blood and collapsed. The orc swung the club at the walls, bricks exploded, and several defenders were knocked off, falling from the wall without a sound. Marquis Mummin unleashed his fighting spirit, leading several elite knights into the air to confront him. Regular knights could barely glide, but elite knights could fly for extended periods. A tier 3 life form could traverse air and land without distinction. He was a tier 2 life form at the peak of elite knights. But facing a tier 3 life form was like crossing a chasm. Several elite knights could barely hold their ground against the werewolf warlord, even with various alchemical aids. Swords clashed against the bone club, sparks flying. One elite knight was sent flying, spitting blood, his left arm already severed. The werewolf warlord, however, was unscathed and swung down another club. At that moment, a blinding white light suddenly illuminated the walls. An old wizard stood atop the magic tower, engulfed in pale blue flames, exhausting his mental strength to cast a spell. The magic tower supplied power, and a thick beam shot towards the werewolf warlord. For the first time, the orc displayed a serious expression, raising his club to block. The beam pushed him back, carving a deep trench in the ground. The old wizard fell from the tower, having lost his breath midair. This moment of respite allowed the defensive shield on the walls to rise again. The orc looked down at the scorched mark on his chest, grinned, and said, "Interesting." He turned and walked back, waving his hand. The orcs began to retreat. On the walls, Marquis Mummin leaned on his sword, breathing heavily. The deputy crawled over, his face covered in blood. "My lord, we've lost over 1,000. 1 magic tower is down, and the magic crystal cannon is nearly out of power. If this continues, we won't last 2 days." Marquis Mummin said nothing, merely gazing to the north. 2 days. The duchy's reinforcements would take at least 7 days. He closed his eyes, unsure of what to think. Ron was unaware of the situation at Iron Rock Fortress. He was leading his people south, avoiding the main roads and taking secluded paths. His group included more than 30 of Victor's men, moving slowly and making their presence more conspicuous. Since yesterday, they had encountered 3 waves of orcs. Each battle left more injuries among the team, severely slowing their progress. Ron also recognized this problem. His space bracelet was filled with healing potions, hundreds of bottles, which could be replenished with local materials once used. But he did not dare to take them out. With Victor's dozen pairs of eyes watching, if he produced such precious items for the soldiers, it would be hard not to raise suspicions. Not to mention that taking them out would expose his spatial gear. Ron had realized over the past few days that having Victor around was more of a burden than a benefit, especially since he had become a liability. His combat power was minimal. He needed to find a way to resolve this issue. Lowen leaned and lowering his voice. My lord, Victor's side has suffered 2 more serious injuries. If this continues, we won't even need the orcs to pursue us. We'll die from our own burdens. Ron said nothing, glancing at Victor. Victor was crouched on the ground, drawing up plans for an injured soldier, sweat pouring from his anxious face. Noticing Ron's gaze, he quickly forced a smile. Brother Ron, I can still manage here. Ron turned his gaze. Let's rest for a quarter of an hour. Ron said. Lowen, scout ahead. Hart, keep watch all around. He turned and walked deeper into the woods. I'll go ahead and take a look. The frequency of encounters with orcs had been increasing, indicating they were nearing Iron Rock Fortress. The orc legions were gathering, and Ron needed to lead his people carefully around to avoid combat. As long as they could bypass Iron Rock Fortress, the rear would be temporarily safe, and they could retreat to the vicinity of Sandstone Fortress to assess the situation. If things stabilized, they could report. If not, they could swiftly retreat. At night, the team set up camp in a cave. Ron instructed his men to guard the entrance while he found a corner to sit. Lowen and Hart stood guard on either side, while Victor leaned against the stone wall in the distance, already asleep. As the night deepened, the cold wind howled outside the cave. Ron closed his eyes and took out a bottle of high-quality essence, swallowing it directly. The heat surged into his body, more intense than during the day. He could feel the power surging within him, as if it were going to burst him apart. Gritting his teeth, he forcefully circulated his fighting spirit, trying to guide that force. Time passed slowly. He did not know how long it had been when a sudden crack echoed within him. The fighting spirit remained the same, with no signs of forming a vortex or breaking through. But something seemed to shatter, as if something new had begun to grow. He opened his eyes and looked down at his hands. The skin was still the same, but he could feel that it was different. Power flowed through his blood, each heartbeat like a war drum, every cell in his body cheering. A Tier 1 life form. His life level had transcended beyond the fighting spirit. As long as the fighting spirit caught up, he would truly be a formal knight. Lowen was awake and looking at Ron, stunned. My lord, you. Ron shook his head, signaling him to remain silent. He closed his eyes again, feeling the changes within him, his joints cracking, and his power had increased by more than. He closed his eyes, feeling the changes within his body. The fighting spirit had not transformed, merely increasing slightly in quantity. Yet his body was different. He clenched his fist, and the joints crackled, the strength surpassing that of before. Lon looked at him, shock filling his eyes, but he asked nothing. In the distance outside the cave, the night was dark. The northern sky faintly glowed red. That was the direction of Iron Rock Fortress. The next morning, the group continued on their journey. The injured made up half of the team, especially from Victor's side. The entire group moved like snails, unable to go far before needing to stop and rest. Ron called for a stop and summoned Victor to the front. We should part ways, Ron said. Victor was taken aback, the smile on his face frozen. Ron, what are you saying? We should part ways. I'm doing this for your own good. Ron looked at him. Victor became anxious. I can walk. My men can walk too. Ron, just give us a little more time. There's no time left, Ron interrupted him. You know very well that at this speed it's hard to pass through this area without being detected. Victor's lips trembled. Ron, please don't leave me. I can be your servant, anything you need. I beg you. I told you I'm doing this for your own good. I'm doing this for your own good, Ron said helplessly. Victor, seeing that he couldn't persuade him, suddenly knelt down, grabbing Ron's clothing in a desperate attempt to invoke moral obligation. Ron, I provided you with so much intelligence, you can't be ungrateful. If we part ways, I won't have a way to survive. Ding. A keyword was triggered. Secret technique, ungratefulness. Activate. A flash of sword light. Victor's eyes widened, his hands clutching his neck, blood sprayed from between his fingers. He struggled to say something, but unwillingly fell to the ground. Ron sheathed his sword, a hint of regret on his face. How did this kill trigger so quickly? Looking down at his corpse, he sighed. I said it was for your own good, but you wouldn't listen. Could my brother harm you? He finished off the remaining men from Victor's side. Thus all the lords Ron had met since arriving at Iron Rock Fortress were wiped out. Ron rummaged through Victor's belongings, finding nothing valuable, some gold coins, and an alchemical dagger, poisoned, not knowing who it was meant to be used against. Ron pursed his lips, a miser. Lon and Hart had also finished cleaning the battlefield and returned. They collected all the corpses into a bracelet. Let's go, Ron said as he mounted his horse. Travel light. The group had lost more than 10 men, but all the injured had recovered, and their speed increased significantly. In the next 2 days, Ron took a large detour, specifically choosing secluded paths to avoid the range of Iron Rock Fortress. During this time, they encountered small orc patrols. If they could avoid them, they did, and if not, they engaged swiftly. Ron took action, personally testing the power of a first-level life form. Overall, it meant he had the strength to break through the first 3 of his own. The orcs encountered now could not outrun him unless they attacked in large numbers simultaneously. They simply couldn't escape from Ron. Once again meeting a dozen patrolling wolfmen, he cleaved the lead one in half with a single sword strike, and then turned to slay the two beside him, leaving the rest to his subordinates. Lon stared wide-eyed. "My lord, your strength." Ron glanced at the chipped edge of his sword, shaking his head. "I'm still not accustomed to it. When we reach the rear, remember to forge me a wolf fawn club. A sword is too light for me." Finally, on the 5th day after the defeat, Ron and his men passed through a concealed valley, and ahead lay another fortress, Sandstone Fortress. Sandstone Fortress was located behind Iron Rock Fortress, separated by a straight distance of 2 territories. There were people entering and exiting the city gate, but it seemed a bit chaotic. Ron did not enter the city directly. Instead, he sent Hart to gather information. After all, he hadn't gone to support Iron Rock Fortress and felt a bit guilty. He wanted to see how many lords had returned. If there were not many, he would stay outside the city for a few days before entering. Hart returned with a stunning piece of news. Marquis Mammon had been defeated again. Iron Rock Fortress fell just last night. The message came from a magical crystal ball. Ron hesitated whether to continue running forward. After all, the frontier was nearly 20 layers thick. They had only traversed a small part, at most breaking through 6 or 7 layers. My Grand Duchy of Brass is vast and rich. Oh, what's wrong with giving up some land? Ron was not worried that the war would reach his territory, as his land was at the westernmost part of the frontier far away. Moreover, the further back the territory went, the more abundant it became. The orcs would not abandon the rich food before them to gnaw on bones without fat. Just as Ron was hesitating, a loud dragon's roar suddenly echoed from the sky. Everyone looked up. A brass dragon flew in from the south, its wings spread wide, covering half the sky, its powerful limbs and golden scales glistening in the sunlight. It flew low, the airflow from its wings causing the flags on the castle to flutter. A figure sat atop the dragon's back, clad in golden armor, his face obscured. The giant dragon skimmed over Sandstone Fortress, flying northward. Its massive shadow enveloped everything. The crowd fell silent for a moment, then erupted into louder sounds. "Dragon Knight. It's a Dragon Knight. The duchy's reinforcements have arrived." Too late. Iron Rock Fortress has already fallen. Ron stood in place, watching the giant dragon disappear into the clouds. The brass dragon, the Dragon Knight, a 3rd-level life form. It has arrived. But too late. Lon approached, whispering, "My lord, what shall we do?" He tightened his grip on the sword hilt, took a deep breath, and led the team into Sandstone Fortress. "Let's go into the city first and find a place to settle. It should be safe now." Sandstone Fortress was not large, but now that the dragon had arrived, it was much more stable than before. Ron declared his identity, assigned a barracks, received supplies, and settled the injured, sending Lon and Hart to gather information. In the evening, Lon returned, his expression grave. "My lord, I found out. Iron Rock Fortress fell last night. The orcs charged like madmen. A section of the walls collapsed, and the defending troops suffered heavy casualties. Those who remained are retreating towards Sandstone Fortress. Marquis Mammon was severely injured and was rescued by a knight at the cost of his life. He is now organizing the retreat. That Dragon Knight is Windsor Marquis Brass. The Grand Duke sent him ahead. The duchy's reinforcements will take 3 more days to arrive, as the troops are being dispatched from the province closest to the frontier." Ron nodded, understanding. Marquis Windsor is the brother of the current Grand Duke, a 3rd-tier knight in strength, but not a Dragon Knight. He only rode a dragon to provide support. The Grand Duke's family is surnamed after the brass dragon, much like the lesser noble families are named after their elven ancestors. A surname based on a dragon showcases the family's power. Hart entered from outside, adding, "My lord, Sandstone Fortress will definitely become a frontline battlefield. Should we stay or leave?" Ron frowned. With the Dragon Knight here, it's not like Daniel, who couldn't command the lords under him. At this moment, showing a slip might be treated as a scapegoat. Let's settle down first and see how things unfold. He walked outside, gazing at the northern sky. There were still flames over there, but it wasn't as bright as before. The war was not over, but at least he had survived. At night, Ron sat alone in the tent, preparing the elixirs. After the past 2 days of travel, Ron didn't know how many corpses he had collected, only remembering to empty the bracelet space time and again. Having categorized the prepared elixirs by different concentrations, Ron looked at the room, filled with jars and bottles, and his sense of security surged. He closed his eyes, feeling the changes within his body. The power of a 1st-level life form was still adapting, and with each breath, he could feel the energy flowing through his blood. The fighting spirit also began to show signs of cohesion. Although it had not yet formed a vortex, it was significantly stronger than before. The next day, Ron arranged the camp affairs and led his men towards the market in the castle. The market of Shushi Castle was not large, but it was relatively well-stocked with military supplies. Ron took a round, seizing the opportunity to sell all the spoils from the battlefield, such as armor and ironware, in exchange for gold dragons. He bought plenty of food, bandages, and bottles. He even bought a massive wolf fawn club from the weapon shop. Its weight required even a high-ranked knight like Lon to use battle chi to swing it. However, in Ron's hands it was as easy to wield as if it were an extension of his own body. On the battlefield, a mere brush against it would end a life specifically designed to pierce armor. After finishing the basic supplies, Ron looked for an alchemy shop. The magical shield of his necklace consumed energy too quickly, and he was close to exhausting the energy stones he had bought before, so he needed to purchase another batch. This magical shield had been a great help to Ron on the chaotic battlefield, allowing him to unleash his full strength without hesitation. Ron also inquired about the price of this equipment at the alchemy shop. My lord, such high-quality equipment can only be crafted by official magicians, and it comes at no small cost. Our guild has a treasure of such quality priced at 20,000 gold dragons, the manager flattered. However, since this piece of equipment has been used quite a bit, it has incurred some wear and tear, and the price can only be reduced to 70%. The shield cannot be used indefinitely just by attaching energy stones. It also has a usage limit, and frequent breakages will cause wear on the equipment. Hearing the price, Ron was dumbfounded, thinking to himself, why was Buck so useless, not producing any good items despite both being from marquis families? Ron prepared to reward Lioli Chuan upon his return, for she truly was a little rich girl bursting with gold coins at every poke. He decided to reward her with a cream puff. In fact, Ron had misjudged Buck. Lioli Chuan represented the accumulation of hundreds of years from the marquis family, which had all been released in their escape. Usually these treasures were very precious, with a direct descendant being lucky to possess even one. After purchasing energy stones in the shop, he also bought a large quantity of potions, spending all the gold dragons he had taken from Buck and Victor, and even had to cover a lot more. If one did not count the gains from the original liquid, Ron's call to arms could be considered a significant loss. Soldier injuries, potion consumption, gold dragon expenses, and equipment wear. The little military achievements he earned were simply not enough to cover the losses, especially since Ron had also refined the hardcore of the orc. He clapped his hands in satisfaction and turned back. A majestic dragon roar exploded from the horizon on. Ron stood outside the station, hearing the sound coming from the north growing closer. Everyone looked up. A golden point flew through the sky, gradually taking over people's vision. The brass dragon swooped down from the clouds, its golden scales glistening in the sunlight, blinding to the eyes. It slowly descended the gust from its wings, overturning several tents as the crowd screamed, and the dragon's claws gripped something, a massive orc corpse, which was thrown from the air, crashing onto the open ground outside the city and splattering blood. It was an orc war general. On the dragon's back, Marquis Windsor leapt down, his armor splattered with blood, but his eyes were sharp and intimidating. The brass dragon also landed on the city wall, its claws digging into the bricks, its immense tail waving in the air, and it exhaled 2 powerful breaths. This scene was extremely impactful. Several soldiers who could not dodge in time collapsed in fright. Marquis Windsor has returned, someone shouted. Ron stood still, watching the giant dragon lying on the city wall, its golden eyes scanning the crowd as if evaluating prey. He tightened his grip on the sword handle, his body instinctively tensing in response to the presence of a predator from a higher echelon of life. Marquis Windsor did not notice Ron. He strode into the castle, followed by a few nobles who had arrived late. Ron took a deep breath, suppressing the sense of oppression. A third-tier dragon. Indeed, it was different. By afternoon, the broken soldiers began to trickle back, not in waves, but scattered like beads from a broken string coming from the north. Some leaned on canes, some were carried by others, and some brought nothing but their lives. They all wore the same expression of relief for having survived the calamity, coupled with confusion about their uncertain fate. When Marquis Windsor arrived at the front lines, the orcs were pursuing the troops of Marquis Mammon. Fortunately, the Marquis forces had merely suffered defeat, but did not face a total rout, and still had some resistance, though they could not withstand the onslaught of the enemy's warlord. Marquis Windsor descended upon the battlefield, riding the dragon, suppressing the enemy's warlord. The remaining troops could then break free from the orcs' entanglement. By evening, the sound of horns echoed. All the lords gathered in the castle's council hall. Ron entered with Lon, discovering that many people were already standing in the hall. There were far fewer familiar faces, each covered in dirt, some even wrapped in bandages. No one spoke, and the atmosphere was so oppressive it felt as if it could squeeze out water. Marquis Windsor sat in the main seat, clad in a set of fearsome armor. Marquis Mammon sat beside him, his complexion pale, and his health clearly poor. He had also sustained serious injuries, and even after taking healing potions, he had yet to fully recover, temporarily unable to exert significant strength. Everyone is here. The lords present are all who have arrived at Shushi Castle. There may still be some trapped at the front lines, but not many, and those still alive can gradually return to Shushi Castle in the next 2 days. As for those who fled further ahead, Marquis Windsor paused. Post notices around Shushi Castle, especially at the rear. Let them gather at Shushi Castle within 3 days. If they don't show up after 3 days, I will consider them dead at the hands of the orcs. He said harshly. After the war ends, it's best to play dead forever so they won't be discovered. Otherwise the lords below nodded in agreement, indicating that no one should think about escaping. Marquis Windsor paused, his gaze sweeping over everyone. The duchy's reinforcements will arrive in 3 days. Your task in these 3 days is not to hold fast, but to delay. He waved his hand, and the deputy general stepped forward to unfold a map, taking the dozen territories between Shushi Castle and Taiyin Castle as a buffer. Organized defenses to delay the orcs' advance. Every day we can delay is a day gained. Once the main force arrives, we will settle accounts with them. Ron's heart stirred. The space between the two castles was not far, and the orcs' attack range was also broad. As long as the enemy sensed that Shushi Castle was difficult to assault, they would naturally shift towards these territories. Although Shushi Castle's walls were not as high and wide as Taiyin Castle's, it was defended by a brass dragon and Marquis Windsor. As long as the orcs were not rash, they would definitely know that Shushi Castle could not be easily taken. After all, with 2 third-tier knights and a giant dragon, the orcs were now at a disadvantage. However, on the duchy's side, due to Marquis Mammon's consecutive defeats, both knight strength and soldier capacity below Tier 3 were at a disadvantage. The deputy officer began to allocate combat divisions. Ron and several lords were assigned to a territory called Apple, not far from Shushi Castle, with an estimated low level of combat difficulty. The deputy officer emphasized delay as much as possible. Do not engage the orcs in a life-or-death struggle. We will talk once the main force arrives. Ron nodded. It's just guerrilla warfare. I understand. After the meeting, as Ron stepped out of the council hall, he saw a familiar figure. Boris. This old schemer was indeed not dead. I wonder which innocent and pure lord fell victim to his schemes. Despicable. Boris leaned against a pillar wearing his usual smile, but the fatigue in his eyes was unmistakable. He was accompanied by Locke, who was also injured but appeared to be in good spirits. Baron Ron, good to see you again. Boris nodded slightly. Ron inclined his body slightly. Baron Boris, it is truly a pleasure to see you. Though both harbored the desire to see each other dead, they maintained the facade of politeness. Boris chuckled. Good luck indeed. If you had been a little slower, you would have been buried alongside Taiyin Castle. The two walked side by side for a while. Boris lowered his voice. I've received some news. Many lords have been captured this time, but there are also a few unfortunate ones who were directly killed. I know one such person. His territory is nearby. Baron Ron, would you be interested in cashing in? Aren't you the one who caused his demise? Ron silently cursed in his heart. Ron's approach to Boris was to avoid engagement, best to keep a distance. Once he had developed his strength, he would crush him directly, not playing his schemes. If Boris wanted to seize someone's spirit insects, he could go ahead. Ron would simply take them back later, a convenient task. Facing the temptation thrown by Boris, Ron remained resolute, completely unmoved. Thus, when responding to Boris' proposal, Ron feigned ignorance. Oh, no, the Lord has died, leaving only orphans and widows. It's not easy, let it go. Boris did not show any emotion, smiling sadly. I just thought we are neighbors, and I would think of you first for It's fine if you don't go, brother Ron, but you must help me keep this news safe. Don't worry, big brother. I'm the most trustworthy person. Oh, I'll definitely not let a third person know about this. Ron declared with a face of righteousness. After finishing his conversation with Boris, Ron returned to the base, and for the whole night, there was no exchange of words. The next morning, Ron set out with his men heading towards the Apple territory. Along the way, there were scattered soldiers and groups of refugees moving back in small clusters. Besides him, there were 3 other lords assigned to the Apple territory. One was a middle-aged man with a face full of flesh, claiming to be the Baron of the Hammer territory, leading over 30 injured remnants. Another was a tall and thin figure, appearing more like a merchant than a lord, with only about 10 followers left. Finally, there was an old knight with graying hair, and it was hard to tell how he managed to escape, leading over 20 men. The combined forces of Ron and the other lords amounted to less than 100. My lord, what is the situation in the Apple territory? Hart asked. Ron shook his head, saying, we will see when we arrive. The Apple territory was worse than he had imagined. The territory was not large, with a small castle built on a gentle slope, yet there were no soldiers guarding it. The lord of the Apple territory had not returned. It was unknown whether he had been captured by orcs or had died in battle. Upon entering the castle, it looked as if it had been ransacked, as several serfs were looting the granary. When they saw Ron and his men enter, they huddled together in fear. Where are the people of the territory? Ron asked. No one answered. Speak, he commanded sternly, drawing his sword. An older serf stammered. The Baroness took the noble young lords and ladies and ran away yesterday, leaving us behind with nothing. Ron glanced around, but said nothing. Several groups searched the castle and only found a few barrels of wine hidden in the cellar, along with some silverware that had not been taken, all of little value. The spiritual insects and valuables had all been taken away. Ron felt annoyed. Indeed, he should not underestimate the cunning of these nobles. While they might not excel in battle, they were professionals at fleeing. After discussing with the other 3 lords traveling with him, Ron decided to act separately. He worried that these lords would secretly undermine him if they acted together, and the others likely thought the same. Thus it was best to fight their own battles. For the next 2 days, Ron roamed around the vicinity of the Apple territory. They would engage small groups of orcs and retreat if the numbers were too great. After filling the spatial bracelet twice, they returned to the Sandstone territory. The duchy's reinforcements had finally arrived. Now Sandstone Castle was 10 times busier than it had been a few days ago. The surviving lords all reported to Marquis Windsor with their men. The base was crowded with banners of various designs and soldiers speaking in different accents jostling together as they hurried to reinforce the fortifications. The reinforcements were regular troops dispatched from the province closest to the frontier. Regular troops were easier to command and coordinate, but they had fewer high-level combatants. Although noble private armies were difficult to command, they had more knights. Each had its own advantages and disadvantages. The reinforcements that arrived numbered 20,000. One entire legion of 15,000 plus 2 battalions led by an earl. Any further discussion would affect the stability of the provincial border. Counting the scattered troops gathered in recent days, there were nearly 40,000 people at Sandstone Castle. The reinforcements also brought a significant number of magic crystal cannons and alchemical crossbows, more than enough to defend Sandstone Castle. Ron stood at the city gate feeling much more at ease as he gazed at the cannons deployed on the walls. On the second day after the reinforcements arrived, as dawn broke, the orcs came. The sound of horns echoed from the north, not just one, but dozens rising and falling like a chorus of wolves. Ron stood behind the parapets looking northward. On the horizon, a dark line slowly advanced, growing wider and closer. When he could see clearly, it was no longer a line, but a wave of darkness sweeping across the wasteland and over the hills, rushing towards Sandstone Castle. The orcs chose not to test the defenses, but came out in full force. Black banners fluttered in the wind. Various expendable orcs led the charge, forming a dark mass. Following them were the major tribes like the Wolfhead and Bullhorn tribes, carrying ladders and battering rams. On the city walls, dozens of magic crystal cannons roared simultaneously. Energy beams pierced the air, striking into the orc ranks and exploding to create gaps. A thunderous roar erupted from the orc ranks. The chief of the Wolfhead tribe rose into the air, his body filled with blood energy resembling a burning black flame. On the city walls, Marquis Windsor rode a brass dragon to meet them. The clash of the dragon spear against the bone club shook the very air. In midair, 3 high-level beings clashed, dragon breath and blood energy intertwining. Each casual strike that fell to the ground inflicted devastating damage on the creatures below. Above, high-level combatants engaged in a spectacular battle. Below, Ron concealed his strength, fearing the attention of powerful foes. At 18, the battlefield felt like a mere game. On the city walls, Ron and his subordinates took their positions behind a section of the wall, participating in a very straightforward battle. They simply closed their eyes and picked up their spears. Stab, stab, stab. An unending series of stabs. They lost track of time as they stabbed away. Defending was much easier than holding a regular position, but they faced an endless tide of orcs, occasionally encountering a few competent blood warriors. They were quickly dealt with by Ron's 3 high-level knight attendants. The situation on other battlements was similar. However, this would change once the shield was broken. The expendables would begin to dwindle and the orc elites would emerge. Especially since the orcs' first-level warriors outnumbered the defenders significantly, they would occasionally climb up. Without corresponding regular knights to counter them, the soldiers would have to sacrifice their lives to exhaust the orcs' blood energy. Ron stood on the city wall, taking down one orc warrior after another with his sword. He dared not use a flashy weapon like a wolf's fawn club, the more ordinary the better. High-level orc warriors primarily targeted the magic crystal cannons and the mage group. Thus, unless he was particularly unlucky, he rarely encountered an ascended orc. However, sometimes luck was just that bad and the nearby wall was targeted by a first-level orc warrior. As expected, they could not hold it. As long as they could secure a foothold, more and more orcs would climb up. Soon that area became a breakthrough point, and the commander on the wall clearly noticed. He dispatched a regular knight to handle it, and fortunately, without any danger, the orcs were driven down. Such situations frequently occurred thereafter. Ron encountered a similar situation. He did not try to show off, but instead engaged with the first-level orc warrior alongside Lauren and Hart, pretending to be unable to hold the position. He waited for the support of the regular knights. Of course, if no support arrived, Ron would genuinely lose the position. Could the other walls hold under such circumstances? This was how the noble defenders operated. They earned military merit every month. What a dangerous game. This highlighted the difference between noble private armies and the duchy's regular troops. They could put in effort, but don't expect nobles to risk their lives for you. Support unexpectedly arrived. It was not difficult for the duchy to hold Sandstone Castle As the longer the battle dragged on, the more advantageous it became for the duchy, while the orcs could not sustain it. They came to rob, not to occupy. Ron rummaged through the bodies of several fallen soldiers nearby, putting on a semblance of having fought hard. He at least showed some respect to the arriving knights. The battle lasted an entire day. In the evening, the orcs finally retreated. The walls were strewn with corpses, both orc and human. The barrels of the magic crystal cannons glowed red. The magical shields had shattered 3 times, and the mages were so exhausted they collapsed on the ground. But Sandstone Castle still stood. Ron leaned against the city wall to rest with not a single clean spot on his body. Lauren leaned beside him, having been slashed on the arm, blood still seeping out, and he didn't even know where his helmet had gone. In the distance, Marquis Windsor descended onto the walls riding a dragon. Though he bore some injuries, he held his head high. He had gained the upper hand in the battle among the third-level beings. In the afternoon, the wolf chieftain began to falter, and it was only thanks to a few battle commanders flying out from among the orcs that the tide was stabilized. Guards were rotated regularly to man the city walls. When Ron descended from the ramparts, night had already fallen completely. Leaning against the base of the wall, his armor clung stiffly to his body. The blood dried hard upon its surface. Lauren and Hart were equally exhausted. The 3 men sat in silence, too weary to move. In the distance, soldiers continued clearing away the corpses. One by one, bodies, both orc and human, were heaved onto wooden carts. The creaking groan of the planks became the sole sound lingering in the aftermath of battle. Ron led his men back to their garrison to rest. He shed his heavy armor, washed thoroughly, and changed into clean, comfortable civilian attire. That evening, as he dined, 2 uninvited guests arrived. Clad in gleaming armor bearing the emblem of a maple leaf, they were retainers of Count Red Maple. Ron had nearly forgotten their existence. Peter, their senior commander, had been absent for over 2 months, yet only now had they finally arrived. Indeed, they had been unfortunate. Upon receiving Peter's urgent plea for aid, they set out at once. After more than half a month's march beyond the duchy, they entered the frontier lands, only to be swept up in the very Orcish assault they'd been summoned to counter. Conscripted on the spot, they were pressed into defending the city before ever reaching their destination, and several of their number had already perished. The lead knight, a man in his 30s with a square jaw and calm, steady eyes, wore a plain longsword, unadorned by any heraldic insignia, upon his belt. Behind him stood a young squire, Baron Ron. The elder man gave a slight formal nod. "I am William Redmaple, nephew of Count Redmaple. This is Henry, my lieutenant." A chill ran through Ron's veins, though his expression remained perfectly composed. "An honor to meet you. We were dispatched by the Count to reinforce the frontier lands, only to learn that Lord Peter has fallen. Truly most grievous news. You were Lord Peter's neighbor. Might you share any concrete details regarding this tragedy?" Ron sighed deeply, his voice thick with sorrow. "I too have heard of Lord Peter's fate. It was a band of marauders who did it. Robbery alone would have sufficed, but why slaughter? Lord Peter, a man of such gentle virtue, was cut down without mercy. Alas! Cursed brigands, devoid of humanity." His voice cracked with feigned grief. William's eye twitched faintly as he continued. "I understand there were tensions between you and Lord Peter. Preposterous, baseless slander. Lord Peter was my dearest friend, my sworn brother in spirit and kinship." Ron added, "He even proposed we enter into partnership, assuring me his patronage would bring wealth beyond measure. What was his, he declared, would be mine as well." Then came word of his ambush by those very marauders. William fell silent for a moment, then abruptly asked, "Baron Ron, do you truly believe these frontier marauders possess such formidable strength?" Ron met his gaze slowly, deliberately. "These are uncertain times. War and chaos obscure all certainties." William asked no further questions. "Then I urge your lordship to remain vigilant. Word has reached us that another band of marauders has recently drifted into the frontier lands." William let out a cold, humorless laugh and departed, accompanied by his young lieutenant. Lorne leaned in, lowering his voice. "My lord, those men." Ron cut him off. "No need. A pack of useless pretenders. I haven't even deemed them worthy of notice." The following afternoon, Ron resumed his watch upon the walls. Battle raged as fiercely as before. Sashibo Fortress swayed like a fragile skiff caught in a tempest, yet held firm against the storm. Ron and his men remained crouched behind a stretch of wall, refusing to expose themselves. They defended like any conventional noble, occasionally harvesting heart crystals from fallen foes. No dire crisis arose. "It appears Sashibo will withstand the siege," Hart observed. Ron nodded silently, saying nothing. That night, after concluding his duty, Ron was approached by a messenger. "Baron Ron, Commander Boris requests your presence at the tavern." A flicker stirred within Ron, but his face betrayed nothing. Understood. He donned fresh garments and walked toward the tavern with Lorne in tow. The tavern was modest in size, its dim interior hosting several officers engaged in hushed conversation. Boris sat alone in a corner, two goblets placed before him, his demeanor markedly more grave than during their last meeting. "Baron Ron, please take a seat," he said, gesturing with a raised hand. Ron seated himself, but left the offered wine untouched. Boris fixed him with a direct gaze and spoke plainly. "Today a delegation from Red Maple landed sought me out, probing delicately into Lord Peter's death. Old Cripple and his men were questioned as well. Do they suspect us, of all people? Have they grown so paranoid? Who does not know that Settlement 95 is famed across the frontier lands for civility and mutual aid?" Ron chimed in readily. "Precisely. Even among the common folk, treachery lurks. Yet these marauders grow bolder by the day. Perhaps it is time we organized a joint expedition to root them out." Boris blinked in disbelief. Was he truly playing dumb? Root them out? Root whom out? Ron clarified. "Our two settlements shall each contribute troops and 1,800 million copper coins. What each of us pledges, all other lords must match in full. Those unwilling to march must pay double the military levy." Boris paused, then nodded thoughtfully. "And if successful, what then?" 50-50 split," Ron declared without hesitation. With terms settled, the two parted ways. Neither man felt undue alarm over Red Maple's envoys. Each year, countless frontier lords perished. Fewer than half survived their first year. After 3, fewer than a quarter remained. The death of a count's son meant little, unless one possessed the might to invade openly. Yet no army could breach the frontier. Only elite warriors might retaliate. But such vengeance bore no profit, and wise nobles avoided it. Should even a handful escape, their own lands would never know peace again. Upon returning to his garrison, Ron turned immediately to Hart. "Go find Sir William of Red Maple. Tell him I recalled an overlooked clue yesterday. A certain lord in our settlement, Boris, is widely regarded as the most despicable man alive. Rumors abound that he masquerades as a marauder to plunder travelers. I strongly suspect he orchestrated Lord Peter's demise." Hart bowed and departed instantly. Meanwhile, William watched Hart depart, then turned to his squire with a peculiar expression. This marked the 4th informant he'd dismissed that day. Boris's envoy claimed Ron was the most untrustworthy lord in the entire frontier. Before Ron arrived, this land knew harmony. Neighbors trusted one another. Now all is chaos. Lord Peter's death bears his unmistakable signature. Old Cripple of Blackstone Hold sent his own envoy declaring, "Only Boris and Ron are truly rotten, and they murdered Peter together. I witnessed it with my own eyes." Greenlake Hold. The young squire smiled wryly at William. "Not a single honorable soul remains in this frontier. Shall we relay this intelligence to the Count via scrying crystalla?" he asked. William pondered in silence, then lifted his goblet and took a slow sip. "Let it be. The situation here is too convoluted, and not worth expending further resources over a dead man. Our priority now is preserving strength through this conflict. No more losses. Else we shall answer for them before the Count." Thus concluded the affair of Lord Peter, leaving Ron untouched. Meanwhile, deep within the Orcish encampment, a tense council convened beneath the great war tent. Dozens of chieftains sat in grim silence. At the head of the tent sat the Wolfhead tribe's great chieftain, his shoulder bound in blood-stained bandages, his face dark with fury. "Ironrock Keep has fallen. We have seized enough spoils." A Ratman chieftain spoke first. "To press onward invites needless slaughter, and still this fortress may resist us." A Tauren chieftain countered sharply. "Withdraw. After so many slain, shall we abandon this siege empty-handed?" "Then what do you propose?" demanded a Goatman chieftain, glaring. "Storm Shashibo by force. They command dragon riders, and wield arcane cannons. Do you truly believe we can breach those walls?" The Tauren fell silent. After a pause, a Lizardman chieftain broke the quiet. "Shashibo need not be taken. We may bypass it, raiding supply lines or striking weaker neighboring holds. Their petty lords offer scant resistance." Chieftains murmured amongst themselves, some nodding, others shaking their heads. "Dare you skirt past Shashibo?" one shouted. "Their garrison will sally forth and strike us from behind." The tent erupted in clamor, until the Wolfhead chieftain raised a hand. Silence fell instantly. When the noise subsided, he spoke. "We shall assault once more tomorrow. If the fortress stands unconquered, we withdraw." When the war chief decreed, none dared oppose. The next morning before dawn broke, the blare of horns echoed from the orc encampment. Ron stood atop the city wall, the white mist of his breath vanished instantly, torn away by the biting wind. Far across the plain, torchlight blazed in the orc camp. Shadows thronged beneath the flames. Today's assault dwarfed those of the past 2 days. 3 siege towers rolled forward and countless scaling ladders appeared. "They mean to fight to the death," Lorne muttered beside him. Ron said nothing, only stared into the distance. The Wolfhead chieftain stood at the front of the formation, his shoulder bandages removed, revealing a grotesque, jagged scar. He raised his bone club and roared. A deafening howl erupted from the orc ranks. The battle raged for nearly 2 hours. Wave after wave of orcs surged forward, corpses piled up beneath the wall rising halfway to a man's height. Yet their commanders seemed blind to the carnage, ordering relentless charges without pause. Ron held his section of the wall with his men. Soldiers had snapped 3 spear shafts apiece, their palms raw and blistered. Have these beasts swallowed madness today? Hart gasped, his armor slick with blood. Ron shook his head, just as a sudden chill brushed his cheek. He looked up. A snowflake alighted on his skin, cool, delicate. Then another, and another. Snow had begun to fall. At first it was fine, stinging particles, but within moments great feathery flakes descended in a blinding, all-encompassing storm. The orc advance halted. Siege towers froze mid-roll, ladders stilled. Orcs tilted their heads skyward, some reached out to catch falling snow, others instinctively stepped back. High above, figures locked in aerial combat paused mid-duel. Lord Windsor, astride his dragon, addressed the Wolfhead warlord. It is over. The Wolfhead chieftain stood motionless in the gale, and snow defiance etched across his face. Yet finally he gave the order. Withdraw. A horn sounded, not the war call, but the mournful, descending cadence of retreat. Orcs fell back, defenders held their fire, watching silently as the enemy receded like a tide swallowed by the blizzard. The Wolfhead warlord hovered in the air, cast Lord Windsor a cold, contemptuous snort, glanced once more at Sandstone Fortress, and vanished into the swirling snow. Below, a hush settled over the wall. Then came a cry, raw with disbelief. We won. We won. The orcs are retreating. One voice swelled into many, then into a thunderous, earth-shaking roar. Soldiers hurled their helmets into the air, embraced one another fiercely, or sank to their knees weeping. Ron stood behind a Merlin, watching the orcs' retreating silhouettes shrink, fade, and finally dissolve beneath the snow's white shroud. The wasteland turned a seamless, blinding white, of fallen bodies vanished beneath thick drifts, erased as if they had never been. We held them. Lorne rasped, his voice hoarse. Ron felt a quiet surge of relief. Finally it was over. The snow deepened, relentless. White dusted the battlements. Each step crunched softly underfoot. Lord Windsor landed his dragon, issued a terse command, clear the battlefield, and departed. Ron's pulse quickened at the order. Since arriving at Sandstone Fortress, he had not retrieved a single corpse. Not once had he drawn forth the demon soul cauldron from his mind. Too many high-tier combatants littered the field, including a first-rank mage. Ron could not fathom their abilities. Should any unknown method pierce his secrecy, he would have nowhere left to run. Thus prudence dictated the demon soul cauldron would remain sealed until he returned to his own domain. And besides, he still possessed a generous stockpile of essence, fluid enough to last him long. Corpses blanketed the field, buried beneath heavy snow. Ron directed men to load bodies onto carts, while secretly extracting the orc blood warriors' corpses, concealing them unseen amid the chaos upon the wall. Even should some unknown art detect his actions, it would reveal no more than a spatial artifact, a possession common enough among affluent viscounts, hardly warranting the attention of second- or third-rank masters. Once his own stretch of wall was cleared, Ron moved swiftly to aid other sections. Though much of an orc blood warrior's essence resided in the hardcore, half remained within the corpse, far superior to common monsters. Ron found no cause for disdain. Back and forth he moved across the battlefield until his spatial artifact brimmed full, over 20 corpses rivaling elite knightly squires and countless others stripped of their cores. He labored until afternoon, when Lord Windsor summoned the lords to council. The chamber overflowed with nobles. Ron took a quiet place in the corner, scanning familiar faces. Boris, old cripple Austin. All his neighbors were present. Yet Baron Raymond of Malin territory was absent, unseen since the collapse of the Eastern Independent Brigade. Had he perished? Such failure tarnished the honor of the frontier territories. Ron swept his gaze across the room. Few remained of the newly appointed Independent Brigade. Even its commander, Viscount Daniel, was nowhere to be seen. Ron sighed inwardly. At the head table, Lord Mammon sat beside Lord Windsor, pale still, yet markedly restored in spirit. Lord Windsor cleared his throat. This battle is concluded. A beat of silence fell over the hall. The orcs will withdraw shortly, but certain matters remain unresolved. He paused. The orcs hold numerous lords captive, and have sent us a list demanding ransom. I have reviewed their terms. Their prices are fair, consistent with prior years. Each lord answered the realm's summons to war. The duchy will bear half the ransom. Families of the captured lords shall raise the remainder. His adjutant stepped forward, unfurling a parchment. This campaign claimed 17 lords in battle. 53 were taken captive. Their names are recorded here. He read several names aloud. Ron recognized some. Bark Victor. And learned that Baron Clark of Hensong territory had been captured while Baron Raymond was confirmed dead. The adjutant continued. A baron's ransom, 5,000 gold dragons and 3 elven grubs. A Viscount's 30,000 gold dragons, 1 lesser elf, and 5 elven grubs. A Count's 200,000 gold dragons, 3 lesser elves, and 10 elven grubs, or equivalent value in grain ironwork or tools. Knights' ransoms remain unchanged. Coin alone suffices. Murmurs swelled across the chamber as lords discussed captives they knew. Ron listened stunned. How did everyone seem so familiar with this procedure? And the orcs? Were they truly conducting commerce? It was no wonder Ron was ignorant. This was his first summons. Utterly unfamiliar territory. The orcs' southern raids served one purpose: to survive winter, to seize grain. Their blood cultivation demanded vast quantities of flesh and sustenance. They farmed nothing, relying entirely upon elven grubs for production. Thus, every winter brought raids. Sacking castles yielded treasure. Treasure they traded with frontier lords for grain, thereby securing greater harvests. Yet the most valuable spoils were always evacuated first. Thus, captured lords and knights became their greatest commodity. Families paid ransoms to reclaim them. This trade accounted for the lion's share of orc winter revenue. Accordingly, nearly all captured lords, defeated lords rarely died. If they declared their rank immediately, orcs granted them dignified treatment and guarded them carefully. Lords could even request orc maidens for warmth and charge it on credit. After hearing neighboring lords recount such customs, Ron exchanged a dazed glance with them. So, by slaying 2 lords himself, he had unwittingly become the top earner in the orcs' ledger. Subsequent arrangements held little relevance for Ron. The frontier territories had suffered grievously. Over 50 domains breached and plundered. Discussions centered solely on reconstruction. Ron cared only when he might return home. Good news: departure would commence once the snow ceased and the orcs withdrew. The council adjourned. Ron returned through the blizzard to his garrison, Riverbend territory. Liluchuan sat in her alchemy laboratory, grinding herbs with measured, unhurried strokes. Beside her, a distillation apparatus bubbled steadily, releasing fragrant steam that flushed her cheeks with warmth. Cecilia crouched by the doorway, cradling a small dog, and whispered, "Sister, when will brother-in-law return?" Liluchuan's hands paused. She did not look up. "Soon." Cecilia pouted. "You said that last time." Liluchuan offered no reply, resuming her grinding. The solution in the separator flask churned more violently. She rose to adjust the flame, then poured the freshly ground powder into the mixture. Cecilia darted off, clutching her dog, as Bella's cheerful tick-tick-tick echoed across the courtyard, followed by Cecilia's laughter as she chased her. Liluchuan stood before the beaker, watching the liquid shift hue, yet her thoughts drifted far away. Had he been wounded? She blinked, shook her head suppressing the thought, and resumed her work. When her tasks were done, she approached the window, pushed it open. Cold wind rushed in, carrying fine snowflakes. It had begun to snow. The next day the snow was still falling. Ron went to the military supply station to report his achievements, earning a total of 2,600 military merits, placing him among the top among the Baron Lords. Flipping through the military merit exchange list, he found that the items were indeed remarkable. Most were quite rare and difficult to acquire in the market, such as potion sprites, breakthrough potions, and official knight training manuals. However, the prices were naturally exorbitant. Ron's military merits were barely enough to purchase a single potion sprite. After exchanging for a jasmine sprite, there was hardly anything left. The supply officer kindly reminded him, "Baron, the potion sprites are not in stock. They need to be shipped from the duchy. Once they arrive, you will be notified to collect them in Oak City." Ron nodded in understanding. In the distance, the orc camp was already dismantling most of their tents, and the troops were gathering. The captured lords were kept separately, watched over by several warriors, each looking dejected, as they were sandwiched in the middle of the formation. Ron scanned the area with his binoculars and indeed spotted Viscount Daniel there. Lon approached, rubbing his palms together. This year the orcs have really struck it rich. They seized over 50 territories and captured so many lords, the ransom alone could sustain them for several years. "Have you encountered such a situation before?" Ron asked. "When I was a mercenary in the frontier, I encountered orcs attacking twice, but neither was on such a large scale. This time marks the greatest loss for the frontier in over a decade. After this, things should calm down for a few years. Other orc tribes won't target our duchy's frontier." In the afternoon, the orcs packed up and returned to the northern wilderness. As for the ransom transactions, they would be conducted at a designated place once enough was gathered in the duchy, following the usual protocol. Once the scouts confirmed the orcs had left, Marquis Windsor's messenger ran throughout the Sandystone fortress. "The conscription has ended. Each lord may return to their territories." When the news reached him, Ron was polishing his sword in the tent. He put the sword down and looked at the messenger. "Are you sure that Marquis Windsor's command is exactly as you say?" The exact words were that the conscription has ended and the lords can return to their territories. The messenger replied, "Sir, that was indeed the Marquis' exact words." Ron dismissed him and began to pace in thought. The conscription has ended. The conscription has ended. Suddenly an idea sparked in Ron's mind. He called Lonhart and instructed, "Have the soldiers pack their things discreetly and pretend to leave as scattered mercenaries. Keep an eye on the city gates. Once a lord departs we will leave as well, and there's no need to dismantle the tents at the camp. Well, leave them up." After giving orders to the two, Ron stepped out of the tent looking at the cheering soldiers on the city wall, feeling surprisingly calm. After making some purchases in the city shops, a lord finally rushed out. Ron quickly led Lonhart, and a few others silently following behind. Upon exiting the city, they found only a handful of soldiers who had come out early. Nearly 40 had perished on this journey. The remaining ones were all knights, with 2 having already advanced to mid-tier knight retainers. These were the 5 low-tier knights Ron had brought from his family, and the remaining 2 were among them. Their talents were truly lacking, and Ron no longer intended to waste resources on them. After regrouping, Ron led his men in a mad dash. The heavy snow had yet to cease, making the roads treacherous, with hooves slipping from time to time, and their hair froze into icicles. Lon followed closely behind, unable to help, but asked Sir why the rush. Ron flashed a devilish smile. Destination, the Linsway territory. Lon and Hart were taken aback, momentarily speechless. But didn't Marquis Momon say that lords weren't allowed to stir trouble at this time? Hart stammered. It's not allowed during the conscription period, now that the conscription has ended. Ron replied without looking back. Moreover, it's all banditry, it has nothing to do with us, we're still on the road. After hearing this, the two felt it made sense, and they began to get excited, rallying the soldiers to continue their march. Fortunately, all the soldiers were now knights, who otherwise half would have perished just from the journey. The group moved swiftly. Ron rode at the front, even feeding his horse some healing potions, hoping the horses could hold out until they returned. He knew well that he was racing against time. Boris left later, and under normal circumstances, it would take at least 3 days to return to the Linsway territory. Traveling in snowy weather was tough, and it might take even longer. If Boris waited for the snow to stop before departing, it could lead to a spectacular scene. The current defenses of the Linsway territory were surely not strong enough to withstand Ron's level 1 life form. Just thinking about what would happen next made Ron tremble with excitement, his spirit unusually vibrant. In just over 2 days, Ron arrived at the Hansong territory. It wasn't that the people couldn't hold out, it was that the horses had run to death. During these 2 days, they had traveled day and night, resting only when absolutely necessary. The rest of the time was spent on the move. The rest was dependent on a few tents Ron had bought and stored in his space in advance. Hart approached Ron and said, "Sir, once we stop, the horses won't be able to get up, and the knights are also at their limit." Even Ron felt a bit tired. It was clear that his subordinates had reached their limit. "Then let's rest for half a day, regain our strength, and launch a full-scale assault on the Linsway territory castle." Ron contemplated. He had also considered whether to return to the Riverview territory first to replenish his force. After much hesitation, he ultimately decided against it. This time he not only aimed to plunder the Linsway territory, but also to eliminate Boris in one fell swoop. If Boris came from the Riverview territory and discovered something amiss, it would be a significant loss. Moreover, he could also guard against Boris harboring any ill intentions, so he couldn't mobilize the forces. That night, Ron and his men stealthily entered the Linsway territory. They circumvented all the sentry posts without alarming any guards. The castle of the Linsway territory came into view. From a distance, the castle was built on elevated terrain, covering a considerable area. The walls were made of bluestone, standing 2 stories tall. The front was the main gate, clad in iron overwood, appearing sturdy. On either side there were watchtowers lit with torches and patrolled by guards. Every few steps along the walls there were parapets that could conceal people. "This will be difficult to assault," Lon whispered. "The main gate is too solid and the walls are too high. Let's wait a bit longer and observe their sentry posts." Ron said. He hadn't intended to launch a direct assault. While he might be able to take it by relying on his own strength, it would certainly incur heavy casualties and create a lot of noise, complicating his plans to ambush Boris. Thus, he could only choose to outsmart them, which meant conducting a sneak attack. In the latter half of the night, Ron, along with Lonhart, arrived at a corner of the castle where they had scouted during the day, retrieving the iron claws he had prepared in advance. The 3 of them climbed up the castle walls without being discovered. In the freezing cold, the guards were huddled inside the watchtower rooms, and the nearby lords had been summoned away, leaving the guard force rather lax. This actually worked to Ron's advantage, allowing him to quickly neutralize the nearby guards before they even had time to raise the alarm. The small castle did not have many guards on night duty. A rotation would only begin during the day. This was Ron's opportunity. Calling Lonhart, the 3 of them stealthily avoided the sentry's line of sight and slipped into the castle. They bound a maid and asked her for the location of the lord's wife's room, then stealthily made their way there. Along the way, they tried to avoid the attendants, dealing with those they couldn't evade. Elise's resistance grew fiercer with those words, her mouth covered, as she emitted muffled pleas for help, her body thrashing in struggle. Ron pressed down on her shoulder, holding her back against the bed. Ron was infuriated by Elise's squirming. Smack. After a crisp sound, Elise's body stiffened. Elise, somewhat embarrassed and angry, ceased her struggles, fearing further lessons from this person. Seeing her stop resisting, Ron was no longer rough, and instead gently massaged her. Chien, madam, have you calmed down? Elise nodded obediently, her body still trembling from fear, her eyelashes fluttering slightly. Ron could feel her rapid breathing, her chest rising and falling heavily. I'm going to loosen my grip now, but don't scream, or you know the consequences. You're a smart person, right? You understand the current situation. If you comprehend, nod your head. After Ron released his grip, Elise indeed did not cry out. She stared at Ron, her voice quivering. Who are you? What do you want? Ron did not answer, turning to light the oil lamp. The dim light illuminated his face, and Elise clearly saw his features, young, much younger than Boris, handsome, with a hint of a mischievous smile that suggested he was not a good person. Elise lowered her head under Ron's teasing gaze, her struggles having left her nightgown somewhat disheveled. She hurriedly straightened herself. Madam, are you treating me as an outsider? Ron chuckled softly. You are Ron Zelanhua, Elise suddenly stated. Ron was taken aback. Oh, I am not the handsome Lord Zelanhua. I am a bandit. There are no other young lords in this vicinity. Elise's voice steadied, affirming. Boris mentioned you, saying you are a troublemaker. Ron chuckled. Why can't I just be a passing bandit? Elise calmly said. Bandit? Where do so many bandits come from? At most there might be 1 or 2 wandering knights leading them, the rest are just commoners. The fact that you could silently infiltrate the castle shows your strength surpasses everyone in the castle. Given that it has started snowing, the orc invasion must have ended and the lords should be returning, yet I didn't expect you to come so quickly. Ron pulled a chair over and sat down, observing Elise. She wore a white nightgown, her hair cascading over her shoulders, sitting cross-legged on the soft bed, her face radiating a natural allure, a stark contrast to Liu Chuan. So even if I am Ron, what does it matter? Madam, can you understand your current predicament? Ron asked. Elise fell silent. Ron gazed at her. Boris will be back soon. Before he returns, I need you to help me take control of this castle. If you do not cooperate. Elise fell silent for a moment. Do you want to kill Boris? He must die for you to live, Ron replied. Perhaps you are clever and you might be able to relay messages without me knowing, but regardless, if Boris is not deceived, you will be the first to die. After saying this, Ron drew his sword and unleashed his fighting spirit, cleaving the silver coat rack in two. Elise's pupils widened in shock. This was definitely beyond the strength of a high-ranking knight's retainer. Could it be? Elise had witnessed formal knights in action within her family, and Ron's performance was not much different from that of a formal knight. Elise lowered her head, her fingers gripping the blanket, her knuckles turning pale. After a long time, she lifted her head, her voice hoarse. Why should I believe you will spare me? Sister-in-law, I do not kill women, Ron stated. Elise naturally did not readily trust Ron's words and closed her eyes. When she opened them again, her expression had changed. I am still a fledgling. Boris has not touched me. This arrangement must be made. I can't just kill her. Ron was genuinely shocked this time. Wait, you have been married to Boris for 3 or 4 years, right? You can't possibly hide the aura of a married woman. I want to check the evidence. Elise explained, looking at Ron's shocked expression. Really? Boris was injured on the battlefield and has lost it, and Boris was once my father's male lover, very capable. After successfully expanding the territory, he married me off to him to win his favor. This point indeed did not surprise Ron. Looking at Boris' thick eyebrows and big eyes, it would be strange if those nobles did not take an interest in him. This gossip only gets more delicious. Finally, Elise gazed at Ron with misty eyes. Ron found himself at a loss for a moment. This is... Sigh. What should I do? Ron thoroughly checked Elise from head to toe, finding nothing dangerous. He then tied her to the bed. Let's agree on this. You strongly requested this. I did not force you. Elise twisted her body, adjusting her bound form into a more comfortable position. Come on, don't be shy. Am I being shy? Ron had mined coal in his previous life. Those who have mined know that the mine is another world. There was not a glimmer of light inside. One could only proceed by feeling. The deeper one went, the more damp the mine became, and the slippery ground often caused people to fall, sometimes regurgitating the previous night's meal. Ron did not expect to find a rich mine at Linshui territory. This delighted him. Later, Elise rubbed her reddened wrist. I have no way out now. In truth, all of Ron's sacrifices were made to gain Elise's trust. Having sworn an oath of loyalty, they were now on the same side, otherwise neither would feel secure. It was absolutely not because Ron was coveting her body. The candlelight flickered, casting their shadows on the wall, stretching and shortening. Let's discuss the situation in the castle, Ron said. Elise took a deep breath, her voice steadying. There are currently 70 to 80 soldiers in the castle. More than half are new recruits, and the elite have been taken away by Boris. Only 2 mid-tier knights remain, one named Hank and the other named Sam, who are responsible for territory defense and castle defense respectively. Ron nodded mentally, noting the information. 70 to 80 people, 2 mid-tiers, and only a few have fighting spirit. The rest are ordinary soldiers. Although they had only a dozen people, all were knights, and with him, as a first-level life form, it was sufficient. Ron further inquired before Boris returns, who calls the shots in the castle. Elise paused for a moment. I do. Ron looked at her, smirking slightly. Then that makes things easier. What's the situation at the castle gate? She hesitated, then continued. The front is a drawbridge normally lowered during the day and raised at night. Can you replace the guards at the castle gate with mine? Ron inquired. Elise thought for a moment. That can be done. Ron thought to himself, then it would be simple. How many high-ranking officials does Boris have? Ron continued to ask. 3. Ron frowned. 3. Boris himself is 1 and Locke is the 2nd. Elise looked at him. The 3rd is named Alan, whom I brought from the Zijingwa family, loyal to me. He had just broken through recently without making a fuss. This time Boris went to respond to a summons and took him along. Ron's heart tightened. 3 high ranks. Boris was hiding deep. If he had not known this information, he could have suffered a loss, but now it was difficult to say. Ron calculated in his mind. When Boris returned, the drawbridge would definitely be lowered. At that time, as long as he entered the city and closed the drawbridge, Boris would not be able to escape. After discussing with Elise, he let her handle the guards that needed to be resolved. This was the simplest task for her. Everything remained normal in the castle by dawn. Morning. Elise somehow managed to bring all of Ron's soldiers inside and took over the castle gate with Lonhart blending in among them. The 2 mid-tier knight retainers were dispatched by Elise to do other tasks. Ron continued to shadow Elise, not allowing her out of his sight. As for how to disguise Ron's identity, that was something Elise needed to consider. Thus the castle changed hands without alarming anyone. Everything was calm during the day, while at night Ron tirelessly continued to mine. After 2 days like this, Boris group finally returned to Linshui territory. It was noon that day. Boris returned to his territory with the remaining subordinates, leading the way on horseback wrapped in a thick cloak. Locke followed behind his arm in a sling. Beside him was a stranger in his 30s with sharp eyes surveying the surroundings from his horse. He was likely the hidden high-level Alan. The group was sparse with only about 20 people, all injured. However, Boris was quite satisfied with this trip. Despite suffering significant losses, he was undoubtedly a winner compared to other lords. The main knight force suffered little loss, and they even managed to acquire 2 spirit insects, which was not a bad deal. Boris returned in a hurry, knowing that the unfortunate soul of the Mulan territory had already perished. Being the closest to his territory, he was determined to bite off the biggest piece of flesh. Taking advantage of the fact that the duchy had not sent a new lord, yet he aimed to seize several more lands and secure the spirit insects. He feared the scoundrel from the Dongyan River Bay territory would steal from him, so he left the Shushi territory as soon as the snow stopped. He planned to return to his territory, first to replenish his numbers and prepare for a larger haul. Boris rode on horseback, feeling pleasantly optimistic. In the distance, he saw the castle of the Linshui territory, everything appearing as usual. A group of people emerged from the castle, led by Hank, who had come to greet him. This was specifically arranged by Elise. Hank, a mid-level knight, had been dispatched to patrol the territory these past few days and was unaware of any changes within the castle. Now upon his return, he was sent to greet Boris to divert his attention. Boris indeed noticed nothing unusual and led his men into the castle. Ron watched all this from a concealed spot, feeling reassured it's secure. As Boris entered the castle for a distance, he was still calculating in his mind. That kid Ron should still be on his way, or by the time he learned the news, he would have already emptied the spirit insects from the Mulan territory. Although Raymond was a poor wretch with little to his name, even the poorest had a few spirit insects. Free loot should not be turned down. There was no need to engage in a deadlock with the River Bay territory in the east anymore. Occasionally he could throw a few black pots at him. Boris felt wonderful. Just then the drawbridge behind him began to rise, and the iron chains rattled. Boris suddenly turned around. What's going on? Locke reined in his horse, hand resting on the hilt of his sword. The guards at the gate suddenly moved, firmly blocking the half-closed drawbridge. Though Boris did not know what was happening, he sensed the situation was dire. He was about to charge out with his men. However, a few people had completely blocked the entrance, and his side lost 2 soldiers. The drawbridge was completely shut. Boris' face turned ashen. He looked at the guards and suddenly recognized one of their faces. It was a high-level knight attendant under Ron. Boris' heart sank. Keek keek keek. Baron Boris, long time no see, a voice called down from the city wall. Boris looked up. Ron stood atop the city wall, clad in full armor, leaning against the parapet, looking down at him with a smile. It was not a friendly smile, but that of a hunter who sees his prey caught in the net. Ron, Boris said in a hoarse voice. Do you know what you're doing? Do you really think you can kill me? Ron chuckled. Big brother, you jest. I'm here as a guest at your home, and the lady has been very hospitable. So generous. Upon hearing Ron's words, Boris' anger boiled over. Damn it, what have you done to Elise? I've done everything that should be done. I've waited for you for 2 days, I was too bored. Dog thief, I'm going to kill you. At this moment Boris was consumed by rage, losing all reason. His lady must have been coerced. Oh, once he killed Ron, he would forgive her. Ron mocked, "Big brother, why do you want to kill me? You love your wife, and I love your wife too. We are on the same side." Boris could no longer endure. He shouted to his subordinates, "Kill him. I initially had no idea how to deal with you, but you came right into the castle. Let's see how you escape this time." Boris, confident in having 3 high-level knight attendants on his side, resolved to leave Ron behind, even if it meant losses. Locke drew his sword, protecting Boris. Ron jumped directly off the city wall, a wolf-toothed club in hand, knocking Locke away with a single blow. He was then surrounded by Lauren Hart. Ron approached Boris step by step. Boris's eyes were filled with fear. That previous strike was something he could not withstand. How can he be so strong? Didn't he just break through as a mid-level attendant? Damn it. He gripped the sword hilt tightly, his fighting spirit circulating within, ready to fight to the death. Boris slashed down with his sword, but Ron blocked it horizontally. Boris felt a tremendous force hit him, causing him to stagger back 2 steps. Fortunately, this was his own castle with nearly 100 soldiers to assist him. He saw Ron smash one soldier to death with a single blow. Oh, any soldier who touched that club could not get back up. Boris then coordinated with the soldiers to encircle and kill Ron, attempting to exhaust his fighting spirit. However, he did not realize that Ron was currently fighting using his body, with fighting spirit only as an aid. The situation for Lauren Hart was becoming a bit dire. It was 2 against 2. Although Locke had been injured by a strike, he had not lost combat capability, and with the help of numerous soldiers they were at a disadvantage. Just as the 2 sides were fiercely battling, Elise walked out from the room, commanding Alan immediately assist Ron Baron in taking down Locke. Alan, who was in the midst of battle, paused for a moment upon hearing the order. He then immediately turned his spear. For a knight, you can be weak or fail a mission, but you must always know who your loyalty is to. Loyalty is as essential to a knight as strength. This made the situation for Locke even more perilous. Boris naturally noticed the situation over there. For a moment he found it hard to accept, and shouted at Elise, "How could this happen? Elise, you?" Elise stood there, her face pale, but her eyes very calm. She knew that since Ron had displayed first-level combat strength, no one could stop his rise in this newly developed area. Boris was destined to die. With Alan's betrayal, Ron's side suddenly boasted 3 high-level attendants and 1 first-level. Boris' side was left with only 2 high-level attendants, and the soldiers were also starting to falter. With Locke killed, Boris unleashed his life-saving move, but unfortunately, it was still blocked by Ron. The 3 from Hart joined the siege, and the battle quickly concluded. Boris was struck on the head by Ron's club, and could not survive even with a helmet on. Thus Boris was eliminated. With the Lord slain, the remaining soldiers dropped their weapons and knelt to surrender. Ron ordered the execution of all of Boris' loyal knights. Not to mention that these loyal knights were still resisting. Even if they truly surrendered, Ron would not accept them, and would have them hunted down and killed. The ordinary soldiers could escape with their lives, but their fate would be to work the night shift in the brick factory. As the battle subsided, Elise looked pale at Boris' corpse. She knew that her value was gone, and whether she lived or died next would depend on Ron's wishes. For a moment, she was also worried about her fate. The castle fell silent. The bodies were dragged away, the bloodstains wiped clean, and even the bloody scent in the air was gradually dispersed by the cold wind. Elise stood in the cold wind, her face pale, watching Boris' body being carried away. Her lips moved, but no words came out. Ron entered the castle hall and sat on a chair. Elise followed him inside, turned her head, and stared at him. "What will you do with me next?" Ron glanced at her and replied, "What are you afraid of? I said I wouldn't kill women." Ron already had some preliminary plans regarding Elise. While Boris was easy to kill, the Lin territory was not so easy to swallow. Although the frontier allowed lords to fight and seize territories, this was different from the internal rules of the duchy. But you still need to manage your relationships well. Which frontier lord has no support behind them? If you casually kill someone and seize their territory, it might not be pursued, but if it is, you could really be in trouble. Just like in the Lin territory, with how many interests the Zijingwa family has, once Ron occupies it, those interests will inevitably be harmed. Who knows, they might even want more. So it was time for Earl Evangens Hanua to make an appearance. Transfer some interests and let Marquis Cologne negotiate with Marquis Mammon. As for whether the Earl of Zijingwa would be willing, it's highly likely he wouldn't. After all, this old man married his daughter to a eunuch. It's impossible for him to have no ulterior motives. He might even be thinking of annexing the Lin territory. Moreover, from an emotional standpoint, having killed his former lover, the Earl of Zijingwa might still hold lingering feelings for Boris' skills. Thus, the one most to be wary of at this time was the Earl of Zijingwa, wondering if he would come to reap the benefits. Currently, there are 3 options for handling the Lin territory. First, to select a nephew from the Boris family to inherit the title. This is the most legitimate, but also the least feasible. If they dared to kill the lord, they wouldn't hesitate to kill another. Second, to directly annex it. This could be done, but it would be a bit difficult. If Ron were the son of a certain earl, it would pose no difficulty at all. Unfortunately, he is not, so the only option left is to transfer interests and let Oak City tacitly approve. Thirdly, Elise could take charge of the Linchue territory, which is also legally sound. Although Elise has no children, she also hasn't remarried. A bit of legality combined with power is indeed truth. Ron currently favors the third option. The second might cost an unknown price. What if she makes excessive demands of Ron? He currently doesn't want to give money, but he wants the territory. The third option also has its difficulties. How to ensure Elise won't side with her father, the Earl of Zijingwa? Ron tossed this dilemma to Elise. After all, it concerns her fate, and she needs to find a way. I plan to have you take charge of the Linchue territory and try to keep Boris' death a secret from the outside. Elise's expression brightened. Oh, she had only hoped to preserve her life, but unexpectedly, there was an unforeseen delight. However, she soon heard more. But you have to prove to me that you won't side with your father, otherwise it would be bad if one day you decide to stab me in the back. Elise fell into contemplation upon hearing this. How about I give you a child? Elise said, her face flushed. Ron felt his head go black. This white girl is so straightforward. Why does she just speak the blunt truth? Let's take it naturally. I'm only 19. Elise felt somewhat disappointed and said, then let's talk about interests. I am not favored in my family, otherwise I wouldn't have been married here to live in widowhood. If I listened to my father, this place would soon become a subsidiary territory of the Zijingwa, and once he establishes himself, I wouldn't know to whom I'd be given away next. Ron agreed with her statement and decided to let Elise take charge of the Linchue territory. With Alan, a high-ranking knight, as her attendant, Elise could smoothly take over the Linchue territory. Next, Elise took Ron to collect the wealth of the Linchue territory. The most important thing was the spirit bugs. The spirit bugs from Boris' territory gave Ron a pleasant surprise. A total of 17 spirit bugs were collected along with one small sprite. They included 12 agricultural spirit bugs, 3 rye, 2 wheat, 2 alfalfa, 1 peanut, 1 soybean, 1 fragrant pear, 1 corn, 1 sweet potato, 5 potion spirit bugs, 1 Zijingwa, 1 lily grass, 1 camellia, 1 hyacinth, 1 strawberry, 1 small sprite, 1 white pear sprite. Unfortunately, the white pear sprite is an agricultural sprite, but it's still quite good. This is Ron's second. This little sprite had a tiny white pear on its head accompanied by 2 leaves. Although it previously belonged to Boris, it's now Ron's small sprite, and Ron treats them all equally. Regardless of its previous name, Ron gave it a new name, Big White. Boris had indeed put in effort in collecting spirit bugs. There were originally only 15, but this time he returned with 2 more. Very good, they didn't come back empty-handed, which is a good habit. These spirit bugs, having lost their master, were a bit shaken and their spirits somewhat diminished. After signing the contracts with them, Ron left. However, he didn't contract the Zijingwa bug, as that was Elise, and he left it for her. After leaving the spirit room, the two went to the secret chamber. In the secret chamber, Ron looked at the shabby items before him and cursed, where's Boris's money? How come there's barely 2,000 golden dragons altogether? Elise awkwardly replied, the Boris family is weak and has little foundation. They spent all their money on developing the territory. Over the years, they worked hard to develop the territory, which is why they maintained their barren position. Later, he heard that once one reaches the formal knight stage, there's a chance to recover from injuries, so he focused even more on developing the territory. Besides, he had nothing else to do. Next, he had a thorough discussion with Elise about the situation in the territory. A brief outline is as follows. The Linchue territory currently has over 9,000 inhabitants, 1 town, and several farms totaling about 30,000 acres of farmland. Together, they yield an annual income of over 3,000 golden dragons. Boris has operated for 5 years, and indeed the foundation is solid. Among the surrounding lords, it ranks second only to the Green Lake territory. If Ron's Bay territory hadn't discovered the salt mine, it probably wouldn't even have half of what Boris has. No wonder everyone was envious of Ron's salt mine back then. If it were Ron himself, he would also be greenied. After arranging everything in the Linchue territory, Ron stored the spirit bugs and spirit grass. Next, the Linchue territory is in your hands. I've left all the golden dragons for you. He looked at Elise and said, I'm leaving you with a mid-level knight attendant. If you encounter anything you can't resolve, send him to Bay territory to find me. After speaking, he took Ron and the others and left. On the way back, Ron turned his horse around in a secluded spot, heading north at a gallop. Target the Malin territory. The Malin territory is newly developed, and with the lord dying on the battlefield, it signifies the failure of the development. Thus, going to collect the remaining wealth of the Malin territory does not violate the new lord protection rules of the frontier, so there's no need to worry about any grievances from Oak City. The hooves stomped on the thick snow, splashing up a muddy mess. The Malin territory is adjacent to the Linchue territory, and it only takes about 2 hours on horseback. As night approached, he saw the outline of the Malin manor from a distance. At this time, the Malin territory was still unaware of the lord's death and appeared completely unprepared. Their defenses were also lax, making it easy for Ron to take over. However, while clearing the spoils, he cursed, "This miser has only 3 spirit bugs, 1 potion bug, and 2 agricultural bugs, of which 2 were even gifted by the duchy. There are hardly any golden dragons, all exchanged for food." While Ron had already forgotten this miser's name, he left Hart behind to guard overnight, preparing for the main force to come and collect the serfs tomorrow. Ron then hurried back to the Bay Manor with his men. In the middle of the night, Ron and his party finally arrived. Due to not concealing their tracks, the watchmen also noticed the Lord's return. They wanted to light a bonfire to signal the manor, but were stopped by Ron. Having successfully ambushed 2 territories, Ron also wanted to see how the defenses of his own territory were. Were they also lax? Upon reaching the manor, he found that even at night, there were people patrolling and changing shifts. Although the defenses seemed simplistic to him, they were still considerably stronger than those of other territories. In a dimly lit room, the creaking sound continued incessantly, accompanied by the plaintive cries of a stray cat. In the midst of winter, Cecilia had searched multiple times, but could not find where the cat was hiding in the small courtyard. Afterward, Ron held Luchuan in his embrace. "Thanks to the necklace shield you gave me, it proved invaluable on the battlefield." Luchuan replied softly, "As long as you return safely, that is enough for me. You truly are my lucky star." Ron playfully tucked a strand of hair behind Luchuan's ear. "Rest now. Oh, I've been exhausted these past few days." The two fell asleep in each other's arms. The next morning, Cecilia burst into the room. Sister, where's brother-in-law? I searched everywhere, but couldn't find him." Luchuan peeked from the foot of the bed, tidying her hair. With a flushed face, she said, he just went out to patrol the territory. You can go play first, he'll be back." Cecilia, anxious for her sister, hurried her out the door. Ron poked his head out from the head of the bed, saying, "This little girl is too idle. I should find her a tutor soon. I can't let her fall behind right from the start." Luchuan nodded in agreement. "Cecilia has good potential, but she doesn't enjoy studying magic. It seems she is likely to pursue the path of a knight in the future." Then let's arrange for her a trainer to practice sword techniques first, and physical training can wait a few years. By the way, do you have any faith?" "No, why?" Luchuan asked, puzzled. Ron stroked the cross necklace around his neck and grinned. "I didn't believe in God before, but after meeting him, I found myself utterly devoted to her." Ron finally managed to gather his subordinates in the territory for a meeting in the council hall. His month-long campaign had concluded, and it was all Ron finally managed to gather his subordinates in the territory for a meeting in the council hall. His month-long campaign had concluded, and it was already deep winter upon his return. Perrin reported the various changes that had occurred in the territory over the past month. In summary, everything was normal with steady progress in the territory's development. Ron was very satisfied after hearing this. If nothing unexpected happened, the territory could wait for the duchy to send someone to confirm the success of the expansion. Next, Ron assigned the follow-up transfer work of the Linshue and Maolin territories to Perrin, instructing him to organize personnel to receive the serfs and various resources from the Maolin territory. Perrin was shocked by the great accomplishments Ron had achieved. He had taken both the Linshue and Maolin territories. This meant Ron would surely become a viscount in the future. Thinking of Ron becoming a viscount, he and the others felt more motivated to enjoy the glory that would come with it. "As for the soldiers who died in this summons, we will issue double compensation to their families. The survivors will be inducted as knights retainers, and they will pledge allegiance to me in a couple of days." Cultivating battle chi does not mean one has truly become a knight. Only those who have a lord to whom they pledge loyalty can be called knights. After pledging allegiance, the lord will provide a portion of the training resources for the knights. Furthermore, they would gain the lord's trust. If they performed well, they could even be granted estates. One could say their futures were promising. This was also a reward for the soldiers who survived. Ron also instructed Dick to buy dogs from several nearby territories. "Get a few more, they will be kept in the estate, and trained well to alert us of any movements. By the way, find a little cat for Cecilia as well." Dick flattered, "Rest assured, my lord, I will thoroughly search the surrounding territories to find the best breeds of dogs." After the meeting, Ron went to the fairy room to settle the newly acquired fairy bugs. Looking at the room filled with jade boxes, it felt considerably cramped. A wave of satisfaction surged within Ron. He had been in the development area for over 140 days, nearly 5 months, transitioning from late summer to deep winter. This journey had been like walking on thin ice. In summary, when he first arrived, there was nothing here. No estate, no farms, no salt mines. He had only 5 fairy bugs. He camped in the wilderness with 30 guards and 1,000 serfs, and even the fence was not securely built. Now what about now? The Hewan territory had over 6,000 serfs. Today, with an additional 1,000 from the Maolin territory, he would have 8,000 serfs, and had opened up over 10,000 acres of land. This does not even include the Linshue territory. Including the newly acquired ones, he had a total of 31 fairy bugs. Not listing them all, no mistakes were made. The details are noted within the document. Agricultural fairy bugs, 21 new potion fairy bugs 9, and 2 small fairies respectively, the potion lily fairy Bella, and the agricultural pear fairy Dubai. Next, with enough potions, he could recruit more soldiers and filter out the talented ones to cultivate battle chi. He himself had reached the first level, and his battle chi was about to break through. He had 3 high-ranking knights as retainers, 5 mid-tier ones, and a group of low-tier ones, and he would quickly replenish his guards to 200. In the fairy room, Bella saw so many fairy bugs enter her territory. She flew around in a circle, then kicked away a peanut bug that had crawled out to bask in the sun. That was Bella's exclusive seat. The kicked peanut bug rolled away like a ball, and then crawled back into its jade box, tucking its head in. Bella hovered in midair with her hands on her hips, scolding the new fairy bugs, "Digu, Digu, D." It seemed to convey, "This is my territory. You newcomers must obey me, Bella." The new fairy bugs all shrank into their boxes, not daring to extend their antennae. Ron found it amusing and walked over to lift her up, placing her on his shoulder. All right, you are their boss now. As the boss, don't bully your little brothers all the time, correct them if they make mistakes. Bella, delighted by Ron's coaxing, twisted around, happily pointed at the new fairy bugs, and patted her own, as if to say, "No problem, watch how I educate them." Just then Dubai peeked out from the innermost jade box. The small white pear on its head swayed as it timidly looked this way. It did not know what was happening, or it had only been awakened by Bella's call, and groggily flew up to land on the edge of the jade box. Bella noticed it. She tilted her head and stared at Dubai for a long while. Dubai also saw her shrink back a bit, but did not run away. The 2 little fairies locked eyes across half the room. One was fierce while the other was timid. "Digu Digu, Baji Baji, Digu." Then Bella flew towards Dubai. Ron thought Bella was going to bully Dubai again, and was ready to reach out to stop her. In the end, Bella merely flew over, landed beside Dubai, tilted her head to examine the small white pear on its head, and gently poked it with her little hand. Dubai was startled and shrank back. Bella gave a Digu sound, as if to say, "What are you afraid of?" then leaned closer, rubbing her head against Dubay's wing. It seemed she was curious about this companion that looked similar to her. Then Bella turned her head, chirping at Ron, giving 2 more Digu calls, and patted Dubay's head, wearing an expression that said, "This is my little brother, I will protect him." Ron also smiled, seeing that Dubai had a soft temperament, and it seemed that this little brother was settled. Watching the little fairies interact peacefully, he turned and left the fairy room. Bella led Dubai in, jumping around on the shelf, not looking back, only giving a Digu as a farewell. In the afternoon, the team sent to transport serfs from the Maolin territory returned. Ron stood by the window watching Perrin methodically distribute tasks. The sooner they arrived, the more at ease he felt. Otherwise, if the news got back and the serfs ran away, it would be troublesome. As for the Maolin territory, Ron did not plan to take it over. After all, that poor lord had hardly developed anything. If he wanted land, there were plenty of wild areas north of the Hewan territory. It was rare to have both development and defense. Moreover, the Maolin territory was considered a failed expansion. Unlike the Linshui territory, such duchies would send a new lord. That night, Ron sat at his desk writing letters. Still 2 letters, one to Viscount On and one to the Viscountess. In the letter to the Viscountess, he included a necklace he had bought for 1,000 gold dragons at Shushi Fortress. He could not continuously ask others for favors while expecting it to be taken for granted. Ron wanted to find an opportunity to return to the duchy and personally thank the Viscountess for her help. In the letter to Viscount On, he first inquired about his well-being, then mentioned his situation in the development area. He had established a foothold and survived the recent orc war. Then he brought up the Linshu. The territory Baron Boris had died from a fall, and the territory was inherited by his wife Iris, who requested Ron's assistance in defending the territory. He hoped that the Marquis would help communicate with Oak City. At the end of the letter, he subtly mentioned that he would ensure that the Marquis trade convoy received the best treatment. After finishing, he leaned back in his chair and rubbed his brow. This way, the issues with the Linshui territory could be resolved through official channels. Ron was not worried that Viscount On would not help. He came from the Golden Marigold Knight Order, and the recommendation for the expansion order also came from Marquis Cologne, making him a natural part of the Golden Marigold faction, further divided into Viscount On's faction. Thus, the stronger Ron became, the happier Viscount On would be. Of course, this was predicated on not having his misdeeds discovered. However, Ron suspected that even if they were known, it might not matter. Perhaps Viscount On enjoyed this sort of thing. After all, every time he finished a task with the Viscountess, she would drink a bottle of potions said to regulate her physical cycle. Next, he only needed to face the reaction of Count Zijingwa. However, Ron had already instructed Iris to keep the news under wraps, so he was unsure how long it would take for the news to reach Count Zijingwa. Ron had learned from Iris that there were quite a few first-level knights in the Zijingwa territory, but there were no high-ranking knights are very precious. Just look at how many high-ranking knights died when Marquis Mammon passed away. Later, he could hardly speak at Marquis Windsor's place, and even normal marquises rarely had high-ranking combat power. The marquises in the duchy are somewhat of an exception. These marquises have reached a level comparable to that of high dukes after several centuries of development. The strongest among them could even be a small duke in the kingdom. However, since the Huangtong Duchy is just a duchy, the Grand Duke is the duke, so the highest noble title only goes up to Marquis. Perhaps one day one of these marquises might succeed in riding a dragon and lead the noble lords away to establish a new Grand Duchy. In the kingdom, marquises and dukes do not have such possibilities. The strength of the kingdom generally starts with 2 dragons placing stronger constraints on the noble lords. Thus in the duchy, earls have the highest combat power at just first level. Even if they are strong, it is only slightly above the first level. Unless the individual is a peak high-ranking knight, the title of earl is earned through strength. Lowen knocked on the door and entered. "My lord, it's time to rest." Ron nodded, packed the letters, and handed them to him. "Have someone send them out tomorrow." After staying peacefully in the territory for 2 days, Ron went through all the accumulated matters. Early that morning, Dick returned. He arrived with several subordinates, driving a horse-drawn cart piled with a few cages. Inside the cages were several small puppies, fluffy and huddled together, shivering. There was also a separate cage containing a small white cat curled up tightly, with only its 2 eyes visible. "My lord, the dogs you wanted will grow up to be the fiercest of large wolfhounds. And there's Miss Cecilia's kitten." Dick rubbed his hands, a broad smile on his face. "I ran through several territories just to find these good ones. The dogs are the offspring of a hunter's family, and the cat was bought from a merchant said to be a breed from overseas." Ron walked over to take a look. The small puppies were plump and looked quite spirited. The kitten was shining white with blue eyes, timidly gazing at him, letting out a soft meow. Cecilia had somehow run out, leaning against the edge of the cage, her eyes sparkling. "Brother-in-law, is it for me?" "It's for you." Ron opened the cat cage and handed the small cat to her. "Be careful, don't drop it." Cecilia gingerly accepted it, cradling it in her arms. The kitten was not afraid and nuzzled against her palm. She was so happy that she jumped. "Does it have a name?" "I want to name it." After thinking for a moment, she exclaimed, "Let's call it Snowball. It's so white, just like snow." Ron patted her head. "All right, it shall be called Snowball." Bella peeked out from behind Cecilia, flying in front of Snowball, tilting her head to observe. Snowball was startled, shrinking its head and burrowing into Cecilia's embrace, meowing. Bella chirped a couple of times before flying back to Ron's shoulder. Ron thought that this little creature was probably asserting its territory. Cecilia ran off with Snowball, while the puppies were taken to the backyard and trusted to the cook to care for. Dick was rubbing his hands nearby, waiting for Ron's praise. Ron glanced at him. "Well done. Go to the account to collect a potion." Dick was overjoyed, repeatedly expressing his loyalty, and dashed away. In the morning, Ron summoned everyone to the council hall. There were 13 soldiers alive, excluding the knights. These soldiers had followed Ron into battle for a month, fighting for their lives every day. During this month, they had not lacked any potions. Thus, these 13 individuals were all of the strength of low-ranking knight attendants. They stood in the hall, their armor polished to a shine, their backs straight. Ron sat at the main seat with Lauren and Hart standing on either side, while Gray and Perrin were also present. "Kneel," Lauren commanded. The 13 knelt in unison on one knee, their movements synchronized as if they were one. The sound of armor clanging echoed in the hall, followed by a profound silence. No one spoke, even their breathing was subdued. The coals in the brazier crackled, casting shadows that stretched and shrank. Ron stood up and walked to the first soldier. The man looked up, a scar running from the corner of his brow to his cheekbone, a mark left from the battlefield. His eyes were bright, fixed on Ron, unmoving. "What is your name?" Ron asked. "Blake Fincha," the man replied, his voice loud with a hint of excited tremor. Ron drew his sword and rested it on the man's shoulder. "Then Blake Fincha, from today onward you shall be my knight attendant. I shall provide you with weapons, armor, cultivation, resources, land, and honor. And you shall fight for me, die for me. Where my sword points you shall charge. You shall be my most loyal spear and shield. Your loyalty shall belong only to me. Now tell me, are you willing to pledge your loyalty to me?" Blake's expression was fervent, his voice bursting forth from his chest, each word like a hammer striking an anvil. "I am willing. I, Blake Fincha, hereby swear. I shall be loyal to you, Lord Ronzalanhua. I shall dedicate my strength, my courage, and my life. Your enemies shall be my enemies, your commands shall be my everything. In this life and the next, until death do us part. I accept your loyalty, knight." Ron took a family crest from the table and pinned it to his chest. Then Ron let him step aside. Next, Ron spent over half an hour receiving the loyalty of all the knights. He returned to the main seat, turned around, and faced them. The 13 stood straight in the hall like 13 unsheathed swords, their crests shimmering in the firelight. "You followed me out of the orc war, and you all have merits." Ron's voice was loud. "I will not be stingy with rewards for you. There will be status, money, and more. Now that you have become knights, the potions in the territory are plentiful. My requirement of you is to enhance your strength Being low-ranking night attendants is not your end goal. He paused, lowering his voice. Now go and collect your rewards. Practice well, and there will be more battles to fight. The 13 bowed in unison and turned to leave. Their footsteps echoed on the stone floor, thudding like drum beats. In the afternoon, Ron patrolled the territory. He watched the serfs clearing the snow, completely uncovering the area covered by the elven worm grass. This was no small task. The winter in the newly opened land was unbearably cold, the ground frozen like steel with ice crystals several meters down. It was impossible to open up thousands of acres of land. Ron could only have them prioritize clearing the area covered by the potion-producing elven worms. Fortunately, the coverage of elven worms was not affected by the cold, and they could still sprout in winter. Hundreds of serfs surrounded a fire pit, breaking the frozen soil, and then planting seeds, leaving the rest to the elven worms. Ron watched for a while before returning to the small courtyard. It was too cold, and he did not want to stay outside. Back in the small courtyard, the coals in the brazier burned bright red, crackling occasionally and sparking out a few embers. The warmth inside the house misted up the window panes, making the snowy view outside appear hazy, as if covered by a layer of gauze. Ron instructed Dick to make a roasting stove. Outside, the cold wind howled while Ron huddled with Liliquin by the fire to keep warm, warming some fine wine and roasting food. If only they could have some little tunes and dances, then life would be so delightful. Ron was also preparing to set up a hot pot. The cuisine in this world was too biased towards Western food. Although it tasted good, it was still something he could not get used to. Just thinking about enjoying a bite of lamb hot pot in this freezing winter made him willing to break through to become a formal knight. The winter grew increasingly cold. The entire wilderness seemed frozen, with no creatures willing to leave their nests, except for the serfs burning bricks and boiling salt. According to Dick, that place was great for warmth, better than these lazy donkeys freezing in drafty wooden houses. This was a gift from the Lord. Days passed, and the weather grew increasingly cold. The snow fell, and then paused, covering the entire cleared land in a white blanket devoid of any signs of life. Each lord huddled in their own territory, no longer stirring up trouble. Ron took a stroll around his domain, only to find himself with nothing to do. The winter chill made most tasks difficult to undertake. The serfs spent their days huddled in the wooden huts, unaware of how many new lives would arrive next year. He stood in the courtyard watching the snowflakes drifting down one by one, landing on his shoulders and the tips of his hair, cool and crisp. The air carried a dry, cold scent, filling his lungs with icy particles. In the distance, the chimney of the brick kiln belched black smoke, bent askew by the wind. "My lord, why are you standing here?" Perrin entered wrapped in a thick cloak, his nose reddened by the cold frost clinging to his eyebrows. He held a stack of ledgers in his arms, a few sheets of parchment tucked under his armpit, creating a breeze as he walked. "Nothing to do," Ron said. Perrin paused, then smiled wryly. When he smiled, the wrinkles at the corners of his eyes crinkled together, resembling dried orange peels. He had been following Ron in this wilderness for over half a year, transforming from a plump figure upon arrival to the weathered appearance he bore now. His hair had grayed significantly, and he had lost much flesh from his face, yet his spirit shone brighter than before. As he witnessed the gradual improvement of the territory, he thought that once the formal development succeeded, old Perrin might even be knighted. Then he could save for decades to buy an elven bug, ensuring that his descendants could also bear a noble surname. "My lord, you speak nonsense. You are a noble lord, and should enjoy the service of your serfs every day. If you become too busy, that would be our failure as your subordinates." Ron shook his head. "You don't understand." Ron didn't genuinely wish to find work. He wasn't a nuclear-powered donkey, so why seek out trouble? In his past life on the assembly line, he had worked enough. What he found tedious was the lack of entertainment in this world. Surprisingly, there was nothing to do during winter. He could only go find Leoli River for a visit every few days. However, Leoli River was not in good health. Thus, Ron had to make a trip to the Linchue territory every 2 or 3 days. Elise trained in the way of the knight resilient. Back then, Ron was not bothered by the cold or the trouble. Perrin clearly couldn't understand the Lord's troubles and genuinely thought Ron was a diligent lord. "You mentioned wanting to build a town, but the blueprints haven't been drawn yet." Ron pondered. This was indeed a matter of importance. He turned to walk back, call over Lon and the others. "Do I have something to discuss?" In the morning, Ron summoned Perrin, Dick, Lon, and the others to the council hall. "Since we are idle during winter, there are a few matters to arrange." He unfurled a sheet of parchment, which contained a simple sketch. "First, build the town." Ron pointed to a high ground by the clear water river. "Once spring arrives and the snow melts, we will commence work. For now, prepare the materials. Send more hands to the brick kiln and open 2 more kilns. Timber should be cut from the northern forest. Wood cut in winter does not harbor insects, which is perfect." Perrin nodded, taking notes. "Secondly, establish more farms." Ron continued. "Clear out all the serfs from the manor and commence work together with the town. Also find more servants within the territory." Dick patted his chest. "My lord, don't worry. I'll keep an eye on it. It won't be delayed." Ron glanced at him. Dick was chatty and sycophantic, yet he performed his tasks in a way that pleased Ron. No wonder he was the son of a merchant, clever in all respects. Now capable of handling matters independently, this lad had indeed made progress. Thirdly, we need to continue recruiting soldiers to replenish the 200 law and oversee the training. Ron had acquired ample raw materials from the battlefield sufficient to sustain the territory until spring. The few of them received their tasks and busily departed. In the days that followed, Ron became increasingly lazy. He would sleep from the warmth until naturally waking at noon. Then he would enjoy a hearty lunch. The afternoons were dedicated to practicing his fighting spirit. Every few days, he would visit the Linshue territory to help Elise relieve her tense emotions. Thus 2 months passed, bringing the time to the year 1580 of the Tyran calendar. The weather gradually warmed, and the snow began to melt. Icicles dripped from the eaves, the snow in the courtyard turning into a grayish muddy water. The north wind was less fierce, and the sun shone warmly upon him. The air carried a damp scent, the aroma of thawing earth mingling with the crispness of melting snow. Ron stood in the courtyard, taking a deep breath. Spring had arrived, and all things began to revive. That afternoon, like usual, he took a premium magic potion, sitting cross-legged on the bed, directing the gathering of his fighting spirit. A warm current surged throughout his body, his fighting spirit rampaging within. The body of a first-level life form was like a large container that could hold even stronger forces, but to twist these forces into a single stream required substantial effort. Gritting his teeth, he pressed that force towards the vortex bit by bit, like coiling steel wire. As time passed, the sky outside gradually dimmed. Uncertain how long it had been, a muffled sound suddenly resonated within him. It wasn't the sound of bones or veins, but something deeper, as if a door had opened. The vortex of fighting spirit had finally taken shape. Ron opened his eyes and clenched his fist. Power surged through his blood, his fingertips tingling slightly, the fighting spirit pulsating in his palm, as if it were alive. He took a deep breath, filling his lungs with icy air, feeling no chill at all. First level life, first level fighting spirit. A true knight. He stood up and pushed open the window. Cold wind rushed in, causing the coals in the brazier to flare brightly. In the distance, the sun had already set, painting the clouds at the horizon in hues of red with a faint golden glow. The next morning at the dining table, Ron set down the knife and fork in his hands, wiping his mouth with white silk. The benefit of breaking through to a higher life form is that the body consumes a lot, requiring more food. Ron now spent about an hour on each meal, able to indulge in gourmet food. However, should he break through again in the future, he would need to prepare some high-energy foods. Otherwise, even if he kept eating all day, it would not be enough for just a few steps. After breakfast, Ron went to the training ground to take a look. Cecilia was practicing swordsmanship at the side of the field. She wore a tailored leather armor, her hair tied back in a ponytail, holding a lightweight small sword, demonstrating her moves. Standing nearby was the coach Ron had found for her, correcting her actions from time to time. The little girl practiced earnestly, her small face tense with beads of sweat forming on her forehead. Snowball sat beside her, tilting its head to watch, its tail swishing back and forth. In these past 2 months, the guards of the territory had been fully replenished, and Lon was currently training them. The town had already begun construction, with the materials prepared well in advance, needing only to dig foundations and build houses. Perrin was leading the serfs in the construction. Within half a month, the town could be completed. Ron named the town Lily Town, commemorating his first little elf, and future constructions would likely be called Pear Town. Numerous new servants were added to the manor, and the elf room was expanded, no longer crowded. The territory had quietly changed. Ron did not concern himself much with these matters. He spent his days consuming potions, practicing fighting spirit, leading a lazy yet regular life. That afternoon, Lon pushed the door open, his expression somewhat grave. "My lord, someone has come from the Linshue territory." Ron set down his teacup. "What is it?" "Lady Elise sent Alan, saying that many spies have recently been discovered near the Linshue territory, seemingly sent by the surrounding lords. She mentioned that these lords might have sensed something amiss." Ron stood up and walked to the window. "Let Alan in," he said. Lon nodded and turned to leave. Ron stood by the window, lightly tapping the windowsill with his fingers. Spring has just arrived, and already someone could not sit still. Luo-in had long suspected that this matter could not be kept secret, were it not for the bitter winter, and the sparse movement between estates. Baelisa's death would have been discovered long ago. 2 months of concealment left Luo-in more than satisfied. The neighboring lords were beginning to sense something amiss, and it would not be long before the truth about Linshue Ling came to light. Once the news broke, it would rush to Xiangmu City and soon reach Count Zijingwa. Fortunately, after 2 months of quiet growth, Luo-in now had the confidence to face anyone. Moreover, the letter to Viscount Iwan should by now have arrived to Luo-in, no longer worried about Xiangmu City's reaction. Lauan took the men inside while Luo-in kept watch at the gate. Luo-in sat at the table and motioned for Iluan to sit. Iluan bowed and wasted no time. "My lord, my lady sent me to report." In recent days, several bands of scouts have been spotted around Linshui Ling. Yesterday, a delegation from Luhu Ling arrived claiming urgent commercial business, requesting audience with Bayalisi. My lady refused, but it seems the news can no longer be contained. Luoen's fingers tapped lightly on the table. What did Ulysses say? My lady says she can hold Linshui Ling's castle, but the other holdings will need your help, my lord. Luoen did not answer at once. After a moment's thought, he said, I will send Laoen to help garrison. Once they understand the situation, they will withdraw. Go back and tell Ulysses not to worry. I will visit her in a few days. Tell her to remain calm. Luoen acknowledged and withdrew. Luoen had contemplated striking at other lords, but there had to be cause, and he could not kill every defeat. That would violate the rules. Xiangmu City would never permit such behavior. If his aim were merely ransom, it would not justify making such a scene and exposing his strength. Thus he allowed them to pass the winter in peace. After 2 months of cultivation, Luoen's domain had climbed another rung in power. The present problem was that resources had grown abundant, but time was too short to digest them into true strength. The primary shortage was of talent. With 9 alchemical sprite worms and Bela continuously producing the territory's potions now supplied every knight's rigorous training with surplus to spare. Yet in the potion works relying on only Liliquin, and that apprentice was clearly overwhelmed. Liliquin had been so busy he lacked even time to meditate. Therefore Luoen had recently requested more potion apprentices from his family. Seeing Luoen prosper in the frontier, the family spared no effort in support, sending literate youths, craftsmen, and potion apprentices in great numbers. Aside from the heirs of the great houses, other scions had been dispatched and were now en route to the frontier. Luoen preferred to spend time awaiting these arrivals rather than recruit in Xiangmu City. Family men came with clear pedigrees and could be trusted. Individual futures were bound to the fate of the Zelanhua family. When the family prospered, all prospered. When it suffered, all suffered together. It was only because hate arrived at an opportune moment and was willing to relocate his house to Zelanhua's lands that he earned Luoen's preliminary trust. The mercenaries and wandering knights from Xiangmu City were another matter. Their origins were unclear. They were suitable for dirty or strenuous work, but not for elevation to knighthood. Of course, there were fallen nobles or younger sons worth recruiting, but given Luoen's secret whenever possible, he chose those more likely to be loyal. Did Laoen and the others not notice that their own and their men's cultivation advanced faster than normal? Naturally, Luoen's pretext, that secret elixir formulas had been seized from the Liliquin family, sounded plausible. Luoen as lord of course did not explain these things to his men, he merely guided them toward that assumption. Laoen and the others never doubted or probed deeper, they only knew that a stronger lord meant greater benefits for themselves. Sure enough, within 2 days Luhu Ling organized a probing attack. Such disputes between territories were common in the frontier, far less encumbered by formalities than within the duchy. Only when targeting a newly established lord must one be restrained, disguising deeds as banditry. Battles between seasoned lords usually ended with ceded land or reparations. Victors did not typically pursue annihilation. Annexing a territory required patience and often took years. A weak lord might choose flight and his lands would be parceled out by neighbors. Luhu Ling's attack ended in failure. Facing the 2 high-ranking knight retinues of Laoen and Iluan, Luhu offered little resistance and was captured. Only a few ran back to carry the news. Baron Aesiting sat sullenly as he surveyed the disarmed knight before him. You mean to say they had 2 senior retinues, and one was from Huan Ling? Are you certain you saw clearly? He demanded sharply. The knight stammered. I saw clearly. It was that senior one from Huan Ling. I recognized him at Shushi Fort. Baron Aesiting fell silent, and after a long moment murmured, It seems Bayalisi was set up. And what of this Huan Ling that is stronger than Bayalisi? What is its situation? He rose and went to the window. The sky outside was leaden, clouds hanging low as if pressing on his chest. A wave of gloom settled over Aesiting. He had long been oppressed by Bayalisi. With great difficulty Bayalisi was dead, and now an even stronger figure had appeared. Luoen Zelanhua. That young man had been in the frontier less than a year. At first Bayalisi had tested him, and he could only ally with Aesiting. Later he and Bayalisi became a disruptive force in the region. Now silently, and without fanfare, he had annexed Linshui Ling. What followed? Aesiting did not believe Luo, and would have no interest in his port. He turned to the spread map on the table. Luhu Ling, Linshui Ling, Huan Ling. 3 fiefs lay contiguous like puzzle pieces. 2 pieces had already been fitted together, leaving his territory isolated on the edge. With his brow furrowed, Aesiting pondered, and then wrote several letters. He summoned a retainer. Have these 2 letters expedited to Haishi Ling and Hansong Ling. Send the other to Xiangmu City for Count Haidang. Count Haidang was the man backing Aesiting. In Haishi Ling, Baron Huasan sat by the hearth with a blanket over his knees, the letter from Luhu Ling in hand. After reading it, his expression darkened. Aesiding wanted them to form an alliance to resist Huan Ling. Huasin too felt a pang of alarm at Luo N's displayed achievements. If someone could silently eliminate Baelisi, they could certainly doom Haishi Ling as well. Huasin, an old cripple, did not wish to be dragged into frontier turmoil. He only wanted to hold his lands and groom an heir. But this was no longer a question of choice. It was imperative. If Luo N continued to press, other lords, Huasin would not be able to escape in the end. Aesiding's letter made the position clear. They must unite and each seek aid from their backers to suppress Huan Ling's annexation drive. After deliberation, Huasin resolved to join the alliance and sent out pleas for assistance. Baron Kalaki of Hansong Ling likewise agreed to join. Kalak's plight was even worse. He had only just returned from study among the orcs and was met with this calamity. These had truly been years of ill fortune. Huan Ling, he murmured the name slowly. Luo N naturally did not know of the nearby lord's maneuvers, and even if he had known, he would not have been bothered. In any case, he could not annex those fiefs at present, so he busied himself with other matters. Inside the training room, Ron sat cross-legged on the carpet, and at this moment the original liquid in his space bracelet was nearly depleted. His dozens of knights and attendants consumed it daily, and with new recruits, he also needed the broth to replenish their bodies. After 2 months, the original liquid had decreased rapidly. At this rate, it would last at most another half a month. He must find new materials. Ordinary wild beasts had mediocre effects, just enough to replenish the soldiers' bodies. The magical creatures near the territory had been exterminated, and the remaining ones still needed protection. They had to pursue a sustainable development path. To think they still dared to call themselves the 3 plagues of the wild, truly pathetic. The magical beasts had good effects, but were hard to find. Once they sensed danger, they fled to the northern wilderness. When calculated this way, the remaining targets weren't many. The most cost-effective ones were those orc clans practicing the path of blood cultivation. He recalled the serpent tribe he had scouted before, over 200 individuals with 70 or 80 warriors and a priest. He didn't know where they were holed up now, but they certainly hadn't gone far. The alchemical cauldron was Ron's greatest trump card, the source of his confidence in navigating this fantastical world. Thus the original liquid must always be prepared. The lords of this world trained knights, but the paths were exceedingly narrow. Where would the knight attendants come from? Either they recruited sons without inheritance rights from other minor nobles, or selected disciples from loyal families in the territory, and only then did they choose from the commoners. The offspring of wealthy freemen like merchants, craftsmen, and soldiers, in short the well-fed and strong-bodied lot. Because physical strength is the foundation for generating battle chi, those who couldn't even fill their stomachs wouldn't even touch the threshold of cultivation. Among the commoners, talents were likely to starve to death in the mud before they even matured. But Ron was different. He had the original liquid. This substance could help a famished serf, filling the gaps in their physique and pushing their bodies to the threshold of battle chi cultivation within a month or so. The only cost involved was the original liquid or food. By selecting from the serfs, the base number increased. Out of 10,000 serfs, he could certainly sift out a few with talent. Those with good battle chi talent would be prioritized for cultivation, while those with poor talent would serve as ordinary soldiers, abandoning further training rapidly, iterating. After all, it was not a loss. How would other lords learn this? They had to feed a knight from the generation of his parents. Ron simply provided the original liquid. This was, while others selected seedlings from hundreds of individuals, he could choose from thousands. Although the knightly offspring generally had decent battle chi talent. As long as the base number was large, the probability of producing geniuses would be high. More geniuses meant more high-tier knights. More high-tier knights meant a stronger territory. When Hart was called, he was training new recruits on the training grounds. He pushed open the door to the study and saw Ron standing by the window facing away from him. "My lord, you called for me." Ron turned around. "Take a few people and head north. Find that serpent tribe from before, see where they are." Hart was momentarily taken aback, but quickly nodded. "Are we continuing to expand north?" "Not in a hurry. The newly recruited soldiers have also been training for 2 months. Let them see some blood," Ron casually remarked. By the time Hart brought back news of the serpent tribe, it was already 3 days later. He organized his breath and reported, "The serpents are holed up in a valley to the north, wintering there." It was the same as before, over 200 people with 70 or 80 young and strong. They were even thinner than before, as there was not much to eat in winter. The valley entrance was narrow, but inside it was wide. If they blocked the entrance, they couldn't escape. He spread out a hand-drawn map, pointing to the location while illustrating the valley's terrain. Such a small tribe posed no difficulty at all. Ron nodded and folded the map. "Prepare to move. We'll set out tomorrow morning." Early the next day, a group of over 100 set out towards the wilderness, where they occasionally spotted clusters of newly sprouted buds. Ron rode in the middle of the group, surrounded by people. Over 100 people, old soldiers leading the way, new recruits following behind. Hart rode ahead to guide them, and Ron's gaze swept over the new recruits, suddenly stopping on a young man. The guy was 2 or 3 heads taller than the others, broad-shouldered, and sturdy with shoulders as wide as door planks. The other soldiers beside him looked like children. His face was fierce and intimidating, topped with a bald head. The leather armor he wore had been altered, ordinary sizes could not fit, and the buttons on his chest were pulled tight, threatening to burst open. "Who was that?" Ron asked. Lowen followed his gaze. "His name is Ibaden, a new recruit who joined last month, a serf from the Malin territory. He originally worked at a brick kiln, very proactive, always the first in the brick-moving team, so he was selected for the new recruit team." "Brick mover?" "Yes. Before coming to the territory, he was starving like a monkey. After becoming a new recruit, he has grown taller and put on weight." Lowen smiled as he spoke. "This kid has an enormous appetite, able to eat the rations of 5 soldiers, and his strength is astonishing, capable of taking on a group during training." However, he had not yet begun cultivating battle chi. Ron said nothing and looked at him a bit longer. The guy seemed to sense something and turned his head, locking eyes with Ron. He was momentarily stunned, then smiled foolishly, revealing a mouthful of white teeth, looking silly, which didn't match his fierce appearance. "My lord, we're almost there." Hart approached on horseback, lowering his voice. "Once we cross that ridge up ahead, we'll reach the valley entrance. Should we stop and take a break first?" Ron glanced at the sky. The sun was directly overhead. "Let's rest for a quarter of an hour to let the new recruits catch their breath." Ron called Lowen, Hart, and Gray over, spreading out Hart's map. "My plan is simple. Lowen will take 30 people to block the valley entrance while the rest will directly push through. The blood warriors among the serpents will be dealt with by knights, while ordinary adult serpents will be handled by soldiers. Hart, you will lead, allowing these soldiers to see some blood." Ron wasn't worried about the soldiers being harmed. There were plenty of serfs in the territory, and those from the Linshut, the territory, could also be used. Besides, he still had over 20,000 gold dragons. He could always purchase a large number of serfs from merchants. After enough rest, Lowen waved his hand. "Go." The group pressed into the valley. As soon as they entered, the serpents noticed them. The valley entrance was in chaos, with hissing and screaming. A few serpents dashed out from their huts, armed with bows and wooden spears, charging fearlessly at the throng of dark figures outside. Lowen shouted, "Kill!" Ibadan charged to the front. His large stature allowed him to take long strides quickly, leaving the others behind. A serpent raised a long spear to stab at him. However, he easily deflected it, turning around and stabbing the serpent opposite, piercing it through. After slaying several serpents, Ibadan treated the spear as a club, swinging the shaft to strike the serpents' heads. One serpent's head tilted, and both its neck and spear broke, collapsing limply. Ibadan tossed aside the broken spear shaft, picked up the serpent's bone club, weighed it, and swung it at the remaining serpents. The bone club hit the chest, sending the serpent flying against a rock, where it lay still. The nearby new recruits were dumbfounded. Ibadan, covered in blood, turned back and shouted, "What are you looking at? Kill!" The new recruits finally snapped out of it, roaring as they charged forward alongside Ibadan. Ron too observed Ibadan's performance, feeling a surge of emotion. This is the ancient evil spirit. The suppression of the serpent tribe didn't cause much of a stir, the only notable exception being their serpent priest. Equivalent to a mage unit among humans, the priest summoned spells, killing 2 soldiers before Hart engaged him. Ultimately, he was surrounded and killed. The battle lasted half an hour, and the entire serpent tribe was wiped out, none escaping. After the battlefield was cleared, they found that this group of serpents was impoverished, relying entirely on hunting for survival, without a single elven insect. If it were other lords, this trip would be considered a huge loss. But for Ron, just these 200 serpents were worth the trip, especially as there were quite a few blood warriors among them. Ron called Ibadan over and said to Lowen, "Go back and teach him the breathing technique, and ensure he has sufficient potions. I want to see how his battle chi talent is." His gaze returned to Ibadan, whose leather armor had several slashes, with a broken spear lodged in his shoulder, yet he appeared unbothered. Seeing Ron looking at him, he grinned, still wearing that fierce face along with a silly smile. Ron thought, he doesn't seem too bright. "How old are you?" Ibadan replied in a deep voice. "I don't know. Dogdan says him 16, and Fincha says him 17. Ron's head was filled with black lines. Oh, what was he laughing about? "What about your hair?" "I don't know. I ate a lot a while back, grew some, but lost all my hair," Ibadan said, feeling wronged. Ron couldn't continue chatting with this big oaf, so he handed him a bottle of healing potion and sent him on his way. On the way back, Ron was in a good mood. This trip not only resolved the issue of the original liquid, but also netted him a good seedling. Due to the increasing number of soldiers under Ron, who have recently cultivated their fighting spirit, Ron began to conduct a talent selection among these soldiers. Those with good talent would continue to be nurtured with the prospect of pledging loyalty to Ron in the future, while those with poor talent would lose the qualification for meat soup cultivation. In the future, they would likely remain stuck as entry-level knight attendants for life, and perhaps with diligent training they might become low-ranking knight attendants in 10 years. Most of these knight attendants were transformed from serfs, possessing little cultural knowledge or awareness. Thus Ron had his subordinates from noble knight families develop a literacy course. The course, titled The Loyalty and Education of Knights, aimed to make them understand the immense virtue of a knight's loyalty and the operational laws of this world. That is, knights must depend on their lords. Those who betray their lords cannot be accepted in this world. This is a crucial theory underpinning the stability of the centuries-old slave society. It has already been regarded as a classic by countless nobles. Even the knights now believe that loyalty is the most substantial asset they possess aside from power. The book includes 108 cases of the painful consequences of knights betraying their lords and 108 cases of the beautiful visions of knights loyal to their lords. Every night, these knights would teach the knight attendants and share their personal experiences and insights, gradually reshaping the worldview outlook on life and values of these serf knights. That evening, Ron went to attend the class. The assembly hall was filled with people, and the blazing fire pit illuminated everyone's faces in a rosy glow. Lon stood at the front holding the book The Loyalty and Education of Knights, passionately reading from one of its pages. A knight who betrays their lord will not be accepted anywhere they flee. Neither by the duchy, nor by the empire, nor even by the frontier lords. Because who would trust someone who has betrayed once? The knight attendants below sat upright, listening intently, with some nodding occasionally. Lon opened the book. Today's case study is about the treacherous Hammer Knight. He betrayed his lord and allied with the enemy of his lord. And what was the outcome? The enemy discarded him once he was of no use, and no other lords would accept him. In the end, he died by the roadside with no one to collect his body. A young soldier raised his hand. My lord, why didn't he run farther away? To another duchy. Lon glanced at him. It wouldn't matter where he ran. As long as your background is unclear, lords will assume you are disloyal. No one would want you. The soldier shrank his neck and fell silent. The class concluded. Lon looked around. Are there any questions? No one spoke. Then class is dismissed. The soldiers stood up, bowing in a disorderly fashion, and walked out in groups. Ron leaned against the door, watching them pass. Some recognized him and hurriedly lowered their heads, walking faster. Ebden squeezed through the crowd, saw Ron, and grinned widely, his smile appearing even more innocent in the firelight. Ron waved him over. My lord. Ron nodded. Do you understand? Ebden scratched his bald head. I understand. It's about listening to the lord to have food. Betrayal leaves one with nothing. Ron smiled. Correct. That's about the gist of it. Remember it. Got it. Ebden patted his chest, making a loud thud. I will only listen to your words, my lord. Ron patted his shoulder. This big fool might not be the sharpest, but loyalty sometimes doesn't require much intellect. Thus time passed, nearly half a month. During these days, Ron had not been idle either. He led his subordinates to purge the orc clans in the northern wilderness, replenishing their stock of raw materials. Ebden also successfully cultivated his fighting spirit. The results showed that this big guy had unexpectedly good talent for fighting spirit, already considered above average, even stronger than Lonhart and the others. However, Ebden's most terrifying attribute was his physical talent, as his strength and physique were naturally superior to others of the same level. A good physique also saves time in nurturing the body with fighting spirit. Ron estimated that Ebden might surpass the fighting spirit level in his later life. As winter turned to spring, warm winds gradually swept across the frontier. The sun rose, shining on the damp wasteland, casting a snowy white light. The snow on the distant ridge had yet to melt, showing patches of white and gray. The air carried the scent of thawing earth mixed with the smell of decaying dry grass, making one feel that spring had truly arrived. The stagnated territorial construction began to resume. Ron often wandered around the territory. The foundation of Lily Town had been laid, with wooden frames erected, looking from afar like a grayish skeleton. Perlin led the serfs to work, the sounds of construction ringing out as they built houses. Most of the buildings in the town were made of brick and stone, though a considerable amount of wood was also needed. Ron stood on a high point and observed for a while, when Bella flew over and landed on his shoulder. Also, Goo, she called out with her big eyes, as if asking, what is that? Daba also made a noise, but it lacked any imposing presence, instead resembling a bullied creature. This is the town being built for you, Ron said. Bella clearly did not understand what a town was, but she was very happy about Ron's affection towards her and excitedly flew around him a few times. Then she chirped a few more times and flew away, with Daba following clumsily and almost crashing into a post. In the afternoon, scouts monitoring the nearby territories brought new reports. My lord, in recent days there has been daily traffic between Green Lake Territory and the other two territories. Sometimes there are 2 or 3 waves of people coming and going in a single day, the scout reported. It's several times more than usual, and none have passed through our territory. Ron set down his pen and leaned back in his chair. Have you found out what specific movements they are making? No, those people should all be knights, and we didn't dare approach. The scout said. Ron pondered for a moment, lightly tapping his fingers on the table. He anticipated this situation. After the news of his annexation of the Linshua, the territory spread, the neighboring lords could not help but worry. Forming an alliance to resist the threat from Hewan territory was an inevitable result, much like when he allied with Green Lake territory to resist Boris. Ron was not worried about these lords forming an alliance. These lords, battered and weak, some old and others crippled, still had a student among them. What can a herd of cattle and sheep do? Not fighting you today is simply because I don't want to. Any day I feel like it, I can beat you up. Continue monitoring and don't make any large moves. Let these lords huddle together for warmth while I digest the spoils from this conquest. Ron had long coveted the port of Green Lake. That old Austin was unworthy of possessing such a treasure. It would be better to let someone capable and virtuous like himself manage it. Thus life returned to a leisurely pace as Ron gradually digested the legacy left by Boris. However, this tranquility was soon shattered. Ron received a letter from Oakwood City. Ron looked at the content of the letter, his expression fluctuating. It initially mentioned nothing significant, merely notifying Ron that the Jasmine ferry he exchanged with military merits had arrived and could be picked up from Oakwood City. It then subtly expressed regret over Boris' unfortunate death due to a minor encounter with orcs on his way back to his territory. It praised Ron's noble knight spirit in assisting Lady Iris to defend the territory. Up to this point, the letter seemed normal. However, it then criticized Ron for failing to unite with his neighbors, stating that many lords had complained to Oakwood City, accusing Ron of creating chaos and disturbing the tranquility of the frontier territories. It suggested that Ron should focus his vision towards the north, vigorously expanding the territory for the principality, among other things. In essence, it conveyed that he should not be fixated on the misdeeds of the lords behind him and should instead push northward. His neighbors had already sent word if this continued, Ron would have no favorable outcome. Ron read the letter word by word, the latter part vaguely carrying a threat. As Ron read, he felt an itch at the back of his head, as if something was about to grow. He thought to himself that these sly peasants dared to accuse him first. They were no longer ordinary neighbors. A decisive strike was necessary. After pondering for a moment, he told the messenger, "I understand the Marquis' intent. He will continue to expand northward as per the Marquis' arrangements. However, but this letter from the Marquis came a bit late. I recently had some conflicts with Baron Greenlake, and just last night I took one of his towns. If Greenlake is willing to consider this as a boundary and refrain from attacking me, I would indeed be willing to cease hostilities in response to the Marquis' call for neighborly unity." The messenger was momentarily at a loss for words, stammering for a long time. Ron looked at his troubled expression and said, "How about this? You return and report to the Marquis. No matter what arrangements the Marquis makes, I will comply." The messenger awkwardly retreated. Ron urgently summoned the command staff to the conference hall. Lonhart and others arrived one after another. Ron stood by the window, cursing under his breath. "That Marquis Mammon, I see his fate is grim. He is already on the path to death. He was a descendant of a horse-breeding family, a Marquis, who couldn't survive in the principality. What right does he have to act so arrogantly here? How many great knights are left in the family? Sooner or later you will pay the price." Once everyone arrived, Ron wasted no time. "Immediately send people to seize the port of Green Lake. If they dare to retaliate, eliminate them all." Yes. Lon and the others did not ask why, they simply accepted the orders and went down to arrange for the soldiers. Half an hour later, Ron mounted his horse and set off with the troops. 100 soldiers, a small portion, had cultivated fighting spirit. Though most had been abandoned, they could still be considered as the combat strength of entry-level knight retainers. This group of soldiers had the strength to easily defeat the entire frontier soldiers. They were akin to a weakened knight order. Their armor was orderly and their banners clear, with lawn and hard on either side. Ibadang followed at the back of the group, carrying a wolf-tooth club. This was Ron's weapon. Seeing Ibadang had no suitable weapon, he gave it to him and had a craftsman forge a heavier one for his own use. The group passed through the Linshua territory, picked up Allen, and boldly entered Green Lake without any cover. On the way, they encountered several Green Lake serfs who, upon seeing the troop, dropped their hoes and fled in fear. Ron paid them no mind. After over an hour of travel, the outline of the port appeared in view. Docks warehouses, a small town. Several merchant ships were anchored in the port. Ron looked on with envy. It was much more prosperous than his own territory. Trade from over 20 nearby territories mostly flowed through this port. After all, traveling overland to Oakwood City was far too distant. Merchant caravans had to pay taxes in every territory they passed, and the roads were not safe. Green Lake territory earned a net income of 5,000 golden dragons solely from this port each year, securing its position as the wealthiest in the area. Hart rode ahead, saying, "My lord, the port is just ahead." Ron nodded. "Let's go." The troop continued forward. The port guards had long seen them. Someone in the watchtower sounded the horn, and figures began running behind the city walls, creating a chaotic scene. By the time Ron reached the outside of the port, the city gate had already closed. Behind the wall stood dozens of soldiers and several knights disguised as mercenaries. The leader was a middle-aged knight looking tense, his hand resting on the hilt of his sword. Austin had been feeling uneasy these days. He had been holed up in the castle, not daring to step outside. The castle had numerous high-priced alchemical crossbow bolts, and he believed no one could breach the castle. The defensive force at the port was also quite strong. He had hired a group of mercenaries from Oakwood City, led by a high-ranking knight retainer with 2 mid-tier and 6 or 7 low-tier followers. They were all stationed at the port town. "Who goes there?" shouted the leading knight. Ron reined in his horse, looking at him with an amused expression. "He bay Ron Zalanhua." The knight's face turned even paler. He clearly recognized the name. He had received 1,000 golden dragons from Baron Austin to guard the port for a month, specifically to guard against Ron. "Marquis, this is the territory of Green Lake. Let's talk, just kill them," Ron interrupted. The port town was a settlement, not like a castle that was easy to defend, but difficult to attack. Here it was easy to attack and difficult to defend. No one would be foolish enough to charge the city gates. The town was large enough. Finding a place to climb over was trivial, especially with so many knights under Ron. It was just a matter of scaling a wall. Ron issued the order. Lonhart and Allen, 3 high-ranking knight retainers, each led a team to attack from 3 different directions. All 3 were clad in full armor, channeling their fighting spirit. With a few leaps, they scaled the surrounding walls, landing on the other side, where they were surrounded by the guarding soldiers. Or rather, one person surrounded the soldiers. Then the soldiers behind took the opportunity to climb over the wall as well. The port town was breached in less than an hour. That group of mercenaries lost 1 mid-tier member. The rest were all captured. Thus the port town changed hands. Lon took down a flag from his horse. It was red with the Zalanhua family crest embroidered on it, a green Zalanhua. After cleaning up the battlefield, all the bodies were collected by Hart, and the others waiting for Ron to deal with them later. He instructed his subordinates to maintain order in the town and summoned the steward of the town. Ron spent the entire night and finally sorted out the situation of this port town. This port was far more complex than Ron had initially thought. Most of the shops and warehouses in the town were not owned by Austin. It involved dozens of nobles with 2 earls among them. The 5,000 golden dragons earned by Austin were merely a small portion compared to theirs. For instance, there was a serf trading post in the town, which belonged to Earl Hightong, where thousands of serfs and slaves were traded every year. There was also a grain trading market, metals. Ron contemplated and decided to let these people's interests remain untouched for the time being. As for Baron Austin's properties and goods, Ron took them all. Green Lake Castle. At this moment, Baron Austin was anxiously pacing. He had received news of Ron taking soldiers to the port. He repeatedly chose to remain holed up in the castle, refusing to lend support. After all, he had been captured by Boris outside last time. He had shadows of fear. He irritably rubbed his forehead as hurried footsteps could be heard from outside. My lord, something's wrong." A knight rushed in, rolling and crawling, his face pale. The port has fallen. That group of mercenaries is all dead." Austin clenched his fists tightly, smashing a punch onto the table, producing a muffled sound. "Ron, you are too much. I will write to Marquis Moment. I will write to Earl Hightang. I will report to—" Austin slammed his palm on the table, shaking the teacups off. After venting for a while, Austin finally calmed down. "Send someone," he shouted. "Send someone to Haishi Ridge, to Hansong Ridge. Tell them." He paused, gritting his teeth. "Tell them that Ron has taken my port. If they do not assist, they will be next." Haishi Ridge. Baron Hosen received the letter at noon on the next day. The messenger was a knight from Green Lake territory who had run all night, and his horse was completely exhausted. The knight stood in the castle hall, drenched in sweat, with an anxious expression on his face. "My lord, the River Bay territory has occupied our port. Baron Austin requests your military assistance for our 3 families to jointly attack River Bay territory." Hosen sat in his chair listening to the news and sighed inwardly. "So it has come. Is this frontier truly never to know peace?" Hosen lowered his head to look at the letter in his hand. Austin's handwriting was very messy, likely due to his trembling hand while writing. In the letter, he scolded Ron for not adhering to the rules and disturbing the peace of the frontier, stating that if they did not unite, Haishi Ridge would be the next to be devoured. "When the lips are gone, the teeth are cold. I hope Haishi Ridge can put aside grievances and jointly resist the invasion of River Bay territory." Hosen set the letter down and remained silent for a long time. He certainly understood the saying, but he also knew that his old bones could not withstand much more turmoil. He was 58 this year. In this world, serfs can only live to be 40 or 50 years old. As a high-ranking knight's retainer, his body was much stronger than an ordinary person's, but after being severely injured on the battlefield, his health had been declining year after year. Now he could still rely on his fighting spirit, but what about in a few years? He did not want to go to war. He just wanted to pass this territory on to his son peacefully. But he also knew that if Green Lake territory fell, Heishi Ridge would be next. Go fetch Vald, he said to him. Vald Vagard, his captain of guards, a high-ranking knight's retainer who had followed him for over 10 years. In his 40 strong as an ox, he was the most formidable fighter in Heishi Ridge. Vald arrived quickly. After reading the letter, his expression darkened. My lord, what are your thoughts? Hosen leaned back in his chair, closed his eyes, and contemplated for a long time. We must mobilize our forces, he said. Vald was taken aback. My lord, are we really going to fight? Not necessarily to fight, but we must mobilize. Hosen opened his eyes. Austin is correct. We must suppress the momentum of River Bay Territory's annexation and let them know we are not easy prey. If they insist on biting, they will suffer losses alongside us. Vald understood. Then shall we mobilize to the port? No. We want to attack the port. Well, gather 3 forces directly at River Bay Territory. Austin wants to reclaim the port, but that is impossible. Ron will not give up the fat piece of meat he has acquired. Austin's crucial problem is his lack of strength. He cannot hold the port. Continuing to possess it will only provoke envy. Even if we can repel River Bay Territory and reclaim the port this time, won't they come again next time? We have no need to fight for him. Go prepare then, Hosen said. Take 150 men. The rest will guard the castle. My lord, are you going personally? Everyone will go. Even if we are defeated, can he kill us all? Hosen stood up, then paused. Write another letter to Hansong Ridge. Inquire how many men Clark can send from there. Hansong Ridge. When Baron Clark received the letter, he was counting the remaining serfs in his territory. He had just returned not long ago after being captured by orcs. After returning, it took him a tremendous effort just to get his affairs back in order. Now another issue had arisen from Green Lake territory. After reading the letter, he chuckled bitterly. My lord, should we mobilize? His subordinate asked. Clark remained silent for a long time. Yes. 20 men. Oh, I will lead the team myself. Clark interrupted him. He stood up and walked to the window. Outside the window was the territory of Hansong Ridge, with vast farmlands lying fallow, and the cottages were deserted, which was heart-wrenching. The wind blew in from the south, still carrying a chill. He tightened his cloak, feeling that this spring was colder than winter. Mobilizing troops also takes time, especially for such a coalition. Good communication is essential. 2 days later, the armies of the 3 territories met at the border of Hansong Ridge and River Bay Territory. Green Lake Territory sent 160 men, including a high-ranking retainer, Baron Austin himself, 5 mid-level fighters, and several low-level ones. Heishi Ridge sent 150 men, with 2 high-ranking retainers, Baron Hosen and Captain Vald, 4 mid-level fighters, and several low-level ones. Hansong Ridge sent 20 men, with a high-ranking retainer, Baron Clark himself, 3 mid-level fighters, and not many low-level ones. It was indeed the worst off. His knights had suffered heavy losses over the years, and had yet to cultivate new ones. The 3 teams gathered together, totaling more than 300 men. It looked like a lot, but upon closer inspection, there were very few who could really fight. The 3 teams met by the roadside, and they all looked rather grim. Is this all? Austin frowned as he looked at the 20 men from Hansong Ridge, as if he could crush a fly with his brow. Clark did not respond. It was already impressive that he could come. Was it too few? Hosen tried to mediate. It's enough. Our primary goal this time is to make River Bay Territory retreat upon realizing the difficulty. If we can negotiate, it's better to do so. Negotiate? Austin's voice rose sharply. Ron has occupied my port and wants me to negotiate with him. Can you defeat him? He has 3 high-ranking retainers under him, and any one of us is not enough to take him on. Even if all 3 of us joined forces, how many of our high-ranking retainers would be lost? Will you die, or will I? Hosen spoke calmly. Austin fell silent. If he adopts a hard stance or strikes again after negotiations, it will show that he has us in his grasp. At that point, we will confront him to the end. Hosen looked at him. Clark nodded from the side. Brother Hosen is right. With such a large commotion from the 3 teams, Ron naturally could not have failed to notice. The other party's intention was quite clear, either a decisive battle or negotiations. Ron also summoned his men. In this situation, he would not resort to sneaking attacks. After all, the precondition for a sneak attack is to annihilate the enemy. Ron rode out of the manor with his men. The 2 forces met on the wasteland. Ron had 150 men, only half of the coalition's forces, yet the aura he exuded overshadowed the opposing side. Dear neighbors, have you come to visit me? Ron smiled as he approached with Hart and others. The 3 lords from the opposing side also stepped forward. Hosen was at the front. His legs were not agile, but he remained steady on his horse. Austin was on the right, his face dark, and when he saw Ron, the hatred in his eyes seemed ready to overflow. As for the foreign student, he was too poor now for Ron to notice him. The old cripple spoke. Baron Ron, you have been quite busy lately. It's all right, just this hard life. Oh, unlike you lords who can sit at home and still receive golden dragons. Let's speak frankly. The old cripple said helplessly. What does Baron Ron truly think? Surely you don't intend to send us all to accompany Boris. That cannot be allowed. How could that be permitted? Return the port to Green Lake territory. You may expand northward, and we will not interfere with you. However, you cannot encroach on the territory of the lords behind you, Hosen bargained. Ron scoffed, Do I need your permission to expand northward? Why should I return the port that I have captured? I ask you on what ground? On the grounds that we are stronger than you must return the port to me, Austin said hastily. He truly could not bear to give up the port. The old cripple and Clark's faces darkened. They were trying to drag them down with them. Ron was also amused, realizing they were indeed risking their lives over wealth. Ron silently returned to his ranks. The negotiations seemed about to collapse. Hosen quickly spoke. This stance is solely Baron Austin's idea, Clark, and I do not agree with his thoughts. Baron Ron, you are still young, and have plenty of time to expand northward. The northern wilderness is vast enough for you to fight for a lifetime. Why bother fixating on us old fellows? Ron chuckled. Baron Hosen, I understand your point. However, we really will have a battle today, otherwise I fear someone might become unhappy and seek trouble, and if I accidentally kill someone it would be troublesome. Hosen remained silent for a moment before nodding seriously. All right then. Thus the two forces began to clash on the wasteland. However, upon closer inspection, it became apparent that the forces from Haishi Ridge and Hansong Ridge were hardly exerting themselves. Ron's side mainly targeted Austin's men. During this time, Ron demonstrated the combat power of a high-ranking knight's retainer, which shocked the old cripple and the others. River Bay territory actually had 4 high-ranking retainers, and Ron was so young. The old cripple secretly thought, could they take another route? The battle unfolded in a bizarre manner, and soon Austin's side was severely beaten. Mainly because Austin himself was not strong in combat. While clashing with Ron, he was forced to reveal many of his trump cards. High-level spell scrolls and items that could block high-level attacks were all forced out by Ron. He quickly escaped from the battlefield under the protection of his subordinates. Then the battle basically ended. No one mentioned the issue of the port's ownership anymore. Ron spoke indifferently. I am also aware of your intentions. Personally, I am quite fond of peace. The matter of the port is a private affair between Baron Austin and me. However, since both of you are here, I will give you face. He looked at Austin. The port is mine, but I will not touch the castle of Green Lake territory. If Baron Austin wishes to reclaim the port, he can do so. Whenever you can defeat me, feel free to come and take it. Austin's face turned pale, but he said nothing. Ron then looked at Hosen and Clark. I will not touch your territories either. But let me make this clear. If I do not disturb your territories, do not come to provoke me. Anyone who dares to trip me up should not blame me for being ungracious. He paused, his tone growing serious. I am a person who believes in courtesy before conflict. Hosen remained silent for a moment, then nodded. Good. Baron Ron is straightforward. Then it is settled. It's a deal, I guarantee it with my reputation, Ron said. Clark also nodded. He had never intended to fight. Only Austin remained sullen. But he knew this was the best outcome. Hosen and the others would not sit back and watch him be wiped out, but they would also not risk their own interests for him. Let's go. He turned his horse around and led his men back. Hosen and Clark exchanged glances and also took their leave. On the wasteland, the flags of the 3 territories gradually faded. Ron did not harbor thoughts of taking advantage of the situation to seize these people. The recent letter from Oak City instructed him not to cause trouble, and if he were to turn around and kill or capture the 3 lords, Marquis Mummin would definitely find trouble for him. At the harbor, Ron sent Hart to take charge. Hart was a meticulous person and handled matters with care. Upon arriving at the harbor, his first task was to post a notice. The notice clearly stated the rules of the harbor remain unchanged, the trade taxes remain unchanged, and the properties of various nobles are untouched. The only change is the harbor's master. The merchants, initially anxious and fearful of Ron's potential recklessness, felt a wave of relief upon seeing the notice. After a few days with the harbor operating as usual and taxes unchanged, they were completely reassured. 2 days later, Ron's envoy from Oakwood City returned with the jasmine potion worm, accompanied by a letter. The gist of the letter was that they were aware of the disputes among several lords. They acknowledged their handling of the matter and insisted that no further disputes were to arise among the territories. Otherwise, Oakwood City would send someone to address the issue. After reading the letter, Ron chuckled, still playing the mediator. The harbor involved numerous nobles, yet Ron did not significantly harm their interests. The Golden Marigold family also contributed significantly behind the scenes, so they could only grit their teeth and accept it. After suffering severe losses, Marquis Mummin was no longer interested in the disputes among the lords. He only wished to swiftly restore his strength. This outcome was not bad for Ron. The small town by the harbor came to life in spring. After the snow melted, merchant ships began arriving one after another from the south, and the dock became bustling once again. Porters carried cargo boxes back and forth on the gangplank, and the shouts of vendors echoed from the dock to the town entrance. A few sailors gathered at the tavern by the shore, drinking cheap ale and grumbling about which harbor had the cheapest women. The change of ownership at the harbor did not significantly affect the little town. It remained busy with people coming and going, opening for business each day. Ron stood on the newly built small building at the harbor, observing all of this. It had been nearly a month since the harbor came under his control. Following the events with the Tri-Alliance, the entire frontier returned to a semblance of tranquility. Even the old cripple sent someone to pay a visit, bringing a few barrels of wine, saying it was to foster neighborly relations. Ron was somewhat surprised by this attitude. With his family members now in place, he was able to manage effectively and chose to continue expanding northward. Hart and the others took soldiers daily to purge the northern orc tribes, and the farms began to develop northward as well. They aimed to expand their territory as much as possible before the Duke's inspectors arrived. Otherwise, in 2 years, a new pioneering lord might stand in his way. Over the past 2 months, the knightly forces under Ron had rapidly expanded with nearly 10 mid-tier knights. Gray also broke through to the high-tier retainer. The most surprising was Abaddon, who, having only been exposed to fighting Chi for less than 3 months, became a mid-tier knight retainer and could even hold his own against Gray thanks to his physical advantages. However, the explosive growth period for knights had come to an end. The supply of potions could not be infinite. Ron himself was a major consumer of potions, using as much as all the high-tier knights combined. Thus, after the increase in knight numbers, the potions reverted to their previous monthly distribution, just enough for the knights to train normally. "My lord," Hart knocked and entered holding a letter. A merchant association from the harbor sent someone to deliver this. They insisted it must be handed directly to you. Ron took the letter and glanced at the wax seal. A rose seal with intricately patterned petals, clearly not a mark of an ordinary merchant association. "Rose Merchant Association," he read aloud. Hart nodded. "The mayor said this is a merchant association from a southern kingdom that has been trading at the harbor for years. It is a property under account. They wish to establish a relationship with us for business." Ron opened the letter and scanned it. The letter was embossed with golden patterns, and the wording was polite. It began with compliments, mentioning they had heard of the young and promising Baron of Greenwood, and praised the excellent location of his harbor, suggesting increased trade between them. The main point followed: the Duke of the Golden Dragon Kingdom would host a grand auction in half a month where many precious treasures would be presented, all rare finds in the market. Included was a VIP invitation welcoming Baron Ron's esteemed presence. Ron had heard from Liliquin about this auction. It was an annual grand event in the nearby seas, having been held for many years and gaining increasing fame. Many fallen nobles chose to auction their family treasures, which was quite safe. Ron was also tempted. With over 20,000 golden dragons in hand which he had yet to spend, he did not wish to purchase ordinary agricultural spirit bugs, so they had been kept in his space. Now that matters in the territory were on track, and there were no potential threats, he as the Lord spent his days either training or posting notices. This had become somewhat tedious. It would be nice to go out for a change. He hadn't visited other countries since coming to this world. However, this trip was not a matter of 1 or 2 days. Just the journey would take 7 or 8 days plus the time for the auction, making the whole trip at least a month. 2 days later, Ron arranged everything within the territory and set sail. Unfortunately, Liliquin was on the verge of a breakthrough, and Eliza could not leave the territory, so they did not accompany him. This time, Ron brought only Hart and Abaddon along with a dozen subordinates. The rest of the personnel stayed behind in the territory. Standing at the bow, he waved downwards. "Set sail." The sails rose, and the merchant ship slowly departed from the dock. The figures on the shore grew smaller, and the harbor gradually became a line, ultimately disappearing from sight. The ship was naturally sponsored by Austin, a 30-meter-long, 3-masted sailboat now renamed the Great White. After some renovations, only Ron resided on the top deck. The other subordinates and sailors were crowded on the other decks. Ron stood on the deck, gazing ahead. The sea was calm, and sunlight sparkled across it like scattered gold. In the distance, a few seagulls flew, their cries blown away by the sea breeze. On the deck, Ron felt the sea breeze and looked at the azure ocean, and for a moment his spirits lifted. He cast all his worries aside. The Marquis, Mom, and the frontier all became unimportant. He quietly enjoyed the spring breeze brushing against his face. Ba ba ba! Ron's moment of self-indulgence was interrupted by the sounds of sheep. He momentarily lost his focus. Where am I? Wasn't I at sea? Why am I hearing things? Could it be that I've been indulging in beauty lately, but there are no forks in the road? Ba ba! This time Ron clearly heard it. There was indeed a sheep bleating. Ron found Hart to clarify the situation. Hart was aware of it. "My lord, when I was preparing supplies, I specifically asked the old sailor, and everything is well prepared. They have a tradition of bringing a ewe on board, supposedly for drinking sheep's milk, which is something the nobles specifically requested. I also prepared one for you, my esteemed lord." Ron felt a headache coming on. However, he couldn't blame Hart too much. He had previously been a fallen knight and had never been on a ship in his life. It was perfectly normal not to know these things. Forget it, kill the sheep and give the sailors an extra meal. Its constant bleating is annoying. Ron added, "By the way, don't send it here." On the third day since the ship left the shore, Ibadan finally stopped vomiting. For the past 2 days, he had basically been sprawled over the ship's railing, his face as green as seaweed, despite Ron forcing several bottles of healing potions down his throat, which did little to help. The sailors watched him with a mix of laughter and sympathy. An old sailor suggested he focus on the distant horizon and avoid looking down at the waves. It actually worked. By noon on the third day, Ibadan crawled out of the cabin and stood on the deck for an hour, finally managing not to vomit. He was elated, wandering around the ship, finding everything novel. Sailing on the ocean was quite boring. Apart from the sea, there was nothing else, and Ron had long lost the enthusiasm he had when they first set sail. Trapped on the same ship without any entertainment, Ron was so idle that he started playing with Ibadan. In the afternoon, the wind on the sea suddenly ceased. The sails drooped down, and the ship moved as slowly as if it were crawling. The sailors said this was a normal phenomenon, something common at sea, and that the wind would come back soon. Captain Marco stood at the stern looking at the sky, but his expression was off. "My lord," he approached and lowered his voice. "The weather feels strange. It's too quiet." Ron looked up. The sky was overcast with no wind and no waves. The sea surface was as smooth as a mirror. It was indeed too quiet. Even the seagulls had stopped calling. "Have you encountered this before?" "Twice," Marco swallowed. "Once was a storm, and the other time." He didn't finish his sentence when the ship suddenly shook. It wasn't the kind of rocking caused by waves. Something had collided with the bottom. The whole ship trembled, and wooden barrels on the deck rolled everywhere. What was that? Hart drew his sword. Ron placed his hand on the sword hilt, staring intently at the sea surface. The bottom of the ship hit something again, this time more forcefully, producing a creaking sound, as if something was pushing up from below. "Raise the sails. Hurry, raise the sails," Marco shouted. The sailors scrambled to pull the ropes, but before the sails were even halfway up, the water surface exploded. A giant sea serpent coiled up from the bow of the ship, creating a water column several meters high. It was pitch black with scales that reflected no light in the gloomy weather, resembling a layer of iron armor. Its head was as large as a wagon wheel, triangular in shape, with 2 yellow eyes and vertically slit pupils that were cold as knives. Its body was thicker than a barrel, with over 10 meters visible above the water, while the rest remained hidden beneath the surface, leaving its full length unknown. It opened its mouth, flicking its forked tongue in and out, revealing 2 rows of inward curving teeth, each as long as a dagger, glistening with bits of flesh. The sailors were so frightened that they collapsed on the deck, with someone screaming in terror, "Sea monster! A confirmed class magic beast!" Hart and Ibadan rushed forward, but unfortunately neither was a match for the creature. The serpent's tail swept Ibadan far away, crashing him hard against the railing, while Hart could only barely fend off the beast's attacks. Yet they could not hold back the creature. In just a few moments, 2 sailors had their necks bitten off and swallowed whole. Seeing this, Ron had no choice but to take action. He drew out the alchemical long sword from his space, and the fighting spirit erupted from beneath his feet, propelling him forward like an arrow. The fighting spirit infused the sword, causing a faint red glow to emanate from the blade. The massive sea serpent, unable to evade, braced itself against its armor to withstand the blow. Thud! The scales met the sword blade, splitting open, and the long sword plunged deep into the serpent's body. The wounded sea serpent let out a piercing cry. It turned its head and opened its mouth to bite at Ron. That mouth was half a person high, with densely packed teeth, and the stench of blood assaulted his senses. Ron sidestepped, narrowly avoiding the attack. As he turned, he swung his sword again, the blade slicing across the serpent's neck, leaving another half-meter-long wound. The pain drove the sea serpent into a frenzy. It violently tossed its head, its tail, emerging from the water, to swipe at Ron. That tail was as thick as a barrel, splashing water everywhere, but Ron skillfully dodged it. Instead, it was Ron who received a few more wounds. Hart and Ibadan joined him in attacking, and the sea serpent fell further into disadvantage, relying solely on its life force to endure. Ron stepped onto the serpent's head for leverage, flipping over. The serpent's tail brushed past his back, the wind from it stinging his face. It had completely lost its mind. Ron was pushed back 2 steps by the tremendous force of the serpent's body, but the serpent fared worse. Its tail was cut open, revealing a deep wound down to the bone, blood spraying out. Ron was pushed back 2 steps by the tremendous force of the serpent's body, but the serpent fared worse. Its tail was cut open, revealing a deep wound down to the bone, blood spraying out and splattering Ron. In pain, it curled up, no longer daring to attack with its tail. Otherwise, after another couple of strikes, it would lose its tail. The sea serpent, driven by pain, regained its sanity and tried to flee, but Ron clung tightly to it. Ibadan even held onto the serpent's tail without letting go, infuriating the creature, which attempted to bite him, but was blocked by Ron. After another fierce battle, lasting nearly half an hour, Ron pierced through the serpent's upper jaw with a sword. Ultimately, the sea serpent weakly lowered its body, collapsing on the ship with a muffled thud. The deck was in disarray, various items destroyed, and the serpent lay on its back motionless. Blood oozed from the wound on its head, staining the surrounding deck a dark red. No one on the ship spoke. The sailors lay collapsed in the cabin, overwhelmed by the fear of surviving the ordeal. Marco leaned against the railing, trembling, gasping for breath, his face pale. Ron sheathed his sword, standing on the deck, staring at the dead serpent. Hart was the first to snap back to reality, walking to the edge of the ship to take a look, inhaling sharply. "My lord, this creature must be 30 meters long." Marco's voice trembled. "I have sailed for 20 years, and have only seen sea serpents that were just over 10 meters long. This one," he swallowed. "This one must have lived for over 100 years." Abaddon ran over from the side. His injuries were not severe, just internal, and a bottle of medicine would suffice. He leaned over to look down, staring at the dead serpent for quite a while. In a low voice he asked, "My lord, can this serpent be eaten?" Ron didn't want to entertain the foolish giant any longer, and instructed Hart to extract the magic crystal from the beast. Then they stored the dead serpent in their space. It was just one serpent, but it nearly filled the space. That night, they began to refine the serpent. This should be the best batch of original liquid that Ron has ever refined in history. It is comparable to the 10 high-level beast corpses he stored on the orc battlefield last time, but this time the quantity is much larger enough for a small bottle. With the accumulation over the past few months, it is sufficient for Ron's body to advance to a small level, reaching the mid-level of the first rank. The training of a formal knight still requires the condensation of fighting spirit to strengthen the vortex of fighting spirit. When reaching the limit, there are two mainstream methods to break through to the second rank. The first method is to find a magical beast with the same attribute and train it as a mount, by using the magical beast mount to temper one's own fighting spirit. Magical beasts inherently possess attribute talents, and after connecting their fighting spirit with that of the mount knights, can access pure attribute power. The degree of tempering represents how far he has progressed in the Great Knight stage. The benefit is that it is relatively stable, a proven path of promotion validated by predecessors. The downside is that suitable magical beast mounts are hard to find, and it is best to cultivate them from a young age. The second method is to find a magical beast with excellent attribute potential, extract its bloodline, and merge it into oneself, embarking on the path of bloodline knights. As long as one can withstand the backlash of the bloodline, they can successfully break through to the second rank. The advantage is that they can directly advance significantly within the second rank, only needing to train their compatibility and skill proficiency. The downside is that the subsequent promotions become troublesome. It is necessary to find a similar magical beast to integrate the bloodline again. Different major categories will not work. Moreover, with each fusion the backlash becomes stronger. When reaching the limit of the second rank, to break through to the third rank knight, one must master higher level methods of attribute application. Finding a phantom beast is the most convenient, and both options are viable. In addition to that, there is a shortcut directly completing a mind battle with a dragon to become a dragon knight, which allows for unimpeded advancement after the second rank. The main focus of training is the dragon attribute laws, but other attributes can also be trained alongside. These are still quite distant for Ron. He is currently just a novice knight at the first rank. At most relying on physical strength, he can fight at the mid-level of the first rank. The next 2 days were calm and peaceful until they encountered a group of uninvited guests. He saw Abaddon standing at the bow shouting, "My lord, something is coming out of the sea again." The people on the ship immediately became tense, and Hart grabbed his sword, preparing for action. Ron looked in the direction Abaddon pointed. In the distance on the sea surface, several thin white lines were cutting long marks across the water. The white lines moved quickly, approaching the ship. Marco's expression relaxed as he said, "Naga. My lord, this is a Naga, no need to be nervous." Ron looked at him in confusion, but it eased the guard's tension. Marco explained Nagas are a common intelligent marine race in the whirlpool sea, living in tribes. They compete for territory with other marine races, and different tribes also engage in battles. The route we are taking should be passing through the territory of this Naga tribe. They will charge passing ships for gold coins. Ron found it interesting and remarked, "Isn't this just a roadblock? What happens if we don't pay?" Marco showed fear on his face. "If you don't pay, they will hide beneath the ship and create a big hole. Moreover, they live in groups, so if one is attacked, a whole swarm will come. So everyone pays the toll when sailing." Just as his words fell, the water surface split open and several figures emerged. The upper bodies were human, while the lower halves were serpentine, covered in fine scales. The leader had deep green scales, and beneath his mouth were tentacles like an octopus. He wielded a trident with twisted runes engraved on its tips. Behind him were 5 or 6 others, all armed with short spears. "Stop!" The leading male Naga spoke in a sharp, high-pitched voice, like metal scraping against stone. The ship slowed down. Ron walked to the edge of the ship, looking down at the Nagas. "Tolfi," the Naga said, his tone blunt. "How much?" Ron asked. 20 gold dragons." Cohen nodded from behind, indicating that it was a normal price. Ron took out a pouch from his pocket, counted out 20 gold dragons, and tossed them down. The Naga caught it, looked it over, and nodded in satisfaction. Then he led his companions to submerge back into the water, and Ron watched them swim near the ship. Curiously, he asked, "What are they doing?" Marco quietly explained beside him, "My lord, after they collect the money, they will protect the merchant ship as it leaves their territory, trying to prevent any incidents." In the past, there were tribes that did not follow the rules. They not only collected fees, but also robbed merchant ships based on the amount of cargo they carried. After several incidents, merchant ships stopped passing through there. So now there is such a rule. Ron nodded, appreciating that there were rules to follow. After leaving the Naga's waters, they did not encounter any more unusual events. The merchant ships encountered on the sea gradually increased. Violet Sea City had arrived. By the time the ship docked, it was almost dark. The dock of Violet Sea City was much larger than Ron had imagined. The breakwater extended far out, enclosing a bay into a natural harbor. The dock was filled with masts of all sizes, with ships packed closely together, resembling a grove of trees stripped of their leaves. The cranes creaked as they turned, hoisting cargo boxes from the ships. Porters carried boxes across the gangplanks, the smell of sweat mixed with fishy odors blown away by the sea breeze. Ibadan stood at the ship's railing watching all of this. He had never seen so many ships or so many people. The dock was bustling with people, including merchants in long robes, bare-chested sailors, and customs officers in uniforms, checking the cargo boxes one by one. "My lord, this city is so big." Ibadan was leaning over the ship's railing, his eyes wide open. He no longer felt seasick and was full of energy, finding everything new. Hart walked over and whispered, "My lord, I will go handle the port entry procedures." Captain Marco said the invitation for the auction can exempt us from inspection. Ron nodded and handed him the invitation. Hart disembarked and returned shortly with a customs officer in uniform who was smiling broadly. "Baron Ron, welcome, welcome." The man bowed. "Your ship can dock here without any docking fees. Would you like me to help you find accommodation?" Ron glanced at him. "Are there any inns nearby?" Yes. The man pulled out a piece of paper listing several inns' names and addresses. "These are all good options close to the auction venue. However, if my lord prefers a quieter place, there are estates outside the city available for rent, although they are a bit far." Ron thought for a moment. "Let's rent a courtyard, it's quieter." The man nodded and circled several addresses on the paper. "These are good options with large courtyards enough to accommodate more than 10 people. It's not far from the auction venue, just a 15-minute walk. 5 gold dragons a day." Ron handed over the money, and the man called over a servant to lead them to choose a place to stay. After disembarking, Ron led his companions into the city. The dock connected to a wide stone-paved road flanked by warehouses and shops. As they went further in, the streets became narrower but livelier. Taverns, inns, blacksmith shops, and nightingale houses were lined up next to each other. Signs hung over the doorways, some depicting wine cups, others showing hammers, and some were dazzlingly white, making people dizzy. There were many people on the road. There were well-dressed merchants, porters carrying cargo boxes, and several armored mercenaries swaggering down the middle of the road, making anyone they encountered step aside. On the roadside, several street performers were entertaining. One was playing a flute, and another was charming a snake, surrounded by a crowd watching. The commercial atmosphere was a prosperity Ron couldn't experience in the frontier. In the Brass Duchy, only the capital Adrian could rival the prosperity of this place. Ibadan walked slowly, looking around, and several times almost bumped into others. "My lord, what is that?" He pointed to a shop sign which depicted a roasted chicken. "A roasted chicken shop. If you have money, you can eat." Ibadan touched his pocket and fell silent. After tossing him a few silver coins, they soon had a roasted chicken in hand. Ron remarked, "It's fresh, since it's my first time in the city." They continued along the stone-paved road. The further they walked, the wider the street became, and the buildings appeared more magnificent. The shops on either side were no longer grocery stores and taverns, but silk shops, jewelry stores, and weapon shops with items displayed in the windows appearing expensive. The pedestrians on the road had also changed. No longer were there bare-chested sailors and dirty porters, but well-dressed gentlemen and ladies walking leisurely, holding dogs and fanning themselves. Ron looked down at his clothes. Although they weren't too shabby compared to these people, they seemed shabby. He didn't mind and continued walking. The servant led them into an alley and pushed open a wooden door. Inside was a courtyard of 300 or 400 square feet, directly facing a 2-story small building with a dozen side rooms beside it. In the courtyard stood an old tree with a stone table and stone benches underneath. Though somewhat old, they were kept clean. There was also a begonia tree beside it, blooming vigorously. "My lord, this is it." The servant handed over the key. "There are firewood, rice, and salt in the kitchen. To buy vegetables, you just need to go to the street corner. If you need anything, just let me know." Ron walked around the courtyard and was quite satisfied. There were 3 bedrooms upstairs, and the hall downstairs was large enough to seat over 10 people. The side rooms were just right for his subordinates to stay. Hart led the group to start tidying up, moving their belongings from the ship. After settling in, it was already getting dark. Ron called Hart over. You go check the auction venue and see if you can find out the list of auction items. Hart agreed and changed into inconspicuous clothes before heading out. Ron sat by the stone table in the courtyard watching the shadows of the trees above. The evening glow in the sky was fading with stars gradually lighting up one by one. He hadn't brought any servants this time, and he was still unfamiliar with the situation. He could only share a roasted chicken with Ibadan. The two of them had their dinner this way. When Hart returned, it was already completely dark. My lord, I found out the details. He lowered his voice. The auction will be held 3 days later at the Violet Commercial House in the city center. It will last for a total of 2 days. The first day will feature ordinary treasures, and the second day will showcase the main event. I've managed to find out most of the auction items. Hey, race the list. He pulled out a piece of paper filled with dense writing. Ron took it and glanced at it. Magical metal armor, alchemical shields, fighting spirit, refining potions. And premium slaves will be auctioned. These are all good items, but they can only be considered normal goods at the auction, along with about 10 mysterious items. These are the treasures that attract many great nobles every year. Ron placed the list on the stone table, leaning back in his chair, so there's nothing to do for these 3 days. Hart thought for a moment. I've heard there is also a trading market around here. Many people set up stalls before and after the auction. There are many rumors that some have found treasures there. Ron became interested. Let's go take a look tomorrow. The next morning, Ron set out with Hart and the others. Violet Sea City was even more bustling during the day than at night, with more nobles arriving as the auction approached. This was a rare annual carnival for the merchants. Sure enough, next to the auction venue there was a trading market set up with a row of tents and crowds coming and going. Some were shouting to sell goods while others were bargaining. Ron strolled slowly, finding it quite interesting. Merchant A: this item I have was acquired from a fallen 1,000-year noble. He'll sell it to you for 998 gold dragons. Buyer: really? I'm so lucky. At another stall. Buyer B: boss, this item looks alright, I'll take it all. You're giving me these scraps as a bonus. Boss: well, fine. After completing the transaction, both parties smiled. Ron watched the various performances in the market and felt as if he had returned to the moment he sold a piece of Zhou bronze, where for 3,800. Ron didn't expect anything from this market anymore. He was just here for entertainment. After wandering around for a while, he suddenly felt a lightness at his waist. Without turning around, Ron reached back with his hand, grabbing a wrist. The wrist was slender, and after being grasped by him, it stiffened suddenly. Ron turned around. In front of him stood a young woman dressed in a long robe wearing a hood. Upon recognizing her, Ron exclaimed, "Oh, little pink fur." The other party obviously stiffened for a moment. The hood slipped down, revealing a cascade of pink hair that flowed over her shoulders, glistening softly in the afternoon sunlight. It was a very white face, as white as fine porcelain, with a pointed chin and lips of a delicate pink that seemed naturally rosy. Her eyes were a light purple, currently wide open like a cat whose tail had just been stepped on. She was indeed beautiful. Ron had never seen such a type since arriving in this world. It was neither the dignified nobility of Lu Li Chuan nor the languid charm of Ellis, but rather a kind of sweet, vibrant beauty that made one want to touch her, if she weren't in the act of stealing his purse. "Brother, you hurt me." Her voice was delicate and soft with a slight tremor, her brows slightly furrowed, as if she had been pinched. Ron was shocked. Indeed, one should not judge by appearances. Was she really this deceptive? "How old are you?" "Just turned 18. What the hell? Where did this T-sec prodigy come from? Such astonishing talent at such a young age." The little pink-haired girl immediately gave up, trying to grab the purse as soon as Ron grasped her wrist. At this moment, the two of them looked like Ron was refusing to let go of her wrist, as if he were being a rogue. "Brother, did I offend you in some way?" "I'm really sorry. It's all my fault. It's because I wasn't paying attention while walking and didn't see you. Could you be gentler? My hand is going to break." Her long eyelashes were slightly lowered and her eyes were already red-rimmed. Those light purple eyes were glistening as if misty, her lips slightly pursed, showing a hint of grievance and stubbornness. She looked pitiful without a trace of acting. Passers-by nearby had started to look over. Ron was somewhat speechless at this little pink-haired girl's series of attacks. He never expected to taste new tea in another world, only to be pecked in the eye by her. Just when the two were at a standoff, a few women approached, led by a middle-aged woman dressed as a mercenary. It appeared to be a companion of the little pink-haired girl. "Lilith, what's wrong? Why is this gentleman holding on to you?" "It must be that you accidentally bumped into a noble," who quickly apologized to the noble. The other party also delivered a smooth little combo, pretending to be the oppressed party. "Yes, I'm sorry." Lilith's eyes were red and tears were about to spill. "Sir, we are just a few weak women. Could you let us go?" Ron glanced at them. They were of average looks, and he thought to himself, where did this old tea cake come from? Because as soon as little pink-haired Lilith was caught by Ron, she had given up trying to grab the purse. Thus Ron had no way to prove she was a thief. At this moment, the surrounding crowd had gathered, chattering about all sorts of things. For an ordinary person, they would have long been silenced by the surrounding voices of gossip, possibly even turning red with anger. But Ron was clearly not an ordinary person, he was a noble. Nobles do not need to reason with commoners. Ron clapped his hands. Not bad, a very good performance. Let's go, follow me to the noble court. The faces of the few women changed instantly. They trembled as they said, "My lord, you are a noble." Ron leisurely put on the family emblem that represented the nobility. He did not wear it at all times. Seeing this, the women felt as if their hearts had sunk. The crowd that had gathered to watch had already dispersed the moment Ron spoke. The leading woman pleaded with a face full of desperation, "My lord, this time it was our fault. We are willing to compensate. Please let us go this time." No commoner wants to go to the noble court. Once involved with the nobility, there's no good outcome. Regardless of the truth, you'd be judged as disrespectful to the nobles, and don't think you can come out without losing a few layers of skin. What if the commoners were truly at fault? Ridiculous. If a commoner made a mistake, why would it even come to this step of going to the noble court? A few whips would leave you half dead. If you die, the worst that could happen is having to drink 3 cups of punishment wine with the local lord. Ron glanced at them and said indifferently, "Let's talk somewhere else." In a quiet little tavern, Ron ordered a private room. Once seated, he remained silent, merely observing the few women in front of him. Lilith sat at the edge, her head bowed, twisting the hem of her clothes, her eyelashes still wet, occasionally sniffing, looking extremely pitiful. She was still performing, having honed her tea skills to perfection. "Ooh, I could cry." The middle-aged woman sat in the center, her posture very straight, her expression shifting from panic to vigilance. The other 3 young women huddled at the back, not daring to raise their heads. "What's your name?" Ron asked the middle-aged woman. Her voice was steady. "I am Kelly, the vice-captain of the Blood Moon Mercenary Group." "Mercenary Group? Just you few?" Ron raised an eyebrow. Kelly fell silent for a moment. There used to be more than 20. Now, only these remain. Why? There was a mishap during an escort mission. Kelly gritted her teeth. The employer wasn't truthful, and we were ambushed. Captain Selena held the rear and was captured. Others either died or scattered. Ron glanced at Lilith. She was still twisting the hem of her clothes, but her ears were perked up, obviously listening. "Captain, is this related to why you came to steal money?" he asked. "Yes, after the captain was captured, she was sold to a slave trader. We inquired for a long time before we learned that she was sent to the Violet Sea City for auction. The auction invited nobles to participate. Commoners needed to provide 5,000 gold dragons for verification to attend. We were all trying to find ways to raise money. Lilith was raised by the captain, and after the captain was captured, her actions might have become a bit extreme." "How much have you raised?" Ron asked. Kelly lowered her head. "We gathered for half a month and barely raised 800. Ron said with a teasing tone, "So you came to steal from me?" Lilith stiffened, biting her lip, remaining silent. "I'm asking you a question," Ron said. "I." Her voice was soft and delicate, carrying a hint of tears. "I had no other way. The auction starts the day after tomorrow, and we still haven't raised enough money." Ron looked at her, her face resembling a weeping pear blossom, and said, "Introduce your captain." Lilith quickly spoke up. "Brother, our captain's name is Selena. She is 28 years old and a mid-level knight attendant." Ron said with interest, "Oh." Looking at her expectant gaze, Ron smiled with a hint of mischief. "I can take you into the auction free of charge." Lilith immediately wiped away the tear from the corner of her eye, holding onto one of Ron's arms and shaking it. "You're so kind, brother. I'm so grateful to you." Ron was also shaken by her, feeling a flutter in his heart. "But once we're inside, you're on your own. Oh, if you need help later, it will come at a cost." "Okay, brother, we'll talk about that later." Lilith smiled slyly behind Ron's back. "Gotcha." After Lilith and her group left, Ron leisurely took out the list of auction items. The list had a clear line of writing. Mercenary Group Captain Selena, 28 years old, mid-level knight attendant. Starting bid 1,000 gold dragons. The next 2 days were uneventful. Ron spent his time in the courtyard, occasionally stepping out to stroll around the city. Soon the day of the auction arrived. The auction was held at the Violet Trading Company in the city center. It was a grand 3-story stone building adorned with lavish decorations, and 2 marble columns at the entrance were carved with violet flower patterns. The steps were covered with a red carpet, and attendants in uniforms stood on either side, checking each invitation. By the time Ron arrived, a line had already formed at the entrance. Carriages arrived one after another, disembarking nobles and merchants dressed in silk. There were also several officers in military uniforms, the gems on their swords dazzling in the sunlight. Lilith and her companions stood in a nearby alley by the entrance, hesitant to approach. When she saw Ron arrive, her anxious eyes suddenly lit up, and in the next moment, she began to jog towards him. Today she wore a light pink satin dress, cinched at the waist, her pink hair flowing freely as she ran, making it hard for Ron to look away. As she reached him, she held her chest and gasped for breath, seemingly out of breath from running. Yet a smile remained on her face, though dark circles under her eyes indicated she hadn't slept well. She came running over, her voice soft and sweet. Brother, you're here. I just arrived too. Seeing her playful demeanor, Ron felt intrigued to play along. He handed the VIP invitation to the attendant at the entrance. The attendant glanced at it briefly, and the group entered the auction without obstruction. Lilith and the others followed behind Ron, all of them unfamiliar with such places, unsure where to look. The auction hall was vast, resembling a large theater. In front was the auction stage, and behind it were rows of seats, while the second floor had an open viewing area with small compartments in between. The third floor was a circle of private rooms separated by glass-like material, allowing a view outside while obscuring the inside. Ron's invitation granted him a small booth on the second floor. It was not large, but the view was decent. The first floor had similar booths occupied by barons and noble youths. Wealthy barons and viscounts like Ron were seated on the second floor, while the third floor housed the upper nobles. Brother, you're impressive. Ew, I thought we would be sitting below. Lilith tilted her head to look at him, her light purple eyes sparkling. Although she disliked green tea, it was only because it was something to look at, but not to consume. If one could actually eat it, who wouldn't want a little green tea by their side, being considerate and caring for your feelings? They chatted for a while. The auction began. A middle-aged man in a black robe stepped onto the stage, standing behind the auction podium. He cleared his throat, and his voice resonated throughout the hall, evidently enhanced by some magical artifact. Dear guests, welcome to the Violet Trading Company's spring auction. I am your old friend Merlin. The rules are the same as always. The highest bidder wins with immediate delivery. The first item up for bid. He lifted the red cloth from a table nearby, revealing a longsword. The scabbard was black, adorned with several dark red gems, and there was an inscription on the hilt. Crafted by a master dwarf, the blade is made entirely of magical metal, with a chi conduction rate of up to 70%, cutting through iron like mud. Starting bid, 800 gold dragons. Someone in the audience raised a paddle. Bids began to rise. 1,000. 1,002. 1,005. Ron watched without making a move. A sword crafted by a dwarf was indeed a fine item, but he primarily used a weapon for ambushes in direct combat. He currently preferred a wolf-tooth club, which required no craftsmanship, just heft. The first item was snapped up by a man resembling an officer for 2,200 gold dragons. Following that, several more items were auctioned off. A potion said to extend life by 10 years, and a scroll capable of withstanding a night's strike, among others. At this level of auction, magical potion sprites were also plentiful, averaging 3,000 gold dragons each. Ron did not participate in the bidding. He currently had 10 magical potion sprites in his territory, more than enough. The main issue was that the potion production efficiency from the sprites he was using was not high. He had to consume a potion after just a short period of cultivation. The key was that the effects were not very good. Only potions produced by smaller sprites could allow for normal cultivation. Bella's 10 acres of land were all under Ron's control. This time he mainly wanted to see if he could bid on a magical potion sprite. But soon Ron's hopes were dashed. The host on stage announced next item up for bid, a hyacinth magical potion sprite, starting bid 10,000 gold dragons. 15,000. 17,000. Ron also raised his bid a few times, but was quickly surpassed. As the price for the little sprite broke through 20,000 gold dragons, Ron's interest faded. He would have to rely on the enthusiastic neighbors around him. That old rascal Austin seemed to have won. Ultimately, the magical potion sprite was sold for 28,000 gold dragons. Lilith sat beside him, initially excited to watch, but soon grew bored and started looking around. Her gaze occasionally drifted towards the slave auction area below, where there was a closed door that obscured the view inside. As the auction reached its midpoint, the auctioneer clapped his hands. Next is the segment you have all been eagerly anticipating, the auction of quality slaves. The audience quieted down a bit. Some sat up straighter, eyes wide in anticipation. The auctioneer waved his hand, and the side door opened, bringing a few slaves onto the stage. All were males dressed in matching gray robes, heads bowed with ropes tied around their wrists. Lilith sat upright beside Ron, her posture straight, hands resting on her knees, her knuckles turning white. The first batch consists of 3 mid-tier knight attendants and 1 high-tier, all males. They are strong and capable. Starting bid, 200 gold dragons each. Some in the audience raised their paddles, but the interest was low. The auctioneer clearly sensed this situation. Male slaves were difficult to sell. The key was that it was uncertain what they could be used for, and one had to guard against their escape. This segment soon concluded. Haha, a few little distractions. Friends, next up is your favorite segment. Without further ado, let's get to the items. This time 5 women came up, all very young and specially dressed in new outfits. Their heads bowed, hair styled to reveal their faces. Lilith and her companions widened their eyes to take a closer look, but unfortunately their leader was not among them. Their hearts raced like a roller coaster. 5 low-tier knight attendants, young, good-looking, and healthy. The auctioneer's voice was filled with excitement. Starting bid, 800 gold dragons. The murmurs grew louder in the audience. 800. The men in front were only 200. Women are different. They are attractive and young. Any children born from them will have good combat talent. Upon hearing the starting bid, Lilith and her friends' expressions changed. In the past 2 days they had scrounged together everything they could sell, barely managing to gather 1,000 gold dragons, but it seemed quite perilous now. However, a glimmer of hope still lingered in their hearts. She stared at the 5 women on stage, her fingers gripping the hem of her clothes tighter and tighter. The bidding began. 900, 1,000, 1,002. The price surged, indicating that they were much more sought after than the male slaves. Ultimately, the 5 were sold for prices ranging from 1,002 to 1,005. Lilith's hands trembled. Margaret sat behind, her lips pressed into a thin line. Ron glanced at them, but said nothing. The side door opened again, revealing 3 women. They were slightly older than the previous batch, but still very young. The oldest didn't seem to be over 30. One had long brown hair, very fair skin, and was indeed beautiful. The other 2 were not lacking either. The third batch consists of 3 mid-tier knight attendants, young, attractive, and with excellent combat talent. Starting bid 1,000 gold dragons. The audience erupted in excitement. 1,004, 1,006, 1,007. Lilith's face turned as white as paper. Their leader Selena was among them. Upon hearing the bids in the hall, their hearts sank. The women huddled at the back, some already starting to wipe away tears. Lilith clutched her money pouch tightly, but it was already futile. It was over. Tears fell like beads. This little green tea now exuded a sense of fragility, evoking a twinge of pity. With red eyes filled with despair, she turned to Ron. "Dove, help me." Looking into her watery eyes, Ron could see her genuine feelings. But she quickly snapped back to reality. This little green tea had too many buffs. It was likely that only her initial despair was real, while the subsequent displays of weakness were merely a strategic act. It was all to elicit sympathy and seek Ron's help. Once Ron truly intervened, she would probably say, "Thank you, brother." And that would be the end of it. The main point was that it was all voluntary on her part. After Ron remained silent for a while, the bids in the hall gradually ceased. The little pink-haired girl grew increasingly anxious. "Dove, brother." Ron looked at her with amusement. "I mentioned before that I would bring you in for free, but seeking my help after entering comes at a cost. You called me brother before, and I didn't mind, but now what should you call me?" Little Pink Hair was dazed. But as the bidding was about to stop, she could only awkwardly say, "Bang, bang." "Please." Ron smiled with satisfaction. This little Pink Hair had clearly read many tales and was likely a heavy patient. He then began to bid 2,500 gold dragons. Yes, the price in the arena was not outrageously high. This batch, to be honest, did not differ significantly from the previous one. Although she was a mid-tier knight's retainer, she was indeed older than before. In the end, Ron successfully bid for Lilith's leader at the price of 2,800 gold dragons. Seeing the auctioneer's hammer fall, Lilith and the others finally let out a sigh of relief. Little Pink Hair went limp, leaning on the railing and gasping for breath. Thinking that she would soon be able to retrieve Sister Selena, her tense body had not completely relaxed, but the corners of her mouth were already curling up. However, when she turned around and saw Ron staring at her, her little face fell again. According to the tales, she definitely couldn't escape now. Lilith, who had read over 100 books of the overbearing Baron loves me, thought to herself. Then she steeled her heart. Lilith dared to take responsibility for her actions, even if it meant being bitten by him. Ron watched as Little Pink Hair's expression changed, as if she were talking to herself, and found it amusing. He then auctioned off some apprentice mages who fetched even higher prices. Who wouldn't want to see a couple of mages emerge from their family? However, Ron did not participate in these, waiting for the main. After the auction, Ron went to handle the paperwork. He paid his gold dragons and received a contract. He folded the contract neatly and tucked it into his bosom, while Hart went to receive the person. As he walked out of the business, Lilith and the others were already waiting at the door. Upon seeing the leader Selena come out, they immediately surrounded her. Lilith linked her arm with hers like a child, her eyes still red, but smiling happily. Selena was a fallen noble who had formed a women's mercenary group, gathering strength to hope to restore her family's glory. However, after being sold as a slave this time, she had come to terms with reality. Life in the slave group was truly unbearable. If you disobey, you get locked in a dark room, starved for a few meals, and deprived of sleep. If she hadn't been able to fetch a good price, she would have suffered even more physical punishment, though otherwise she might have long since succumbed to humiliation and committed suicide. But after becoming a slave, it's not like you can just succeed in suicide whenever you want. Other slaves, tortured to the point of mental breakdown, found it hard to commit suicide and were left feeling numb. Seeing the state of the other slaves, Selena also experienced tremendous mental torment. When she was sent onto the auction stage, she was numb, thinking it was better this way than staying in the slave group. When she saw the final bidder and noticed Ron's companions, hope reignited in her eyes. The few of them embraced and cried. After a while, they finally calmed down. Ron spoke. "Let's talk in another place." At Ron's residence. In the reception room on the first floor. At this time Selena learned from her teammates about some of their intersections with Ron. Her eyes were complex. There was no reason for him to help them like this. He must have some ulterior motive. Ron looked at the group of silent women, cleared his throat, and opened his mouth. What are your plans next? I don't know, the Blood Moon mercenary group has been obliterated. Oh, let's take it one step at a time from here on out. Selena tried to speak. Thank you so much this time, I will repay you. I am a mid-tier knight's retainer and can take on tasks. The rewards will all be given to you. Ron waved his hand saying, no need, someone has already paid the price. You all can just go about your business. At this, little pink hair trembled. Then she seemed to have made up her mind. I will stay in Violet Sea City for a few more days. If you encounter any trouble, feel free to find me. After getting to know the situation a bit, Ron let them return to their residence. Ron was not worried that they would take the opportunity to escape. Selena had a special mark on the back of her neck, which was the sign of a slave. It required a special potion to remove. The potion that came with the auction had not yet been given to them. As the group was about to leave, Little Pink Hair was seen talking. After a brief argument, Little Pink Hair walked back to Ron herself. Ron was surprised. It turned out she was truly clever and understood his thoughts. Not wanting to make you say it first. Brother, I want to go to the auction again tomorrow. How can you take me for another day? Yeah. Lilith stood in front of him, looking up at him, her light purple eyes reflecting admiration. Sure. Then you can stay here for the night. There are plenty of rooms. Thank you, Dove. She spoke in a cooing voice, twisting the hem of her clothes, looking a little shy. In the middle of the night, a strange sound came from Ron's door. Then a figure stealthily entered the room and was subdued in one swift motion. Lilith looked up, blushing as she faced Ron. Dove, you're on top of me. Looking at her pink hair half covering her cheeks, a strand sticking to the corner of her mouth. Her eyes were bright, her lips slightly pursed, a bit nervous and a bit expectant. Ron naturally would not remain unperturbed. He first checked Little Pink Hair all over. After confirming that she was not carrying any dangerous items, Ron finally felt relieved. Lilith had already become parched from Ron's earlier inspection. Now she appeared as if she was at anyone's disposal. Soon, under the candlelight, their figures intertwined. Summer was approaching, and it had begun to rain outside without her noticing. The rain pattered down, falling onto the courtyard ground, quickly forming a puddle. A begonia in the yard had withered somewhat from the heavy rain that night. Red petals fell onto the wet ground, quite eye-catching. That night was filled with lingering affection. Afterward, Ron's fingers circled around Lilith's hair. Is your hair naturally pink? Lilith, still not recovering from the moment, whimpered in response. Him. Then you should dye it uniformly. I will dye it in a few days. Cough cough. Morning. Lilith was awakened by the light. She groggily opened her eyes and noticed that the curtains were not drawn tightly, allowing a beam of sunlight to seep through the gap and shine on her face. She huffed softly, turned over, and buried her face into the pillow. However, she felt a dull ache all over. Even her low-ranking knightly body could hardly withstand it. It felt as if she had been crushed repeatedly by a huge rock. Someone beside her shifted slightly. Only then did she remember that this was not her room. The memories of last night surged back into her mind. Her face flushed red as she shrank back under the covers, exposing only a few strands of her pink hair. Is this what it's like to experience what is written in the stories? Finally, I have experienced it. Are you awake? Ron's voice came from beside her, carrying a hint of amusement. Lilith responded with a muffled from under the covers, unwilling to come out. Are you feeling suffocated? Not suffocated. Ron reached out and tugged at the blanket. Lilith's face emerged, flushed, her eyes glistening with moisture, afraid to look at him. Does it still hurt? Ron asked gently, which was rare for him. Indeed, he had been a bit rough last night, and this little green tea had played hard. She replied, her voice soft and delicate. Ron took out a bottle of healing potion from his space. Seeing her drink it down, his tightly furrowed brows relaxed slightly. What kind of potion is this? It works so quickly. It's a healing potion I've treasured. It's very precious. Ron teased her. Lilith acknowledged this, and then licked the bottle once more. Watching her actions, Ron felt a hint of agitation. Lilith provocatively said, What's wrong? Brother, you have no idea that you're playing with fire. I only know that my figure is very graceful. Bring on the storm. This time Lilith completely couldn't accompany Ron to the auction. Although her injuries had healed, her stamina was completely depleted. After preparing, Ron took out a porcelain bottle from his space and handed it to her. The bottle was small and light blue, containing half a bottle of liquid. This is a potion to remove the slave mark. Take it back to Selena. Lilith took it, clutching it in her hand, looking down at it for a moment. What's wrong? Nothing, she replied softly. I thought you would keep it for when we ask you later. Ron glanced at her and said, Am I that kind of person? Lilith lifted her head, gazing at his face, and then smiled. She emerged from under the covers, knelt on the bed, wrapped her arms around his neck, and gave him a quick kiss on the face. No, brother is a good person. Then she quickly shrank back under the covers, wrapping herself into a bundle. Ron touched the spot where he had been kissed, stood up, adjusted his clothes, and pushed the door open to leave. The auction venue was even livelier today than yesterday. Even the private rooms on the third floor were fully occupied. Merlin had changed into a deep red robe today, his hair neatly combed, standing on stage with a cheerful smile. Dear guests, welcome back. Every item up for auction today is a masterpiece. The rules remain the same, the highest bidder wins. The first item, he lifted a red cloth to reveal a fist-sized crystal ball. The sphere was transparent with a pale blue light swirling inside, as if it were alive. An ancient magical artifact, a detection crystal. After infusing it with magical energy, it can detect magical fluctuations within a 10-mile radius. It excels at finding or veins, tracking magical beasts, and investigating enemy situations. The starting bid is 10,000 gold dragons. The audience buzzed with discussion. 12,000. 15,000. Soon the price soared to over 20,000. Ron also thought this item was quite good, but unfortunately he lacked the financial means. In the end, it was bought by a private room on the third floor for 25,000 gold dragons. Behind the curtain, a figure was vaguely visible, casually raising a bidding paddle, as if throwing away pocket change. Next, several more items were presented. A set of noble attire capable of self-cleaning, temperature regulation, and resisting low-level magical attacks started at 5,000. A bottle of incense said to allow ordinary people to briefly enter a meditative state starting at 3,000 was bought by a merchant. In short, all sorts of unusual items were presented, none of which were on the auction list. Ron watched, feeling envious. Among them was a particular item that he decided to bid on. It was a slave scroll starting at 10,000 gold dragons. This scroll can enslave someone at the soul level. Once enslaved, they will never betray. Unfortunately, it only works on beings below the first tier. Above that, if the subject resists the enslavement, will fail, wasting the scroll. That is why the starting bid was set so low. However, Ron clearly underestimated the allure of this item, as nearly everyone in the private room on the third floor was bidding. They didn't care about 10,000 gold dragons. It was worth it to gamble for a completely loyal subordinate, choosing a talented individual to use or a talented knight who had been defeated. Those who were enslaved would almost certainly lose all hope of advancing to the third-tier. Dragons would not allow such slaves to pass through the mental battle. Therefore, becoming a third tier through dragon knights and phantom beast knights was nearly impossible. But even acquiring an absolutely loyal formal knight would be a gain. If by chance this slave advanced to a second-tier knight, that would be even better. In the end, this slave scroll exceeded 20,000 gold dragons, leaving Ron with no choice but to give up. He had originally planned to bring 20,000 gold dragons to splurge, but upon arriving, he found everyone was wealthy. Ron could only act as a cash cow in the frontier with this amount of money. Fortunately, he was not entirely empty-handed. The next item up for auction was a suit of armor. The armor was entirely silver-white, engraved with intricate patterns, and shimmered with a faint glow under the light. A full-body armor made of magical metal forged by a dwarf master, infused with mithril. It weighs only half as much as ordinary plate armor, but has 3 times the defense. A formal knight wearing it could increase their combat power by 30%. The starting bid is 8,000 gold dragons. Ron straightened up. He wanted this item. Although he was also wearing specially made full-body armor, any high-ranking follower with fighting aura could break through its defense. This made Ron feel very insecure. If he switched to this set, combat would be much more comfortable. He would hardly have to worry about low-tier riffraff. 9,000, 10,000, 12,000. Ron bid along for a while before finally raising his paddle. 15,000. In the end, he successfully acquired it. After buying the armor, the subsequent auctions were largely irrelevant to Ron. A few magical beast cubs appeared afterward, causing a frenzy among the great nobles in the venue. The price soared to 60 or 70,000 gold dragons. The atmosphere of the entire auction became increasingly heated. The items that followed were also more and more precious, with various treasures, alchemical items, space equipment, and so on. Ordinary little elves could no longer take the stage. At the very least, they had to be potion elves or agricultural elves. In the subsequent auctions, Ron only bought a few sets of high-tier potions. Produced by the great elves, 1 bottle costs 100 gold dragons. He bought 50 bottles, spending 5,000. This would be enough for him to use for a while when he returned to his territory. Having spent nearly all the gold dragons he brought, next was just to watch the excitement. Ladies and gentlemen, next is today's second to last auction item. After clapping his hands, a side door opened, and a servant came up holding a jade box. When the jade box was opened, it revealed a chubby doll the size of an arm, curled up with a pair of transparent wings on its back, as if asleep. A great elf of the moonlight rose variety. A potion type covering an area of 50 acres, producing great elf-level potions that are extremely beneficial for the cultivation of formal knights. The audience's discussions were louder than for any previous item. A great elf. It really is a great elf. The moonlight rose variety, what a good item. What is the starting bid? Merlin raised his hand. The starting bid is 100,000 gold dragons. Ron leaned back in his chair watching the Moonlight Rose Great Elf being auctioned, thinking, this can't possibly belong to the Liuli Chuan family. Then isn't that mine? Big guts. However, Ron still chose to act from his heart. There were quite a few formal knights in this venue, and there were probably great knights as well. Today, losing a great elf is truly painful. The magical potion Great Spirit is incredibly precious even for the nobility. It is rarely encountered. After all, a Great Spirit can live for 200 years. Even if it takes decades to advance to a Great Spirit, there are still over 100 years left. It can certainly be a family's foundation. Thus the price keeps rising. Most bids are coming from the private boxes on the 3rd floor. In the first box on the right, an old voice leisurely said 280,000. Before the bidding could end, a higher price quickly followed, 290,000. Most of these nobles are marquises from nearby nations or wealthy grand dukes. Many of them are familiar with one another. As the fierce competition continued, only Count Sanche and Marquis Jujiao remained in the bidding. Marquis Jujiao's aged voice remained calm, 395,000. Count Sanche fell silent for a moment, then raised his paddle, 400,000. The hall fell silent for an instant. 400,000 gold dragons for a magical potion, Great Spirit, isn't unreasonable. It can be recouped in decades. But the key question is who can take out so many gold dragons at once. The nobles usually have considerable expenses for defending their territories. It's likely that Count Sanche is drawing from his family's reserves. The old voice did not respond further. The auctioneer raised his hammer, 400,000 first time. 400,000 second time. 400,000 third time. Sold. When the Great Spirit was taken down, Ron was still leaning back in his chair, feeling unsettled. For Ron, not making a profit felt like a loss. The next item up for auction was even more insane. The final price reached a terrifying 600,000 gold dragons. After the auction ended, Ron was still in shock, unable to regain his composure. After completing the paperwork paying the money, he received the set of armor and 50 bottles of potions. Ron then returned to his residence. Lilith and Selena had been waiting for some time. It seemed they had matters to discuss. At this moment, the slave mark on Selena's neck had vanished, and she appeared much more spirited than the day before. She walked to the stone table, stood still, and bowed to Ron. My lord. Her voice was still somewhat hoarse. I have some matters to discuss with you. Ron had no intention of recruiting this remnants of a mercenary group. The reason was still the same. Ron had secrets and did not want to rely on untrustworthy individuals. To Ron, this mercenary group seemed unreliable, lacking even familial ties. Ron nodded, indicating for her to sit down. Selena did not sit, but stood there. The mercenary group has disbanded. Only a few of us are left, and continuing doesn't hold much meaning. After discussing it, we decided to part ways. Her voice was calm. I've also come to understand that in the eyes of the nobility, female knights are sometimes worth more than the goods they are meant to protect. Continuing, as a mercenary, who knows when we might be sold again. At that time, such good fortune might not be available. Ron listened quietly to her words, waiting for her to continue. Kelly and the others all have places to go. She paused. I want to find a place to settle down and live quietly without any more upheaval. She paused, lowered her head, fell silent for a while, then lifted her head to look at Ron. But Lilith is someone I saved, and she has been with the mercenary group. Once it disbands, she has nowhere to go. Following me to find a place to hide isn't a good choice for her either. I just want to ask, can she follow you in the future? I asked Lilith, and she is willing. After Selena finished speaking, Ron glanced at the little pink-haired girl. To his surprise, she seemed to be shy. The little pink-haired girl stood beside them, twisting the corner of her clothes, lowering her head, murmuring, listening to Pigeon. Selena was accustomed to seeing the little pink-haired girl like this. Although Lilith's personality is somewhat hard to evaluate, she is still quite adorable. Ron hurriedly replied, no. I like her just the way she is. Then it's settled. She will follow me from now on. I will treat her well. Upon hearing this, the little pink-haired girl instantly became emotional. Tears streamed down her face as she clutched Selena's sleeve. Sister Selena, I can't bear to leave you, boo-hoo. Come with me. Let's never part. As she spoke, she looked to Ron for help, genuinely wanting to take Selena along. Ron hesitated. Bringing one more person along wasn't impossible. She was the little pink-haired girl's guardian sister, and her strength was decent. Ron thought for a moment and decided to take Selena in as well. Seeing the little pink-haired girl like this, Selena also decided to go along. After all, she only wanted a place to spend her later years. Anywhere would suffice. Okay, stop crying. Selena's voice softened. She walked over, stood in front of Lilith, and brushed the hair from her forehead behind her ear. You've always been like this, clinging to whoever you get attached to. Her voice was gentle. You used to cling to me when we were kids, and now. She did not finish her sentence and glanced at Ron. After the two sisters finished their heartfelt conversation, Selena took her leave. With her sister gone, Lilith naturally stayed behind to accompany Ron. It took her a while to calm her emotions. The little pink-haired girl sat in Ron's lap, tears still clinging to her eyelashes, and whispered in his ear, Pigeon, I bought the potions. Are you going to help me? The next morning Ron took Lilith out to buy things. The streets of Violet Sea City were quieter than the day before. The auction had ended and many nobles from out of town were packing up to leave. However, the shops were still open and there were still people on the street. Ron planned to buy some local specialties for the ladies back home before returning. He bought over a dozen various clothes as Ron himself needed some and got a variety of styles. Jewelry, accessories, and toys for Cecilia were included. He also bought a few bottles of potions used by mages for Liliquin. Seeing the things Ron had bought, Lilith understood the situation. However, she did not react too much. This was a noble society. If a noble only loved one woman to the point of desperation, it would become a laughingstock among the nobility. She coyly asked, "Brother, are these things for your wife? She is so lucky to have a man like you." The next morning a group of people arrived at the dock. Captain Marco was already on the ship directing the sailors as they loaded the supplies for the voyage. Upon seeing Ron, he respectfully bowed and greeted, "My lord, good day to you." Thank you for your hard work." Ron boarded the ship. Lilith followed closely behind, carrying a small bundle. It was her first time on such a large vessel, and she walked carefully. She hesitated at the gangway. "I'm afraid, Pigeon." Ron thought to himself, what's a low-tier knight attendant doing here acting like this? Yet he still reached out to help her. Occasionally indulging in this kind of playful banter with a little green tea was quite enjoyable. This journey would not be boring. The crew was busy tidying up, preparing to set sail. Lilith stood by the ship's railing for a while, looking back at the shore. The dock was still bustling with people. She scanned the crowd, but could not find the person she was looking for. "What are you looking at?" Ron approached her. She shook her head and turned to leave. Suddenly she stopped. By the dock stood several women in gray robes. Their faces were obscured, and they stood straight, not approaching, just watching the ship. Lilith's eyes turned red. She leaned over the ship's railing and waved her hand vigorously. Selena also looked at the mercenary group that came to see them off with a complicated expression. Several women from the mercenary group on the dock saw the little pink-haired girl and the leader waving, smiling. They also waved back with force. This farewell might be a final goodbye. Until the large ship sailed out of the harbor, the women on the dock did not leave. Lilith leaned over the ship's railing, watching the figures in gray robes grow smaller until they finally disappeared. Tears began to fall from her eyes, drop by drop, landing on the wooden railing of the ship. Ron stood beside her in silence, reaching out to pull her close, letting her lean on his shoulder. Lilith buried her face in his chest, crying softly for a while before lifting her head to wipe her eyes with her sleeve. "Brother, let's go." Her voice was a bit hoarse. Ron nodded and pulled her toward the cabin. The sails were raised, filled with the wind. The dock of Violet Sea City gradually receded, the masts becoming smaller, the buildings shrinking until they turned into silhouettes on the horizon. Lilith stood by the cabin window, watching the city grow farther away. The sea breeze blew, lifting her hair, which was pink and glimmered in the sunlight. The ship followed the same route back. Humanity had not explored much of the ocean, as ships usually traveled along nearshore routes. There was rarely any involvement in deep-sea areas. Captain Marco's chosen route was also quite fixed, hugging the coastline and following those old paths that had been used for hundreds of years. The sailors could easily recite where the hidden reefs and strong currents were, even with their eyes closed. After 2 days they arrived at the territory of the Naga. After paying the toll, the figures in the sea collected the money and sank down while the ship continued forward. Ron had been enjoying the journey over these few days. Days passed, and Lilith had long since recovered her spirits. Ron had also completed his artistic creation. During these days they stayed in the cabin discussing art in detail. Lilith not only spoke beautifully, but also loved to play. The two of them found common interests. However, Ron once thought during a moment of reflection, could it be that he was the prey? This afternoon, they were just a day away from the development area. The morning was still sunny, but afternoon, the weather suddenly changed. The clouds pressed very low, gray and heavy, like a dirty quilt covering the sky. Captain Marco stood at the bow, observing for a long time, his expression not looking good. "My lord," he approached, lowering his voice, "this wind feels wrong. A storm may be approaching. Can we have—" Marco shook his head. "This kind of storm comes quickly, and we can't escape. We can only brace ourselves." He turned to direct the sailors to make preparations. The sailors rushed around, shouting orders, securing everything on the deck that could be fastened and readying the rope. The wind grew stronger. The surface of the sea began to froth with white waves, one after another, as if someone was stirring beneath the water. The ship started to sway, not the gentle rocking from before, but violently tilting and then bouncing back. Lilith lost her balance and crashed into Ron. He steadied her, saying, "Get inside." Lilith obediently grabbed the railing and walked toward the cabin. "You come in too," she shouted. "Got it." The storm came faster than expected. Less than half an hour after Marco reported to Ron, it struck. At this moment the sky was as dark as evening. The clouds pressed even lower, dark and heavy, almost touching the mast. The wind howled as it blew over the surface of the sea, carrying the salty spray that stung their faces. "Lower all sails." Captain Marco shouted in the wind and rain. The sailors grasped the ropes, struggling against the wind to crawl forward. A wave surged over and the ship suddenly tilted sharply, causing barrels on the deck to roll and crash against the ship's side, breaking apart. One sailor lost his grip, slipping on the deck and rolling toward the ship's railing. Hart stepped over, grabbing his arm and pulling him back. Iba and several knights also came to help. Steady now. Marco's voice came from behind. Advance into the waves. Don't let the ship turn sideways. Another massive wave surged forward, lifting the ship high and then dropping it rapidly, as if it would plunge into the sea. The sailors clung tightly to the ropes, some being thrown up and crashing against the mast, letting out muffled groans, but refusing to let go. Ron stood at the cabin door, staring at the surface of the sea. He could feel the ship spinning in the waves, each tilt harsher than the last. Water was pooling in the cabin, already covering their ankles, with sea water bringing fragments of wood and broken ropes rushing down. Turn the helm hard left, Marco shouted. The helmsman desperately turned the wheel to the left, and the bow of the ship slowly turned, heading into the waves. The ship was lifted high, thrown to the peak of a wave, then slammed down hard, splashing water everywhere, the boards of the ship's side emitting a piercing, cracking sound. The ship's side is cracked, a sailor shouted. A shipwright braved the big waves to go for repairs. Thus it was unclear how long they endured the storm. Finally the wind died down, and the waves gradually calmed. The sea no longer surged, only long swells pushing the ship forward. Marco collapsed on the deck, gasping for breath. The sailors all fell onto the damp deck, not speaking a word. Ron stood at the cabin door, his clothes soaked and water dripped from his hair. He turned to glance at the cabin, seeing Lilith curled up inside, hugging her knees, her face pale. The ship had long since strayed from its course, and now their position was unclear. As the sky began to lighten, a sailor on the mast suddenly shouted, "There's an island to port." Ron walked to the ship's railing and looked in that direction. On the sea was a small island quietly lying there. The island was not big, with a small hill rising in the center covered in lush green trees. There was a stretch of beach along the shore surrounded by rocks on three sides, perfectly forming a small base sheltered from the wind. Ron immediately ordered, "Bring the ship closer. We'll go ashore to rest and repair the ship." After the ship moored hard, and the others immediately took up a watch. No one knew what dangers might lurk on such a deserted island. Perhaps powerful beasts might emerge, or there could be tribes of magical creatures. Pirates also favored such deserted islands as strongholds. After robbing, they could flee to a deserted island to evade pursuit. Marco led the crew in a hurried repair of the ship, and fortunately, they were busy until morning without incident. Seeing that no danger had occurred, the repair work would still take a day. Ron took Iba and a few others to explore the island. Lilith, feeling seasick from the storm, was left on the ship. Ron and the group left the coast, entering the island. The dense jungle was not easy to traverse. Ron came with the hope of finding wild spirit bugs. Usually adventure stories are arranged this way. Unfortunately, Ron encountered not a single one and got lost. He inwardly cursed. "Is the goddess of luck targeting me?" In a radiant divine realm, the goddess of luck sneezed. "Who is cursing me again?" Wild spirit bugs are not that easy to find. Even in the Lord's territory, an entire field must be plowed by numerous serfs to find spirit bugs. Therefore, farming cannot achieve capital accumulation. It still relies on the sponsorship of enthusiastic neighbors. Ron once again strengthened his resolve. Just as he turned around a rocky outcrop, the scene before them stunned everyone. A dragon. A dragon, it's a dragon. Several people were simply overwhelmed with fear. The silver dragon Margaret was feeling quite content at this moment. Having eaten her fill, she lay on a massive rock limb, sprawled out, basking in the sun. Her slender tail occasionally swayed, and the warm sunlight made her feel drowsy. "I'll sunbathe my back first, then my front," She lazily stretched her neck and inadvertently caught sight of Ron and the others. Ron swore he never expected to see such a multitude of expressions on a dragon's face. The silver dragon's eyes suddenly widened in shock, and then she quickly scrambled to her feet. Ron and Margaret stared at each other, a dragon, and a human, eyes wide in disbelief. Who would understand when relaxing in your own home under the sun, suddenly someone barges in, exposing your shameful state? The more Margaret thought about it, the angrier she became, turning red with indignation. When Ron first saw the dragon, his mind went blank for a moment. Then an overwhelming joy surged from his heart, pushing aside his fear. A dragon. A living dragon. Right in front of him. His mind was consumed with a single thought. "I'm going to get rich. Next would be to tame this silver dragon, become a dragon knight, and live a wonderful life of abducting princesses and staying overnight in the palace." As he envisioned this, Ron's breathing became heavier. He began to admire his dragon slowly. "Oh, look at those beautiful silver-white scales, how they shimmer. Those slender yet powerful limbs, that agile tail made him wish he could give it a flick. Not to mention that long neck, sharp fangs, and glowing red eyes. Oh, her eyes are red. What's going on? How could her claws crush the rock?" Ron sensed something, but just as he regained his senses, he was sent flying by a truck. Margaret was now furious, especially since the human in front was still sizing her up. It seemed like he was mocking her. With her head flushed, she charged at him with a headbutt, sending the human flying. My lord, the accompanying Ibadan finally reacted. Seeing his lord being knocked away, he charged towards the silver dragon with a wolf fang club, disregarding the disparity in strength. The outcome was obvious. He didn't last a single round. At this moment, Ron finally landed back on the ground. Cough, cough, cough. He felt as if his entire body was about to fall apart. Struggling to get up, he saw Ibadan entangled by the silver dragon's tail. He was being slammed to the ground repeatedly. Ibadan had already passed out. Several of the surrounding subordinates were also taken down by the silver dragon's claws, unconscious, and scattered around. After dispatching Ron's subordinates, the silver dragon turned her attention to Ron as he struggled to rise. Ron hurriedly donned the magical metal armor he had bought at the auction. Just as he finished putting it on, the silver dragon struck him with a powerful blow. Ron was sent flying again, but fortunately the armor absorbed most of the impact, and he sustained minimal injuries. The silver dragon clearly noticed this situation, but instead of increasing her strength, she maintained her current force, delivering blow after blow to Ron. It was as if she was venting her anger. At that moment, Margaret was expressing in her heart, letting you peek. Another tail whip struck his leg, causing Ron to flip over and land on his back, seeing stars. You want to watch while I sunbathe too? You want to watch while I roll over? Dare to mock me? Another tail came for Ron, curled up, protecting his head as the tail struck his back, arms, and thighs. It wasn't lethal, but every hit was unbearably painful, like being beaten with an iron rod. Occasionally, he was lifted by the leg and slammed into the ground. The armor he had just purchased was now deformed and shattered everywhere. It was hard to tell how long passed, perhaps a few minutes or maybe a lifetime, but the silver dragon finally ceased her assault. At this moment, Ron was bruised and battered. However, he also realized that the silver dragon before him did not intend to kill them. That's why he didn't flee, though he also couldn't escape. The silver dragon, Margaret, had calmed down. She stared at Ron, curious about how they had found her. She knew these creatures were humans, but she hadn't reached adulthood, yet having lived her life at sea without daring to venture onto the continent. Ron lay on the ground, covered in wounds, with several tears in his clothes, his face smeared with blood and mud. His left eye was swollen shut, while his right eye could barely make out shapes. He struggled to rise and saw the dragon standing before him, blue eyes fixed on him. Ron took out a vial of essence from his space and drank it, watching as his injuries visibly healed. Margaret was shocked, her eyes wide, unable to look away. Indeed, he had taken it out intentionally. Oh, please call him. Noticing the silver dragon before him showed no intent to kill, Ron sought to continue taming her. Sure enough, he had hooked her. Margaret stretched her neck, bringing her head closer to Ron, as if examining him closely. After inspecting, she found that the human's wounds had fully healed. She sniffed at the empty vial. Then she detected a scent that made her body crave. Ron, seeing the giant dragon before him, took out another vial of essence from his space. The highest quality. He opened the cap and held it out before the silver dragon. Her nose touched the bottle's opening, then quickly recoiled, sniffing cautiously. Then her pupils widened in surprise, realizing this vial had a stronger allure. Detecting no malice from Ron, she extended her tongue and gently licked the bottle's opening. The essence coated her tongue and was drawn into her mouth. Her body felt no discomfort. Instead, it was as if her cells were being nourished, now craving more essence. She then swallowed the essence along with the bottle. Her eyes brightened. The blue pupils changed from narrow slits to round orbs. It was as if she was savoring the experience and feeling the changes in her body. Ron could see the silver dragon let out a comfortable whine after consuming the essence. Then she fell silent. She stretched her neck again, bringing her head closer, mouth open, waiting for Ron to feed her. Ron naturally agreed with pleasure, feeding her vial after vial of essence from his space. Taking advantage of the feeding pause, Ron reevaluated the silver dragon. She should still be a juvenile, a young dragon. In this world, dragons are not born through reproduction, but are nurtured by the world's rules, with dragon eggs being produced. The growth stages of dragons are divided into hatchling, juvenile, young dragon, and adult dragon. The hatchling stage is very short and almost never seen. The remaining stages correspond to levels 1, 2, and 3. There are also ordinary metal dragons and magical metal dragons among dragons. In the same rank, magical metal dragons are stronger. Moreover, to surpass level 3, only magical metal dragons have that hope. At least among the few dragons existing in this world that have surpassed level 3, all are magical metal. For dragons, the intelligent race of this world, unless in life and death battles, they would not choose to kill a dragon. At most, they would imprison them to produce metals. Additionally, a considerable number of dragons choose to rely on major powers to acquire better growth conditions. As Ron's actions came to a halt, the silver dragon turned her head in confusion, as if saying, "Continue." Faced with the silver dragon's confusion, Ron spread his hands. "That's it." Margaret, displaying human-like behavior, snorted as if to say, "I'm not done feeling yet, and there isn't a single drop left." Margaret leaned in closer, her nose nearly touching Ron's forehead, her blue eyes wide with disbelief. Her nostrils flared as she sniffed around him, as if confirming whether he was hiding something. Ron leaned back under her scrutiny, almost losing his balance. He pushed himself back against the ground, but Margaret's head followed, displaying an attitude that indicated she wouldn't let him leave without an explanation. There's really not much left. Ron spread his hands. The other party clearly didn't believe him, nudging his arm with her nose. That was the location of Ron's spatial bracelet, quite clever of her. Margaret thought Ron had hidden some inside, and refused to let it go. She wasn't entirely wrong, Ron indeed had some left, but it was clear he couldn't give her any more. No matter how much was left, it was only enough for the silver dragon to rinse its mouth. I can give you at most 1 bottle. This stuff is very precious. This is a special secret technique from our family. It is the essence refined from magical beasts using special methods. What? Are you saying you want to trade it for a magical beast? Margaret's dragon head was puzzled. Is that what she means? Why doesn't she know herself? Then, alright, I'll take a loss and consider it a friendship, Ron said to himself, then looked at her with eager anticipation. Hurry up. He'll wait for you right here. Margaret hazily agreed. Ever since she tried the essence, she felt it brought her immense benefits. But she understood that given the current situation, it was unlikely to squeeze any more essence from Ron, so it was better to give it a try. Margaret stared at him for 2 seconds before standing up. Her body fully unfolded from its crouching position, the silver-white scales shining dazzlingly in the sunlight. Her wings spread out, covering half the sky. She glanced down at Ron, then, with a flap of her wings, the wind she stirred made Ron stagger back several steps. The silver-white figure shot into the sky, circling in the air before flying towards the distant sea. The further she flew, the smaller she became, ultimately turning into a tiny silver on the horizon, disappearing at the junction of sea and sky. Ron looked up until he could see nothing, and then withdrew his gaze. Ron stood up from the ground, brushing off the dirt from his body. Although his injuries had healed, he still felt pain. Glancing around, Ibadan lay motionless in the mud, while the other subordinates remained unconscious. Ron. He walked over, waking each of the fallen with a pat, instructing them to head back to the ship. Ibadan had broken a few ribs, grinning through the pain, his body bruised all over, but he was not seriously injured. The others gradually got up, all with battered faces. Everyone back to the ship, Ron said. I still have some matters to discuss with this dragon. Ibadan paused for a moment. Let's hurry and run. Go back. Ron's tone left no room for doubt. Naturally, Ibadan obeyed, limping as he led the group towards the beach. Only Ron remained at the scene. He collected the scattered armor. Looking at the deformed armor before him, Ron felt like crying. He had just bought it. He absolutely needed that silver dragon to repay him double. Time passed slowly. The sea was calm, and there was no noise. Ron leaned against a rock, gazing at the distant sky. The sun slowly shifted westward, the clouds dyed a faint golden hue. Just when he began to doubt whether Margaret had flown away and wouldn't return, a small silver appeared on the horizon. That dot grew larger, moving at an incredible speed, like a shooting star crashing down from the clouds. The silver dragon's figure dove down from high above, wings half folded, its body nearly vertical as it plunged towards the sea. The sound of air being torn apart took a while to reach him, booming like thunder. At the moment Margaret was about to crash into the sea, she suddenly spread her wings, and a tremendous gust of wind created a splash of white water on the surface. As Margaret approached the island, Ron could see she was clutching a gray-blue object in her claws, which was still struggling from time to time. Boom! The ground shook violently, and debris and branches were sent flying. Ron instinctively took a step back, squinting at the object that had been dropped. It was a shark. No, not an ordinary shark. Its size was several times larger than a regular shark, covered in gray-blue scales. Its mouth gaped wide, revealing 3 rows of inward curving teeth, each as large as a palm. Its tail thrashed violently against the ground, cracking the rocks. A first-tier magical beast, iron-spine split-tooth shark. Ron had seen this creature in a bestiary brought by Liu Lichuan. A first-tier beast, extremely fast, capable of biting through iron armor, and one of the most dangerous predators in coastal waters. An adult measures 7 to 8 meters long, but this one was at least 10 meters. Margaret landed, pinning the shark's head down with her claws as effortlessly as a cat holding down a mouse. She looked down at Ron, her blue eyes showing a hint of pride, her tail flicking gently. Ron swallowed hard. It seemed that the beating he had received earlier was indeed held back by this silver dragon. A first-tier magical beast, and she had caught it alive after flying who knows how far for 1 or 2 hours. If she truly wanted to fight him, Ron estimated, he wouldn't escape. Margaret pushed the shark towards Ron, signaling him to quickly produce the essence. Ron took out all the essence left in his space. After all, such a large first-tier magical beast had to make her feel it was worthwhile. The essence was entirely swept away by Margaret's tongue. She then revealed an expression of ecstasy, and afterward her big eyes stared at Ron, as if to say, "Give me more." This time Ron truly had none left. Well, this magical beast can only be exchanged for this much. After all, you have already experienced the effects of this treasure, so you should understand its value. Go catch another one. This time I'll give you all the rest. I swear. Margaret's tail flicked lightly, clearly displeased. She leaned over and nudged Ron, but when she saw he wouldn't relent, she resorted to acting spoiled, turning her back to Ron, her wings folding, making her entire dragon form look like a wronged big cat. But Ron firmly refused. She wouldn't leave, and Ron didn't move. They were at a stalemate for a while, and in the end Margaret reluctantly flew away. Ron watched her figure disappear on the horizon, and quickly dealt with the first-tier shark. He truly had no essence left, and needed to refine it quickly. He placed his palm on the shark, and it was directly absorbed into the demon refining pot. This was a new method he developed after being promoted to a formal knight. Just by contact he could use his body as a medium. It was much more convenient. Ron also added an energy stone to the demon refining pot to speed up the refining process. Relying solely on the refining speed of the pot itself, he feared he wouldn't finish before Margaret returned. If Margaret felt cheated and decided to beat up Ron again, it wouldn't be good. Fortunately, with the energy stone's boost, the essence was refined before Margaret returned. He bottled the essence. Ron thought for a moment and decided that a 3,070 split was better. Margaret would get 30, while Ron would take 70. That's right, Ron's revenge came swiftly. When Margaret returned for the second time, the sun had already begun to set in the west. This time she clutched a gigantic sea turtle in her claws, its shell measuring about 4 meters in diameter, with sturdy limbs, and a head that was still struggling and retracting. A quasi-grade magical beast, Ron assessed. He took out the prepared original liquid from his bracelet and placed it on the stone slab in front of him. The pale red liquid swayed slightly within the bottle. Margaret's gaze was immediately drawn to those bottles. She lowered her head, pressing her nose to the bottle's mouth, taking a deep breath. A look of ecstasy crossed her face. It was just the right scent. It smelled even better than before. She happily waved the tip of her tail in the air, occasionally making a crisp pop sound. After consuming 2 bottles, Margaret felt utterly relaxed. Her entire being, even as a dragon, was softening. Once she regained her composure, she continued to produce 2 bottles at a time. Not a single drop was left behind, as she truly was a glutton. In no time she finished all the original liquid that had been withheld. She licked her lips, letting out a deep, satisfied gurgle from her throat, her eyes wide open, sparkling blue, with an anticipation of, is there more? See, one magical beast can be exchanged for so much. You aren't losing out, are you? Ron said with an honest face. Margaret nodded, still feeling unsatisfied. Then she spread her wings, ready to hunt again. Ron hurriedly called out to her, don't go, don't go. I've already exchanged all the original liquid I brought this time. Margaret was taken aback. What should she do now? She had just experienced this wonderful feeling, and now it was gone. How was she supposed to spend the upcoming days? You still want more, don't you? Why don't you come with me? Ron finally revealed his true intentions. If you follow me, I guarantee you'll have enough original liquid to drink every day. We can live happily together. Margaret was clearly conflicted. She wasn't yet an adult and didn't want to head to the continent too soon. She had heard from other dragons that there were bad people on the continent who captured young dragons like her to make them produce metals. There were quotas to meet, and if they didn't produce enough, they wouldn't be allowed to eat, unable to escape. She had heard from other dragons that there were bad people on the continent who captured young dragons like her to make them produce metals. There were quotas to meet, and if they didn't produce, she stared at Ron for 2 seconds, then turned her head away with a huff. It wasn't an angry huff, but more like a you wish huff. She rested her head on her front paws, turning her back to him. Ron walked over and squatted down in front of her. Margaret turned her head to the other side, refusing to look at him. Let me finish speaking, Ron said. I'm not a bad person. Do I look like a bad person? Would a bad person offer you a fair trade? If you follow me, I won't make you waste your magical energy producing metals, Ron coaxed gently. In my territory there's food and drink, mountains and forests 100 times more comfortable than this wretched island. You're just a young dragon right now. Here, you can only slowly endure. Come back with me, and you won't be long before you can advance to an adult dragon. Margaret became interested. Her head was still turned, but it was clear she was pricking her ears to listen to Ron. You won't have to do anything when you get to my place. Just lie in the sun every day and occasionally help me catch magical beasts. Ron continued to push his advantage as he noticed Margaret was intrigued. Margaret, a young dragon who had never seen human malice, had never encountered such sweet talk. She was quickly captivated by the grand vision Ron painted. But when it came to choosing a knight, she still wouldn't relent. She only agreed to give Ron a chance to engage in a battle. He didn't expect to succeed all at once. In the end, he decided, then you stay on the island for now, and I'll come by every so often. Let's first cultivate our relationship. Ron planned to come by frequently for the first couple of visits, setting a schedule. After that, he would suddenly stop coming for a while. He believed that would make her fidgety. The next time he appeared, he was convinced this little foolish dragon wouldn't be able to escape his grasp. It was a tactic of hunger marketing. He was confident. Ron didn't believe that after enjoying the luxurious speed of a jet, she could go back to adjusting to her little scooter. The rapid enhancement of strength was akin to taking magical drugs, making one unable to resist. Ron himself couldn't help it. After discussing with Margaret, he decided to bring enough original liquid in a few days. He extended his hand saying, "It's a deal." Margaret tilted her head unsure of the gesture. Then she extended her tail and gently touched Ron's hand. He knew this meant she agreed. He then returned to the beach with the giant sea turtle. Margaret also lay back on the large rock, digesting the rewards of today. When they returned to the beach, the ship was nearly repaired. Lilith stood at the railing, and seeing Ron return, her eyes were red, and she grabbed his sleeve tightly. "Brother, you finally came back. IBA and the others were seriously injured, and you disappeared. A giant dragon even flew off the island. We were so worried about you." Ron patted her head, saying, "It's fine. There's good news." "Good news? What good news?" Lilith looked up at him, her tears still brimming. "We'll talk about it when we go back," Ron said as he pulled her onto the ship. Captain Marco approached with a smile on his face. "Sir, the ship is repaired, and we can set sail tonight. However, it would be best to set sail tomorrow morning. This sea area is quite unfamiliar." Ron asked, "Can we confirm the direction?" Marco took out a sea chart. "We can. It's unclear where we are exactly, but as long as we head east and see the coastline, it will be easier to manage." Ron didn't rush to set sail that night. He ordered everyone to rest for a night. He also sealed the ship's lips, ensuring no one could leak information about the dragon. Ron felt it wasn't safe enough and planned to transfer all of these people to work at the estate after returning to his territory. When needed, he would arrange them. Including Selena, she couldn't remain at the port either. She would also be kept at the estate for restrictions. That night in the ship's cabin, Ron didn't dare to continue using the original liquid for cultivation. He wasn't clear how sensitive a dragon's nose was. It would be quite interesting if Margaret was summoned. So he cuddled with Lilith early to rest. "Brother, what exactly is this good news?" "If it's inconvenient to say, I won't ask anymore," Lilith asked obediently. In fact, the biggest news was that a dragon had flown out from the island. However, they didn't dare to think too highly of it. At most, they wondered if there might be metal mines left by the dragon. If the dragon had left, it would be a great fortune. Ron looked up right into Lilith's cheek. "Your brother, you see, is about to become a dragon knight." Ron wasn't worried about Lilith finding out this news. It's impossible to hide from someone sleeping next to you. What he needed to do was to grow stronger. The stronger he became, the more loyal those around him would be. Moreover, after these days of interaction, Ron had developed some trust in Lilith. He had already sent someone to investigate her identity back in Violet City, and it indeed matched what they had said. Oh, Lilith was clearly shocked by this news. Dragon Knight. Does that mean I can become a princess in the future? Brother, you are amazing. Hehe. Becoming a dragon knight will take time. Right now, I just want to be a knight. Ron stated, directly hitting the nail on the head. I am a knight too. I am a low-tier knight's attendant. Let me do it. The next morning, Captain Marco confirmed the direction once more before turning to instruct the sailors to raise the sails. The sails were raised, filled with wind. The ship slowly sailed out of the small bay, heading towards the open sea. Ron stood at the stern, watching the island grow smaller and eventually disappear from view. The ship did not travel quickly. It had to be cautious of the reefs while recording the route. Ultimately, it took 3 days to reach the territorial port along the coast. The good news was that the island they had been blown to by the storm was not far away. It was in an unknown sea area to the northwest of the development area, just a day's journey in a straight line from the port. The ship slowly approached the port. Someone at the dock spotted them and began running to relay the news. Ron stood at the bow of the ship, looking at the familiar port and small town. The wind blew and carrying the scent of earth and grass, completely different from the salty, fishy smell of the sea. After nearly a month away, they finally returned. Ron brought Lilith down from the ship. Lilith was wearing a light beige high-neck sleeveless dress with a black leather corset tied around her abdomen and pure white thigh-high stockings. Her pink hair danced in the sea breeze, exuding both competence and sweetness. She stepped off the ship with a look of wonder. "Brother, is this your territory?" "Brother, you are so amazing." She looked around, astonished by everything she saw. "Haha, since you like it so much, how about I let you manage this little town?" Ron pretended to be casual as he spoke. Lilith blushed, saying, "Really? But I don't know how to do anything. If I mess things up for you, I would feel sad." Ron replied nonchalantly, "Don't worry, there are still administrators in the town. You just need to be happy." "MMHM, then I'll be your sister." Ron arranged for Lilith to stay in the port town to prevent her from encountering Liu Li Chuan directly. Although he could have taken her back directly, Liu Li Chuan would still have accepted it. But it would definitely make her sad inside. If a woman truly doesn't care about you looking for someone else, it means she has no feelings for you at all. Just like Liu Li Chuan must know about Ron's relationship with Elena. She definitely knew. Yet Ron preferred the hassle of traveling between the two territories rather than bringing Elena back to the estate. She would just pretend nothing happened. Therefore Ron wouldn't create trouble for himself with the arrangements for Lilith. Perhaps when the territory expands and the castle is established he could escape the current situation. After arranging Lilith in a villa in the town, Ron set off back to the estate. Accompanied by a group, Ron traversed the neat field ridges. The crops in the fields were thriving. This year should be a bountiful one. Spring had passed and summer was quickly approaching. Ron had been in the territory for nearly a year, and by the end of summer someone from the duchy should come to confirm the development situation. Just as he approached the estate, he heard a few barks. Then a pack of dogs started barking one after another. Soon a group of people came out from the estate to greet him. Ron thought to himself, these big dogs have really grown up. Since they were puppies, Ron had occasionally fed them some raw liquid. Thus these dogs had developed extremely well, almost on par with magical beasts. Upon entering the estate, Ron first had the crew he brought back and Selena arranged by Perlin. Then he went to the small yard to find Liuli Chuan. At this moment Liuli Chuan was not in the yard, but working in the potion room. When Ron found her, he was pleasantly surprised. Liuli Chuan had already broken through and become a mid-level magic apprentice. She was focused on concocting potions. Ron did not disturb her. He turned to look around the potion room. The potion room was no longer as shabby as it had. Among the new people sent by the family, there were also 2 potion apprentices, so the pressure of potion making was no longer as tense as it had been during the winter. With Liuli Chuan as a mid-level magic apprentice, the quality of the potions had increased a grade. After inspecting the room, Liuli Chuan finally finished processing that batch of potions and had some free time. The 2 walked out of the potion room to a secluded area. At this moment Liuli Chuan was wearing a wizard's robe, exposing her snow-white neck, captivating Ron, who hadn't seen her for a month. You're back? Violet City is quite bustling, isn't it? I've been there a couple of times before. Yes, it's nice. I also brought you gifts. Ron came back to his senses. Where's Cecilia? Call her to come and unpack the gifts with us. She's been playing wildly lately, not practicing swordsmanship, and spending every day outside with a few pets. Liuli Chuan sighed, saying, no one can manage her now. When she was with the family she would abide by various etiquettes, but now she's probably forgotten them all. Ron comforted her, saying, she's just a kid. It's the age for playing, there's no need to be too strict. As long as she's happy. After the turmoil in the family, Liuli Chuan had fled with her sister for several months. Now she just wanted to see her sister happy, so she wasn't too strict with Cecilia. Ron placed the gifts he brought. Liuli Chuan saw that Ron had bought her nearly 100 different outfits. And seeing the quality wasn't very good either, her face turned slightly red. However, before Ron and the others could proceed to the next step, Cecilia rushed back from outside. After hearing about Ron's return to the estate, Cecilia hurried back with her cats and dogs, and Bella the big white dog. However, before Ron and the others could proceed to the next step, Cecilia rushed back from outside. After hearing about Ron's return to the estate, Cecilia hurried back. Then Cecilia burst into the room with Bella the big white dog following closely behind her. Liuli Chuan looked at Cecilia, who was all messy, and stepped forward to tidy her hair. Look at you, is there even a hint of being a girl left? Cecilia calmed down a bit in front of her sister, quietly allowing her to redo her hair. Bella rushed over to Ron as soon as she saw him. She landed on Ron's shoulder, rubbing her head against his face, then flew up again, circling around him several times, while continuously making sounds. Murmur, murmur. She seemed to be saying why he hadn't come to see her recently. Ron gently stroked her little head with his finger to soothe her, and soon Bella calmed down. The big white dog followed closely behind, flying unsteadily, landing on Ron's shoulder, and timidly making a sound. Ron treated them equally, and patted it a few times. The big white dog also made a couple of satisfied sounds. After tidying her hair, Cecilia left her sister's embrace, and came before Ron. Brother-in-law, I missed you so much. Ron smiled knowingly. All right, I brought you gifts. They're right behind me. Cecilia quickly responded, brother-in-law, you're the best. Then she ran off to unwrap her gifts. Ron and Liuli Chuan exchanged smiles. On the first day back, Ron didn't want to deal with the accumulated affairs of the territory. If there was something urgent, Perlin would come to inform him. So he spent the afternoon in the small yard with Liuli Chuan. He shared some experiences from the journey, but didn't reveal everything. At least he kept quiet about Lilith's side, waiting for her to discover it herself later. He also didn't mention the encounter with the silver dragon. Secrets should be kept. The fewer people who know, the better. Since Lilith and the others couldn't be kept in the dark, Ron chose to disclose some information to prevent them from guessing wildly. That night in the room of the small yard, after some post-bedtime matters, the bright moonlight shone into the room. Ron turned to Liuli Chuan. Have you gained some weight? Liuli Chuan's face turned red as she shyly said, I've gained a little due to the good food lately. Don't you like it? Then I'll exercise more recently to lose some weight. Ron quickly said, No. Just like this is perfect. The next morning Ron climbed out of warmth. He looked at his haggard self in the mirror and said, I have been harmed by wine and lust, and I appear so haggard. From today onwards I will abstain from alcohol. It must be said after Liliquin's breakthrough his physical quality has indeed improved significantly. He can now rival Lilith and the others. So Ron couldn't help but ride his bicycle a few more laps. It seems Liliquin's work today will again be on. Ron took out a bottle of diluted essence from his space and drank it in one gulp. He was then fully revitalized. After washing up, he arrived at his personal training ground. He practiced swordsmanship for a while. This is a daily routine, and his physical fitness is increasing at a visibly remarkable rate. Training is essential to maintain control over his power. Sunlight leaked through the branches, casting mottled shadows on the ground. The fighting spirit circulated within him as he swung his sword, generating a subtle sound of wind. When he emerged from the training ground, Perlin was already waiting in the council hall. The old administrator wore a clean robe, holding a stack of account books, looking quite spirited. "My lord, everyone has arrived. All right, let them report on the conditions in the territory over the past month." Perlin was the first to respond. "My lord, during the month you were away, everything in the territory developed as usual, and there were no mishaps. Holly Town is now in operation. Green Lake Port's commerce has reached last year's levels, and the Linshue territory has been well governed by Madame Elise. Looking at it this way, the development confirmation in 2 months will surely pass for our Huan territory." Ron nodded in satisfaction, saying, "Not bad, you've worked hard." After leaving the development area, there was a period of calm, and the nearby lords had no intention of causing trouble. This left Ron somewhat disappointed. He thought that during the month he was away, Baron Austin would pull some small tricks behind his back. Now he had no reason. He turned to Lauren and asked, "What about the defensive strength of the territory?" Lauren respectfully replied, "There are currently around 400 guards in the territory, 200 in Huan territory, 150 in Linshue territory, and 50 at Green Lake Port. You will be responsible for the recruitment and training of soldiers in Linshue territory. Treat all good candidates. I will personally discuss matters with Elise later." Linshue territory has basically fallen under Ron's control. Boris men had long been cleaned out in rounds, leaving behind only ordinary serfs. Overall, Elise is no longer of much use, but Ron still let her manage Linshue territory. When the time is right, he will bring her into the castle. Next, Ron listened to the progress of various developments in the territory and found that everything was indeed on the right track. Dick suggested, "My lord, it is time to build a magnificent castle. Only then will it be worthy of you, my great master." Ron did not refuse this time. After fighting for so many years, it was time for him to enjoy himself. Indeed, it is time to build a castle. Let's discuss how to build the castle. Where to build it? How big to build it? The subordinates began to discuss among themselves. Some suggested building at the port, while others proposed to build it right where they were. After everyone analyzed the pros and cons, Ron pondered for a moment. In the end, he decided to build it at the original site. Although the port has a good location, there is already a castle from the Green Lake territory nearby. He could use that one later. Ron was not picky. After agreeing on the location, Ron instructed Perlin to go to Oak City to hire a castle architect to design the castle. He also took the magical metal armor he bought at the auction to find someone to repair it. Ron asked around the territory's blacksmiths, but none could do it. He could only place his hopes on the alchemist over in Oak City. Even if they couldn't restore it to its original state, reshaping the armor would also suffice. After giving the order, the territory, which had been quiet for a long time, welcomed the long-awaited large-scale construction. The serfs in the territory began to gather the necessary materials, and when the time comes, they would start work directly. The brick kiln continued to work the night shift. The serfs would suffer a little first, and the bad name would be borne by Dick. In the afternoon, Ron took a few people to inspect the territory, looking for suitable places to build the castle. After choosing the castle's location, he handed everything over to Perlin and set out on the road to Linshue territory. Since Ron took over Linshue territory, the valuable things had been almost completely extracted. Now only a few tens of thousands of acres of farmland and 10,000 serfs were the most valuable. Upon entering the castle, Elise had already received the news and was waiting in advance. Ron pulled her into an embrace. "Did you miss me, sister-in-law?" Facing Ron's mischievousness, Elise pinched the soft flesh at his waist with annoyance. "You're killing me. You've drained me completely, yet you still tease me." The surrounding attendants did not dare to raise their heads in the presence of the flirtatious couple. Among Ron's women, Liliquin exudes an elegant, noble style with a few small quirks. Lilith is cute and sweet with a lovely voice, yet she is particularly wild. Elise is charming and alluring, exuding the essence of a wife. But if it comes to figure, Elise has the best body. Only the Viscountess can compare with her. Unfortunately, the Viscountess only had a trial card. After discussing matters of the territory with Elise, it was already evening. In the banquet hall, Ron received the current stewards of Linshue territory. The dinner was set according to the standards of a noble banquet. This was to show his importance and trust in them, allowing them to feel at ease. All of this was arranged by Elise. She indeed has some capabilities. The dome of the banquet hall was high with candlelight suspended and silver candlesticks reflecting the gilded dish. The long table stretched from one end of the hall to the other covered with a deep crimson velvet tablecloth, with various delicacies filling the dining table, the aroma mingling with the richness of the wine and the warmth of spices filling the entire hall. In front of each person was an appetizer, a platter of pickled vegetables, a cold meat platter, and a basket of crystal clear meat jelly wrapped tender and bouncy venison and fat chicken breast cut into pieces and arranged on silver plates sprinkled with crushed pepper and salt for flavor. Vinegar pickled cucumbers, honeyed apple slices, and salted red cabbage were served in carved small bowls, sour and sweet, refreshing and appetizing, paired with freshly baked bread with a crispy crust and soft inside, mixed with honey. Ron raised his wine glass to give a toast among those present. Some are old stewards while many are new appointees, but after tonight you will all earn my trust. Ron did not elaborate, but instructed the attendants to serve the main course. A whole roasted wild boar was the centerpiece of the banquet, its skin roasted to a crispy red brushed with honey and cinnamon sauce, with juices slowly dripping down its fibers. Stuffed with chestnuts, mushrooms, and onions, when cut open the meat was tender and juicy with a strong and rich aroma. In front of each person was also a portion of roasted swan braised beef, with red wine sauce, and pan-seared white fish fillets, accompanied by creamy mushroom soup and apple cherry pie. These stewards of the territory had never received such treatment. After this banquet, they would probably boast about it for a lifetime. This also completely eased their minds, no longer fearing that one day they would be dealt with as Boris confidants. At night inside the room, Ron wiped his hands and said, "You seem a bit agitated lately." After a splendid night in Linshui territory, Ron returned to the manor following breakfast. A new road still needed construction between the two territories, and the port required similar attention. Upon his return, he immediately delegated the task. The road Ron intended to build was no grand thoroughfare, merely a rustic lane, land leveled, vegetation cleared. Sufficiently wide for horses to gallop freely, it would reduce travel time between his territories to just half an hour on horseback. Today's weather was uninviting, overcast with low-hanging clouds pressing heavily upon the land. A cool breeze swept in, starkly contrasting the stifling heat of recent days. True to form, within an hour of Ron's return, a torrential downpour began. It started with scattered droplets striking the earth and kicking up tiny puffs of dust, then intensified, rapidly growing denser and fiercer until rain fell in relentless, drenching sheets. Raindrops drummed sharply against the roof tiles like muffled percussion overhead. Rivulets streamed from the eaves, weaving a shimmering curtain before his eyes. The courtyard's foliage glistened, freshly rinsed by the deluge. Branches swayed and trembled beneath the storm's rhythmic assault. Ron stood beneath the covered veranda, watching rain splatter into silver bursts across the ground, listening to the soft, ceaseless hush of falling rain. His spirit felt renewed. He adored rainy days. Doing nothing but watching the rain could hold him wrapped for hours. Yet, having only just risen, he had no desire to retreat for a second nap. He summoned Pelin and instructed him to accompany him on a tour of newly built Lily's town. Umbrellas raised, they walked along the narrow field paths. On either side, crops bent under the rain's weight, but their deep roots held firm, preventing collapse. Their emerald leaves gleamed, washed, luminous and vibrant, more spirited than under clear skies. The rain arrived just in time. Pelin shouted over the downpour. Another few days of drought, and the fields would have withered. Lily's town lay midway between the port and the manor, barely 2 months old, yet already fully formed and functional. Compact in scale, its central avenue ran north-south, intersected by several cross streets. Stone-built houses lined both sides, gray walls crowned with red tiles, uniformly aligned and orderly. Grocers, blacksmiths, taverns, and inns stood shoulder to shoulder, modest in facade, yet complete in function. When Ron arrived, the streets were nearly deserted. On such a day, most residents remained indoors. Only a few children crouched beneath eaves, splashing in puddles, until, spotting the steward, they scattered hastily inside. Ron's expression darkened the moment he entered the town. Heavy rainfall had overwhelmed the drainage system, leaving shallow pools, no deeper than 2 or 3 centimeters, standing across the ground. Yet what precisely was this murky yellow slurry? His pleasant mood evaporated instantly. Pelin, observing his lord's sudden shift in demeanor, sensed grave trouble. He hurriedly explained, "My lord, latrines have been constructed, but many residents find them inconvenient, and old habits die hard." Ron sneered, hard to break. "Nothing is beyond reform. It seems they've forgotten the authority vested in their... Summon Dick at once, and unleash him. Any caught relieving themselves openly shall receive lashes. Repeat offenders will be stripped of freedom and reduced to serfdom." Nearly all current townsfolk were freemen, a fortunate circumstance indeed. Yet gaining such status under Lord Ron now demanded far greater effort. To retain their hard-won freedom, these serfs had no choice but to obey their lord's decrees, though technically they remained free to leave. Yet beyond the territory's borders no lord would recognize their freeman status. Instead, they'd be seized and conscripted as serfs. Elsewhere in the domain, Ron exercised little oversight, but places he frequented regularly demanded impeccable hygiene. No justification was needed, only that the sight offended him. This was merely a modest exercise of his sovereign prerogative. After all, within his domain, a lord's authority was absolute. All property, rivers teeming with fish, forests alive with game, even fallen twigs upon the soil, belonged solely to the lord. Without explicit permission, no serf dared touch a single thing. Lords possessed full legislative power. Even the most perverse among them claimed the droit du seigneur. Ron, however, held no such depraved inclinations, and certainly had no interest in such unworthy specimens. Dick arrived breathlessly, already apprised of his lord's fury. Halting mid-stride, he declared, "My lord, leave it to me. I'll teach these insolent wretches proper conduct." He added pointedly, "Master Pellin's excessive leniency has only emboldened their disrespect, tainting your noble gaze." Ron grunted, "Very well. This matter is yours to resolve." With no further desire to stroll, he returned to the manor to bathe. Beyond sanitation, Lily's town was in fact well constructed and fully operational. Yet this incident revealed deeper flaws embedded within this world. Poor hygiene was merely one symptom. The great noble cities too neglected public cleanliness, fixated solely upon their own castles. Another grievous shortcoming lay in abysmally low agricultural yields. The existence of sprite insects had eroded incentive for agronomic innovation. Half a territory's grain supply depended entirely upon their output. Crops grew reliably enough to feed families and yield surplus for trade. Thus serfs generally lived comfortably, certainly never starving. Seizing this opportunity for reform, Ron resolved to introduce composting, a dual-purpose solution. As for implementation, he knew nothing of the craft. That task would fall to his subordinates. After bathing, Ron donned fresh, crisp attire and proceeded to the training chamber to cultivate his battle aura. Yet had scarcely begun when Lon sent word a new sprite insect had been discovered within the territory. Ron's earlier displeasure vanished instantly. Precisely as I suspected. Such a vast domain surely harbors more than 2 wild sprite insects. Most likely they'd remained hidden, undetected until now. Abandoning his practice, Ron seized his umbrella and hastened toward the site. The sprite insect had been found in Yoma Hamlet. A serf gathering fodder for livestock had inadvertently severed the sprite grass, causing the creature to emerge and spit irritably at the worker, thereby revealing itself. Ron mused, no wonder they're so elusive. They burrow deep indeed. Had these sprite grasses previously been consumed by livestock unnoticed? And during the initial clearing of the wastelands, how many perished in those fires? A pang of regret struck him. Arriving at the site, he found Lon conferring with the hamlet's overseer. Upon spotting Ron, they hurried over to report, "My lord, this one is a potato sprite, injured with only half its sprite grass remaining over there." Ron followed the gesture. A truncated stem protruded from the soil, its upper half clinging precariously to the severed base. A sprite insect hovered nearby, pitifully spitting upon the wound in desperate attempts to heal it. As Ron and his entourage approached, the sprite darted upward, buzzing furiously, its indignation unmistakable, though its words remained indecipherable. Ron produced his jade artifact to lure it, but the creature refused, its temper evidently fierce. With no alternative, Ron seized it and forcibly completed the binding pact. Through the bond, Ron sensed its profound sorrow. He offered quiet reassurance until its agitation subsided. From the pact, he learned this potato sprite was of the alchemical variety, an unexpected and valuable discovery. Counting it, Ron now commanded 11 alchemical sprites. The damaged sprite grass was carefully excavated and placed alongside its severed portion into a jade casket. Ron carried both back to the sprite chamber. When Ron returned to the manor with the jade box, the rain had already diminished significantly. He went straight to the fairy room. As he pushed the door open, a scent mingled with grass and jade powder greeted him. Bella was squatting in the small garden at the center of the room, rummaging through a strawberry fairy bug. Upon seeing Ron enter, she fluttered her wings and flew over. Chirp, chirp. Bella landed on his shoulder, rubbing her head against his face. After a couple of rubs, she suddenly stopped, turned her head, and stared at the jade box in his hand, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. "A new little brother," Ron said. "Don't bully him." Bella huffed, flew back to the shelf, crossed her arms, and sat in a posture that said, "I'm not interested." Ron placed the jade box on the ground and opened the lid. Half a cordyceps lay inside the box with juices still seeping from the broken end, and the other half was placed beside it. A potato fairy bug was crouched by the wound, its antennae drooping as it tried to mend the injury, looking a bit wilted. Ron took out a vial of essence from his bracelet, the same kind he usually used for his subordinates. He twisted off the cap and poured a few drops onto the broken end of the cordyceps. The essence seeped in, stopping the juices from oozing out, and the edges began to shimmer slightly. Noticing the reaction of the cordyceps, the potato bug's antennae twitched. It slowly crawled over, bringing its head close to the broken end and exerting effort together. Ron cursed the potato bug for being a coward. He had even thought of a name for it when it evolved into a little fairy. He decided to call it. The potato bug also regained some vitality, its wings unfurling, appearing less wilted. Unfortunately, it did not choose to evolve like Bella did last time. Ron cursed the potato bug for being a coward. He had even thought of a name for it when it evolved into a little fairy. He decided to call it Earth Egg. Unfortunately, it didn't dare to evolve, wasting Ron's heartfelt intentions. Watching the potato bug retreat into the jade box to rest, Ron no longer waited and left the fairy room. He found Lioli Chuan, who was currently in the small courtyard's training room, practicing magic. Dressed in a dark wizard's robe, her hair was tied up, revealing her graceful neck. The training room was semi-open, with a space at the entrance designated for experimenting with spell power. After becoming a mid-level magic apprentice, Lioli Chuan's mental power had significantly increased, no longer limited to just a few tricks. The spell she was currently practicing had considerable lethality. Among the same tier, wizards naturally dealt more damage than knights. Thus, Lioli Chuan could also be seen as having the combat power of a high-level knight at this moment. However, she had not yet mastered a single spell and was currently practicing the fireball spell. She was seen chanting the incantation, and a fireball the size of a fist appeared at the tip of her wand. As she threw the fireball, its size grew larger. Finally, it landed in the courtyard, transforming into a large fireball with a diameter of about 1 meter, which then suddenly exploded, turning the rain and wind in the courtyard into steaming mist. Ron watched Lioli Chuan finish casting her spell and said, "Not bad, you're becoming more and more like a female wizard. From now on, you will be the chief wizard of our He-Wan territory." Lioli Chuan tidied herself up and playfully approached Ron, saying, "So how does Baron plan to reward me?" Ron held her hand and sat down. "The castle will soon be built. When the time comes, choose a place to build a magic tower. Don't worry about the costs, I'll cover everything." "Humph, isn't that still spending my money, little man?" Ron patted his chest and said, "Since you are mine, your money is naturally mine." Lioli Chuan turned red at Ron's words and fell silent. In fact, Ron really didn't intend to use her money, as Lioli Chuan's funds had long been spent by Ron. He currently had only a few thousand gold dragons left in his pocket, which he needed to reserve for the territory. Ron had his eyes on Margaret, as she had been living on that island for an unknown period. The area around her lair had long been sprouted with silver mines due to her overflowing magical power. The next time Ron went, he would dig these mines. Surely Margaret wouldn't mind. At worst, Ron would take a loss and share 40% of the essence with her. Days passed. The team heading to Oak City finally returned, bringing back an architect. The castle designer was a middle-aged man in his 40s named Kraft. He was a non-heir from a knightly family, but he was studious since childhood, traveling through various countries and acquiring architectural knowledge. He had become a well-known architect in Oak City, with dozens of castles built in newly developed lands attributed to him. He was dressed in a long robe covered in dust, holding a scroll of blueprints, standing on a high ground, gesturing. "My lord, do you mean to build a manor-style castle?" "Exactly," Ron replied, riding on a horse looking at the high ground. "Not that kind of small castle with just a few towers. It should enclose a city with ample space inside. The castle for habitation should have several. The walls must be high and thick, with watchtowers at all 4 corners." Kraft unfolded the blueprints, which contained several sketches. "These are several designs I prepared earlier. Take a look." He pointed to the first sketch. This is a traditional square castle with towers at the 4 corners and a main fortress in the center. Its advantage is sturdiness, but the disadvantage is limited space. He pointed to the second sketch. This is a rectangular castle with an inner courtyard. It has more space and can even accommodate a garden. He indicated the third sketch. This one has an outer fortress with the inner city for habitation and the outer city for stationed troops. This one involves the most work and costs the most. Ron looked at the sketches for quite a while and ultimately decided to modify the second rectangular castle as the foundation. His requirements for the castle were spacious and comfortable, which differed from traditional castle demands. The primary function of traditional castles was for defense, with comfort being a secondary concern. Thus, they would move unnecessary facilities out of the castle, keeping only the living functions, with everything else prepared for defense. Granaries, armories, soldier barracks, wells, towers, etc. took up the most space. However, the defensive function of the castle was not too important for Ron. He himself was a formal knight, and with him around, no one could breach the castle. In the event of encountering an unbeatable enemy, a castle alone would be useless. Therefore, the castle's significance was to enhance the territory's defenses when Ron left, preventing it from being plundered. In that case, a rectangular castle would suffice. Next, he discussed some detailed adjustments with Kraft, asking him to leave space for the magic tower. He also inquired about the costs, and it turned out that the castle would cost about 10,000 gold dragons. However, even the most basic magic tower would start at 50,000 gold dragons. Ron was left speechless upon hearing the costs. "Isn't this a loss?" Little silver dragon, you must be. In the following days, Ron led his subordinates northward, killing magical beasts, and encircling small groups of orcs, all to gather enough essence to win Margaret's favor. The candlelight in the secret chamber flickered, casting shadows on the walls that danced and shifted. Ron sat at the table surrounded by an array of bottles, large and small, containing different qualities of raw liquid. This was all the wealth he had accumulated during this time. The orc tribes and magical creatures near his territory were nearly exterminated by him. On the table, there were still some magical beast raw liquids that Ron had intercepted, yet to be used much. He prepared to take all of this with him this time. These should last her for a while, Ron thought as he stored the bottles into his bracelet, contemplating the matter of the silver mine. It had been about 10 days since he left the island, and it was time to feed Margaret. The castle had already begun construction, and with Kraft and Pylon overseeing, it should be completed in about 2 months. The sanitation work in Lilytown was progressing smoothly thanks to Dick's expertise in this area. Ron walked out of the secret chamber, passing by the castle construction site. Kraft was directing the craftsmen to lay out lines with several wooden stakes driven into the ground and ropes pulled taut. Pylon stood nearby, occasionally instructing the serfs to carry out tasks. Ron watched for a while before leaving, turning to the small courtyard of Lilychuan. She was teaching Cecilia how to read. Cecilia sat at the desk with a serious expression as she recognized characters, as she truly did not enjoy studying. As soon as she saw Ron approaching, she quickly put down her book. "Brother-in-law, you're here. You must be looking for my sister. I won't disturb you anymore." With that, she hurriedly set down her book and ran out, leaving Lilychuan helpless. Turning to Ron, her delicate eyes showed a hint of helplessness. Ron embraced her and comforted. "It's all right as long as she's happy. There's no need to press her too hard. I haven't been too strict with her. She's learned 7 new words in just 2 days." Ron was speechless. This was about the same as his performance back in the day. He was quite the slow learner. Cecilia, this little girl, would probably only be able to walk further down the path of knighthood in the future. "I'm going out for a few days," Ron said. Lilychuan, in his arms, showed a worried expression. "Is it dangerous?" "Not at all, it's very safe," Ron reassured her upon seeing her concerned face. "You just stay at home and wash up waiting for me, and think about the planning for the magic tower. Any ideas can be added in, and we can start as soon as I return." Lilychuan was silent for a moment, not asking what Ron was going to do. She turned and went into the house, coming out with several bottles of potions. She softly said, "These are the potions I newly refined. You should take them all with you." Ron did not take them, as he still had plenty of high-quality potions bought at the auction, so he didn't need these for now. Placing the potions on the table, he pulled Lilychuan into his embrace. "Really, it's very safe this time. There's no need to worry." After spending some tender moments with Lilychuan, Ron set off with his team. At the port, Ron and his group arrived at noon. The sailors were the same ones from the last voyage, brought out by Ron from the manor, ready to set sail at any moment. Upon arriving at the port town, Ron took a quick tour. The streets and port were normal, indicating that the little pink-haired girl had not caused any trouble. Ron felt a twinge of guilt towards Lilith. Ever since he settled her in the port town, he hadn't visited her even once. It wasn't that he didn't want to, but after returning to the territory, he had been busy with arrangements and collecting raw liquids, leaving little time. Moreover, Ron also intended to take Lilith out to sea again, so he had momentarily overlooked her. After having his subordinates prepare the supplies for the voyage, Ron went alone to Lilith's residence. It was a seaside villa from which the ocean could be seen from the second-floor balcony. He walked through the villa's garden and entered the house. Lilith had long heard the commotion, but had not come out to greet him. Only when Ron reached the second-floor bedroom did he see Lilith posing in an enticing manner, waiting for him. She was wearing a cute bikini that accentuated her figure. The top was a halter neck design, made of thin strings, fully revealing her exquisite collarbone and swan-like neck. The fabric at the front was a pale pink base trimmed at the top in a wavy petal shape, the main color being a soft pink. The tie in the middle was fashioned into a playful bow, with the hanging strings gently swaying in the sea breeze. The bottom piece was paired with a matching wrap skirt, made of a light fabric casually knotted at the waist, with a loose hem that fell to her thighs, teasingly revealing and concealing both, covering critical areas, while retaining a touch of casualness and allure. She had also changed to a twin ponytail hairstyle. "Brother, I missed you so much." Ron almost choked. "Where did you learn that?" Lilith leaned closer to Ron, standing on her tiptoes, whispering in his ear. "Doesn't my brother like it?" "I heard you call me that last time," she said, her warm breath brushing against Ron's ear. Ron leaned down to look at her, and couldn't help but recall what Mr. Lu Sun once said, "When you gaze into the abyss gazes also into you." Ron was imbued with a rampaging aura. For 2 hours his attack speed increased by 20%. Afterwards Lilith nestled in Ron's arms, appearing utterly exhausted. Ron still had some energy left, and as Lilith looked up at him with a pleading expression, she quickly begged, "I can't anymore, brother, it's too much." Ron naturally wouldn't keep pushing her. A man must cherish his own woman. After taking Lilith to wash up, both were feeling quite hungry. After casually resolving dinner, the two stuck together again. This time it was in the office. Lilith said she had some new ideas about the port town and wanted to form a merchant group. By leveraging the port's advantages, they could gather specialties from dozens of nearby territories and resell them. This idea wasn't difficult to conceive. Green Lake territory had previously done it on a small scale, and Ron's 3 ships were captured in such a manner. However, the scale was small, primarily limited by the territory's strength. To support a large merchant group, there must be knights for protection. Otherwise, they would be robbed on the road without a doubt. Ron thought for a moment, analyzing the knight strength within the territory. He felt it was feasible. Currently, there were 3 high-level knights serving as escorts in the territory: Lonhart and Allen. With Ron's support, Iba would soon break through to a higher level. All the surrounding lords had been bullied by Ron before. Now the knights within the territory spent their days training. They could definitely spare one to form a merchant group. After analyzing, Ron made the decision, which delighted Lilith. She could finally help her brother. Ron entrusted the task of forming the merchant group to Lilith, as she needed something to do. Lilith did not refuse. She presented the results of her work over the past few days for Ron to review. It was a thick ledger accompanied by several notebooks she had written, with the edges of the pages all curled up. Ron sat down and poured her a glass of water. Flipping through the ledger, he noticed the handwriting was crooked, resembling that of an elementary student, but it was recorded meticulously. Income, expenses, inventory. Each entry was clear, with dates, amounts, and responsible persons meticulously noted. Ron felt awkward pointing out her poor handwriting, as his was even worse. Closing the ledger, he smiled and said, "The town is being managed quite well." Lilith's eyes lit up and her mouth curved into a smile. "Oh, I'm happiest when I can help my brother. The merchant group can be worked on in a few days. Come out to sea with me tomorrow." The next morning, Ron got up after his morning practice. Lilith, radiant in the spring sunshine, followed closely behind him, with their belongings packed in Ron's spatial bracelet. The ship was docked at the harbor, and the sailors were busy on the deck. Captain Marco stood at the bow, directing them to load supplies onto the ship: fresh water, dry rations, spare canvas, and several bundles of rope. The sea was calm, and the morning light spread from the east, tinting the dock with a soft golden hue. Once everything was ready, the sailors lowered the canvas, and the ship sailed out of the harbor into the morning mist. The sea was still a bit cold in the early morning, and the chill brought by the sea breeze made Lilith shiver. She was wearing a light pink dress, her hair tied in a ponytail, gazing at the sea with a hint of fatigue in her eyes. The sea was still a bit cold in the early morning, and the chill brought by the sea breeze made Lilith shiver. Lilith pouted, reluctant. "No, I want to stay with Dove." "Be good, go quickly. You need rest to regain your We still need to study art tonight," Ron added, this time with a more commanding tone. Lilith stopped, insisting. After all, she had played cards all night, and was indeed struggling to keep awake. The route was the same as last time, and the sea chart had been marked. Captain Marco was well versed in it. The ship sailed northwest along the coastline, bypassing several hidden reefs, entering open waters. The ship sailed smoothly, the weather calm. There were no unexpected incidents. After a day and a night, they finally reached their destination. Ron walked to the bow, catching sight of the outline of the island in the distance, as if he saw silver coins waving at him. "Little silver dragon, I'm back again." The ship slowly approached and anchored in a small bay. "You all stay on the ship for now," Ron said. "It'll go." Lilith nodded and did not follow. She leaned over the ship's railing, looking at the island with a mix of curiosity and nervousness in her eyes. Ron didn't say much more, jumped off the ship, and walked along the beach into the island. The forest was still dense, and sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting mottled shadows on the ground. He followed the path from last time, rounding a rock wall, and the silver dragon's figure came into view. Its silver-white scales glimmered coldly in the morning light. She had her eyes closed, her tail hanging over the rocks, gently swaying. Her breathing was slow and light, her chest rising and falling. Margaret had already sensed Ron and his companion's arrival, though she was trying to contain her excitement. However, her pride as a dragon prevented her from appearing overly eager. She was pretending to be asleep on a large rock, trying to convey a look of, "Oh, you've arrived, I just noticed." In truth, she had long been anxious about Ron's return. Since Ron left last time, she had slept for 2 days, absorbing the essence, entirely growing at a speed comparable to a month's worth of sleep. Thus, for the remaining 8 days, Margaret couldn't eat well or sleep peacefully. Every day, she counted the days until Ron's arrival. Seeing her in this state, Ron didn't expose her. Dragons have their dignity. "Wake up, hey. Look what I've brought for you," he said with a bright smile. Margaret pretended to be groggy. "Roar, roar. While you're here, I overslept." Ron didn't engage in idle chatter. He directly tossed a bottle of essence into the air, and a giant figure quickly swooped past. Margaret's dragon had accurately caught the bottle, and then she crushed and swallowed it whole. Her expression, "This is the taste." Ron's action caused Margaret to lose her composure, and her earlier calm demeanor was impossible to maintain. Realizing her own actions, a rare hint of embarrassment appeared on Margaret's dragon face. Ron, of course, gave her a way out, otherwise if she got angry another head but could leave him bruised and battered. "Haha, this is a gift for our reunion, my good friend," he exclaimed. Margaret quickly realized, right. We are friends, this is a reunion gift. I was just so excited to see a friend, nothing shameful about it. Right? Exactly. Then she thought for a moment, pulled out a pile of crystal cores from under her scales, sifted through them, found the smallest one, and handed it to Ron with a pained expression. "Oh, woo woo. This is my gift to you for our reunion, we are friends." Ron hadn't expected this surprise. This little silver dragon even had a treasure trove. The crystal cores sparkled in the sunlight, and Ron stared at the pile of cores, his eyes shining, but they were quickly tucked away by Margaret. These were her little treasures, which she usually slept with, counting them over and over again when she had nothing else to do. Sunbathing and counting gems was Margaret's favorite pastime. Ron examined the crystal core that Margaret had given him, noting it was of a first-tier magical beast level. Next, Ron stopped teasing Margaret. He needed to get down to business. He took out a dozen bottles of essence from his space and communicated with Margaret. It was the same mode as last time, exchanging payment for goods. Margaret agreed without much thought and then soared into the sky, leaving the island. Less than half an hour later, a silver appeared again on the horizon, and Margaret returned with her prey. It was a first-tier sea beast, still alive, its tail thrashing violently against the ground. Margaret pressed its head down with one claw and tossed it in front of Ron. Ron counted out 3 bottles of undiluted essence and handed them to Margaret. She didn't put them away, instead she rolled her tongue and swallowed them whole. After 1 or 2 minutes, the digestion was complete, and she continued her hunting. Thus back and forth the entire day. Every time Margaret flew back, she had a magical beast in her claws, a phantasmal sea serpent and a giant dung fish. And a huge octopus whose name Ron couldn't recall. By the end, Margaret could not digest any more essence at once, so she tucked the essence bottles under her scales, waiting to enjoy them slowly later. Ron had brought a considerable stock this time, but it couldn't keep up with Margaret's exchange rate. Fortunately, he could take the opportunity while Margaret was out hunting to refine the prey. This was the only way to keep up with Margaret's hunting speed. However, by nightfall, the time Margaret took to hunt became longer, sometimes taking 1 to 2 hours to return. Ron looked at the ever-increasing essence in his space. Calculating that it was enough, he couldn't let her hoard too much stock, otherwise she would take her time, so he called off Margaret's hunting. All right, I've already exchanged all the essence I brought this time. Next time I'll bring more," he said. Margaret grumbled a bit, but didn't refuse. This time she had stored enough essence to last several days. After saying goodbye to Margaret, Ron returned to the ship to rest, preparing to discuss the silver mine with her the next day. In the evening, the cabin was very quiet. The waves gently lapped against the hull, producing a rhythmic sound. Moonlight streamed through the porthole, casting a silvery spot on the floor. Lilith lay beside Ron, her hair sprawled across the pillow, breathing softly. She turned over, resting her hand on Ron's chest, and sleepily asked, "Brother, do we still have to go to the island tomorrow?" "Yes, we have some matters to discuss," Ron replied, eyes closed. "Then I'll wait for you on the ship," she said. Ron gently pinched her delicate chin. "Wait here, but if the matters are settled, I can take you to the island for a stroll in the afternoon." "Brother, I want to take a bath. Ew, I feel sticky and sweaty," she said, a hint of coquettishness in her voice. "You can go by yourself?" Ron replied, feeling calm. "No way," she insisted, grabbing his hand and pulling him into the bathroom. The next morning, as dawn broke, Ron got up. Lilith was still asleep, her hair scattered on the pillow, revealing her fair shoulders. Ron did not wake her. After grooming himself, he took out the crystal core from yesterday's hunt of the magical beast by Margaret, jumped off the ship, and walked along the beach towards the island. As Ron approached, Margaret woke up. She lay on a boulder, her tail dangling over the edge, swaying gently. Seeing Ron, she was somewhat surprised that he had come again. Ron took a closer look at the boulder beneath Margaret, which had already started to turn silver. This was a result of years of magical energy from the silver dragon seeping into it. Just this one boulder could yield millions of silver coins. Margaret looked at Ron with wide, glimmering eyes, feeling a bit uneasy. What was up with this little guy? He was fine just yesterday. Ron snapped back to reality, putting on a flattering smile as he presented several crystal cores. "Good friend, I'd like to discuss something with you." Margaret tilted her head, her big eyes gazing at Ron. "I want to extract some silver from the mine near your home." Margaret's pupils suddenly constricted. She stood up, her wings slightly spreading to shield her large bed beneath. She looked as if to say, "If you dare disturb my home, I'll get angry." "Don't be agitated." Ron quickly said, "I won't take it for free. I'll pay you. Next time I come, I'll bring you 10 more bottles of the essence. How about that?" Upon hearing this, Margaret hesitated, her blue eyes darting around, clearly tempted. Ron hastily upped the ante, 15 bottles. "No more than that, or else I'll be at a loss." Margaret wasn't foolish. She knew that Ron always made a profit during their trade. Otherwise, why would he keep coming? However, the essence's effects were truly remarkable, especially for dragons whose robust physiques and immense potential were greatly enhanced by it. That's why she found the essence exceptionally precious, believing that every exchange was an equivalent trade, and even felt that she gained a benefit seizing every opportunity to swap. However, she clearly didn't expect Ron to withhold so much. After some back and forth, they finally agreed that each time Ron came to mine the silver, he would pay 20 bottles of the essence. This time's essence would be owed and sent together next time. Both felt that they had struck a profitable deal. The silver mine was a product of Margaret's dissipated magical energy, which held no value to her. As for Ron, wasn't it just 20 bottles of essence? Just diluted a bit with water. No, he should be more generous, maybe mix it with magical potions instead. After chatting with Margaret for a while, and explaining that someone would come to mine, soon telling her not to harm them, Ron returned to the ship. He informed the others, and they were indeed surprised. Clearly they were astonished that the Lord could successfully negotiate with the dragon. Ron paid no mind to their discussions. He let Aiden lead them as they carried their tools to the mine. Ron also took Lilith along. Upon arrival, the sailors, seeing the silver dragon resting on the boulder, all shrank their necks in fear, hesitant to step forward, afraid of disturbing the dragon. Seeing their reaction, Ron didn't scold them. Lower beings would naturally feel a primal fear when facing higher beings, especially since dragons exuded an aura of power. He called out, "Don't be afraid, the dragon won't harm you. Quickly get to work and start mining, we don't have much time." After Ron's encouragement, the sailors noticed that the dragon showed no signs of aggression and began to relax. They trembled as they worked, still too afraid to make a sound, fearful that the dragon might notice them. Ron could only accept the situation, letting them adapt for a while. He then brought Lilith to stand before the silver dragon, while the little girl hid behind Ron, too scared to speak. Ron gently held her small hand and comforted her. "It's okay, it's okay. You want to be a princess, right? Come on, say hello to her." The little girl stammered a couple of words, and Margaret lifted her eyelids to glance at them. The little girl immediately hugged Ron tightly, her hair standing on end in fright. Margaret ignored the two, focusing on digesting the effects of the essence. Ron also didn't disturb her, instead sitting under a tree with Lilith watching his subordinates mine. There weren't many workers, only about 20 sailors along with their guards who also had to mine. Aiden hefted a pickaxe, striking it against the rock, seams producing a clanging sound. Silver white, or fell away, sparkling in the sunlight. This vein had a high silver content. They could refine 1/3 of it into pure silver back home, making it quite a valuable mine. Thus the clanging continued through the morning, and by afternoon Captain Marco approached Ron with excitement. "My lord, we discovered a rich vein in one of the pits where the silver is in chunks, and it's almost pure silver. One chunk could yield over 100,000 silver coins. Moreover, it's very easy to mine. Just moving it is enough, and even Aiden can only carry one chunk at a time." Ron was delighted. "What good news? Take me to see it." Margaret, lounging on the boulder, perked up at his words, lifted her eyelids slightly, then turned her head away to continue sleeping. Ron followed Marco to the pit, which wasn't too far from Margaret's boulder, only a few hundred meters away. The subordinates presented the discovered silver chunks for Ron to see, which didn't appear to be naturally formed. Ron pondered for a moment and turned to look at Margaret. She lay on the boulder, eyes closed, her tail swaying gently. But Ron noticed that one of her eyes was slightly open, watching them. When she saw Ron looking up, she quickly closed her eyes again, and her tail stopped swaying. Ron understood immediately, saying nothing more, and instructing his subordinates to collect the silver as quickly as possible. After a whole day of digging, in the evening the sailors piled up the extracted ore and pure silver together. The pile of ore was vast, and the silvery stones glimmered under the setting sun. There were dozens of pieces of pure silver, varying in size. In the afternoon, several more mine pits were discovered, but they were all buried. There was no time for excavation this time. However, just these pieces of pure silver were enough to construct a magic tower in the liquid. Ron packed the pure silver into his spatial storage and estimated the remaining silver ore. There were about 10 tons of, or even extracting half upon returning would be considered good. This was due to the higher purity of the ores from the mine. Let's continue digging for pure silver, as it offers better value. Ron planned to mine for another day tomorrow. For today, they would call it a night. He greeted Margaret and returned to the base with his subordinates. Margaret watched the shoveler's leave, snorted a couple of times, and 2 puffs of dragon breath escaped from her nostrils before she closed her eyes and continued her nap. In the cabin, Lilith said to Ron in a soft voice, "Pigeon, you were so brave today. Oh, I was scared to death when I saw the giant dragon." "Brother, you are really impressive." Ron grinned and replied, "What? You weren't scared when you saw my legs." "Brother, you're naughty." She giggled while rubbing her reddened knees. The next day the subordinates continued to mine. Ron, having nothing to do, found Margaret. She was still digesting the effects of the essence. Ron tentatively said, "This digestion speed is too slow. How about we go out for a stroll and digest some food?" Margaret turned her deep blue eyes towards Ron as if pondering his suggestion. Then she prepared to get up, and Ron hurriedly stopped Margaret from taking off, awkwardly saying, "Why not take me along? I've never flown before. I'm not heavy, it won't be a hassle for you. Margaret quickly refused, shaking her head vigorously, completely rejecting the idea. Ron was not disheartened. You claim we're good friends, oh what's wrong with me riding you for a bit? Besides, I still have a chance for a spiritual battle, who knows, it might succeed. We need to cultivate a bit of rapport. Margaret was swayed a little by Ron's persistence. Seizing the moment, Ron took out the remaining magical beast crystal cores, which indeed tempted her. No dragon can resist the allure of treasure. Please, I beg you. Ron knew he had to give the proud little silver dragon some face. Sure enough, Margaret wrapped her tail around the crystal cores, then looked up at the sky, making no further movements. Ron quickly climbed aboard without saying a word. Sitting on the back of the silver dragon, Ron explored the shining scales, the cold, yet hard texture, and the slender, yet powerful body. It was truly intoxicating. Margaret felt a bit uncomfortable with Ron's touching, but said nothing, pretending he wasn't there. She stood up and flapped her wings. Ron tightened his grip on her protruding spikes to steady himself. The wind roared past his ears. The ground fell away rapidly, with beaches, forests, and giant rocks shrinking into tiny dots. The sea spread out before him, boundless and reflective of blue. Ron's heart raced like a drum, with blood surging in his chest. Margaret flew steadily. She took Ron around the island before heading toward the sea. The wind howled past his ears, tangling Ron's hair into chaos, and he could barely open his eyes due to the force. On the ground, Ron's subordinates halted in shock, while Lilith excitedly covered her mouth. The sky was a realm untouched by humans. In the air, Ron watched the figures of those below gradually vanish, feeling a surge of conquering ambition. No wonder dragons always appeared so proud, though after just a short time in the sky, he felt invincible. As the island disappeared from view, they had already flown quite a distance in a short time. Faster, he shouted. Margaret accelerated. Her wings flapped faster, then suddenly dove down to gain speed. Ron looked down and couldn't distinguish the distance to the sea. Every moment felt like they would crash into the sea the next second. The thrill made his heart almost leap out. Then Margaret suddenly spread her wings and made a sharp 90-degree turn. Her body flew almost parallel to the surface of the sea. Waves splashed beneath them, droplets hitting his face, making it hard to open his eyes. Seabirds flew by, startled and scattering in all directions. Ron gripped the scales tightly, not daring to loosen his grip at all. Once Margaret stabilized her flight, he straightened up and looked ahead. In the vast ocean, the sea and sky blended together, making it impossible to tell where the sea ended and the sky began. Margaret turned her head to Ron, then let out a low growl to remind him to hold on tight as she began to ascend. Thus they soared at high speed, performing various exaggerated maneuvers. After several hours of play, they had no idea where they had flown, but ahead lay an island. They had passed many along the way, but had not stopped. This time it seemed Margaret was hungry and ready to hunt. Flying over the island, she slowed down, but did not descend. Margaret's eyes quickly scanned the area, selecting her lunch. Before long, she spotted a herd of wild cattle, some of which were noticeably larger, likely magical beasts. Margaret circled high in the sky, and the wild cattle below clearly had not detected the danger. Once she selected her target, she dove down at high speed. The sound of rushing air echoed in Ron's ears. The wild cattle below realized the predator too late, as the silver dragon was already closing in on the herd. Margaret unleashed a torrent of fiery dragon breath, instantly cooking 6 or 7 wild cattle within the range of her breath, including 3 magical beasts. Note all types of dragons have fire breath as their basic breath attack. Specialized breath attacks vary. After hitting her target, Margaret continued to ascend and circle in the high sky. The wild cattle below erupted into chaos, fleeing in all directions after encountering the dragon. Margaret did not pursue. Her lunch was already sufficient. Margaret surveyed her surroundings and then slowly descended, selecting 3 wild cattle beasts, finishing one in just a few bites. This sight was enough to make Ron drool. He noticed that one of the 3 wild cattle was likely a high-grade magical beast, while the other 2 were mid-grade, all unable to withstand Margaret's casual breath attack. It was likely that she controlled the heat to avoid turning them to ash. Ron on Margaret's back witnessed the entire seamless hunting process, rendered speechless. Dragons truly are extraordinary. If only he could have one. How incredibly cool that would be. Margaret finished the last wild buffalo, licking the corner of her mouth, a satisfying gurgle escaping her throat. She lowered herself, her wings slightly unfurled, signaling Ron to climb aboard. Ron stepped onto her front leg and sat back on the dragon's back. Margaret stood up, flapped her wings, and soared into the sky with him. The return journey was calmer than the outbound trip, as Margaret refrained from any playful antics. They flew low, her wings flapping slowly. The sea breeze brushed past his ears, carrying a salty tang. Ron sat on her back, gazing down at the ocean surface, feeling considerably more relaxed than before, left only with an indescribable sense of satisfaction. He stroked Margaret's scales. "You fly so well," Ron praised. Margaret shook her head slightly, seemingly pleased by Ron's compliment. By the time they returned to the deserted island, it was already afternoon. Inside the mine, the sailors were still mining. Several pits had been dug to their depths, revealing grayish-white rock at the bottom. Iba emerged from the pit carrying a pure silver block, sweat covering his face, but he wore a silly grin. He saw Ron getting off the dragon's back and ran over. We dug up more than a dozen. Huge ones. Ron took the blocks one by one and stored them in his bracelet. More than a dozen pure silver blocks of various sizes had been collected, exceeding their goal in just 2 days. Originally, they planned to stay on the island for 5 or 6 days, but now they could return early. Margaret couldn't be bothered with the little humans, opting to rest on her own. Lilith ran over from the shade of the trees and hugged Ron's arm tightly. "Brother, you finally came back. You are just amazing. That's a giant dragon, brother. You look so cool." Ron patted her head. "You are the one who knows how amazing I am." Seeing the little pink-haired girl look at him with admiration, Ron felt an indescribable pride. "Who said green tea was bad? Green tea is fantastic." He told Lilith about their plans to leave that night. The little pink-haired girl buried her face in Ron's shoulders sweetly, saying, "As long as I'm with you, brother, I'm happy no matter where we go." She looked up at Margaret, who lay nearby. The silver dragon had her eyes closed, coiled up comfortably in her rest. Sunlight streamed down on her, the silvery scales reflecting a dazzling light. "Brother," Lilith whispered. Ron glanced at her, then at Margaret. Margaret remained with her eyes closed, seemingly unaware. Ron could tell she had no objection. "She won't bite. Go ahead. He'll be watching you." Lilith released Ron's arm and slowly walked towards Margaret. Her legs trembled, fingers twisting the hem of her clothes, moving slower than a turtle. When she reached Margaret, she stopped and glanced back at Ron. He nodded at her encouragingly. Lilith took a deep breath, extended her hand, her fingertips trembling as they slowly approached Margaret's scales. At the moment of contact, she flinched, but she reached out again, this time without pulling back. Her fingers touched the silvery scales, gliding gently across. "So cool," she said softly, as if fearing to disturb something. Margaret opened one eye, her deep blue pupil glancing at her. Lilith froze, her hand suspended in midair. But Margaret did not move, merely observing her for 2 seconds before closing her eyes again. The tip of her tail swayed slightly. Lilith exhaled in relief and lowered her hand. She's so beautiful," Lilith whispered, her eyes shining brightly. She reached out again, this time bolder, touching other places. Margaret ignored her, but she clearly seemed to be she recognized this little human, and the dragon's hearing was extremely sensitive. Margaret didn't understand why such a small person would stay up all night making a racket that disturbed her own sleep. Lilith touched for quite a while before reluctantly stepping back. She ran to Ron's side, grabbing his hand, her face flushed with excitement. "Brother, I touched a dragon. A real giant dragon." Ron smiled slightly. "All right, no more shouting. Go help Marco count the oars." "Okay." Lilith ran off. By evening, the sailors had moved all the oars onto the beach. Captain Marco was recording everything meticulously in his ledger. There were 76 blocks of pure silver weighing about 100 tons, which Ron had set aside for himself. The amount of, or extracted this time, wasn't much, but there were still about 10 tons piled on the beach like a small hill. Marco wiped the sweat from his brow. "Sir, the ore is approximately 17 tons. Considering half of its purity, we can refine about half of it into silver coins, roughly around 10,000 gold dragons. Mining the ore is difficult, and the bulk of it is still in the pure silver blocks." Ron nodded understandingly. Just from the pure silver harvested this time, there was likely around 100,000 gold dragons. That would be enough to construct 2 magic towers. However, the pure silver around Margaret was not abundant, and after 2 or 3 more extractions it would probably be exhausted. There was still more silver, or which was abundant, constantly infused with the dragon's magic. But it was difficult to mine, especially now with so few people. Once he successfully took Margaret away, he could send serfs to stay and mine permanently. For now, the pure silver blocks were sufficient for Ron's needs. After packing all the ores for shipment, Ron went alone to bid farewell to Margaret. She was languidly lying on a boulder, feeling a bit euphoric at the moment. Her growth rate had accelerated significantly, and she had stored quite a bit of the original liquid. Once used up, she could wait for Ron to come back for trade. A life was wonderfully sweet. If Ron knew Margaret's thoughts, he would surely be overjoyed. "I'm not worried about you using too much. I just fear you won't use any at all. Who hasn't taken advantage of delivery platforms back in the day, ultimately getting too lazy to walk even a few hundred meters? Good friend, I must take my leave. Next time I'll bring more gifts for you. They'll also bring the 20 bottles of original liquor. Ron said he'll be back next week." Margaret believed him completely. She lifted her head to glance at Ron and huffed twice, as if urging him to hurry and leave, promising to bring more next time. "Next time, let's fly a few more laps. I've thought of several cooler poses." Ron reluctantly said goodbye to Margaret and returned to the ship. The sun was setting, the clouds in the sky ablaze with golden red hues, the sea reflecting the last glimmers of light. The ship slowly sailed out of the cove, heading towards the open sea. Lilith stood at the edge of the ship, watching the island grow smaller and smaller, a hint of reluctance in her eyes. Brother, will the giant dragon miss us? Ron stood behind her gazing at the island. Of course. She'll miss. After sailing for a while, Ron finally had the opportunity to carefully tally his gains. The silver was inconsequential. The most valuable item left was the original liquid that Ron had intercepted. A full 70%. Margaret had been hunting non-stop for an entire day, utilizing land, sea, and air to eliminate the magical beasts in the nearby waters. This has certainly fattened Ron up. Although he later exchanged quite a bit with Margaret, there was still a net gain. The more he accumulated, the more it grew. He set aside 50% to bring to Margaret next time. The remaining 20% was added to his stock for personal use. This was of much higher quality than the original liquids he had collected himself, primarily derived from first-tier magical beasts, with the lowest being quasi-tier magical beasts. Ron had long since lost interest in the concoctions made by goblins and kobolds. From now on, he would reward his subordinates with them. He uncapped a bottle of deep red liquid, took a whiff, and exclaimed, "Wow, this scent is really strong and potent." He downed half a bottle in one go. Ron's body felt as if it had turned into a red-hot iron block, his entire being flushed and steaming with heat. It took quite a while for him to suppress that surge. Ron hurriedly rushed to find his little practice partner. "Oh dear, brother, it's hot." The ship had been sailing at sea for a full day and night. Finally, by the evening of the second day, they arrived at the port of their territory. However, as soon as Ron disembarked, he was informed by his hurried subordinates of some bad news. The Earl of the Crepe Myrtle has sent someone. They are currently in the Linchue territory, and Iris was quick to notify Ron. Unfortunately, at that time, Ron was busy riding a dragon on the island. Upon hearing this news, Ron's expression turned grim, but he did not panic. He first made sure Lilith was settled before taking the entire crew towards the manor of the territory. Upon arrival at the territory, he saw Perlin rushing over in a hurry. The old administrator was sweating profusely, looking quite unwell. "My lord, you have finally returned. Please gather the subordinates for a meeting," Ron instructed, which allowed him to receive more detailed information. The other party had arrived 2 days earlier at Linchue territory, led by a formal knight named Sam, which made Ron's expression serious. However, he did not interrupt and continued to listen to Lorne's report. They were staying in Linchue territory under the pretense of visiting relatives, and they had not forcefully intruded into the Linchue castle. They had set up camp in the open space outside the castle, sending people to patrol the area daily, without clashing with Iris people. These past 2 days they had not caused any trouble. They merely sent a letter of greeting expressing their desire to personally thank Ron for his previous care of Iris. However, upon learning that Ron was not in the territory, they chose not to disturb him any further. Ron pondered, this visitor does not come with good intentions. This cannot be settled by merely retaining his original interests. The Earl of the Crepe Myrtle desires more, even seeking to push Ron out and monopolize Linchue territory. Yet the visitor also had concerns, as a formal knight would not dare to act recklessly in a newly developed area. To claim there were formal knight-level bandits would be an insult to everyone's intelligence. They hadn't even found a plausible excuse. The powerful noble behind them could easily crush them. Ron glanced at the specific information Iris had sent him, but didn't fully trust it. He still had no idea about Iris' current situation. He could only compare and analyze it with previous intel. Previously, Ron had heard Iris introduce the situation of the Crepe Myrtle territory, which had a total of 4 formal knights. One was the Earl of the Crepe Myrtle himself, while the others were the territory's law enforcement officer and the knight commander. There was also a baron loyal to the family. The law enforcement officer and knight commander were both nurtured by the Crepe Myrtle family. Upon reaching the formal knight stage, they were granted baron titles and territories. However, the focus remained on their territorial duties while the family was managed by the heirs. The one who came this time was the knight commander Baron Sam, bringing along 20 knights, all of whom were low-tier knights or higher as attendants. Ron calculated in his mind. For years ago, the opponent was at the early first-tier level. He wondered if they had improved over the years. However, even if they had advanced a bit, Ron would not back down. Although his fighting energy was only at the early first-tier level, relying on his beast-like body to take on a mid-tier opponent was still no problem. It might be a bit difficult to keep him, and if he couldn't wipe out the opponent, fighting would be meaningless. Ron leaned back in his chair, his fingers gently tapping the tabletop. The Earl of the Crepe Myrtle's interest in Linchue territory was stronger than he had anticipated. They even sent a formal knight along with 20 knight attendants. This was quite a considerable show of force. It would be impossible to say they had no ulterior motives. Yet their failure to act directly indicated they were leaving some leeway. After all, a formal knight could not remain in a newly developed area indefinitely. They would have to return eventually. It was also difficult for them to directly act against the Riverbend territory. They could only choose to apply pressure. After thinking for a while, Ron decided to meet the other party. Send someone to invite Baron Sam. We will go hunting in the wild tomorrow. After handling urgent matters in the Linchue territory, Ron ordered the estate to be on high alert. He personally tended to several large wolfhounds to prevent anyone from sneaking in at night without realizing it. Next, he stored the harvest from the sea voyage, and the sailors continued to seal and secure everything. He then went to the small courtyard to rest. During Ron's absence at sea, Liu Chuan had helped with many affairs of the territory. With recent troubles in the territory, Ron certainly needed to first soothe Liu Chuan's tense emotions. After helping her calm down, it was evident that Liu Chuan had relaxed significantly. With Ron's return, the territory had a backbone. From now on, whatever Ron decided to do, she would follow him. Liu Chuan slowly drifted off to sleep. Early the next morning, Ron rode out of the estate with Hard-Eye Baden and a dozen knights. The agreed meeting point was a clearing between the Linshui territory and the Hewan territory, less than half an hour's ride away. The road was newly repaired, although not wide, it allowed the horses to run. In the fields on either side, the serfs were working, and upon seeing the cavalry passing by, they all stopped to pay their respects. Ron did not stop, urging his horse to gallop ahead. As they approached the location, he saw a group of people waiting in the clearing from a distance. With the surrounding area being wilderness, there was no place to hide, so Ron felt at ease bringing his men over. Upon arrival, Ron reined in his horse and took a look around. The opposing party consisted of more than 20 men, all wearing matching dark soft armor, each holding a knight's lance and displaying a purple bloom flag. The leader was a middle-aged man around 40 with a square face and a short beard. He wore a silver gray plate armor and carried a long sword at his waist, his physique robust with shoulders as broad as door panels. Behind him stood a dozen knights, perfectly aligned and silent, clearly well-trained elites. "Let's go," Ron urged his horse forward. "Are you Baron Ron?" The other's voice was deep, as if it had emerged from his chest. "That's me." Ron stopped in front of him. Baron Sam was quite surprised. He hadn't expected Ron to dare to meet him in the wild, and even come in person. Was he not afraid of being taken advantage of? Was he really foolish, or did he have some backing? If Ron had stayed holed up in the estate, Sam wouldn't dare to launch a bold attack, but here Ron had come out himself. If he were to seize the chance, even if there would be some trouble later, it would still be worth it. In an instant, he completed his contemplation in his mind, thinking it was worth a try. But first he would see what this young lord had to say. After all, he was already a piece on his chessboard. "I've long admired you," the other said with a slight nod. "I am Sam, the commander of the cavalry under Count Sijingwa." "I know," Ron replied calmly. "You, Baron Sam, visited my territory, and I must extend the hospitality of a host. Unfortunately, I was away the last few days, and upon my return I invited you to connect and strengthen our friendship. It was only after arriving that I learned it was you, Baron Ron, who had been assisting, so I truly thank you. You are indeed an upright and kind knight, and on behalf of the Count I express my gratitude to you." Ron replied with a calm expression. This is just what good neighbors ought to do. I and Baron Boris are like brothers. Not to hide it from you, we were chatting together when the orc attack occurred. If anyone were to suffer misfortune, we would help each other look after our territories. Who would have thought? Baron Boris actually encountered orcs on the way back. Sob. As he spoke, Ron's voice choked up, and he couldn't help but mist up his eyes. Baron Sam on the opposite side, hearing Ron's tearful performance, came over to console him. "Baron Ron, do not be sad. It has all passed. We must look forward." After Baron Boris' unfortunate death, only Madame Iris was left to bear the burden of the territory. It is indeed a hardship for her. But things will be better soon. If family members are coming, and she need not worry anymore. Baron Ron, you can also rest assured and let go. Upon hearing this, Ron's expression turned cold, thinking, oh, you really have quite the appetite. He then changed his tone and said seriously, how could that be? We as neighbors must certainly help each other regularly. The other party's face darkened upon hearing Ron's unwillingness to let go. Regularly help? Do you mean when I leave you will continue to come? Then he spoke with a hint of threat. Baron Ron is still at a critical stage of development. It's best to take good care of your own territory and not let anyone sabotage it. It would be unfortunate if you could no longer remain in the development area. After saying this, he revealed an imposing aura demonstrating the demeanor of a formal knight. The horses of the few men behind him grew restless under this aura. Ron smiled at the aura displayed by the other party. Was that it? Turns out he was just a small fry. After 4 years, still a first-tier beginner, and yet dared to show off in front of Ron. Ron did not waste words, and directly unleashed his fighting spirit, forcing the other party back. Baron Sam was taken aback by Ron's sudden outburst of momentum. How is this possible? He is also a first-tier knight. How old is he? This guy is terrifying. With this, he no longer had the intention of capturing Ron. Whether he could defeat him was still uncertain. Let alone antagonizing a formally recognized knight with boundless potential, it had to be decided by the Count. Even Hart and the others behind Ron were shocked by the sudden display of formal knight strength. Each of them was overjoyed in their hearts, feeling that they had finally found the right person. Baron Sam on the opposite side quickly laughed and said, Baron Ron is indeed a man of talent. Before coming, the Count instructed me to engage with you more. Oh, did my father-in-law really say that? Ron asked with a sincere expression. Sam was thrown off guard by Ron's sudden question, stuttering yes. Yes, the Count said that Miss Iris is with you, and he is very reassured. Ron couldn't help but feel amazed at how quickly his attitude had changed. One must rely on themselves. After exchanging pleasantries with Sam, for a while both parties withdrew. Ron had no intention of staying. This active display of strength served as a warning. The strength of a formal knight is already formidable, with destructive power far exceeding that of a retainer stage. If they cannot be killed, the retribution faced would be catastrophic. Thus battles at the formal knight level occur infrequently. Once Ron's strength was revealed, the attitudes of the nobles in the duchy had to change. No one could speak against a formal knight lord, even in a territory expansion. Within the duchy, such a person would be granted the title of baron or even viscount. Therefore, revealing his strength this time was not merely a matter of necessity. Even without this incident, Ron would have sought an opportunity to expose it. Perhaps it was after he rode the dragon. After all, there were no other lords nearby whose strength he needed to conceal. Ron hardly slept that night. Those accustomed to doing bad deeds often project their own thoughts onto others. So he went to sleep in the barracks. He rose before dawn, standing atop the manor's tower, gazing towards the Linchue territory. The morning mist was heavy, obscuring everything. Ron sent Robert Littlecabbage with several teams of scouts to keep an eye on Sam's group, returning every few hours to report until they departed. The scouts followed them for quite a distance, and by noon, Robert reported back, confirming that the enemy had not split their forces or turned back. Only then did Ron relax the territory's vigilance slightly. My lord, Robert hesitated. Are we really letting them go like this? Won't they bring more people later? Ron shot him a glance and cursed inwardly. Another one who can't see the situation. If it weren't for his decent talent and being among the first knights to follow Ron, he wouldn't have continued to cultivate him. Ron wasn't planning to continue training him, fearing such a clever little rascal might get ideas. As a subordinate, the most important thing is to obey orders and avoid acting on one's own, which he managed to do adequately. Feeling too lazy to explain, Ron stood up and walked to the window. The morning mist had dissipated and sunlight pierced through the clouds, illuminating the stone ground in the courtyard gleaming white. It was time to see Iris. Continue to maintain the lockdown of the manor for another day, Ron instructed before leading a team towards the Linchue territory castle. At the castle gate of Linchue territory, Iris was already waiting, having received word. She wore a light purple gauze dress, her hair styled up, revealing her snowy neck. She looked fatigued, but her gaze was steady. Upon seeing Ron ride over, she visibly sighed in relief. Ron dismounted and walked towards her. Let's talk inside. Iris nodded and followed him. The two entered the castle, where Iris dismissed the attendants and closed the door. As soon as the door shut, Iris leaped into Ron's embrace, tears streaming down her face as she sobbed softly. I thought you wouldn't come back. Ron wrapped his arms around her, unsure how to comfort her, at first allowing her to cry and release her emotions. Iris cried in Ron's embrace, her tears flowing for a long time before she finally calmed down. After Sam's group left, Ron had reviewed all the intelligence Iris sent, and upon comparing notes, confirmed they were all true. He once again trusted the woman in his arms. She risked transmitting intelligence and had made a choice between Ron and Count Zijingwa. Gently wiping the tears from her eyes, Iris gazed at Ron through tear-filled eyes. She sniffled and said, I know what you are thinking. He is my father, but since he married me off to Boris, he has never cared about my well-being again. There is little affection between my nominal father and me, nor have we ever had private contact, let alone disclosed any news about you to him. Iris said resolutely, I am no longer a member of the Zijingwa family. She raised her head, her eyes slightly red, but she did not continue to cry. I am yours now. Ron pulled her tightly into his embrace, saying, yes, I believe in you. Iris leaned against his chest, her voice muffled. During the days you were away, I couldn't sleep, well, every night. What were you afraid of? Afraid you would abandon the Linchue territory, she said softly. And afraid he would force his way in. Ron patted her back, saying, it's fine, don't forget that I am a formal knight now. Dealing with a little brat is a piece of cake. Iris lifted her head, biting her red lip, her voice enticing as she said, yes, my man is the strongest. Understanding the implication in Iris' words, Ron picked her up in a princess carry, heading towards the bedroom. Iris let out a tinkling giggle, wrapping her arms tightly around Ron's neck. Afterward, Ron found himself buried beneath an avalanche, struggling to breathe. He struggled for survival, finally managing to inhale some fresh air. Iris rested against his shoulder, closing her eyes as her breathing gradually stabilized. Ron, she suddenly spoke. Moi, will you abandon me in the future? Ron fell silent for no, he asserted. Then I really believe it. Iris gazed at him with affectionate eyes. The two locked eyes. Ron raised his head and gave her a light kiss, as gentle as a dragonfly touching the water. Once the castle in the Hewan territory is built, you can move in. You can continue managing the Linchue territory if you want, and if not, you can help out in the territory or practice. They'll handle the outside matters. Iris nodded without hesitation. That night Ron stayed at the Linshui territory. Early the next morning Ron finished 2 large bottles of AD cover. He got up, washed up, dressed, and walked into the yard. He found an empty space and began his daily training. In the training ground, the fighting energy circulated within him thicker than when he first broke through. He closed his eyes, feeling the violent power within. At the early stage of the first rank, but not far from the mid-stage, the essence liquid had nourished his body well, and there were basically no minor bottlenecks. He just needed to accumulate fighting energy steadily. Ron had a large amount of high-level magical potions bought from the auction, greatly shortening this process. He estimated that in less than a month his fighting energy level could rise another step. As for how to break through to the second rank, great night, wasn't there a dragon coming soon? The future looked bright. He opened his eyes and exhaled a breath of turbid air. Next he began training sword techniques, mainly to adapt to the daily surge of strength in his physique. The sword wind swept through, rustling the leaves in the yard. After practicing for an hour, Ron concluded his training for the day and returned to change into clean clothes. Elise was already up, sitting at the dressing table combing her hair. She saw Ron in the mirror, her lips curling slightly. "Are you leaving?" Ron walked over and embraced her from behind. "Just got back. There are a lot of things to deal with in the territory." Elise leaned against him, saying nothing. "In 2 months the castle will be built, and you can move over then. We will have a party. They'll introduce you to a good sister." Ron showed an appropriate smile. Elise's face flushed with embarrassment, but she did not refuse. Ron had no bad intentions, he just wanted to give them a home. What was wrong with that? They are all pitiful people. As the saying goes, with greater power comes greater responsibility. If Ron does not take on responsibility, will there still be love in this cold world? After spending some tender moments with Elise, Ron returned to the River Bay territory. When he arrived at the manor, the sun was already high in the sky. After lifting the martial law, Ron went straight to Liu Li Chuan's small courtyard. She was sitting by the window reading, wearing a light blue long dress, her hair cascading down, the sunlight shining on her, making her look like a painting. Upon seeing Ron enter, she put down her book. "You're back." She slowly poured a glass of water for Ron. Ron accepted it and sat down opposite her. "I have good news to tell you. I made a fortune on this sea trip, and your magic tower has found its funding. So have you. If there's anything you want to add, I'll include it this time. Build as big as you want. List the materials, craftsmen, and runes, and I'll have someone go to Oakwood City to procure them." Liu Li Chuan's eyes brightened. "Really? If it's top-notch, it would be quite expensive. I've only used ordinary ones in my family before. Let me calculate. The tower should be at least 5 stories high, with the first floor as an energy pool, the second for books and research, the third for alchemy, the fourth for storage, and the top floor for cultivation and spellcasting. If we change the energy pool to be a attribute, the inner walls need to be embedded with runes, and the top of the tower must have a crystal ball. If we include all that, it would require 60 to 70,000 gold dragons." Her tone was somewhat teasing. Ron's lips twitched. Indeed, a wizard is not something a poor person can afford. Nevertheless, he readily agreed, and this time it was Liu Li Chuan who was shocked. She was just mentioning it casually. Ron pinched her astonished small face. "You have no idea about your man's strength. Once the magic tower is built, you will surely progress further." In the afternoon, Ron took a stroll around the castle construction site. Kraft was directing the craftsmen to build walls. The city walls had already risen to half a person's height, with the dark gray stones stacked neatly. "My lord." Perrin approached. "You have returned. How is the progress?" Ron, mounted on his horse, looked at the construction site. "At this speed we can move in before winter." He wiped his sweat. "The only issue is that we are short on manpower and materials." The silver brought back by Ron from this sea trip was worth over 100,000 gold dragons, and after paying for the castle and magic tower, he would still have about 40 to 50,000 left. What Perrin mentioned were all small matters that could be solved with money, which was not a problem for the financially generous Ron. "Go and have the silver I brought back minted into silver coins. If we're short on anything, just go to Oakwood City or the port to place an order. Also buy 5,000 serfs and arrange for them after they arrive." Perrin paused. "My lord, 5,000. The first batch of 5,000 once settled, we will buy the second and third batches." Ron said calmly, without a change in his expression. "Open up to the north, build new farms, and establish a town. The wild monsters in the northern wilderness have been cleared out by the patrols, so let's build new farms and enclose the land. Additionally, we can also take over the Maolin territory and the Shirshi territory." Perrin quickly took out his pen to note down, and Ron continued to add, "The magical potions for the territory's knights can be supplied in large quantities. Take money to buy them in Oakwood City, and have them train hard, recently striving to break through a small rank. Also buy some people from the Nightingale Guild. We need to enrich our territory's nightlife." Ron still paid great attention to the physical and mental health of his subordinates. In the next period, Ron entered a mode of lavish spending. The development of the territory could be said to be advancing by leaps and bounds. The Linshui territory and the port also benefited with rapid changes, and the commercial team, planned by Xiao Fenmao, was organized. After half a month like this, Ron returned once again from Margaret. He brought back a large amount of silver ore, and his personal strength had also broken through to the mid-stage of the first rank with a physique that still reached a small rank of high fighting energy. After returning this time, Ron planned to take a longer interval before going next time. Let Margaret truly feel what it means to be itching all over. Ron estimated that he only needed to stretch once, and Margaret would look at him, as if he were her own father securing the Battle of Mines. Not long after the peaceful days, Ron received a letter from Oakwood City. The inspection team from the duchy was coming. Unknowingly, Ron has been in the newly developed land for a full year. The summer season has arrived once again. Ron is not worried at all about the inspection from the duchy. With his capabilities, there is definitely no problem. Basically, any lord who can survive as long as they are not hiding in their manor will be confirmed for successful development. Unfortunately, in this green wilderness, the two new lords who started at the same time as Ron have already become overgrown with grass on their graves. When Ron received the letter from Oak City, he was relaxing under the pavilion in his manor. He was lying on a rattan chair with half a watermelon on the small table beside him, red flesh and black seeds topped with a silver spoon. Liliquin scooped the watermelon flesh and fed it to Ron. The juice was overflowing, and it was quite enjoyable. She wiped her hands, opened the envelope, and began to read the letter to Ron. After reading it, she said with some concern, "Ron, are we not preparing anything?" Ron, with his legs crossed, replied nonchalantly, "Just act normally. If the other side is too greedy, there is no need to spare them. Also be sure to address them by their titles during work." "Understood, master." The maid Liliquin replied earnestly. The emerald leaves swayed overhead, and mottled shadows fell upon the two. Cecilia's little puppy lay in the shade, panting and unwilling to move. Only Bella squatted behind the watermelon, her small hands peeling back the rind as she poked her head into the melon to nibble. After a few bites, she raised her head, her entire face flushed. Dabai flew over and awkwardly landed on Ron's knee, making a sound as it rubbed its wings against his fingers. Ron reached out to pat Dabei's head and took a grape from the table to offer it. Dabai hugged it with both hands and flew off to share it with its big sister. The distant sound of cicadas echoed from the trees, making the courtyard feel so warm and cozy. Since Ron displayed his strength as a first-tier knight, no one in this newly developed land dared to speak loudly to him anymore. All the nearby lords sent people to present lavish gifts and came to visit. Even Baron Austin from Green Lake prepared generous gifts. He no longer mentioned the port matter as he was genuinely afraid that Ron would set his sights on his territory. He knew he could not withstand a formal knight. Even the attitude from Oak City has shifted smoothly, suggesting that Ron could do whatever he wanted without concern. This year, a new lord has been appointed in the Green Wilderness, sealed in the original position of Shirshi territory. Originally, it should have been a member of a Viscount family, but upon hearing that a formal knight had appeared next to his territory, that person hurriedly changed the development land through family connections. He handed Shirshi territory to someone who exchanged military merits for a title, and Ron did not hold back. After figuring out the details, he disguised himself as a bandit and annihilated the opponent. He obtained a watermelon spirit bug potion, a wheat spirit bug, and a cabbage spirit bug. He also conveniently reclaimed over 1,000 of his serfs. Having strength and background, and being young allows one to be so arrogant. However, Ron has not lost his head, and has not rushed to take down the surrounding lords. Having strength and background, and being young allows one to be so arrogant. However, Ron has not lost his head, and has not rushed to take down the surrounding lords' interest. He cannot just kill them all directly, he can only slowly squeeze their living space. Just like now, Ron has already heard that Austin is planning to abandon his territory. As soon as Ron makes a move, the other side might just surrender, pay a ransom, and give up their territory. But now is not the right time to act. If he does, he must take down all the surrounding lords to prevent them from transferring their assets. A week later, the duchy's inspection team arrived. The leader was merely a high-ranking knight's retainer who naturally did not dare to extort from Ron. However, Ron still gave him a bonus, as usual. "Baron Ron, this is your development certificate. Please keep it safe." The other party respectfully handed it over. Ron took the parchment and unfolded it for a glance. The duchy's seal and Marquis Mamon's signature were present. He read it twice and then rolled up the parchment. After the inspection was completed, the group hurried to the next territory. Holding this paper certificate, Ron's heart was calm. To him, it was merely a certificate that could be disregarded. However, all his subordinates were excited. Even the old man Pylon had a flushed face from excitement. For them, with this official proof, the Lord could bestow knighthood. This was the reason for their excitement. Ron naturally understood the thoughts of his subordinates and did not hold back from them. After all, they took risks to come to the wilderness to fight for this, didn't they? While rewards should be given fairly, one should not be stingy when it comes to merit. He raised his hand to calm his subordinates' chaos, and soon the area below quieted down. Ron cleared his throat and spoke. Now that the territory has been officially developed successfully, I have witnessed everyone's contributions over the past year, and I will not be stingy with the rewards due as your lord. Thus tomorrow, I will hold the knight conferral ceremony. I will grant you land and honor. On the second day before dawn, the manor was already bustling with activity. Pylan was directing several stewards to prepare the venue in the training ground. The red carpet stretched from the steps all the way to the edge of the field with flags planted on both sides of the stage, one featuring the emblem of the Copper Dragon of the Copper Principality, and the other the banner of the Zelanhua family. The tables and chairs were arranged neatly, and the cups were polished to a shine. Ron stood by the window of his study watching the busy crowd outside. He wore a light golden suit draped with a red cloak, a long sword at his waist, and his hair was meticulously styled. Luchuan stood behind him, helping him adjust his attire. "Are you happy?" she asked. "It's all right," Ron replied, "but I feel it's time to give them an explanation." Luchuan said nothing, gently straightening his collar. "I'll go ahead." Ron turned and pushed open the door, finding the training ground already filled with people. Leonhardt and Green stood at the very front, their backs straight. Pylan, wearing a new robe, stood nearby with a cheerful smile. These four were the ones being conferred today. It went without saying that Leon and Hart were to be honored members. Pylan, as the chief civil servant of the territory, had dedicated himself over the past year, executing every task entrusted to him by Ron with great diligence, making this conferment well-deserved. Green was one of the 5 low-tier knight attendants Ron had brought from his family, and Ron needed to set an example. Many had come to witness the ceremony, including several nearby lords who had sent their congratulations, as well as Iris and Little Pink Fur. This was the first time the ladies had met on the same stage. They were aware of each other's existence, but had deliberately avoided meeting until now. It was likely a rehearsal before moving into the castle. Fortunately, the ladies were all quite understanding, not embarrassing Ron in this setting. Ron stepped onto the stage, glanced at the crowd below, and declared loudly, "Today is a grand day for our Hewan territory. The Principality has officially recognized our achievements and expansion. From this day forth, this land is ours." A round of applause erupted from below, marking the results of their year of hard work, and everyone felt a sense of pride. "A year ago, I arrived here with a few knights, 30 guards, and 1,000 serfs. Back then, there wasn't even a decent wall." Ron paused. "Now we have a castle, a port, and trade caravans. We have hundreds of soldiers and a population of tens of thousands." He looked at the familiar faces in the audience. "These were not achieved by me alone. It was all of you who fought with me with every blade and spear." He continued, "Therefore today, I will reward you as you deserve." Leon Onion. Leon stepped forward, kneeling on one knee. His eyes were slightly red, but his expression was serious. Ron drew his longsword and placed it on Leon's shoulder. "Leon Onion, you have been my right-hand man in the frontier since day one. You have never left my side. From the wilderness of the frontier to the front line against the orc battleground, your loyalty has been recognized by me, and your extensive experience has helped me avoid many dangers. I confer upon you the title of the first knight of Hewan, granting you the land of Sesame Tun and the surrounding area of 3 kilometers. Leon's voice was a bit hoarse as he responded, "I will swear to serve you faithfully, my lord." "Stand up." Ron extended his hand to help him up. Leon rose and stepped aside, wiping the corner of his eye with the back of his hand. The conferment continued. "Hart Little Bean." Hart stepped forward, kneeling on one knee, his fingers trembling slightly. "Hart, you have fought alongside me without complaint. I confer upon you the title of Knight of Hewan, granting you the land of Lettuce Tun and its surrounding area." With the sword resting on his shoulder, Hart raised his head and shouted fervently, "Loyalty! Loyalty!" Next was Pylan Shaylun, followed by Grey Joe Kai, as they were conferred in turn. At the moment the conferment was completed, Pylan was in tears. "My lord. That's enough, stand up." The lands granted to the 4 of them were all newly developed farms in the northern region, and their future development would depend on their own efforts. However, their focus remained on the affairs of Hewan territory for now. Ron helped Pylan up and surveyed the surroundings with his eyes. The crowd below, not being conferred, looked on with envy, their eyes red, wishing they could be the ones on stage receiving titles. Iba, standing in the back row, grinned widely, revealing a set of white teeth. His strength had surged dramatically over the past month, directly becoming a high-tier knight attendant. However, since he had followed Ron for a shorter time, he was not included in this knight conferment. Next time, or after some merit, he would undoubtedly become a knight. He stood alongside several seasoned veterans who had followed Ron from the beginning, including Marcus Apple, Robert Little Cabbage, and 2 others from the original 5 low-tier knights. All 5 of them had now become mid-tier knight attendants, with Gray even being conferred as a knight. Their expressions now held both disappointment and anticipation. For those who were not conferred, Ron could not let them just watch. With a wave of his hand, many servants carried over 10 boxes of silver coins and placed them in front of the crowd. When the boxes opened, they revealed piles of silver coins that glimmered dazzlingly in the sunlight. The crowd's attention was indeed drawn to these coins. Ron spoke. Those who were not conferred today should not lose heart. I will grant you generous rewards and wealth, he continued, and you will have the opportunity to continue demonstrating your loyalty to me. I will hold the next conferment next year. Hearing Ron's words, the crowd below no longer wore long faces. This time the monetary rewards were shared among all, even the High-Gear Knight attendant Eileen, who had come with Iris, received a substantial amount. After a long duration, the rewards segment finally came to an end, and everyone was stuffed with heavy silver coins. The conferment for today ends here. Ron sheathed his longsword. Next, let the feast begin. The banquet was held in the open space of the manor. Long tables stretched from one end to the other, laden with snacks, bread, fruits, and wine. Roasted wild boar, stewed lamb, roasted goose, grilled fish. Steam rose, and the aroma was intoxicating. Ron raised a cup of wine and left with the ladies, feeling that his subordinates were too restrained in his presence. After Ron left, the crowd congratulated the few who had been conferred. By the end of the banquet, even Pylon had drunk too much, pulling Hart aside and saying, "I never imagined in my lifetime I would become a knight. Oh, praise the great Lord. May the glory of the knights shine upon you." As he spoke, he burst into tears and laughter. On this day, the entire territory was in celebration, and Ron achieved a new milestone with Little Pink Fur and Iris. Unfortunately, Luchuan was still too shy to join in the festivities. After a night of celebration with the three the next day, Little Pink Fur resolutely took on the task of winning over Luchuan. A month has passed since Ron was knighted. During this time, the little pink-haired girl has become friends with Lu Lichuan, and the completion of their grand undertaking is just around the corner. The construction of the territory is rapidly advancing under Ron's lavish spending, with the outer walls of the castle already completed ahead of schedule. The grayish-blue stones appear solid and substantial under the sunlight. The four corner towers rise between the blue sky and white clouds, making the entire castle look like a crouching giant from a distance. Kraft mentioned that the interior decoration will take another half-month, but the main structure is already sound. On the other side, the construction of the magic tower has also begun. The technical requirements for the magic tower are too high, and the serfs of the territory are unable to help much. They are all sourced from Oakwood City, and it is unlikely that it will be completed before winter. Lu Lichuan visits the construction site every day, discussing materials, dimensions, and rune arrangements with the other mages. There is a newfound sparkle in her eyes, as if she has finally found what she truly wishes to do. Ron occasionally checks in on her, and she would pull him along, pointing at the blueprints to explain what should be installed here and what is supposed to be done there. Ron doesn't quite understand, but seeing Lu Lichuan so happy brings him great satisfaction. Recently, the territory has purchased 3 batches of serfs, each consisting of 5,000 people. Ron is quickly becoming Marco's biggest customer. Meanwhile, Viscount Avon has been frequently writing to Ron, clearly attempting to curry favor. However, he is evidently making a futile effort, employing the wrong approach. With Madame Elena around, there is no need for such trouble. The Viscountess is, after all, Ron's original investor, having a stake in the matter. If he could further communicate with the lady regarding her education, Ron would demonstrate through action that he is not an ungrateful person. With the castle nearing completion, Ron instructed Dick to select some maids from the serfs to supplement the castle staff. With nothing much to do, he decided to turn this recruitment into a selection process. He would act as a judge. These white girls would be personally selected by the Lord, just waiting to enjoy a life of comfort. Dick posted a notice within the territory recruiting maids, attendants, and cooks. Once the news spread, far more applicants arrived than anticipated. There are now quite a few free citizens in the territory. The early serfs have hit a good time and have mostly become free citizens, able to own their own land. However, they still cannot leave the River Bay territory at will, lest they be caught by slave catchers, in which case they might end up without even the status of serfs. In fact, serfs can also possess wealth, even purchasing land, but they must first cultivate the Lord's land before they can tend to their own. So usually they can only scrape by. If they want to save money, it would take a long time just to change into linen clothes. This time the Lord is recruiting maids, and there will be a salary, 3 silver coins, equivalent to 300 copper coins, which is quite a sum. Room and board are provided, along with several sets of exquisite cotton clothing. Occasionally there are rewards bestowed by nobles, which is much better than being idle at home. A long line soon formed at the entrance of the manor. There were daughters of serfs, young women from free families, and even experienced maids who hurried over from the port. They stood under the shade of the trees at the manor entrance, gathering in small groups, chattering away. Martha stood in the middle of the line, twisting the hem of her dress, her palms sweaty. She is the daughter of a serf from Maple Leaf Village, 18 years old, and quite pretty. Upon hearing that the manor was recruiting maids, her parents hurried to sew her a new dress overnight. Though it was made of coarse cloth, it was washed clean. Her mother said, "If you go to the manor, there will be one less person to feed at home. You can earn a salary to help with household expenses. Work hard, and if you're lucky, you might catch the Lord's eye." Martha blushed all the way. Beside her stood a girl of similar age with brown hair and a few freckles on her face, but her eyes were bright, indicating she was worldly. The girl took the initiative to talk to her. Are you here to apply as well? Martha nodded. My name is Lena, a free citizen from Lilytown. Lena smiled. My father is a blacksmith and I can't swing a hammer, so I usually do house chores at home. I thought I'd give it a try. Martha whispered. I'm Martha from Maple Leaf Village. Lena took a look at her and lowered her voice. Have you heard about the Lord? Martha shook her head. I heard he is not even 20 yet and is already the strongest knight in the territory. Lena's eyes sparkled. My cousin is a soldier in the guard, and he said the Lord can slay monsters with a single sword strike. She lowered her voice. I heard that the Lord trains with a wheel every morning. Shoo! An older sister nearby quickly interrupted her. Do not speak ill of the Lord. Dick has instructed that anyone who gossips outside will be caught and whipped 10 times. Lena stuck out her tongue and dared not speak further. Others who heard of Dick's notorious reputation also refrained from gossip, huddling together to whisper quietly. The older sister in her 30s wore a faded gray long dress and held an old leather suitcase. She introduced herself as Hannah, mentioning that she had worked as a cook in another baron's territory. After their lord was defeated, they were sold into slavery, and she was here to apply for the cook position. You young girls don't understand anything, Hannah sighed. The Lord is recruiting maids for the new castle. As the castle is nearing completion, they need staff inside. This is a rare and precious opportunity. If you are selected, you will be a maid in the castle, which is 100 times better than being exposed to the elements outside. Martha's heart raced at the thought. Being a maid in the castle was something she had never dared to dream of. So, is the selection difficult? She asked the experienced sister softly. Hannah glanced at her. It depends on whether you have the insight. If the Lord doesn't like you, you'll be sent away after 3 days. If he does, you'll be a personal maid with no worries about food and clothes. The line moved forward a few steps. A young girl was called inside, asked a few questions, and came out blushing. Another girl went in and emerged looking dejected. Next, Martha took a deep breath and walked in. Dick glanced at her. What is your name? Mom. Martha. How old are you? 18. What have you done before? I helped my parents with farming. Cooking, washing clothes, feeding chickens. I can do everything. Ron sized her up as well. The young girl was thin with somewhat rough skin, but she was quite pretty with a striking pair. Can you cook? Dick continued to ask unimportant questions. Yes. My mother says my stew is the best in the village. Martha said this a bit nervously. Dick then told her to wait for news. Martha felt a bit lost, finally mustering the courage to ask softly, Sir, does this mean I passed? Dick appeared somewhat impatient, ready to send her away, but at that moment Ron spoke up. Martha, right. Your qualifications are good. Come to the castle to report tomorrow. Thank you, my lord. The girl's face turned red with excitement. In truth, Ron is a very straightforward person. He doesn't care much for abilities, as these can be cultivated. He only looks at appearances. The worries of these young girls are unnecessary. Martha exited, her legs trembling. Lena waited for her outside and quickly asked, how did it go? I passed. Martha exclaimed, nearly jumping in joy. The Lord is a very gentle person and asked me to report to the castle tomorrow. Lena patted her shoulder, then adjusted her collar and walked inside. Throughout the morning, Ron interviewed over 100. In the end, he accepted more than 20, and along with those already there were nearly 50 maids in the castle, including stable hands, kitchen staff, and others. The total number of servants exceeded 100. This time the kitchen recruited several skilled cooks, finally developing dishes that aligned with Ron's tastes from his past life. Moreover, their local cuisine was also quite good, which made Ron very satisfied. Thus Ron spent a few leisurely days. On a remote island amidst the vast ocean, a silver dragon lay on a massive rock, repeatedly shifting its body, but unable to fall asleep. Finally, in distress, it repeatedly bumped against the nearby rock wall. Roar, roar, I can't take it anymore. Ron was naturally unaware of Margaret's predicament at that moment. He was busy tidying up her residence, the very valley where the serpent tribe once resided. The location wasn't too far, but was quite concealed, making it an excellent hiding place. Everything was ready, they just needed a dragon. Ron planned to bring Margaret back this time. It's time to feed her, he murmured, gazing into the valley with profound eyes. Standing at the bow of the ship, he had prepared the essence in his bracelet, which should calm Margaret's restlessness. This time he brought more people than before, but he didn't take little Pink Feather, who was in the crucial phase of conquering the Lily River. Ron intended to leave these people on the island to mine silver day and night after bringing the dragon back. He even specially dispatched knights Robert Little Cabbage and Marcus Apple from their families to oversee the serfs mining and transporting silver. If everything went smoothly, they would surely be rewarded with knighthood next time. As dawn broke the next day, the ship slowly approached the deserted island. Everyone heard a long, resonant dragon's roar. Then they saw a giant dragon with blood-red eyes, its state somewhat frenzied, charging towards them. The serfs who came with the ship were paralyzed with fear. Some were slumped on the ship with water seeping out beneath. The sailors were also unsettled, Oh, anyone would panic seeing a nearly 30-meter-long dragon rushing at. Fortunately, Margaret still retained some rationality as she stopped in front of the ship, her large eyes wide as she searched for Ron the Naughty One. Ron quickly emerged from the cabin upon hearing the commotion, and as he stepped out, he and Margaret locked eyes. In Ron's view, Margaret was different from before. Her silver-white scales had lost their luster, covered in dust and debris as if she hadn't been cleaned in ages. There were dark circles around her eyes, suggesting she hadn't rested well. Ron awkwardly began, I've been a bit delayed with urgent matters in the territory, but as soon as I finished, I rushed right over. What happened to you? You look like you haven't slept at all, Ron feigned concern. What could Margaret do? Could she say that Ron the rascal had broken his promise and stood her up? Or should she say that her esteemed silver dragon couldn't live without Ron? Ron could naturally see Margaret's strong desire to save face. Not wanting to embarrass her, he half-pulled, half-coaxed her to a secluded spot. Returning near her residence, there were several fresh impact marks on the rocky walls surrounding the boulders with debris scattered everywhere. Ron stood beside the rock face, understanding without asking what had happened. He first took out a vial of essence from his bracelet, unscrewed the cap, and let the aroma waft out. Margaret's nostrils flared as she caught the scent. Her blue eyes, filled with bloodshot veins, gazed hungrily at the small vial in Ron's hand. Then in a flash, she shoved the vial bottle and all into her mouth. Roar! It wasn't a dragon's roar, it was a moan. After a moment, she regained her senses, leaned her head towards Ron, and forcefully nudged his hand with her nose. This was not the gentle, tentative nudging of before, but a forceful and urgent push. Seeing her like this, Ron knew she was about to act spoiled again. Her blue eyes were filled with grievance. How could he refuse? Could anyone see a 30-meter silver dragon rolling around and acting cute? This time Ron spent 5 vials of essence to calm her down, and finally, she was willing to listen to him. I'm not saying this to you lightly. You are my good friend, and I only want to share my true feelings with you. I wouldn't say this to anyone else. Taking advantage of the moment, Ron began to persuade her. Don't you get bored staying on the island every day? Do you know how beautiful the world outside is? Every day outside, servants would brush your scales and the meat would be delivered to your mouth already cooked. Whenever you feel like eating, they would roast it for you. Margaret stared at him suspiciously with wide eyes, her face full of disbelief. Really? By then you would only need to sunbathe every day, and whenever you wanted essence you could just exchange it for magical beasts. Don't you trust my character? Margaret's tail began to wag as she listened to Ron's description of the scene. You said you're on a small island, and if something urgent comes up next time, and I can't come, that would be a disaster. So what do you say? Will you come with me? Ron looked at her with some anticipation. Her pupils narrowed into a thin line before slowly widening. After hesitating and staring at him for several seconds, she finally nodded heavily, as if she had made a decision. Ron's heart leaped with joy. Got her. Then, as a gesture, he pulled out a dozen vials of essence from his bracelet and handed them to Margaret, who carefully tucked them under her scales. Seeing her cautious demeanor, Ron found it quite amusing, though he managed not to laugh out loud. Didn't I earn an opportunity for a spiritual duel last time? Do you think I have a good chance of succeeding if I enter now, eh? Ron asked with a tone that sought to please. Margaret turned her head to look at Ron, her expression seeming to ask, Are we going in now? Just you. However, she didn't refuse. Instead, she lay down, preparing for Ron to form a contract with her and engage in the spiritual duel. Ron's heart raced. After completing a series of complex rituals, Ron slowly fell into a hazy slumber, his consciousness arriving in a pure white space. There was no sound, no objects, no discernible up or down. Ron stood in the void when suddenly a massive dragon head appeared out of nowhere in midair. It was Margaret. Ron thought he would face some terrifying test, combat illusions, or a maze of wisdom. He had heard that some dragons would force challengers into endless battles, while others would reveal their deepest fears, and some would present difficult questions. If answered incorrectly, they would be eliminated. He waited for a while. Nothing happened. What's next? Ron muttered. In midair, Margaret's voice rang out. Naughty human, my name is Margaret Montgomery, remember it? My trial is quite simple. First you need to cook me a meal. Ron thought he must have heard wrong. Yes, Margaret's voice became more assertive. Under normal circumstances I would test your character, but you would sure— Ron's face turned red upon hearing this, who didn't know that his reputation in pioneering was outstanding. Whoever came would praise his good character. How could it be that he was unqualified in her eyes? She was slandering. Margaret's expression darkened a bit. This little human across from her was indeed no good. He was actually mocking her. Didn't he know that in the realm of the mind, she could sense his general thoughts? I've changed my mind, Margaret said angrily. The food must satisfy me, and you also need to clean my scales afterward. Ron, facing Margaret's sudden change in attitude, asked with some suspicion, Can you hear my thoughts? The other party did not respond to Ron, only letting out a couple of hums. At this point, Ron dared not think ill of Margaret anymore. He decided to complete the mental battle first. Fortunately, in the realm of consciousness, one can conjure various things through will. Even so, to please Margaret with a meal, Ron felt mentally exhausted. After he finally finished cleaning her scales piece by piece, he was so drained that he didn't even want to speak. Luckily, once the last scale was cleaned, the mental battle was finally past. Ron's consciousness returned to his body, and he slowly opened his eyes. He immediately sensed the changes occurring within his body. It felt as if indescribable transformations were taking place. This was unlike a breakthrough in martial energy. It was a deeper kind of change, as if some rules were reshaping his body. Certain peculiar energies flowed through his blood, took root in his bones, and anchored themselves in his soul. Accompanying this was a stronger heartbeat, a heavier soul, and heightened sensory perception. He could feel every nuance of taste in the air and hear the subtle sounds of waves crashing against the rocks in the distance. Little one, are you back to your senses? Margaret's voice echoed in his mind. Ron nodded as he clenched his fist. This change. A gift from the dragon, Margaret replied. Your lifespan will increase and your physique will strengthen. You will understand in due time. Ron took a deep breath. The thought of living longer had never crossed his mind before. In this world, extraordinary beings could live for a long time. A formal knight could live for 200 years, a great knight for 500 years, and a dragon knight for 1,000 years. He was originally a mid-level knight, and now as a dragon knight his lifespan would increase by at least half. Moreover, he sensed a strange connection. Ron looked up at her, feeling an almost imperceptible link between them, allowing them to sense each other's condition. The contract between them was not a master-servant contract, but an equal one. Both parties would gain benefits, but if one party were to die, the other would also suffer greatly. Margaret, you can just call me Ron from now on. Of course, if you call me Master, I'll oblige too. After becoming a dragon knight, Ron was in high spirits, and even had the courage to joke with Margaret. He had initially thought he would have to endure a difficult battle or face a test of character from the Silver Dragon before he could overcome all obstacles and become a dragon knight. Instead, a dragon simply asked him to cook. You wish? Margaret's voice was languid. After choosing Ron as her dragon knight, their relationship became closer, and they no longer feared losing their image when speaking. She leaned closer to Ron, opening her mouth wide, waiting for him to feed her. When Ron remained still, Margaret's voice echoed in his mind again. Ron, you promised me, and cannot go back on your word. Ron felt beads of sweat forming on his forehead. I told you I can always swap from magical beasts. Not listening, not listening. Margaret continued to pester Ron. With no other choice, Ron took out 5 vials of elixir and handed them to her, which she accepted with delight. As expected, the memories of the inheritance were accurate. With a dragon knight, there was a place to manage meals. Looking at the expression on Margaret's face, Ron felt a bit careless. Fortunately, there was a bit of consolation as Margaret leaned down, her wings slightly spread. Get on, I'll take you for a few laps. Ron climbed onto her back and settled himself. Margaret stood up, her wings flapping as she soared into the sky. This flight was unlike the previous two. Ron sat on Margaret's back, feeling a mental connection with her. It was a wonderful feeling. He could sense every flap of Margaret's wings, every breath she took. He could even freely command the direction and movements of their flight, working together in perfect harmony. They flew higher and faster. The clouds brushed past them, damp and cool. Ron spread his arms wide, facing the wind, and shouted, not in speech, but in pure emotional release. Dragon Knight. He had truly become a dragon knight, and it had only taken him a little over a year. Margaret's tail flicked, and her voice resonated in Ron's mind. Are you happy? Happy, Ron shouted. Then when we go back, give me 2 more bottles of that delicious drink. Sure. Just wait for me here. You are indeed my dragon. Ron did not refuse. Instead, he had Margaret take him hunting, as he understood best the principle of taking from the people to give to the people. He wanted to experience how to fight as a dragon knight. However, the outcome was unfortunate. Ron didn't even have a chance to act. With a single dive, Margaret firmly caught a first-level sea beast. Ron couldn't help but marvel at the dragon's prowess. After the hunt, the two flew back. There were still quite a few islands in this sea area, and on the way back, Ron and Margaret encountered a medium-sized island. It was estimated to be around 3 to 4 river bends in size, with a prairie in the center. From the air, Ron saw a herd of enormous sheep running. Their speed attracted Ron's attention, so he instructed Margaret to land and take a look. Oh, it's this group of fat sheep. They would taste delicious when roasted, Margaret casually remarked. Ron did not believe her words in her mouth. Any magical beast deserved a review after the meal. These weren't Rockhorn war sheep. They were magical beasts suitable for training as knight mounts, easily tamed, and some with good innate talent could become first-level magical beasts to help knights These weren't Rockhorn war sheep. They were magical beasts suitable for training as knight mounts, easily tamed, and some with good innate talent could become first-level magical beasts to help knights comprehend attributes. Eventually, he could equip his subordinate knights with them, and combined with his soup business wouldn't that create a knightly. What a wonderful day, double happiness. Has the goddess of luck finally smiled upon me? Oh, Praise you, generous and beautiful goddess. This herd of war sheep was generally of mid to high rank and rather tricky to catch. After noting their location, Ron planned to return with people to Reland on this island. He hoped that when the time came the goddess would continue to smile upon him, and that he could discover some wild spirit in. Ron had beautiful thoughts mainly because he had been quite successful lately. As the development of the Riverbend territory deepened, the hidden wild spirit bugs were gradually being discovered. During this period, Ron had harvested 2 agricultural bugs and 1 potion bug, all found by his serfs while they were working. No one knew where these little creatures had been hiding. They didn't want to come out, and the worm grass disguised itself to look just like normal plants. In the early days of development, Ron thought every day about whether he could discover another spirit bug the next day. Unfortunately, he just couldn't find one. Fortunately, with the support of his neighbors later on, he discovered a path to success. The potion bug he found was a chive spirit bug, and honestly it worked quite well. The chive sprouts looked plump and beautiful with a hint of fiery red at the tips, truly worthy of being called a potion. A great treasure. After eating several plates of chive and egg, Ron felt as if he was on fire. Liuli Chuan alone couldn't withstand Ron's onslaught, urgently calling Xia Fenmeo and Iris over to calm the reedied Ron. After this incident, even if the trading team raised the purchase price of the chive potion to 10 gold coins per bottle, it would still be on par with the little spirit potion, and Ron didn't plan to sell. Returning to Margaret's side after Ron recorded the location of the War Goat Island, he asked Margaret to take him back first. After dropping Ron off, Margaret hurriedly continued her hunting. She needed to exhaust all the essence Ron brought this time. Ron was happy to see Margaret working so diligently. A win-win situation. This time Ron did not impose any exchange restrictions on Margaret, as they were now like family. Whatever magical beasts she caught, Ron would refine as much as she brought. After a whole day and night of busy work, Margaret even started catching mid-level magical beasts. Only then did Ron speak up to stop her stockpiling. All right, you won't go hungry anymore, no need to rush. You can continue exchanging after you return with me. Only then did Margaret stop her movements. Are we leaving? Yes, we will head back early, so you can get to know your new home. You should pack your treasures first, Ron said calmly. Margaret turned back to her dwelling, using her claws to clear away the rubble, revealing a large pile of crystal cores and gems. She began to stuff them under her scales. Ron watched with envy. Those crystal cores were of first and second level, not easily purchasable. Margaret had so many that she was almost unable to contain them. Whenever she moved, 1 or 2 gems would occasionally fall out, and she would hurriedly pick them up. Ron helped pick them up, leaning in with a grin and asking, "Isn't this quite inconvenient for you? Why not let me hold on to them for now? I have space gear. Whenever you want, just ask me directly if it's convenient." Every dragon is extremely sensitive about their wealth. When it comes to this matter, their intelligence can briefly reach its peak. She immediately rejected without thinking. That won't do. I need to count them every night before sleeping, or I won't be able to sleep. Ron smiled awkwardly and did not press further. In fact, Ron didn't lack money. He was just accustomed to seizing good things. One plan failed, but he wasn't disappointed. Next, Ron briefed the knights who were staying behind and instructed the fleet to mine before returning. He rode on Margaret as they flew towards the development area. In the sky, Margaret looked back at the island where she had lived for decades. The beach and giant rocks gradually became black dots in her view. She was about to head to an unknown continent, and for a moment she felt a bit melancholic. In less than 2 hours they spotted the coastline from the air. Margaret flew high, her body obscured by the clouds, almost invisible. To the north, Ron pointed in the direction of the northern wilderness. Just circle around that mountain and you'll arrive. Margaret adjusted her direction, flapping her wings slowly. Her eyes wandered, reflecting unfamiliar scenery in her blue pupils. This was her first time seeing the continent. It was no longer the scenery of an island. Here there was no seawater, only endless wilderness. Occasionally, she could see black dots on the ground, which were land creatures. Soon they arrived above the valley. "This is the place," Ron said. Margaret lowered her altitude and circled above the valley. The valley was surrounded by mountains on 3 sides with only one exit. At the bottom of the valley was a small stream with grass growing on both banks, lush and green, and a large stone platform. Ron had spent a day carving it out with his sword just for Margaret to lie on and sunbathe. Seeing this, Margaret was indeed very happy. Ron took her on a tour of the valley's environment. Overall, Margaret was satisfied. She was originally a homebody dragon, as she actually liked this somewhat enclosed environment. "Margaret, I need to tell you a few things." Her ears perked up. "First, you can't let anyone see you for now. At least not yet." "Why?" Margaret's voice carried a hint of dissatisfaction. "Aren't you the lord here? The people here listen to you." Ron comforted her, saying, "Don't worry, it's just temporary. Once I clean up these useless snacks around, it will be about time, and the eyes and the territory will lessen. If you show up now, the nearby nobles will rush over to capture you, and you'll be locked up producing metals day and night with your magic. You won't be able to peacefully sleep and sunbathe anymore." Margaret expressed some concern. "Then I won't be captured if I stay here, right?" Don't worry, I'll keep an eye on you. There won't be any problems. I have to tell you, those nobles outside are quite bad. They even make people work night shifts, not allowing sleep at night. Margaret obediently listened. Ron took the opportunity to elaborate on the situation in this wilderness, advising her not to casually go to the south, where people were. Including the north as well, there are orcs and other intelligent races over there. This place is also close to the ocean, so when you hunt in the future, go to the northern sea areas where there are no human trading fleets, and you won't be exposed. I'll come every 3 days, and then you can catch magical beasts in exchange for essence with me. Margaret, now convinced, only nodded, but she asked, will someone still come to brush my scales? Yes, definitely. She was now as naive as a recent graduate looking for a job, only asking about benefits and insurance. There are many pits ahead. Just step on them one by one. The sun was about to set, and the clouds in the sky changed from golden red to dark purple. The light in the valley dimmed, and the sound of the stream became clearer. Ron stood up and brushed off the grass clippings from his clothes. I need to head back. Margaret looked up at him a bit flustered. Ron said, tomorrow, I'll bring you some delicious food. Early the next morning, Ron rode his horse to the valley without much delay. Margaret was still sound asleep, leaving Ron to worry. He initially thought she would be a bit panicked and unable to sleep in this unfamiliar place. However, seeing how quickly Margaret adapted, Ron felt reassured. As Ron approached, she opened one eye, yawned, and lazily remained still. Awake. He took out the roasted meat prepared overnight by the servant and placed it on the stone table. He also brought out a bucket of clean water, wrung a warm cloth, and began to help her wipe her scales. Margaret hummed in comfort, her tail starting to sway. Ron felt as if it were his first time buying a car, eager to polish it every day. Now with a more impressive dragon, his sense of novelty could last a while. Afterward, he would probably let the maid handle this. However, the maid needed some training and assessment before. While working, Ron chatted with Margaret. Last night, when he used the spirit refining pot again, he discovered some new. This feature was developed after Ron became a dragon knight. An independent small space appeared inside the spirit refining pot, separate from the refining space, and it was still quite small. Ron tested it, and surprisingly found that it could store living creatures. He hasn't yet experimented to see if there are any special effects, but the space inside could indeed be expanded. After placing a few magic crystals and energy stones inside, the space expanded from the size of a box to that of a large chest. However, putting in other items such as flesh and liquids didn't have much effect. Ron threw all his belongings inside, and after just one night, the space within the spirit refining pot had grown to the size of a bathtub. Ron hurried to send someone to procure various crystal cores and energy stones, but that would take some time. He then thought of Margaret. Margaret, are we good friends? Margaret, who had been enjoying Ron's service, immediately became alert upon hearing, no longer leisurely wagging her tail, her big eyes widened in alarm. With a vigilant expression, she asked, what do you want to do, eh? Seeing Margaret's defensive demeanor, Ron couldn't help but sigh, wondering where that innocent and pure dragon had gone. The world really had changed people's hearts. Do you want my storage equipment? I see it's quite inconvenient for you to store things. Since we are partners, I would definitely think of you first when there are good things. Margaret, having learned from her past experiences with Ron, didn't believe he would be so kind. Sure enough, Ron continued, I only need half of your crystal cores for this. How about that? Isn't that generous? Although Margaret really wanted a piece of storage equipment, upon hearing that greedy Ron wanted to take half of her wealth, she immediately refused to let him continue helping her with her scales, fearing he would later use this against her to demand a discount. Margaret lifted her head and stared at Ron with wide eyes. You heartless little villain, always trying to take advantage of my treasures. I will only give you 1/10. Do I want trade more? Ron hurriedly tried to negotiate. Margaret, this isn't just any ordinary spatial equipment. This space is huge, about 5 to 6 times larger than usual. The price you offered can only buy a regular one which has about this much space. Ron gestured as he spoke. Seeing that it was indeed too small, Margaret hesitated as Ron seized the opportunity to continue haggling. Of course, if you think this size is sufficient, I can get you one like that, and the price will proceed as you said. Margaret could see that Ron was a bit uncertain now, debating whether to choose one only a few cubic meters in size, barely able to hold her treasures, or to choose a larger one, as she would definitely have much to store in the future. Not to mention, she would want to store as much liquid as possible. While Margaret certainly wanted the bigger one, she couldn't accept Ron's price. Having to part with half of her wealth felt worse than being killed. Then I can give you 1/10 more, but nothing more. After some bargaining, Ron obtained 30% of Margaret's wealth accumulated over decades. Margaret took the spatial bracelet and quickly learned how to use it. She packed all her treasures and the previously stored liquids into it, then tucked it under a plate of scales on her chest. Ron was satisfied with this transaction. Although it was only 30%, the quantity was considerable, especially since the quality was high. He directly collected these items into the spirit refining pot, and Margaret didn't notice anything amiss, which even a high magic creature like a dragon couldn't detect any anomalies up close. It seemed the risk of exposing the spirit refining pot was minimal from now on. Once he expanded the space within the spirit refining pod, he would be able to quickly retrieve items directly and then transfer and refine them inside. As these creature crystal cores and energy stones were absorbed into the space, the layers of thin mist at the edges of the newly formed area rapidly spread outward. Leaving behind a patch of newly formed land, Ron observed these changes with a thoughtful expression. Soon the space had grown to the size of a courtyard with a height of about 10 meters. The energy from the crystal cores just put in had been completely consumed, and the remaining shells turned to powder, causing the space to stop expanding. Ron didn't hide this from Margaret. They were in a symbiotic relationship now, and he directly collected a piece of land in front of her. She showed an expression that confirmed her suspicions. "I knew you must have something bigger, that's why you gave me this small one." Humph. Ron smiled awkwardly and didn't refute. He continued to walk to the stream and collected some water along with fish and shrimp into the space. In the space, it formed a small pool, and combined with the various soil plants collected earlier, for a moment this space, transformed by Ron, truly resembled a wild outdoor area. If the space continued to expand in the future, reaching the size of a football field or a manor, wouldn't it become a real small world? This spirit refining pod seemed even more powerful than Ron had previously imagined. Thinking about this, Ron didn't bother to chat with Margaret anymore. He gave her a few quick instructions and then hurried back to the manor to continue researching his golden finger. As soon as he entered the manor, a few barks from a dog caught Ron's attention. He immediately decided this one, so he took a big wolf dog back to his private training room. After putting the wolf dog into the space, he observed that everything seemed normal, and Ron instructed Dick to find various creatures needing a few of each. Dick naturally didn't dare to question the Lord, and soon gathered various pigs, dogs, cows, sheep, snakes, mice, birds, and fish. Ron collected all of them into the space, but there was still no change. It seemed the space was just an ordinary wild area, simply capable of holding living creatures. Ron was very patient. He called Dick to find 1 or 2 serfs for further testing. The 2 serfs, 1 male and 1 female, faced the Lord with some trepidation, as they were serfs being punished for their mistakes. Originally, they were just working, but were called here by Dick. Ron didn't bother to waste words with them. With a flash of white light, they were both collected into the space. Inside the space of the alchemy cauldron, 2 peasant slaves were suddenly thrown onto the ground. They first knelt down, pleading for mercy from their lord. After waiting for a long time without a response, they cautiously lifted their heads, getting up and looking around in confusion. Looking around the space of over 100 square meters filled with various animals, they shouted a few times, and after seeing no one, they began to search the area. Soon the 2 had finished exploring the situation in the space. After a moment of silence, they saw the male peasant slave starting to make advances on the female peasant slave. The woman resisted momentarily, but was met with a beating, eventually cooperating. Ron, witnessing this, decided not to pay any more attention. It seemed that the functions of the alchemy cauldron would need more time to be tested before any effects could be seen. Ron did not believe that having an additional space in the alchemy cauldron was only this useful. Over the next few days, he continued to gather various creatures, plants, and items to toss into the space. With the arrival of the first batch of energy stones purchased from various merchant guilds at the harbor, the space of the alchemy cauldron began a new round of expansion. The thin mist at the edges spread outward every day, and the 2 peasant slaves were beginning to see this as a miracle. They built a shelter and managed to survive in the space by relying on the resources thrown and even capturing the cattle and sheep that Ron had placed inside to raise. It seemed they were preparing for a life here. However, such rapid expansion of the space could not last long. It was too expensive. A non-tiered energy stone cost 300 gold dragons, while tiered ones and crystal cores started from over 1,000. Ron had already spent most of the pure silver he scavenged from the silver mine on the island, and he no longer intended to invest like this. There were still many common silver mines on the island, enough for Ron to mine for a long time. But due to the difficulty of mining and manpower constraints, the monthly output was only about 10,000 gold dragons, and that was with extra hands on deck. Thus, a portion of the cash Ron held had to be reserved. During the time he was experimenting with the new functions of the alchemy cauldron, he was also not idle outside. In addition to accompanying Margaret on a few hunting trips to familiarize himself with the northern coastal area, Ron also cleaned up his territory, especially the harbor and the riverside territory. All the various complex interests associated with the nobles' industries were cleared out by Ron. After all, he could tolerate them before riding a dragon, but after that he would not. Otherwise, what was the point of riding a dragon? Previously, Ron's hidden trump card was his strength as a formal knight, but now his trump card was Margaret. Out in the world, his disguise was that of a rising genius knight lord. If these nobles did not voluntarily relinquish their interests, they were merely underestimating him. Thinking that by uniting together the nobles could force Ron to swallow his anger was truly naive. Ron directly sent Ivan with soldiers to raid their homes, and this big fellow executed Ron's orders without hesitation. During the raid, anyone who dared to resist would receive a punch with no chance of even lodging in the large inn at the harbor town. It turned out that some sycophants among the nobles failed to recognize the situation. A steward from a baronial merchant guild shouted with arms crossed, "Damn fool, do you know whose industry this is? How dare you come here to cause trouble? Let's see how your baron handles this with my master." Ivan paid no heed to his rambling and directly kicked this annoying fly to the ground. He said in a deep voice to the steward on the ground, "You bunch of heartless maggots, thinking you can take advantage of our bay territory. Taste my club." As the cleanup continued, most of the industrial interests were reclaimed, with only a few earldom businesses not forcibly taken by Ron. It was not that he was afraid, but if he took everything, no one would come to do business anymore. Regarding industries like the slave market and metal market that required channels and resources, Ron merely redefined the tax rates. If they were unwilling to comply, he would take more forcefully, handing the business to guilds that were willing to abide by the rules. Fortunately, these nobles still understood the situation, and Ron left them some profits, which they all nodded and agreed. After Ron's cleanup, most of those willing to continue doing business in the Bay Territory had to obediently pay taxes to Ron. Just from this, he could earn 2,000 gold dragons every month, and the entire harbor could generate around 30,000 gold dragons in a year. This was a significant improvement compared to the previous annual earnings of only 5,000 gold dragons, making it a veritable cash cow. It was pitiful that Austin had worked so hard to win over so many nobles to enlarge the harbor's profits, only for Ron to take everything away. The same operations took place on the Riverside territory. Some businesses of the Zijingwa family were transferred to the Jinshanhua family, while the rest were devoured by Ron, but compared to the harbor, they were merely small dishes. After cleaning up the territory, Lornhart, who was sent to procure supplies at Oak City, returned fully loaded. Recently, whenever there was a need to purchase large amounts of materials, it was them who were dispatched, and occasionally Eileen was called upon. This time, they spent nearly 100,000 gold coins, nearly clearing out the available energy stones and crystal cores in Oak City. The two high-level knight attendants escorting this batch of supplies felt a bit anxious, ultimately having to trouble Marco. Marco applied to the merchant guild for two high-level knight attendants to help with the escort. Since Ron began constructing the castle, the people of Oak City knew he was getting rich, followed by recruiting personnel to build the magic tower, further confirming everyone's thoughts. Actually, at that time, some had begun to have ulterior motives, but when news came that Ron had the strength of a formal knight, they suppressed their thoughts. It was a joke. In the entire frontier, no baron had the strength of a formal knight, and even viscount families were nearly non-existent. Moreover, since he could break through, it showed that he had methods to do so, and was young and promising. Now that he had taken off, he was not worried about any opportunities. A formal knight's strength could be maintained. A slight exposure of wealth did not trouble Ron. Jealous? Go tell that to the big sword in his hand. What he truly needed to conceal was the silver to prevent anyone from connecting a large amount of silver coins to the dragon. The gold coins Ron used were exchanged by sending someone by boat out of the frontier to other major cities. Although it was quite a lot each time, it was not conspicuous. Even if someone noticed, it would take a long time to trace back to Ron. After receiving this batch of energy stones, Ron placed another order requiring them to deliver goods to the Bay Territory next time. Once all the energy stones were absorbed, the space had expanded to the size of a playground, making it somewhat difficult to enhance further in the short term. The two peasant slaves had tidied it up quite well with a sheep pen arranged. In recent days, Ron's experiments have not been without results. He has discovered that the animals he sent in have become much more docile. To be precise, they have become more submissive to him. Ron is currently holding a sparrow which he has just extracted from the space. This sparrow was an ordinary wild bird. Before being placed inside, it would immediately fly away upon seeing a person approach. After spending a few days inside, it no longer flies away upon seeing Ron. Instead, it quietly crouches in his palm. It would be an exaggeration to say that the sparrow can understand Ron's commands and follow them precisely. However, it indeed no longer regards Ron as a predator. It has lowered its guard. Ron has a vague judgment in his heart that this demon refining pot space might not be able to tame creatures. He extracted more types of animals from the space. After extensive testing, he found that some simple creatures with little intelligence showed the most significant changes. Creatures like wild wolves and wild cats, which possess slightly higher intelligence, also exhibit some changes, but they are not very noticeable. They need to stay in the demon refining pot space for a longer time to observe. In order to obtain more accurate information, Ron also pulled out a male serf. When the serf first appeared, he looked a bit dazed, but upon seeing his lord standing in front of him, he was startled and immediately knelt down to beg for mercy. Ron ignored the serf's plea. At the moment the serf came out, Ron had already made his decision. The serf had not been deeply affected, as the hint of disappointment in his eyes was impossible to hide. It seems that the effect of the demon refining pot space on creatures indeed depends on their intelligence. However, he is unsure how long it will take to complete the taming process. Another uncertain point is whether strength would also affect the taming speed. To this end, Ron decided to capture a knight from the neighboring house to test it out. After observing the serf's reaction, Ron obtained the intelligence he wanted and turned his attention to the serf kneeling on the ground. "Foolish lazy donkey, I assign you a task: fill this place with flowers, and I will forgive your mistakes." "Yes, I understand." The serf trembled like a sieve, quickly kowtowing in response. Ron couldn't be bothered to listen to his nonsense. Before the serf could finish speaking, a flash of white light occurred, and he was pulled back into the space. The test was completed. This test also provided information that living beings, including humans, can freely enter the Demon Refining Pot space. Ron planned to conduct a few more tests before entering himself to take a look. For now, it is better to wait until he has a 98% certainty. Additionally, he gave this space a new name. It will be called the Little Garden. The name must have a misleading quality. In the future, he plans to turn this space into a secret base, practicing troops inside if conditions allow. He also intends to move some important resources such as magic potions and spirit insects inside. However, these can only be realized once the little garden expands sufficiently. There is something he can do immediately, which is to pull back all the rockhorn battle sheep he discovered earlier and keep them in the little garden for a period of taming. Just as the matter of the territory has reached a temporary conclusion, he can arrange another expedition. The more Ron thought about it, the more excited he became, and he called his subordinates for instructions. "Arrange another sea expedition tomorrow. Pack everything tonight," Ron said, turning to Perrin. Since being knighted, Perrin has been glowing with vitality, handling tasks with remarkable enthusiasm, as if he has been rejuvenated. He replied energetically, "Rest assured, my noble lord, I will arrange everything for you and ensure you have a comfortable journey." Regarding Perrin's words, Ron could not refute. He scanned around and ordered, "This time Hart and Ibadan will accompany me and bring along a few mid-tier knights as escorts. The attendants must also have combat ability." Ron turned to Lauren. "You will still oversee the territory." Lauren, who has been in charge during Ron's previous outings, responded calmly. Ron is very assured of Lauren both in his work and loyalty. Hart and Ibadan's loyalty is unquestionable, but they are not capable of handling matters independently. Hart is doing well and is about to be trained adequately. Ibadan is indeed hard to describe. Ron does not have high expectations for him anymore as long as he serves as a loyal high-level enforcer. Early the next morning, Ron set sail with Hart, Ibadan, and over a dozen knight escorts. Captain Marco, relying on the previous route, skillfully led them to Battle Sheep Island. When the ship docked, the sky was just bright, and a thin mist lingered on the surface of the sea. Xiao Fanmao came along again this time, but after a day and night of sailing. She was already too weak to get off the ship and was resting on board. Ron, along with his knight escorts, disembarked and traversed the coast, carving a winding path through the mangroves. After trekking for a whole morning, they finally arrived at the center of the island. Dozens of rockhorn battle sheep were grazing on the slope, their bodies resembling small calves with sturdy limbs and horns as thick as iron. Upon seeing Ron and his group, they merely raised their heads in alertness. These battle sheep have long lived in groups on the island and are magical beasts, making them the overlords of the island with no creature capable of threatening them. As Ron and his party approached the group of battle sheep, not only did not flee, but some even began to paw at the ground with their hooves, exhibiting a readiness to charge. To be honest, the overall level of Ron's group is still inferior to that of the sheep. The weakest among them is a mid-tier magical beast, and the leader appears to be at least first tier. Ron holds the advantage only due to his own strength. He has reached the peak of first tier with his physical prowess, and with the aid of tools and armor, taking down the leader of the battle sheep should not be an issue. However, acting recklessly would certainly incur losses. Ron took out the pills he had prepared. These were made from a mixture of the original liquid and flour enhanced with the anesthetic he had purchased at a high price, which could easily incapacitate a mid-tier knight. Even if they consume a bit of the higher tier, they would still fall. Ron threw all the pills he held into the air. With his knightly strength, he could throw them over 1,000 meters. As expected, the vials shattered in front of the sheep, and a large number of pills rolled out. The battle sheep who were ready to fight were drawn in by the scent of the liquid and began to show signs of interest. Indeed, one battle sheep couldn't resist and ate one of the pills. It trembled all over, revealing an expression of ecstasy, eager to continue tasting more, while others began to try to snatch it away. Ron observed all of these actions with delight in his heart. Humph. They have indeed taken the bait. I used a delayed anesthetic. Go on, eat more. Hee hee. However, just as Ron was feeling pleased, a gigantic figure suddenly charged and knocked the battle sheep aside. It was the leader of the rockhorned battle sheep. After knocking the sheep away with one blow, it let out a series of low growls at the surrounding sheep. Then Ron saw that the entire group of battle sheep turned towards him and his party. With a command from the battle sheep leader, all of the sheep raised their heads and charged towards Ron and his group. Ron couldn't help but curse. Damn it, I was careless. After knocking away its companions, it let out a low growl towards the herd of sheep beneath it. Then Ron saw the group of war sheep turn in unison, looking towards their party. With a command from the leader of the war sheep, all the sheep raised their heads and charged forward with a thunderous roar. The ground trembled beneath them. Damn it, I was careless. Ron cursed loudly. His mind raced quickly. With only a dozen subordinates, if they were to be scattered by this group of mid to high-level magical beasts, there would be casualties. Ron decisively shouted, "Retreat. Everyone run towards the forest. Hart, Aiden, you two stay behind me." Ron yelled. The other subordinates hurriedly dashed towards the redwoods. Ron turned to face the charging sheep. The distance of 1 kilometer quickly closed under the hooves of the war sheep. Wearing magical metal armor, he flipped his hand and took out a heavy wolf fawn club from his bracelet. Infusing his fighting spirit into his arms, he fixed his gaze on the leading war sheep. The leader had horns as large as iron and a fierce gaze, moving significantly faster than the other war sheep, lunging towards Ron in the blink of an eye. Ron sidestepped and swung the wolf fawn club down hard onto the leader's head. Bang! A deafening thud echoed. Ron's arms went numb, his palms stung, and he staggered back several. The leader was sent flying, rolling several times and knocking over a few war sheep behind it. The momentum of the charge was momentarily halted. Taking the opportunity, Ron reached out to grab the war sheep leader, hoping to store it in his space, but failed. The leader was not knocked out. As soon as it regained consciousness, it resisted. Ron also acted quickly, calling to the two who were engaged with the sheep. Without waiting for the war sheep to regroup, he turned and ran. Despite his heavy armor, he ran swiftly, kicking up stones and dirt. As he ran, Ron cursed. Damn it, these first-tier magical beasts are no fools. The war sheep leader shook its head, getting back up with a hint of wariness in its eyes. It let out a low growl, continuing to pursue with the herd, but at a noticeably slower speed. Ron zigzagged into the redwoods, using the dense trunks to evade, causing the herd's speed to decrease significantly. He quickly shook off the herd and rejoined his subordinates. In the woods, his subordinates were all panting heavily, their faces pale. Some sat directly in the muddy ground, while others leaned against trees, retching. Aiden was drenched in sweat, with a swollen bruise on his forehead from being rammed by a high-level war sheep. The group was in a sorry state. "My lord, are you all right?" Hart limped over to Ron, asking. He had also sustained injuries, feeling them only. "I'm fine," Ron replied, wiping the dust from his face. "These sheep aren't stupid. We can't outsmart them. We need to find another way." He tossed him a bottle of healing potion. This time Ron had indeed been misled by Margaret, who had nearly captured 100 first-tier magical beasts, large and small. Half of them were caught alive, all with Ron delivering the final blow. This gave Ron a false sense of security, making him believe that first-tier magical beasts were just that. Little did he know these tiered magical beasts were either elite lone wolves or leaders of their groups. The former were easier to deal with, while the latter had the intelligence to command the entire herd. Margaret was already strong, being a dragon. She only needed to charge into the magical beast herd, and those underlings would scatter, having no courage to attack a dragon. Thus, capturing the leader of a magical beast herd seemed quite easy. If it had been a second-tier knight, or even a third-tier titled knight, they would not be able to command the magical beasts in such a manner. Ron instructed his subordinates to rest in place, while he returned to scout near the war sheep herd. The war sheep had already returned to the hillside, their alertness significantly heightened. The leader patrolled back and forth at a high point, a red mark on its head clearly from the wolf fawn club. Ron crouched behind some bushes, observing carefully. After their previous encounter, this group of war sheep had confirmed that there was only one first-tier magical beast among them, with 6 or 7 high-tier ones. The strength of the war sheep leader was not as great as his own, but provoking it meant a direct confrontation with the entire herd. Ron calculated in his heart, pick the soft ones first. Returning to the redwood encampment, he called Hart and Aiden, planning for the three of them to act alone. They would target the vulnerable sheep in the herd, strike swiftly, and store them in space. All three wore knight armor, so taking a few hits was not a significant issue. Ron also handed the cross necklace item to Hart, who had the weakest physique, as Aiden could withstand more than him. The three of them stealthily approached the war sheep herd. Just about 500 meters away, they were detected by the alert sheep. The three of them immediately activated their fighting spirit and charged towards the herd. 500 meters were crossed in an instant, and the sheep barely had time to assume attacking positions when Ron arrived first. He withstood several headbutts from the war sheep. Though they caused him no harm, due to his magical metal armor, the continuous impact made him unable to free his hands. Hart and Aiden finally arrived, taking the brunt of the damage for Ron. Only then could Ron finally free his hands, standing firm and bringing down his club, causing 2 war sheep to drop to the ground. Ron grabbed them and tossed them into his space. This action enraged the war sheep leader, which had merely been directing the herd and hadn't attacked directly. Seeing that 2 companions had disappeared, it disregarded everything else and charged fiercely at Ron. Bang! A dull thud rang out. Ron was hit solidly. Although the armor blocked some of the impact, the force sent him flying several meters. He landed and, not seriously injured, quickly got up, urgently calling to the others, "Quick retreat." During the retreat, the war sheep leader attempted to attack Ron, but he had no intention of entangling with it. After withstanding another hit, he cleared the obstacles in their retreat path, with a few swings leading Aiden and Hart to escape. Unfortunately, there was no time to collect the loot. The war sheep leader let out an enraged roar towards the sky and led the herd in pursuit, but Ron and his companions managed to escape back into the redwoods. In the redwoods, the three of them watched the departing war sheep herd, finally breathing a sigh of relief. Aiden at this point was already bruised and battered from the sheep's horns. After Ron tossed them healing potions, Aiden soon recovered and was full of energy again. After resting for a while, Ron decided to launch another attack. Thus, throughout the day, the war sheep herd endured 6 or 7 ambushes from Ron's group, suffering a loss of 10 sheep. The herd was forced to migrate to evade them, though Ron's group also paid a price. Aiden had several broken ribs, Hart had exhausted 3 energy stones, and Ron was limping. Fortunately, with the aid of the healing potion, their injuries quickly became manageable. Ron murmured as he watched the direction the war sheep herd had left. The offense and defense have switched roles. The herd of battle sheep has lost 10 of its core fighting strength, and the level of threat has significantly decreased. As Ron and his companions continued their offensive the next day, the herd quickly found itself on the brink of doom. When the last 10 battle sheep were cornered at the foot of a mountain by Ron and his 2 companions, they let out desperate and unwilling cries of "Baba." The leader of the battle sheep had lost its previous arrogance. Now it stood defiantly before Ron and his companions, flanked by 2 young battle sheep. Behind it were the smaller sheep and pregnant ewes. The cries were fragmented and intermittent, filled with a haunting desperation, as if pleading and accusing, creating a somber and bleak atmosphere. Ron looked at the few battle sheep ready to risk their lives against him, feeling a sense of helplessness. The remaining battle sheep did not pose much trouble for Ron, as the leader was never a match for him. Now stripped of the support of the herd, it was quickly subdued, sent off to reunite in the little garden. After capturing the entire herd of battle sheep on the island, Ron returned to the ship. It was only the afternoon of the second day, and there was still plenty of time before nightfall. Ron instructed everyone on the ship to disembark and explore deeper into the island. This island was not small, and aside from battle sheep, there might be other resources. He hoped to discover some unexpected encounters. Ron took a moment to wash off his fatigue and changed into fresh clothes while Lilith stayed by his side, caring for him. Ron embraced her, inhaling the fragrance in her hair, his mind drifting into the little garden. This time he had captured 38 battle sheep. One was at the first level, which was the leader of the battle sheep. There were 7 high-level magical beasts, 22 mid-level magical beasts, and the rest were lambs along with 2 pregnant ewes. The battle sheep caught in the little garden had begun to awaken one by one, and they exhibited a frenzied demeanor. The little garden was in complete chaos due to their rampaging. The 2 serfs were relatively clever. After the first battle sheep was sent, and they hid in a concealed tree. They avoided the fate of being trampled to death. Unfortunately, the other creatures in the little garden suffered greatly, being tossed around like broken balloons by the chaotic magical beasts. Fortunately, after the leader of the battle sheep regained consciousness, the herd calmed down. They ceased their violent rampage and quietly grazed on the grass. The leader of the battle sheep noticed the 2 serfs hiding in the tree, but did not attack. It seemed that its intelligence was quite high, as it understood the situation of its group and chose not to recklessly assault humans. Ron observed the movements of the battle sheep deep in thought. By sending the leader of the battle sheep into the little garden, he had confirmed another piece of information: first-level creatures could also enter the little garden. The risks of his own entry had been reduced. Within his territory, the only first-level beings were Ron and Margaret. He certainly did not want to let Margaret take the risk. If anything went wrong, he would have no place to lament. Ron planned to keep these battle sheep in the little garden until they submitted. Once they were tamed, he would distribute them among his knights and retainers. With Ron's original liquid assisting them, perhaps a few of these battle sheep might even break through to the first level. He only had 4 high-level knight retainers, so there would be plenty to go around. The rest could be selected by whoever among the high-level knight retainers broke through first. But how should he handle the first-level leader of the battle sheep? Ron certainly did not want to ride it. He had Margaret, so there was no need for him to ride another sheep. Even for appearances, a noble steed would suffice. After much contemplation, Ron decided to give this first-level battle sheep to Ibadan. Among the 4 high-level knight retainers under Ron, Ibadan was certainly the one most likely to break through to a formal knight first. His physical talent was exceptional, and his fighting spirit was quite good as well. With Ron's strong support, breaking through to the first level was not a difficult task. Following him were Lauren and Hart, while Aylin's talent might be slightly better. However, he had no access to the core of the River Bay territory, so even if he could break through, he would likely end up behind Hart. This opportunity to contract a battle sheep was a tremendous chance for him. After observing the state of the battle sheep for a while, Ron shifted his focus away from the little garden. "Dove, what's making you so happy?" Little Pink Hair asked with wide eyes, her tone playful. Then with a hint of grievance and tears in her eyes, she added, "Brother hasn't paid attention to me for 2 days. I feel like I can't make brother happy compared to other things." Ron looked at the way Little Pink Hair was speaking and couldn't help but recall a saying from his chemistry teacher in his past life: to excel in chemistry, a beaker is essential. Ultimately, they relied on hard strength as the foundation, supplemented by 2 soft powers as their arsenal to establish communication channels between both sides. Both parties expressed their immense benefits, promising future improvements. 2 hours later, those dispatched to the island returned one after another. Unfortunately, despite searching for so long, they found nothing but a few wild fruit trees and a patch of mixed forest. There were no mines, no spirit insects, not even any decent magical beasts. "This broken island only has these sheep that are worth anything," Ibadan muttered. Ron also gave up. Coming across the herd of battle sheep was already an unexpected delight. He couldn't be greedy. Spirit insects were something that relied on luck to encounter. They surely existed on the island, but whether they could be discovered depended entirely on fortune. "Let's go back to the territory," Ron said, turning to head toward the ship's hold. As the ship departed from Battle Sheep Island, night had completely fallen. The sea was calm, with moonlight shimmering on the water's surface, breaking into a patch of silver light. Lilith leaned against the cabin door, her face still rosy, but her spirits were much improved. "Brother, how much did we earn this time?" she asked curiously. Ron extended his finger and calculated. "It's hard to say, but it must be at least several tens of thousands of gold dragons. If we're lucky, it might even reach 100,000 gold dragons." "So much?" Lilith's eyes sparkled. "Brother, you're truly amazing." Saying this, she leaped into Ron's embrace. Ron patted her little head, saying, "After we return this time, I have a gift for you. I think it's about time. Really, it won't be too expensive, right? As long as it's from Dove. Lilith likes anything. It doesn't have to be Save all the gold dragons for brother to build the territory," Little Pink Hair said with a caring expression. Pinching her cute little face, he pretended to be domineering. "What I give you, you must accept. No refusals, understood?" I will listen to brother." Ron enjoyed playing this kind of game with Little Pink Hair. It was quite a night passed without incident. In short, Little Pink Hair had suffered quite a bit. The ship docked at the harbor as dusk settled over the water. The wharf bustled with activity. Porters heaved cargo crates across the gangplank, while merchants called out to passers-by along the roadside. A salty sea breeze swept in, carrying the briny tang of the ocean. After stepping ashore, Ron was immediately approached by one of his retainers, who reported that a visitor awaited him, an overseer from a local merchant caravan for whom Ron had placed an order. The man was a lean, middle-aged figure clad in a deep gray robe, cradling an exquisitely crafted wooden box. 2 attendants stood silently behind him. "My lord," the overseer stepped forward and bowed deeply. "What you requested has arrived." Ron accepted the box and opened it. Inside lay several rings, silver, gold, and gem set, each uniquely designed and meticulously arranged. He picked one up, examined it closely, then extended his consciousness inward. Within lay a perfectly square void, roughly 2 to 3 cubic meters in volume. "My lord, there are 4 in total, each with an internal space of 2 to 3 cubic meters." The overseer reported softly. "The total cost 46,000 golden dragons." Ron nodded. This price was reasonable. Standard-sized spatial artifacts typically commanded such sums. Only significantly larger ones fetched premium prices at auctions. Ron had placed this order well before departing for Zhanyang Island, instructing the caravan to procure them in the southern metropolis. Judging by the timing, their arrival was precisely as expected. "Well done." Ron closed the box and withdrew the remaining payment from his own spatial storage, handing the heavy purse to the overseer. "You've earned your rest." The man accepted it with quiet deference and withdrew without delay. Lilith peeked out from behind Ron's shoulder, her eyes wide and gleaming as they fixed upon the rings inside the box, a quiet thrill stirring in her chest. She feigned composure as she asked, "Brother, what beautiful rings. Are these for the elder sisters?" Ron gently tugged the pink-haired girl toward him, drawing her into his arms. Then he selected a rose-gold ring set with delicate pink diamonds, took her slender hand, and slid it gently onto her ring finger. "This one is yours." Lilith froze. Though she'd felt a flicker of hope upon seeing the 4 rings, the moment the cool metal settled upon her skin, her heart surged wildly. She'd once seen such an artifact on a senior caravan overseer during her days as a mercenary, and had heard tales of nobles using spatial rings to safeguard treasured heirlooms. Yet she'd never dared imagine wearing one herself. "Brother, truly this is for me." Her voice trembled slightly. "Absolutely, it's a spatial ring. Let me show you how to use it." Ron held her hand, gently guiding her consciousness inward. "Try it. Store this handkerchief inside." Lilith closed her eyes and followed his instructions precisely. The handkerchief vanished from her palm and reappeared within the ring's void. She retrieved it again, then repeated the process over and over, until her eyes shimmered with unshed tears. "Brother, you're so kind to me. I never even dared dream of this back when I was a mercenary." Her voice dropped low, thick with emotion and a soft nasal catch. Ron stroked her hair. "There'll be many more things you'll dare not dream of, yet they'll become reality just by staying beside your man. Marguerite, feed me peanuts. Feed me peanuts." Ron slipped on another ring, the most understated of all, a sleek, silver-white band, deliberately unremarkable. This one served as a decoy, to conceal the existence of his hidden garden. He tucked away the remaining 2 rings without comment. Lilith asked no questions. Instead, she repeatedly stored and retrieved objects from the room around her like a child enchanted by a dazzling new toy. Ron spent one more night resting at her seaside villa. The next morning, he returned to the estate. Liu Chuan was not in the courtyard. He found her only at the address beside the arcane spire. She stood deep in discussion with several designers over rune schematics. Her back turned to the doorway, unaware of his entrance. She wore a pale blue gown that revealed the elegant curve of her collarbones. Her hair was loosely gathered at the nape, with wisps framing her ears. In one hand, she held a scroll of blueprints, occasionally lowering her gaze to sketch annotations with delicate precision. Bathed in morning light, she radiated quiet intellect and gentle warmth, though a pair of spectacles would have completed the portrait perfectly. Ron gestured subtly. The designers instantly excused themselves. Only then did Liu Chuan turn, startled, to find him leaning against the doorframe, watching her with a faint, knowing smile. "You're back." Her tone remained calm, but the corners of her lips lifted ever so slightly. Ron stepped forward, wrapped his arms around her from behind, resting his chin lightly on her shoulder, his hands settling gently over her abdomen. Liu Chuan covered his broad hands with her own small ones, and in that same breath, she felt something cool slip onto her finger. She glanced down in mild confusion. A silver-white ring set with a pale blue gemstone shimmered softly, where dappled light filtered through the colonnade. Ron lifted her hand and slowly slid the ring onto her ring finger. "Here's a smaller one for now," he murmured with quiet amusement. "You've been swamped lately. I thought a spatial artifact might ease your burdens." Liu Chuan lowered her gaze to the ring, silent for several measured breaths. Then, with practiced ease, like one who'd wielded such tools for decades, she stored the blueprint on the desk and retrieved it again. A subtle glimmer flickered deep in her eyes. Raised within the Golden Rose family, she'd witnessed countless treasures and lost everything she once held dear. Yet this, being tenderly fitted with a ring as though she were something precious to be cherished, was entirely new. "Thank you," she whispered, turning fully into his embrace and leaning against his chest. Her voice was barely audible, fragile as mist, as if afraid the wind might carry it away. Ron held her tighter, saying nothing. They stood thus in tranquil silence until distant calls from Dick urging the craftsman broke the stillness, and only then did they part. Ron went to inspect the castle's construction progress. Liu Chuan remained where she stood, watching his retreating figure. She glanced once more at the ring upon her finger, and finally a radiant, unrestrained smile bloomed across her lips. Inside the inner hall, Elise and Perrin were bent over a long table reviewing interior design plans for the castle. Elise had not returned to her Water's Edge keep. Instead, she'd taken up residence at the estate, awaiting the castle's completion, after which all the ladies would move in together. Fortunately, their rapport had grown steadily warmer. They now frequently collaborated on stylistic choices for the castle's decor. Blueprints lay scattered across the table, sketches of draperies, carpets, and fireplace motifs annotated with precise measurements. Elise wore a lavender gown that revealed a slender stretch of ivory neck as she pointed decisively at one schematic, speaking with earnest focus. Perrin stood beside her, pen poised, jotting notes. "My lady, regarding the fireplace motif, shall the carving depict ivy vines or another pattern?" "Ivy vines, they lend a softer elegance." "And the carpet's hue?" "Deep crimson edged in gold, to harmonize with the great hall's stone walls." Ron scanned the blueprints. The interior design surpassed his expectations in both intricacy and refinement, evidence of meticulous care and thoughtful artistry. He looked toward Elise and gave a quiet nod. "You've worked hard." She smiled. Not a word passed her lips, yet the weariness in her eyes softened, washed away by that single acknowledgement. Lilith, still unfamiliar with interior aesthetics, remained occupied elsewhere. Liu Chuan was immersed in the arcane spire's development. Ultimately, the full weight of interior planning fell upon Elise's shoulders. Ron withdrew the final ring, a golden band set with amethyst, and offered it to her. Elise accepted it, pausing briefly. As a noblewoman, she recognized spatial rings at once. Her gratitude ran deep, so much so that she might readily agree to scale ladders alongside Ron again. After a tender interlude with Elise, Ron departed for the castle site in the afternoon. Kraft stood atop scaffolding directing masons as they laid patterned stone flooring. Spotting Ron, he descended swiftly and brushed dust from his tunic. "My lord, the castle is complete. The outer walls, towers, moat, and drawbridge have all passed inspection. Interior work proceeds under the guidance of the ladies, over half finished. Once furnishings arrive, the estate will be ready for occupancy." Ron nodded approvingly. Indeed, no arcane power rivaled the sheer efficacy of wealth. He accompanied Kraft on a tour through the fortress. The stonework of the outer walls fit flawlessly, tower crenellations and arrow slits aligned with geometric precision. From the highest turret, the entire domain unfolded beneath him, vast and commanding. Fields stretched in emerald waves, the village nestled peacefully, and distant kilns and salt mines sent plumes of smoke curling into the sky. The moat shimmered with clear water drawn from the Shui River, the drawbridge massive and solid, rose with formidable authority, capable of repelling any conventional assault. "Can we move in 5 days?" Ron asked as they walked. Kraft paused thoughtfully before replying cautiously, "Yes, if the serfs work overtime. Then we relocate in 5 days. Let the serfs endure a little longer, and have Dick oversee every shift." Kraft bowed sharply. "Yes, my lord."